41. It was around 10 in the morning when Trez headed over to Sal's restaurant. The trip from the apartment at the Commodore to his brother's fine dining establishment wasn't long, only 10 minutes, and there were plenty of free parking spots in the lot when he got there. Then again, the place didn't open, even to the kitchen staff for prep, until 1 in the afternoon. As he walked over to the entrance, his boots crunching in the snow, he half expected the code that unlocked things from the outside not to work. I.M. hadn't come home at the end of the night, and assuming those cocksuckers at the SSB hadn't taken the guy for collateral, there was only one place his brother could be. After 2 pots of coffee and a lot of checking his watch, Trez knew that if he wanted to make peace, he had to head across town. Cool. The combination hadn't been changed. Yet, inside, the place was old-school Rat Pack done right, a modern interpretation of the era that had spawned the likes of Peter Lawford and the chairman of the board. An entryway with black and red flocked wallpaper took you to the receiving area, where the coat check, retro hostess stand, and cashier's desk were. To the left and to the right, there were 2 main dining rooms, both done in black and red velvet and leather, but they weren't where the local-made guys, politicians, and wealthy types hung out. The sweet spot was the bar up ahead, a wood-paneled room that had red leather banquettes set against the walls and, during regular hours, a tuxedoed bartender behind a 30-foot oak stretch serving nothing but the best. Striding into the bar's dim expanse, Trez headed around the far end of the 5-tiered display of bottles and hit the flap door. As he pushed his way into the kitchen, the scent of basil and onion, oregano and red wine, told him just how stressed I.M. was. Sure enough, the guy was facing off at the 16-burner stove on the far wall, 5 huge pots simmering in front of him, and what do you want to bet there were things in the stoves, too? Meanwhile, wooden cutting boards were lined up on the stainless steel counters, the dead heads of various kinds of peppers lolling around next to the very sharp knives that had been used. $10 to guess who the guy had been thinking of when he'd been chopping stuff. You going to talk to me at all? Trez said to his brother's back. I.M. moved to the next pot, lifting its lid with a white dishcloth, a big slotted spoon going in and stirring slowly. Trez leaned to the side and pulled over a stainless steel stool. Taking a seat, he rubbed his thighs up and down. Hello. I.M. went to the next pot, and then the next. Each had a separate spoon for flavor flagellation, and his brother was careful not to cross-contaminate. Look, I'm sorry I wasn't there when you came by the club tonight. Every evening, I.M. headed over to the Iron Mask for a check-in after Sal's closed. I had some business to take care of. Shit, yeah, he did. Baby girl with the bouncer BF had taken forever to get out of his car. When he'd gotten her to her house eventually, he'd walked her to the door, opened the way in, and all but toasted her through the jams. Back at his Beamer, he'd hit the gas like he'd planted a bomb in the walk-up, and as he'd steamed over to the Iron Mask, all he'd heard in his head was I.M.'s voice. You can't keep doing this. I.M. turned around at that point, crossing his arms over his chest and leaning back against the stove. His biceps were big to begin with, but cranked like that, they strained the bounds of the black t-shirt he was wearing. His almond-shaped eyes were half-lidded. You actually think I'm pissed off that you weren't around when I got to the club? Really? It's not because you left me to deal with NSLI or some shit. And then they were off to the races. I can't see any of them face to face, you know that. Trez lifted his hands. All what am I gonna do? They would try to force me to go back with them, and then what are my options? Fight? I'd end up killing the son of a bitch, and then where would I be? I.M. rubbed his eyes like he had a headache. Right now, it appears as if they're taking a diplomatic approach. At least with me. When are they coming back? I don't know, and that's what makes me nervous. Trez stiffened. The idea that his cool-as-a-cucumber brother was anxious made him feel like he had a knife to his throat. Then again, he was well aware of exactly how dangerous his people could be. The SHISB was largely a peaceable nation, content to stay out of the battles with the lessening society and away from pesky humans. Scholarly, highly intelligent, and spiritual, they were, on the whole, a pretty nice group of people. Provided you weren't on their shit list. Trez looked at those pots and wondered what the meat in the sauces was. I'm still working off the debt to Rev, he pointed out. So that obligation has to come first. Not to the SHISB anymore. NSLI said, and I'm quoting, "It's time. I'm not going back there." He met his brother's eyes. Not going to happen. I am turned back to the pots, stirring each one with its designated spoon. I know. That's why I've been cooking. I'm trying to think of a way out of this. God, he loved his brother. Even pissed off, the guy was trying to help. I'm sorry I pulled a ghost and made you deal with this. I really am. That wasn't fair. I really didn't think it was safe to be in the same room with the guy. I'm very sorry. Iam's thick chest rose and fell. I know you are. I could just disappear. That would solve the problem. Although, man, it would kill him to leave Iam. The thing was, if he went on the lam from the Hisby, he could never have any contact with the male again. Ever. Where would you go? Iam pointed out. Not a clue. The good news was that the Hisby didn't like to have any contact with UKs. No doubt even showing up at his and Iam's apartment had been traumatic, even if the high priest had just dematerialized onto the terrace. Dealing directly with humans, being around them, and Eslai's head would explode. So what was your business? Iam asked. Great. Onto an equally happy subject. I went to see that warehouse property, he hedged. But come on, like he was gonna voluntarily bring up the chick and her boyfriend? At 1 a.m.? I made an offer. How much? 1.4. The asking price is $2.5 million, but there's no way they're going to get it. The place has been vacant for years, and it shows. Although even as he said that, he had to admit he'd felt presences there. Then again, maybe that had just been his stress level talking. My guess is that they'll come back at 2. I'll throw out 1.6, and we'll come to terms at 1.7. Are you sure you want to tackle that project right now? Unless you show up at the territory with your mating tackle ready to be used, the issue with the Hisby is only going to escalate. If things come to a head, I'll deal with it then. When I am corrected. That would be when. And I know what happened in the back parking lot, Trez. With the guy and that woman. Of course he did. You see the tapes or something? Goddamn security monitoring. Yes. I handled it. Just like you're handling the Hisby. Perfect. Temper flaring, Trez leaned in. You want to be in my shoes, brother mine? I'd like to see how well you deal with this bullshit. I wouldn't be out fucking whores. I'll tell you that much. Which makes me wonder, isn't our real estate agent a female? Fuck you, I am. For real. Trez shot off the stool and marched out of the kitchen. He had enough problems. She didn't need Mr. Superior with the Julia Child skills armchair quarterbacking this whole thing with 12 kinds of potshot commentary. You can't keep putting this off. I am called out from behind. Or trying to bury it in between the legs of countless women. Trez stopped, but kept his eyes on the exit. You just can't, his brother stated baldly. Trez pivoted around. Iam was over by the bar, the flap door swinging next to him so that there was a strobe light effect of bright, dark, bright, dark. Every time the illumination made an appearance, it looked like his brother had a halo around his whole body. Trez cursed. I just need them to leave me alone. I know. Iam rubbed his head. And I honestly don't know what the fuck to do about it. I can't imagine living without you, and I don't want to go back there, either. I'm not coming up with any other options, though. Those women you know, the ones Trez hesitated. Don't you think they'd get me off? If they aren't, Iam said dryly. I can't see why you're bothering with them. Trez had to smile a little. No, I mean with the Hisby. I'm as far from a virgin as you can get at this point. Although at least he hadn't sunk to farm animal level. And what's worse, they've all been ukes, mostly humans, too. That has to nasty them out. We're talking about the Queen's daughter. As Iam frowned like he hadn't fully considered the idea, Trez felt a ray of hope. I don't know, came the response. Maybe that would work, but you've still cheated Her Majesty out of what she wants and needs. If they consider you compromised, they might just decide to kill you as a punishment. Whatever, they'd have to bring him down first. On a wave of aggression, Trez dipped his chin and glared out from beneath his brows. If that's the case, they'll have to fight me. And I guarantee that won't go well for them. Back at the Brotherhood mansion, Wrath knew that his queen was upset the moment she came through the doors of his study. Her luscious scent was tinged with a sharp, acidic overhang. Anxiety. "What is it, Leland?" he demanded, holding out his arms. Even though he couldn't see, his memories provided him with a mental picture of her crossing the Aubusson rug, her long, athletic body moving with grace, her dark hair loose over her shoulders, her beautiful face marked with tension. Naturally, the bonded male in him wanted to hunt down and kill whatever had upset her. "Hi, George," she said to his dog, going by the thump-thump-thump on the floor. The retriever got some love first. And then it was the master's turn. Beth climbed right up onto Rath's lap, her weight next to nothing, her body warm and alive as he wrapped his arms around her and kissed her on either side of the neck and then on the mouth. "Jesus," he growled, feeling the stiffness in her body. "You really are upset. What the fuck is going on?" Goddamn it, she was shivering. His queen was actually trembling. "Talk to me, Leland," he said as he rubbed her back, and prepared to get armed and head out into broad fucking daylight if he had to. "Well, you know about Layla," she said in a rough voice. "Yeah, I do. Fury told me." As her head shifted onto his shoulder, he repositioned her, holding her cradled against his chest, and it was good. There were times, not often, but every once in a while, when he felt like less of a male because of his lack of sight. Once a fighter, he was now stuck behind this desk. Once free to roam wherever he wanted, he now relied on a canine for navigation. Once utterly self-sufficient, he now needed help. Not exactly good for a male's ballsack. But in a moment like this, when this amazing female was off-kilter and seeking him and only him for comfort and reassurance, he felt strong as a motherfucking mountain. After all, bonded males protected their mates with everything they had, and even with the burden of his birthright and this throne he was obligated to sit on, he remained at his core a Hellrun to this female. She was his first priority, even above the king shit. His Beth was the heart behind his ribs, the marrow in his bones, the soul in his physical body. "It's just so sad," she said. "So damned sad. You've been to see her?" "Just now. She's resting. I may on some level. I can't believe there's nothing that can be done." "You talked to Doc Jane?" "As soon as they all got back from the clinic." As his Shellen cried a little, the fresh rain scent of his beloved's tears was like a knife in the chest, and he was not surprised at her reaction. He'd heard that females dealt with the loss of another's pregnancy badly. Then again, how could they not relate? He sure as shit could put himself in Quinn's boots. And oh God, the idea of Beth suffering like that, or worse if she were to carry to term, and great, now he had a case of the quakes. Rath put his face in his Beth's hair, breathing in, calming himself. The good news was that they were never going to have young, so he wouldn't have to worry about that. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "Me too. I hate this for both of them." Well, actually, he was apologizing for something else entirely. It wasn't that he wanted anything shitty to happen to Quinn or Layla or their young. But maybe if Beth saw this sad reality, she'd be reminded of all the risks that presented themselves every step of the way when it came to pregnancy. Fuck, that sounded horrible. That was horrible. For Chris' sakes, he honestly didn't want this for Quinn, and he really didn't want his Shellen upset, either. Unfortunately, however, the sad truth was that he had absolutely no interest in placing his seed within her like that ever. And that kind of desperation made a guy think unforgivable things. In a surge of paranoia, he mentally calculated the number of years since her transition, just over 2. From what he understood, the average vampire female had her first needing about 5 years after the change, and then every 10 years or so thereafter. So by all accounts, they had some time before they had to worry about all this. Then again, as a half-breed, there was no way to be sure in Beth's case. When humans and vampires mixed, anything could happen, and he did have some reason to be concerned. She had, after all, mentioned kids once or twice before. But surely that had to be in the hypothetical. "So are you going to hold off on Quinn's induction?" she said. "Yeah. Saxton is done updating the laws, but with Layla being where she's at, not the right time to bring him into the Brotherhood." "That's what I thought." The two of them fell silent, and as Rath took the moment to heart, he couldn't possibly imagine his life without her. "Do you know something?" he said. "What?" There was a smile in her voice, the kind that told him she had a clue about what he was going to say. I love you more than anything." His queen laughed a little and stroked his face. "I would never have guessed." Hell, even he caught the surge of his bonding scent. In response, Wrath cupped her face and leaned in, finding her lips and taking them in a soft kiss that didn't stay that way. Man, it was always like this with her. Any contact at all, and before he knew it, he was hard and ready. God, he didn't know how human men handled it. From what he understood, they had to wonder whether their mates were fertile every single damn time they had sex. Evidently, they couldn't pick up on the subtle changes of their female's sense. He'd go fucking insane. At least when a female vampire was in her needing, everyone knew it. Beth shifted in his lap, compressing his hard-on, making him groan. And usually, this was the cue for George to be led across to the double doors and temporarily banished. But not tonight. As much as Wrath wanted her, the Paul in the house was putting a damper on even his libido. And then there was Autumn's needing. Now Layla's. Wrath stroked Beth's hair and retucked his queen's head into his shoulder. "You don't want to." As she let the sentence drift, he took her hand and lifted it up, feeling the heavy saturnine ruby that the queen of the race had always worn. "I just want to hold you," he said. "It's enough for me right now." Nestling in, she fit herself even more closely to him. "Well, this is nice too." Yeah, it was, and curiously terrifying. "Wrath. Yeah. Are you okay?" It was a little while before he could answer, before he trusted his voice to be calm and level and no BFD. "Oh yeah, I'm fine. Just fine." As he smoothed her arm, running his hand up and down her biceps, he prayed that she believed it and vowed that what was happening just one door down the hall would never, ever happen to them. Nope, that crisis was not anything the pair of them were going to have to deal with. Thanks be to the scribe virgin. 42. Layla wasn't sleeping, of course. When she told Quinn to go, she had meant the things she'd said about not wanting to keep up a front with him around. But the funny thing was, even with nobody in the room with her, she didn't get hysterical. No tears, no cursing. She just lay on her side with her arms and legs curled up, her mind receding deep into her body, the constant monitoring of every ache and cramp, a compulsion that was making her crazy. There was no changing that, however. It was as if some part of her was convinced that if she could only know what stage she was in, she could somehow have some control over the process. Which was, of course, bullshit. As Quinn would say, the image of him in the clinic, with his dagger at the healer's throat, was like something out of one of the books in the Sanctuary's Libraria dramatic episode that was part of someone else's life. Her vantage point on the bed, however, reminded her that that was not the case. The knock on her door was soft, which suggested it was a female. Layla closed her eyes. As much as she appreciated whatever kindness was awaiting a response, she would have so much preferred that whoever it was stayed out in the hall. The Queen's brief visit had been taxing, even though she'd appreciated it. Yes. When her voice didn't carry farther than her own ears, she cleared her throat. Yes. The door opened, and at first she didn't recognize who it was from the shadow that filled the space between the jambs. Tall, strong. Not a male, though. "Payne," she said. "May I come in?" "Yes, of course." As Layla went to sit up, the warrior female motioned her to lie down, and then shut them both in together. No, please, Ebe, at ease." One lamp had been left on over at the bureau, and in the gentle light, the blooded sister of the Black Dagger brother Vishouse was quite fearsome, her diamond eyes seeming to sparkle out of the strong angles of her face. "However are you?" the female asked softly. "I am very well, thank you. And yourself?" The fighter came forward. "I'm very sorry about your condition." Oh, how Layla wished this was something Fury or the others had not shared with anyone. Then again, her exit from the house had been rather dramatic, the sort of thing that would be cause for concerned questioning. Still, her privacy would have had her avoid this unwelcome, though compassionate, intrusion. "I thank you for your kind words," she whispered. "May I sit down?" But of course. She expected the female to rest upon one of the chairs that had been arranged with a sense of decorum. Payne did not. She came over to the bed and lowered her weight beside Layla. Compelled to at least appear to be a good hostess of sorts, Layla pushed herself up, wincing as a set of cramps froze her halfway. As pain cursed softly, Layla had to lie back down. In a rough voice, she said, "Forgive me, but I cannot have visitors at this time no matter how well-intended you are. Thank you for your expression of sympathy. Are you aware of who my mother is?" Pain cut in. Layla shook her head against her pillow. "Please just leave." "Do you know?" the female said roughly. Abruptly, Layla wanted to cry. She just didn't have the energy for any conversation at this point, but most certainly not about Mammons. Not when she was losing her own young. "Please. I am birthed of the scribed virgin." Layla frowned, the words registering even through the pain, mental and physical. "I'm sorry." Pain took a deep breath, as if the revelation were not something she rejoiced in, but rather a kind of curse. "I am of the scribed virgin's very flesh, born of her long ago, and hidden from the records of the chosen and the eyes of all third parties." Layla blinked in shock. The female's appearance up above had been a mystery of sorts, but she had certainly asked no questions as it was not her place to. The one thing she was clear on was that there had never been any mention of the race's holiest mother having birthed a child. In fact, the entire structure of the belief system was predicated upon that not having occurred. "How is this possible?" Layla breathed. Pain's brilliant eyes were grave. "It was not what I would have wished, and it is not something I speak of." In the tense moment that followed, Layla found it impossible not to see the truth in what the female spoke, nor the strident anger, the cause of which one could guess at. "You are a holy one," Layla said with awe. "Not in the slightest, I assure you. But my lineage has provided me with a certain, how shall we say it, ability." Layla stiffened. "And that would be?" Pain's diamond eyes never wavered. "I want to help you." Layla's hand went to her lower belly. "If you mean get this over with sooner, no." She had her young for such a precious short time within her. No matter how long the pain went on, she was not going to sacrifice 1 minute of what was no doubt her one and only pregnancy. She would never put herself through this again. In the future, when her needing hit, she would be drugged, and that was it. Once in a lifetime was too much for the loss she was sustaining now. "And if you believe you can stop this," Layla tacked on, "it is not possible. There is naught that any may do." "I'm not so sure about that." Pain's eyes were rapt. "I'd like to see if I can save the pregnancy. If you'll let me." At the abandoned Brownswick School for Girls campus, Mr. C had taken up residential in what had once been the headmistress's office. The cracked sign outside in the hall told him so. As there was no heat, the ambient air temperature was exactly that of the great outdoors, but thanks to the Omega's blood, cold was not a problem. And thank fuck for that. Across the overgrown, snow-covered lawn, in the main dormitory on the ridge, nearly 50 lessers were sleeping the sleep of the dead. If those bastards had required BTUs or food, he'd have been shit out of luck. But nah, all he had to do was provide them with shelter. Their inductions took care of the rest, and the fact that they needed to unplug from consciousness every 24 hours was a relief. He needed time to think. Jesus Christ, what a mess. Compelled by an urge to pace, he went to push his chair back, and then remembered that he was sitting on an overturned drywall bucket. God damn it. Looking around the decrepit room, he measured the plaster that was hanging in sheets from the ceiling rafters, the boarded-up windows, and the hole in the floorboards over in the corner. Place was just like the bank accounts he'd found. No money anywhere. No ammo. Weapons that could be used for blunt force trauma, and that was about it. After his promotion, he'd been so fucking pumped. Full of plans. Now he was staring at a whole lot of no cash, no resources, no nothing. The Omega, on the other hand, was expecting all kinds of results, as had been made amply clear during their little visit late last night. And that was another problem. He hated that shit. At least he could do something about the rest of it. Stretching his arms over his head and cracking his shoulders, he thanked God for 2 things. 1, that the cell phones hadn't been cut off so he could communicate with his men in the field and had internet access. And 2, that all those years on the street had given him an iron fist when it came to controlling dumbass young idiots in the drug trade. He had to bring in some paper. Stat. He'd had a fucking plan for that, too, sending the society's last $9,300 off with 3 of his boys at midnight last night. All those bastards had to do was make the buy, get the dope, and bring it back here where he'd cut the shit, then parcel it out to the new inductees for sale on the street. Trouble was, he was still waiting for the fucking delivery. And he was getting pretty goddamn impatient, waiting to find out where either the drugs or his money had gone. It was possible the cocksuckers had run off with one or the other, but if that was the case, he was going to hunt them down like dogs and show all of the others what happened when you... As his phone rang, he picked the thing up, saw who it was, and hit send. It's about fucking time. Where the fuck are you and where is my shit? There was a pause. And then the voice that came over the connection was not anything like that of the pimple-faced pusher he'd given the cell, the cash, and the last working gun the society had to. I have something you want. Mr. C frowned. Very deep voice, laced with an edge he recognized from the streets, and an accent he couldn't place. It's not the piece of shit phone you're calling me on, Mr. C drawled. I got plenty of those. After all, when you didn't have anything in your hand, your holster or your wallet, bluffing was your only option. Well, good for you. Have you plenty of what you sent to me, too? Money? Manpower? Who the fuck is this? I'm your enemy. If you took my fucking cash, you bet your ass you are. Actually, 'tis a simplistic answer to what is a rather complex problem. Mr. C burst to his feet, knocking over the bucket. Where's my fucking money, and what did you do with my men? I'm afraid they can't come to the phone anymore. That's why I'm calling. You have no idea who you're dealing with, Mr. C bit out. On the contrary, you are the one at that particular disadvantage as well as so many others. When Mr. C was about to snap, the guy cut him off. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to call you at nightfall with a location. You and you alone are going to meet me there. If anyone comes with you, I will know, and you will never hear from me again. Mr. C was used to feeling disdain for others came with the job when all you dealt with were two-bit street thugs and strapped drug addicts. But this guy on the other end of the connection? Self-controlled, calm, professional. Mr. C dialed back his temper. I don't need to play games. Yes, you do. Because if you want drugs to sell, you need to come to me. Mr. C got quiet. This was either a lunatic with delusions of grandeur, or somebody with true power. Like maybe the one who'd been killing off all the middlemen in the Caldwell drug trade over the last year. Where and when? He said gruffly. There was a dark laugh. Answer your phone at nightfall, and you'll find out. 43. Layla couldn't speak as Payne's words sank in. No, she said to the other female. No, Havers told Met here is nothing that can be done. Medically, that may well be true. I may have another way, however. I don't know whether it will work, but if you'll allow me, I'd like to do what I can. For a moment, Layla could only breathe. She felt the flat plane of her stomach. What will you do to me? I'm not sure, to be honest. Payne shrugged. In fact, it hadn't even dawned on me that it might help your situation, but I have been known to heal that which needs healing. Again, I'm not sure whether it applies here. We could try, though, and it won't hurt you. That I can promise. Layla searched the fighter's face. Why would you do this for me? Payne frowned and focused elsewhere. You do not need to know the whys. Yes, I do. That profile grew positively cold. You and I are sisters in my mother's tyranny, casualties of her grand plan for the way things must be. We were both jailed by her in different ways, you as a chosen, myself as her blooded daughter. There is nothing I will not do to aid you. Layla lay back. She had never before considered herself a casualty of the mother of the race. Except as she considered her desperation for a family, her sense of rootlessness, her very lack of identity outside of her service as a chosen, she had to wonder. Free will had led her here to this horrid spot, but at least she had picked the route and the means. As a member of the scribe virgin's special class of females, she had had no such choice about anything in her life. Anything at all, really. She was losing the pregnancy. This was self-evident. And if Payne thought there was a chance of, do what you will, she said roughly, and I thank you no matter the outcome. Payne nodded once. Then she brought up her hands, flexing them, the fingers flaring wide. "May I touch your stomach?" Layla pushed down the covers. "Must I take off my shirt altogether?" "No. Just as well." Even the shift of the duvet heralded a further cramping, the minute change in weight cause for. "You are in such pain," the other female murmured. Layla didn't answer as she exposed the skin of her stomach. Clearly, her expression had already said enough. "Just relax. This shouldn't cause you any distress." As contact was made, Layla jerked her head up. The fighter's hands were warm like bathwater as they landed ever so softly on her lower abdomen. Soothing like bathwater as well. Strangely soothing as a matter of fact. "Does this hurt you?" Payne asked. "No." It feels as another cramping geared itself up. She gripped the sheets, bracing herself. Except the crest of the pain didn't rise as it had previously, surely as if the sensation were a great, cragged mountain, the top of which had been sheared off. It was the first relief she'd gotten since it had all started. With a groan of submission, she let her head go lax, the pillows cushioning a sudden weariness that told her just how much discomfort had been in her body. "And now we begin." All at once, the lamp across the room flickered and then went out. Its illumination was soon replaced, however. From Payne's gentle hands, a soft glow began to emanate, the warmth of her touch intensifying, that strange, wondrous easing seeming to penetrate beneath the skin, and the muscle, and any bone that was in the way going directly into Layla's womb. And then there was an explosion of sorts. With a hiss, she gave herself up to the great surge of energy that abruptly burrowed into her, that heat never burning and yet boiling away the pain, lifting the agony up and out of her flesh surely as the steam from a pot rose and drifted away. But it was not over. A great flush of euphoria sped throughout her body, its golden tendrils pulsating out of her pelvic area and flowing up through her torso to her mind and her very soul as her legs and arms tingled as well. Oh, great, poignant relief! Oh, incredible power! Oh, sweet saving grace! The healing was still not over, however. In the midst of the maelstrom, Layla felt what was it? A shifting in her womb. A tightening, mayhap? But not a cramping, no, not that. More as if that which had been lagging found a bracing strength. She became gradually aware that her teeth were chattering. Looking down her body, she saw that everything was trembling, and that was not all. Her physical form was glowing. Every inch of her skin was as a shade on a lamp, revealing the light beneath, her clothes acting as frail barriers to that which was streaming from her. In the illumination, Payne's face was harsh, as if there were a great cost to her in transferring the wondrous healing to another. And Layla would have moved away, stopped this, if she could have, because the other female began to look positively haggard. There was no way to break the connection, however. She had no control of her limbs, no way of even speaking. It seemed to last forever, the vital communion between them. When Payne finally jerked back, breaking the link, she slumped off the bed, landing in a heap on the floor. Layla opened her mouth to shout, tried to reach for her savior, strained against her body's still glowing deadweight. But there was naught she could do. The last thing that registered before she lost consciousness was her concern for the other female. And then all went dark. 44. Quinn woke up with a hard-on. He lay on his back, his hips moving on their own, the rolling motion stroking that erection against the weight of the duvet and the sheets. For a moment, as he lingered in that half-awake stage before true consciousness arrived, he imagined it was Blay creating the friction, the male's palms sliding up and down in a preamble to some mouth action. It was when he reached out to bury his fingers in that red hair that he realized he was alone. His hands found only sheets. In a fit of hope springs eternal, he threw out an arm, patting the space next to him, ready to find that warm, male body. Just more sheets, that were cold. Fuck, he breathed. Opening his eyes, the reality of where he was hit hard and deflated his arousal. In spite of the hookups, those two amazing, pounding sessions, Blay was right now, at this very moment, waking up with Saxton. Probably having sex with the guy. Oh God, he was gonna throw the hell up. The idea that Blay was touching another, riding another, licking and stroking another, his fucking cousin, as a matter of fact, was nearly as unbearable as the Layla shit. The fact of the matter was, courtesy of what had gone down, any attraction Quinn had for the guy had been magnified instead of diminished. Great. Another round of good news. It was with absolutely no enthusiasm whatsoever that Quinn dragged himself out of bed and into the bathroom. He didn't want to turn the light on, had no interest in seeing that he looked like dog shit, but shaving with nothing safe touch to go by was not the brightest idea. As he flicked the switch, he blinked hard, a headache starting to pound right behind both his eyes. No doubt he needed to eat again, but for fuck's sake, his body's relentless demands were getting him down. Starting the water in the sink, he picked up his Edge shaving gel and filled his palm with a little swirl. As he rubbed his hands together to puff the stuff up, he thought about his cousin. He had a feeling, although he didn't know it for certain, that Saxton would use an old-fashioned brush to suds his jaw and cheeks up, and no Gillette razors for him. Probably had a barber's thing with a mother-of-pearl handle. Quinn's father had had one of those, and his brother had been given one with initials on it after his transition, along with that signet ring. Well, good for them. Besides, given that those two were both dead, it wasn't like they were shaving anymore. When his face was covered with white, just like the landscape outside, he picked up his regular, pedestrian Mach 3 with its disposable head. For no apparent reason, he thought maybe he should put a new one on. Yeah, like a fresh, super sharp, clean one. Quinn rolled his eyes at himself. Nothing like having your self-worth wrapped up in 3 little blades and a moisturizing strip. Real fucking logical, that one. Self-administered ass slap aside, he started rummaging through the drawers under the counters, pulling them out, inventorying all manner of bath and beauty crap that he never used, never looked at. Pulling out the last drawer, the one closest to the floor, he stopped, frowned, bent down. There was a little black velvet box in there, the kind of thing you put jewelry in. Except he didn't own any, and certainly not from Reinhardt's, that highbrow place downtown. As no one else stayed in his room, he wondered if maybe it had been there since he'd moved in and he'd just never seen it. Taking the box out, he flicked the lid and, son of a bitch. Inside, like they were worth something, were all his gunmetal gray earrings, as well as the hoop he'd always worn in his lower lip. Fritz must have collected them when cleaning one night and put them in the box. Only explanation because Quinn certainly hadn't bothered with them after he'd taken them out one by one. He'd just tossed them in the back of one of the bathroom cabinets. Quinn fingered the steel links, thinking back to when he'd bought them and put them in. His father had been mortified. His mother, to the point where she'd excused herself from last meal and taken to her private quarters for a full 24 hours after he'd waltzed into the dining room wearing them. The piercing place had told him not to put the hoops in until the studs that had been used to make the holes had had a chance to heal up. But that advice was for humans. Within a couple of hours, everything was good to go and he'd done the swap. In Blaze Lou, as a matter of fact. Quinn frowned, remembering the moment he'd stepped out into the guy's bedroom. Blay had been over on the bed, nursing a Corona, watching TV. His head had turned, his expression open and relaxed until he'd taken a look at Quinn. His face had tightened up ever so subtly. The kind of thing that, unless you knew a person really, really well, you wouldn't notice. But Quinn had. At the time, he'd assumed it was because the Obvigoth shit had been a little much for Mr. Conservative. But now, thinking back on it, he recalled something else. Blay had refocused on the plasma screen and casually taken a pillow and put it on his lap. He must have gotten hard. As Quinn recast that whole scene in his head, his own sex thickened again. Except that was a waste of time, wasn't it? Staring at those goddamned earrings, he thought about his rebellions and his anger and his fucked up idea of what he had to have to be happy in life. A female. If he could find one who'd take him. What a lie that would have been. Funny, cowardice came in many forms, didn't it? You didn't have to be shrinking in a corner, shaking like a pussy and sniveling. Hell no. You could be a big, loud noise with a tough attitude and a face full of piercings and a snarl to show the world and still be nothing but a cocksucking coward. After all, Saxton might wear 3-piece suits and cravats and loafers, but the male knew who he was, and he wasn't afraid of having what he wanted. And what do you know, Blay was waking up in the guy's bed. Quinn closed the lid and put the piercings back where he'd found them. Then he glanced up into the mirror. What was he doing again? he thought as he looked at his face. Oh yeah, shaving. That was it. About 20 minutes later, Quinn left his room. Walking down the hall of statues, he passed by the closed doors to Rath's study and kept going. As he continued onward, it was hard to stare into the second-story sitting room. Hard to stay cool as that couch came into view. Never going to look at that piece of furniture in the same way. Hell, maybe even all sofas were ruined for him, forever. At Layla's door, he leaned in and put his ear to the panels. When he didn't hear anything, he wondered exactly what he thought he'd find out that way. He knocked quietly. When there was no answer, he was gripped at the throat by an irrational fear, and without conscious thought, he threw open the door. Light poured into the darkness. His first thought was that she had died. That Havers, the son of a bitch, had lied, and the miscarriage had gotten out of hand and killed her. Layla was unmoving as she lay against the pillows, her mouth slightly open, her hands clasped over her chest as if she'd been arranged by a funeral director who had respect for the dead. Except something was different, and it took him a minute to figure out what it was. There was no overwhelming scent of blood. In fact, only her delicate, cinnamon fragrance marked the air, freshening it in a way that brightened the whole room up. Was the miscarriage finally over? Layla? He said, even though he'd told her that if he found her asleep, he would let her stay that way. It was a relief to see her brows twitch as her name registered to her brain, even under the veil of sleep. He had the sense that if he were to say it again, she would wake. Seemed cruel to force consciousness on her. What did she have to greet her when she woke up? The pain she'd been feeling? The sense of loss? Fuck that. Quinn quietly ducked out, shut the door and just stood there. He wasn't sure what to do with himself. Rath had told him to stay home. Even if John Matthew went out guest, it was a kind of compassionate leave from the Ostrix Notrim thing. And he did appreciate it. There was so little he could do to help Layla, at least he could stick around in case she needed anything. Soft drink. Aspirin. Shoulder to cry on. You did this to her. Going by the chiming that floated out from that godforsaken sitting room, he figured he'd missed first meal. 9 p.m. Yup, he'd slept through it and just as well. If he'd had to sit at the table and spend 45 minutes in the company of nearly 24 people who were trying not to stare at him, he'd lose his fucking mind. The sound of someone walking down below in the foyer brought his head up. Without any particular thought or plan, he wandered over to the balustrade and looked down. Payne, V's ass-kicking sister, was coming out of the dining room. He didn't know the female all that well, but he respected the shit out of her. Impossible not to, given the way she handled herself in the field. Tough, really tough. At the moment, however, Dr. Manello's Shellen looked like she'd been beaten up in a bar fight. She was walking slowly, her feet shuffling across the mosaic floor, her body stooped, her grip on her mate's arm all that appeared to be keeping her upright. Had she been injured in some hand-to-hand? No scent of blood. Dr. Manello said something to her that didn't carry. But then the guy nodded in the direction of the billiards room like he was asking her if she wanted to go in there. They headed that way at a snail's pace. Given that he didn't appreciate people staring, Quinn backed off from the railing and waited until the coast was clear. Then he jogged down the grand staircase. Food. Workout. Recheck on Layla. That was going to be his night. Heading for the kitchen, he found himself wondering where Blay was. What he was doing. Whether he was out fighting or in for the evening, and, given that he didn't know where Saxton was, he stopped that line of inquiry right there. If Quinn had been off rotation, and able to spend some pee time with the guy, he knew what he'd be doing. And Saxton, his cocksucking cousin, was no fool. 45. A sales lack of feeding finally caught up with him about 5 hours after night fell. He was putting on his shirt, a pale blue button-down with French cuffs, when his hands started to shake so badly, there was no fastening the damn thing closed over his chest. And then the exhaustion hit, so overwhelming that he swayed on his feet. Cursing under his breath, he went over to his bureau. On the polished mahogany top, his vial and spoon were waiting, and he took care of business in 2 quick inhales, one for each nostril. Nasty habit, and one he fell back into only when he really needed it. At least the blow took care of the tiredness. But he was going to have to find a female. Soon. Indeed, it was a miracle he'd lasted this long. The last time he'd taken a vein had been months ago, and the experience had been less than enthralling, a fast and dirty with a female of the species well-versed in providing sustenance to needful males. For a price. What a nuisance. After arming himself and retrieving a black cashmere overcoat, he headed down the stairs and unlocked the steel sliding door. As he opened the way into the first floor, he was greeted by the sounds of guns being checked. In the kitchen, the twins were running several 40s through their paces. "Have you made the call?" Asael asked Eric. "As you said. And he's going to be there and he's coming alone. Do you need weapons? Have them." He picked up the keys to the Range Rover from a silver dish on the counter. "We're taking my vehicle. In the event someone is injured." After all, only an idiot took the word of an enemy, and his SUV came with an undercarriage device that could be very helpful if there was a mass attack. Boom. 15 minutes later, the three of them were crossing the bridge into Caldwell, and as Asael drove along, he was reminded of why bringing the cousins here had been an inspired idea. Not only were they good backup, they were not inclined to waste breath on useless conversation. The silence was a welcome fourth passenger in their transport. Over on the downtown side of the Hudson, he got off at an exit that curled around and emptied out beneath the Northway. Proceeding parallel to the river, he entered the forest of thick pylons that held up the roads, the landscape bald, dark, and essentially empty. "Park over here to the right about 100 meters, Eric said from the back. Asael pulled to the side, popped the curb, and stopped on the shoulder. The three of them emerged into the cold, their overcoats open, guns in hand, eyes scanning. As they walked forward, Eric's twin brought up the rear, the 3 hefty bags from the garage in one of his hands, the black plastic making a rustling noise as they all went along. Above them, traffic growled by, the cars moving at a steady pace, an ambulance siren wailing in a high-pitched scream, a heavy truck rumbling over the girders. As Asael inhaled deeply, the air was icy in his sinuses, any smells of dirt or dead fish killed by the cold. "Straight ahead," Eric said. They calmly and steadily crossed the asphalt and entered upon more of the hard, frozen ground. With the great concrete slabs of the road blocking out the sun, nothing grew here, but there was life of a sort. Homeless humans in makeshift dwellings of cardboard and tarps were hunkered down against the winter, their bodies wrapped up so tight you couldn't tell which way they were facing. Considering their preoccupation with staying alive, he was not worried about interference from them. Besides, no doubt they were used to being peripherals in this sort of business, and knew not to intrude. And if they did, he would not hesitate to put them out of their misery. The first sign that their enemy had shown was a stench on the wind. Asael was not particularly well versed in the ways of the lessening society and its members, but his keen nose was not able to ascertain any nuances within the bad smell. So he took that to mean that instructions had been followed, and this was not a case of thousands arriving at the scene, although it was possible that the Omega's denizens had only one bouquet. They would soon find out. Asael and his males stopped, and waited. A moment later, a single lesser stepped out from behind a pylon. Interesting. This one had been a client before, coming with cash to accept measures of X or heroin. He'd been right on the edge of being eliminated, his volume of purchasing just under the cutoff of middleman qualification, which was the only reason he still breathed and had therefore, at some point, been turned into a slayer. Come to think of it, the fellow hadn't been around lately, so one could surmise that he'd been adjusting to his new life, or non-life as the case may be. "Jesus Christ," the lesser said, clearly catching their sense. "I meant it when I said I was your enemy," Asael drawled. "Vampires. Which puts you and me in a curious position, does it not?" Asael nodded at the twins. "My associates came here in good faith last night. They were equally surprised with what they discovered when your men arrived. Certain aggressive behaviors on our part were exhibited before things were sorted. My apologies." As Asael nodded, the 3 hefty bags were tossed over. Eric's voice was dry. "We are prepared to tell you where the rest of them are. Pending the disposition of this transaction," Asael added. The lesser glanced down but otherwise showed no reaction, which suggested he was a professional. You brought the product? You paid for it. The Slayer's eyes narrowed. You're gonna do business with me. I can assure you I'm not here for the pleasure of your company. As Assail motioned with his hand, Eric took out a wrapped package. A few ground rules first. You will contact me directly. I will not accept calls from anyone else within your organization. You may delegate drop-off and pick-up to whomever you wish, but you will provide me with the identity and number of the representatives you are sending. If there is any kind of ambush, or if there is any deviation from my 2 rules, I will cease to transact with you. Those are my only stipulations. The lesser looked back and forth between Assail and the cousins. What if I want to buy more than this? Assail had considered this probability. He hadn't spent the past 12 months getting middlemen to shoot themselves in the head for nothing, and he wasn't about to cede his hard-won power to anyone. This was a unique opportunity, however. If the Lessening Society wanted to make some money on the streets, he was fine with providing them the drugs to do so. It wasn't as if this foul-smelling son of a bitch was going to be able to get to Benloy's because Assail was going to make sure that didn't happen. More to the point, Assail had a rate-limiting issue inherent in his business model. With just the 3 of them, he had more product than he had sellers. So it was time to start outsourcing. His stranglehold on the city complete, the next phase was to handpick some third parties for contract work, so to speak. We're going to start slowly and see how it goes, Assail murmured. You need me. I'm the source, so it's your choice how we proceed. I am certainly not, how do you say, disinclined to increase your orders. Over time. How do I know you're not working with the Brotherhood? If I were, I would have them ambush you right now. He indicated the bags at the feet of the Slayer. Further, as a gesture of good faith, and in recognition of your losses, I have credited you $3,000 in this delivery. $1,000 for each of our, shall we say, misinterpretations from last night. The Slayer's brows popped. In the silence that followed, the wind blew around them all, coats sweeping out, the Lesser's jacket collar whistling. Assail was content to wait for a reaction. There were one of 2 answers: yes, in which case Eric was going to throw over the package. No, at which time the 3 of them opened fire on the fucker, disabled him, and stabbed him back to the Omega. Either was acceptable to him, but he was hoping for the former. There was money to be made. For both sides. Sola kept her distance from the quartet of men who had gathered under the bridge. Lingering on the fringes, she used her binocs to focus on the meeting. Mr. Mystery Man, aka the Great Roadside Houdini, was backed up by 2 huge bodyguards who were mirror images of each other. From all appearances, it seemed that he was running the meeting, and that was not a surprise, and she could guess at the agenda. Sure enough, the twin on the left stepped forward and gave a package the size of a child's lunchbox to the man who was on his own. As she waited for the deal to wind down, she knew she was taking her life into her own hands on this one, and not because she was under the bridge after dark. Considering the run-in she'd had with the man the night before, it was highly doubtful he was going to appreciate her getting on his tail, following him out here, and playing third-party witness to his illegal activities. But she had spent most of the last 24 hours thinking about him and getting pissed off. It was a free fucking country, and if she wanted to be out here on public property, she was allowed. He wanted privacy, then he should take care of business somewhere other than out in the goddamn open. As her temper resurged, she gritted her teeth and knew that this was her worst character defect at work. For her entire life, she had been the type to do whatever she was told not to. Of course, when that involved things like, no, you can't have a cookie before dinner, or no, you can't take the car out, you're grounded, or no, you should not go see your father in prison, the implications were very different from what was going down in front of her. No, you may not go back to that house. No, you may not watch me anymore. Yeah, whatever, big shots. She was going to decide when she'd had enough. Thank you very much. And at the moment, she had not had enough. Besides, there was another angle to her tenacity. She didn't like losing her nerve, and that was what had happened last night. As she'd pulled away from her confrontation with that man, it had been from a place of fear, and that was not going to be the way she ran her life. Ever since that tragedy, oh so long ago when things had changed forever, she had vowed, was more like it had, she would never again be afraid of anything. Not pain, not death, not the unknown, and certainly not a man. Sola tightened up the focus, closing in on his face. Thanks to the city's glow, there was enough for her to see it properly. And yup, it was just as she remembered. God, his hair was so damn black, almost as if he'd colored it. And his eyes narrowed, aggressive. And his expression so haughty and in control. Frankly, he looked too classy to be what he was. Then again, maybe he was cut from the Benloy's cloth of drug dealer. Shortly thereafter, the two sides went their separate ways. The single man turned and walked in the direction he'd come from, a collection of barely filled trash bags slung over his shoulder. The other three recrossing the pavement, returning to the Range Rover. Sola jogged back to her rental car, her dark bodysuit and ski mask helping her blend into the shadows. Getting behind the wheel of the Ford, she ducked down out of sight and used a mirror to monitor the one-way that ran underneath the bridge. The road was the only exit available, unless the man was willing to risk a pullover by the CPD for going against traffic. Moments later, the Range Rover passed her by. After allowing it to get slightly ahead, she hit her own gas and slid into position about a block behind. When Benloy's had given her the assignment, he'd provided her with the make and model of the man's SUV, in addition to that address out on the Hudson. Not the name, though. All she had was that real estate trust and its single trustee. As she tracked the threesome, she memorized the license plate. One of her friends down at the police station might be able to help with that. Although, given that the house was owned by a legal entity, she surmised he'd done the same with automobile. Whatever, there was one thing she was sure of. Wherever he was going next, she was going to be there. 46. The shout blasted through the dim bedroom. Loud, sharp, unexpected. As it reverberated in her ears, Layla didn't immediately know who had woken her up with it. What had? Glancing down, she knew she was sitting upright, the sheets crushed in her tight hands, her heart pounding, her rib cage pumping. Looking around, she found that her mouth was wide open. Closing her jaw, she knew she must have made the sound. There was no one else in the room, and the door was shut. Lifting her hands, she twisted her wrists so they were palm up, then palm down. The illumination in the room, such as it was not coming from her flesh anymore. It was the bathroom light. Jerking herself to the side, she peered over the edge of the bed. Pain was no longer lying in a heap. The female must have left her been carried out. Her first thought was to go and find Vicious's sister, just jump up and start searching. Although she hadn't understood exactly what had transpired between them, there was no doubt that it had cost the fighter dearly. But Layla stopped herself, as worry for her own well-being took over. Her awareness shifted from the external to the internal, her mind burrowing into her body, searching out and expecting to find the cramping, the warm welling between her legs, the strange lagging aches that rode her bones. Nothing. As a room could go silent when all who were within it went quiet, so too could the corporeal form when all its component parts had no complaints. Shifting the covers from herself, she moved her legs over so that they dangled off the edge of the high mattress. Subconsciously, she braced herself for the god-awful sensation of blood leaving her womb. When there was nothing of the sort, she wondered if the miscarriage hadn't concluded itself. But hadn't Havers said that it would be another week? It took courage to stand up, even though she supposed that was ridiculous. Still nothing. Layla went into the bathroom slowly, expecting at any moment for the onslaught of symptoms to return and take her down to her knees. She waited for the pain to strike, for those rhythmic cramps to come back, for that process to once again establish dominance over her body and her mind. I don't know whether it will work, but if you're willing, I'd like to do what I can. Layla all but ripped off her clothing, shedding what covered her in a mad dash. And then she was on the toilet. No bleeding, no cramps. Half of her went into a sorrow so deep, she feared there was no bottom to the emotion. In a strange way, during the process of the miscarriage, she'd felt as though she'd still had some kind of connection with her young. If it was over, then the death was complete, even though logically she knew there was naught that had lived or was capable of survival. Otherwise, the pregnancy wouldn't have terminated itself. The other half of her was struck by a resonant hope. What if? She took a shower quickly, in spite of the fact that she didn't really know why she was rushing, or where she would go. Looking down at her stomach, She ran her soapy hands over the smooth, flat stretch of skin. Please, anything you want. Take anything you want, give me this life inside of me, and you can take anything else. She was talking to the scribe virgin, of course not that the race's mother was listening anymore. Give me my young, let me keep it please. The desperation she felt was nearly as bad as the physical stuff had been, and she stumbled out of the shower, drying herself roughly and throwing on clean something or others. From what she'd watched of the television, human women had tests they could take themselves, sticks and whatnot apparently designed to inform them of their body's procreational mysteries. Vampires had nothing of the sort, at least, not of which she was aware. But males knew. They always knew. Bursting out of her room, she hurried in the direction of the Hall of Statues, praying that she ran into someone, anyone, except Quinn. No, she didn't want him to be the one who figured out whether a miracle had happened or nothing had changed. That was just too cruel. The first door she came to was Blaylock's, and she knocked on it after a hesitation. Blay had known about the situation all along, and at his core he was a very good male, a strong, good male. When there was no answer, she cursed and turned away. She hadn't checked the time, but given that the shutters were up and there was no scent of dinner being served down below, it was probably in the middle of the night. No doubt he had gone fighting. Layla? She wrenched around. Blay was leaning through the doorway of his room, his expression one of surprise. I'm so sorry. As her voice cracked, she had to clear it. What's wrong? Are you easy there? Here, let's get you to sit down. As something came up and caught her bottom, she became aware that he'd settled her on the gold-leafed bench just outside his room. He knelt down in front of her and took her hands. Can I get Quinn for you? I think he's... Tell me if I'm still pregnant. As his eyes peeled wide, she squeezed his palms. I need to know. Something. She wasn't sure whether Payne wanted her to talk about what had gone on between them. I just need to know whether it's over or not. Can you please? I need to know. As she started to babble, he put his hand on her upper arm and stroked it. Calm down. Just take a deep breath here. Breathe with me. That's it, okay. She did her best to comply, focusing on the steady, even tone of his deep voice. I want to call Doc Jane, all right? When she started to argue, he shook his head firmly. You stay right here. Promise me that you won't go anywhere. I'm just gonna grab my phone. You stay here. For some reason, her teeth started to chatter. Odd as it wasn't cold. A second later, the soldier came back and knelt down again. He had his phone up to his ear, and he was talking. Okay, Jane's coming right now, he said as he put the thing away. And I'm going to hang here with you. But you can tell, can't you? You can tell, you can scent it. Shoo. I'm sorry. She turned her face away, dropping it down low. I don't mean to drag you into this. I'm so sorry. It's okay. You don't worry about that. We're just gonna wait for Doc Jane. Hey Layla, look at me. Look at me. When she finally glanced into his blue eyes, she was struck by his kindness, especially as the male smiled gently. I'm glad you came to me, he said. Whatever's wrong, we'll take care of it. Staring into that strong, handsome face, feeling the reassurance he offered so generously, sensing the marrow-deep decency of the fighter, she thought of Quinn. Now I know why he's in love with you, she blurted. Blay went positively white, all the color draining out of his cheeks. What did you say? I'm here, Doc Jane called out from down by the head of the stairs. I'm right here. As the doctor came running down to them, Layla closed her eyes. Shit, what had just come out of her mouth? Downtown, at the warehouse Ecker had spent the day in, the leader of the band of bastards finally emerged into the cold darkness of the night. He had his weapons on his body, and his phone in his hands. Sometime during the long daylight hours, the sense that he'd forgotten something had finally resolved itself, and he'd recalled that he'd told his soldiers to decamp from the location, which explained why none of them came before dawn. Their new lair was not downtown, and upon further reflection, it had been a miscalculation on his part to try to establish a headquarters in this part of town, even if things had appeared deserted. Too much risk of discovery, complication, or compromising circumstances. As they had learned the night before with that visit from the shadow. Closing his eyes briefly, he thought it was odd how events could cascade so far beyond one's original intentions. If it hadn't been for that shadow's intrusion, he wondered whether he would ever have been able to track his chosen. And if he hadn't followed her to that clinic, he wouldn't have learned that she was with Younger made his discovery about the Brotherhood. Casting himself into the brisk wind, he materialized on the rooftop of the highest skyscraper in the city. The gusts were vicious at the high altitude, whipping his full-length coat out around his body. His scythe's holster all that kept it on his back. His hair, which had been getting longer and longer, tangled and obstructed his vision, obscuring the view of the city stretching out beneath his feet. He turned in the direction of the King's Mountain, the great rise distant on the horizon. "We thought you were dead." Ecker pivoted on his combat boots, the wind plastering his hair back from his face. Thro and the others were standing in a semicircle around him. Alas, as I live and breathe, except in truth he only felt dead. How fare the new accommodations? Where were you? Thro demanded. Elsewhere. As he blinked, he remembered searching that odd, foggy landscape going around and around the base of that mountain. The new accommodations, how are they? Fine, Thro muttered. May I have a word with you? Ecker cocked a brow. Indeed, you appear anxious to do so. The pair of them stepped to the side, leaving the others in the wind, and coincidentally, he happened to face the direction of the Brotherhood's compound. You cannot do that, Thro said over the loud, frosty gusts. You cannot just disappear for the day again. Not in this political climate. Who assumed you'd been killed, or worse, captured. There was a time when Ecker would have countered the censure with a sharp rebuff or something far more physical. But his soldier was correct. Things were different between the bunch of them ever since he'd sent Thro into the belly of the beast. He had started to feel a reciprocal connection with these males. I assure you, it was not my intention. So what happened? Where were you? In that moment, Ecker saw before himself a crossroads. One direction took him and his soldiers to the Brotherhood, into a bloody conflict that would change their lives forever for good or ill. The other? He thought of his chosen being held upright by those two fighters, as carefully handled as cut glass. Which was it going to be? I was in the warehouse, he heard himself say after a moment. I spent the day in the warehouse. I returned there distracted, and it was too late to take myself anywhere else. I passed the daylight hours beneath the floor, and my phone had no reception. I came here as soon as I left the building. Thro frowned. It's well past sundown. I lost track of time. That was the extent of information he was willing to give. No more. And his soldier must have sensed that line of demarcation, for although Thro's brows remained tight, he followed up no more. I require only a short tally here, and then we shall depart to find our enemies, Ecker declared. As he took out his phone, he could not read the screen, but he knew how to check his voicemails. There were some hang UPS Thro and the others, in all likelihood. And then there was a message from someone he'd been expecting to hear from. It is I, Elon, son of Larex, announced. There was a pause, as if in his head he was piping in a trumpet fanfare. The council is meeting on the morrow at midnight. I thought you should know. The location is at an estate here in town, the owners of which having recently moved back from their safe house. Revenge was quite insistent with regard to the scheduling, so I can only guess that our fair Leodire is carrying a message from the king. I shall keep you fully informed of what transpires, but I do not expect to see you. Be well, my ally. As he hit delete, Ecker bared his fangs, and the resurgence of his aggression felt good a return to normal. How dare that effete little aristocrat tell him to do anything? The council is meeting tomorrow night, he said as he put his phone away. Where? When? Thro asked. Ecker looked out over the city toward the mountain. Then he turned his back upon that compass point. The fine Elon has determined we shall not be there. What he fails to realize is that that will be my choice, not his. As if neglecting to impart an address would keep him away if he desired otherwise. Enough conversation. He strode over to the gathering of his soldiers. Let us go down onto the streets and engage as warriors do. Between his shoulder blades, His scythe started talking to him once again. Her voice keen and clear in his mind, her bloodthirsty words like a lover's entreaty. Her silence had been strangely unsettling. It was with no small relief that he dematerialized from the lofty heights of the skyscraper, his iron will training his molecules toward the ground and into the field of engagement. In so many ways, the prior 24 hours had felt as though they had been lived by another. He was back in his old skin now, however, and ready to kill. 47. Quinn was 11 miles into a 20-mile run on the treadmill when the door to the training center's workout room opened. The second he saw who it was, he hopped off onto the side rails and banged on the stop button. Blay was standing in the jams, his eyes jumping around, his face all fucked you panned, not because someone had beaten him or something. What happened? Quinn demanded. Blay shoved a hand into his red hair. Layla's down in the clinic. Shit. He jumped off and headed for the door. What's wrong? No, nothing. She's just in for a checkup. That's all. The guy stepped to the side, clearing the exit. I figured you'd want to know. Quinn frowned and stopped where he was. As he scrutinized the other male's expression, he came to a conclusion that made him anxious. Blay was fronting about something. Hard to pinpoint exactly how he knew that, but then again, after being friends with someone since childhood, you learn to read their minutiae. Are you okay? He asked the guy. Blay motioned in the direction of the clinic. Yeah, sure. She's in the exam room right now. Right, clearly the topic was closed. Whatever it was. Snapping into action, Quinn jogged down the corridor and nearly burst through the closed door. At the last minute, though, a sense of decorum pulled him up short. Some examinations of pregnant females involved very private places, and even though he and Layla had had sex, they certainly weren't intimate like that. He knocked. Layla? You in there? There was a pause, and then Doc Jane opened up. Hi, come on in. I'm glad Blay found you. The physician's face gave nothing away, and that made him psychotic. Generally speaking, when doctors did that professionally pleasant thing, it was not good news. Looking beyond V's female, he focused on Layla, but Blay was who he grabbed onto, snagging a hold on the guy's arm. Stay if you can? Quinn said out of the corner of his mouth. Blay seemed surprised, but he complied with the request, letting the door shut them all in together. What's going on? Quinn demanded. Check up his ass. Layla's eyes were wide and a little wild, her hands jittery as they played with her loose, tangled hair. There's been a change, Doc Jane said with hesitation. Pause. Quinn nearly screamed. Okay. Listen up. Peep if someone doesn't tell me what the fuck is going on. I'm gonna lose my goddamn mind all over this room. I'm pregnant, Layla blurted. And this is a change how? He wondered, his head starting to hum. As in the miscarriage appears to have stopped, Jane said. And she's still pregnant. Quinn blinked. Then he shook his head, and not as in back and forth, as in how someone would masturbate a snow globe. I don't get it. Doc Jane sat on a rolling stool and opened a chart on her lap. I gave her the blood test myself. There's a sliding scale of pregnancy hormones. I'm going to be sick, Layla cut in. Right now. Everybody rushed at the poor female, but Blay was the smart one. He brought a wastepaper basket with him, and that was what the chosen used. As she was heaving, Quinn held her hair back and felt a little dizzy. She's not okay, he told the doctor. Jane met his eyes over Layla's head. This is a normal part of being pregnant. For female vampires, too, apparently. But she's bleeding. Not anymore. And I did an ultrasound. I can see the gestational sac. She is still pregnant. Oh, shit, Blay yelled. For a split second, Quinn couldn't figure out why the guy was cursing. And then he realized, the ceiling had traded places with the wall. No, wait, he was passing out. His last conscious thought was that it was really cool of Blay to catch him as he went over like a tree in the forest. In the context of the English language, there were many more important words than in. There were fancy words, historic words, words that meant life or death. There were multisyllabic tongue twisters that required a sort out before speaking, and mission-critical pivotals that started wars or ended wars, and even poetic nonsensicals that were like a symphony as they left the lips. Generally speaking, IN did not play with the big boys. In fact, it barely had much of a definition at all, and, in the course of its working life, was usually nothing but a bridge, a conduit for the heavy lifters in any given sentence. There was, however, one context in which that humble little two-letter, one-syllable jobby was a BFD. Love. The difference between someone loving somebody versus being in love was a curb to the Grand Canyon, the head of a pin to the entire Midwest, an exhale to a hurricane. Now I know why he. As Blaze sat on the floor of the exam room with Quinn's loose as a goose body in his lap, he couldn't for the life of him remember what Layla had said next. Had it been loves you? In which case, well, yeah, he knew that the guy loved him as a friend and had for decades. And that didn't change a thing. Or had it been with the addition of the IN? In which case, he was kind of considering taking Quinn's lead and having a little TO on the tile. How's my other patient doing? Doc Jane asked as Layla collapsed back on the exam table. Breathing, Blay replied. He'll come around. One would hope, Blay thought as he focused on Quinn's face, like those familiar features, even though he was out of it, could somehow answer the question one way or the other. The chosen couldn't possibly have said, in love. Couldn't have been it. He simply refused to let 2 bouts of great sex rewrite someone else's words. Are you sure this is okay? He heard Layla say to Doc Jane. The throwing up? According to what Elena told me earlier, it can most certainly be part of the symptoms of a successful pregnancy. In fact, it can be a sign that things are progressing well. It's the hormones. I don't have to return to Havers's, do I? Well, Elena's coming back from visiting her father tonight. So we need to find out how much she's comfortable treating and then see where you're at. I won't lie, I think this is a miracle. I agree. While the female spoke, Blay kept his eyes on Quinn's closed lids. It was a miracle, all right. Straight up. As if on cue, the guy came around, those thick, dark eyelashes batting as if they were trying to decide how serious he was about staying conscious. Layla! He shouted as he burst upright. Blay pushed himself backward, letting the guy go, feeling a little stupid, especially as Quinn shot to his feet and went to the female. Blay stayed where he was, settling back against the closed cupboards under the sink, his knees up, his hands on his thighs. Even though it tore him to pieces, he couldn't help but watch the two of them together, Quinn's dagger hand impossibly gentle as he smoothed the blonde hair away from Layla's face. He was saying something to her, something soft and reassuring. Before Blay knew it, he was out in the hall, walking somewhere, anywhere. As hard as it was to accept compassion from Quinn, it was downright impossible to witness it being imparted on someone else, even if they more than deserved it. The idea that Layla had been given in her needing exactly what he'd had for the last 2 days made his chest ache, but what was worse? It appeared that, with her, the pneumatics had served their biological purpose. She was pregnant, and thanks to pain, he had a feeling she was going to stay that way. Overall, he'd done the right thing in going to V's sister the day before, assuming that that had been the cause of the amazing turnaround. But still, and even though it didn't make sense, he felt. Are you okay? He stopped immediately, Quinn's voice a shock. One would figure the guy would have stayed with the chosen. Bracing himself, he shoved his hands in his pockets and took a deep breath before turning around. Yeah, I'm fine. Just figured you two would want some privacy. Thanks for catching me. The male lifted his palms. I don't know what happened in there. Relief, I guess. There was an awkward moment. Then again, they had specialized in them, hadn't they? Listen, I'm going to go back to the house. Blay tacked on a smile and hoped the guy bought it. It's good to have a night off. Oh yeah, Saxton's probably waiting for you. Blay opened his mouth, but then caught the "why" that was about to fly out from between his lips. Yup, he is. Take care of your girl. I'll see you at last meal, maybe. As he strode off and ducked into the office, he knew he was being a coward for hiding behind a non-existent relationship. But when you had a bad cut, you needed a band-aid. Christ, no wonder Saxton had broken up with him. What a fucking romantic. 48. As the sale drove through the grand gates of an estate in the wealthy part of Caldwell, he was annoyed, exhausted, on edge. And not just because he'd been doing cocaine regularly and not eating. The cottage was over to the left, and he parked the Range Rover grill first beneath one of the cheerful little windows. He would have preferred to have dematerialized Hariso much less complicated. But after he'd dropped the twins off by that goth club, the Iron Mask, he'd had to face the reality that if he didn't feed, he was not going to be able to go on. He hated this. It wasn't that he minded the money it cost. It was more that he wasn't particularly attracted to the female and did not appreciate her attempts to change that. Swinging his door wide, he got out, and the cold air hitting his face slapped some awareness into him, making him cognizant of just how logy he'd been. At that very moment, a car went by out on the street beyond, some kind of domestic sedan. And then the quaint portal of the cottage opened. Asail's fangs tingled as the female in between the jams registered to his senses. Dressed in something black and lingerie-esque, she was ready for him, the heady scent of her arousal marking the air, although that wasn't what got his lust going. It was her vein, nothing more, nothing less. Asail frowned and looked beyond the cottage, into the forest that rimmed the estate. Through the skeletal trees, the rear lights of the car that had just passed by flared red. Then whoever it was turned the vehicle around, the headlights swinging in a fat circle and then extinguishing. Immediately, Asail went for his gun. "You go inside. We're not alone." The female promptly canned the come-on and disappeared into the cottage, shutting the door with a bang. Dematerializing into the woods would have been the best move, but of course he was too damn starved for that. Abruptly, the wind shifted direction and came at him, and his nostrils flared. Asail growled softly and not in a warning, more like a greeting of sorts, as if he would e'er forget that particular combination of pheromones. His little burglar had turned the tables on him, doing to him what he had done to her the night before. How long had she been on his trail? He wondered, a shaft of respect driving through his chest at the same time he grew frustrated. He did not like the idea that she might have seen him under the bridge. Knowing her, though, he couldn't rule that out. Drawing in a long, slow breath, he caught nothing else of significance, which meant she was alone. Information gathering? For whom? Asail pivoted back around to the cottage and smiled darkly. No doubt once he was inside she would close an and far be it from him not to give her a show. He knocked once, and the female opened up again. "Are we okay?" she asked. His eyes went over her face, and then lingered on her hair. It was dark, thick, rather like his little burglar's. All clear, just a human with car trouble. "So there's nothing to worry about?" "Not a thing." As relief eased the tension out of her face, he shut them in together and threw the lock. "I'm so glad you came back to me again," the female said, letting the lace-trimmed halves of her satin robe fall back apart. Tonight she was wearing a black negligee that pushed her breasts high and made her waist look like he could span it with only one of his hands. She smelled overdone. Too much hand cream, body lotion, shampoo, conditioner, and perfume marking her body. He really wished she wouldn't go to the effort. With a quick shift of the eyes, Asail checked the position of all the windows. Naturally, none of them had changed. There were two narrow ones on either side of the stone fireplace, a stretch of 3 panes of glass over the sink, and then that bowed-out section over to the left that was above the built-in seat with its cushions and needlepoint pillows. His burglar would choose the window to the right of the fireplace. It was out of the glow from the lantern over the front door, and in the lee of the chimney. "Are you ready for me?" the female purred. Asail ducked his hand into the inside of his jacket. The $1,000 in cash was folded once, the $100 bills forming a thin folio. Moving sinuously, he put his back to the bay window and the fireplace. For some reason, he didn't want his burglar to see him make payment. The rest of what was going to happen, however, he very much wanted her to witness. "Here." As the female took the money, he didn't want her to count it. And she didn't. "Thank you." She stepped back and put the bills in a red pottery jar. "Shall we?" "Yes, we shall." Asail closed in and assumed control, taking the female's face between his hands, tilting her head back, and kissing her hard. In response, she moaned, as if the unexpected advance was something she not only welcomed, but hadn't dared expect. He was glad she enjoyed it, but her pleasure was not what this was about. Moving her around, he took her over to the sofa that ran down the little cottage's far wall, pushing her with his body, using his strength to lay her out with her head in the direction of the fireplace. As she reclined, she cast her arms out to the sides, rolling her breasts upward until they strained the satin cups that covered them. A sail mounted her fully clothed and with his coat on, his knee going between hers, one of his hands reaching down and pulling up that floor-length negligee. "No, no," he said as she went to wind her arms around his neck. "I want to see you." Bullshit. He wanted her to be seen from the window. Whilst she complied readily, he went back to kissing her and getting that long skirting out of the way, and the second it was, she split her legs wide. "Fuck me?" the female said, arching under him. Well, that wasn't going to be possible. He wasn't hard. But not everyone needed to know that. In order to appear impassioned, he shrugged his overcoat free of his shoulders, and then with a quick slash of his fangs, he bit through the negligee's straps, exposing the female's breasts to the firelight, the nipples going instantly tight atop acres of pale flesh. Assail paused, as if taken by what he saw, and then he extended his tongue and dropped his head. At the last moment, just before he started to lick and suckle, he lifted his eyes, focusing on the blackened window on the right, meeting the stare of the woman who he knew was there in the shadows, watching him. A shot of pure, undiluted lust shot through his body, taking over, replacing higher reasoning as the driver of his actions. The female underneath him ceased to be one of his species that he had bought for a short time. She became his burglar, and it changed everything. With a sudden surge, he struck the column of the female's throat, taking the vein, drawing what he needed, all the while imagining that the human woman was beneath him. Sola gasped, and ripped herself away from the cottage's window. As her back hit the hard, bumpy side of the Riverstone chimney, she closed her eyes, her heart pounding against her ribs, her lungs dragging in cold air. On the backs of her lids, all she saw were the bare-naked breasts laid out before him, his dark head descending, his tongue flicking free of his mouth, and then his eyes lifting and meeting hers. Oh Jesus, how had he known she was there? And shit, she was never going to forget the image of that woman splayed out beneath him, that coat of his cast aside, his body surging into the cradle of those slender hips. She could imagine the warmth of the fire beside them, and the even more powerful heat coming off of him, the feel of skin on skin, the promise of ecstasy. "Don't look again," she told herself. "He knows you're here." The keening cry of a woman orgasming vibrated out of the cottage, laying waste to the wholesome appearance of the place. Sola leaned back into the window, peering through the glass again, even though she knew she shouldn't. He was inside the woman, his lower body pumping, his face buried in her neck, his arms bowed out to support his heavy upper torso. He wasn't looking up anymore, and he was going to be busy for a while longer. Now was the time to retreat. Besides, like she really needed to watch? With a curse, Sola ghosted away from the sight, beating feet through the scratchy underbrush, dodging the thin, leafless trees. When she got to her rental car, she jumped in, locked the doors, and started the engine. Shutting her eyes once more, she replayed the entire scene. Her closing in on the cottage, coming up to the window, staying in the shadows thrown by the chimney. Him standing across the open room, the woman in front of him, her graceful body covered with black satin, her long, dark hair reaching down to the small of her back. He had put his hands to her face and kissed her hard, his shoulders curling as he'd bent down to make the contact with an utterly erotic expression. And then he'd eased the woman over to the couch. Even though it killed her to admit it, Sola had felt a stab of irrational jealousy. But that hadn't been the worst of it. Her own body had responded, her sex blooming between her legs, sure as if it had been her mouth he was working. Her waist his hands were on, her breasts that were up against his chest. And that reaction had only intensified as he'd positioned the woman on that couch. His face marked with dark hunger, his eyes glittering as if what was beneath him was a meal to be eaten. Watching was wrong. Watching was bad. But even the threat to her personal safety and, arguably, her mental heat hadn't been enough to get her away from the glass. especially as he'd reared up and dragged that heavy black overcoat off his shoulders. It had been impossible for her not to picture him naked, seeing his broad chest exposed to the firelight, imaging what his abs would look like curling up tight beneath his skin, and then it had appeared that he'd bitten, for Gotsakestro the spaghetti straps of the negligee's bodice. Just as the woman's goddamn frickin' perfect breasts were exposed had looked at her. With no warning whatsoever, those glittering, predatory eyes had risen and drilled right into her own, a sly smile lifting the corner of his mouth. Like the show was just for her. Shit. One thing was clear. If he'd wanted to teach her a lesson about spying, hard to think of a better way short of making her eat the barrel of a 40. Sola eased off the shoulder and got onto the road. As the Ford Taurus took 10 miles to accelerate to the speed limit of 45, she wished she were in her Audi. With her blood still pumping through her veins, she needed some outward expression of the roar trapped in her body. Some kind of outlet, like sex, for example, and not with herself. 49. As Adirondack Great Camps went, Revs had everything. Huge rustic main house sided in cedar shingles and covered with porches. A number of outer buildings, including guest cottages. Lake view. Lotta bedrooms. After Trez and Im took form in the side yard, they walked around through the snow to the back entrance into the kitchen. Even in winter, the place gave off a cozy vibe, with all that buttery glow coming through the diamond-paned glass. But not everything was sugar plum fairy time. The wealthy Victorians who had built these compounds as a way to escape the heat and industrialization of the cities during the summers had most certainly not equipped them with laser-sighted motion detectors, state-of-the-art contacts on all windows and doors, and not one, but several, different motherboards controlling a fully integrated multi-interface alarm system. Booyah! Trez's thumbprint on the discreetly mounted pad to the left of the door opened the way into the house's Cuban industrial-sized kitchen that was kitted out with stainless steel appliances on a level with Sal's. Something was baking in the Viking oven. Bread it smelled like. "I'm hungry," Trez remarked as he shut the door. The locking mechanism bolted itself, but he checked anyway out of habit. Off in the distance, someone was vacuuming, probably a chosen. Ever since Fury had taken over as Premale, and essentially freed that cloistered group of females from the far side, Rev had been letting them stay at the camp. Made sense. Lot of privacy, especially off-season, plus the remoteness from the city provided a soft transition from, if Trez understood things correctly, the placid sameness of the sanctuary to the frenetic, sometimes traumatic nature of life on Earth. It had been a long time since he'd been in the house, not since the Chosen had taken up Rez, as a matter of fact. Then again, when Rev had blown up Zero-Sum and ended his role as a drug kingpin, that debt between them had lost some of its repayment traction. Besides, now that the guy didn't have to make deliveries of rubies and sex to the princess anymore, there hadn't been much reason to come north. Apparently that had changed, however. "Yo, Rev, where you at?" Trez hollered, his voice booming. As much as his stomach protested, he and his brother walked out into the main hall. Victorian ephemera was everywhere, from the garnet-colored orientals on the floor, to the tapestry-covered benches, to the taxidermied bison, deer, moose, and bobcat heads mounted around the rough stone fireplace. "Rev," he called out again. Man, that raccoon lamp had always given him the creeps. So did the stuffed owl with the sunglasses. "He'll be right down." Trez turned around at the female voice, and in that one moment had the course of his life change forever. The staircase down from the second floor was a straight shot, the shallow steps and their simple railing emerging from above without architectural artifice. The female in the white robe standing at their base turned them into a stairway from heaven. She was tall and slender, but her curves were in all the right places, her loose dress unable to conceal her high, large breasts or the graceful swell of her hips. Her skin was smooth and the color of café au lait, her hair dark and coiled up high on her head. Eyes were pale and heavily fringed. Lips were full and rosy. He wanted to kiss them, especially as they moved, enunciating whatever she was saying with intoxicating precision. Iam's sharp elbow in his ribcage made him jump. "Ow! What the fuck, frick? I mean crap. Way to be calm, cool, and collected, asshole." "She asked if we wanted any food," Iam muttered. I said no, not for me. Now it's your turn. Oh, he wanted to eat something, all right. He wanted to fall to his knees at her feet and get under that. Trez closed his eyes and felt like a total flipping bastard. Nah, I'm good. I thought you said you were hungry. Trez popped his lids and glared at his brother. Was the guy trying to make him look like an idiot? The knowing light in those black eyes suggested yes, I am was. No. I'm fine, he ground out. Subtext, don't push it, douche. I was just going to check on my bread. Trez's eyes shut again, the Chosen's voice lilting in his ears, the sound of it both raising his blood pressure and calming him down at the same time. You know, he heard himself say, maybe I will see if I can scrounge up a meal. She smiled at him. Follow me. I'm sure we can find something to your liking. As she headed around for the entryway they'd just come through, Trez blinked like the dumbass he was. It had been a very, very long time since a female had spoken anything to him without a double entendre as far as he could tell. Those words, which could arguably be considered a come-on at least given his lust filter, had held no promise of a blowjob or some full-on sex, or even attraction of any kind. Naturally, this made him want her more. His feet started in her direction, his body following rather as a dog would its master, with no thought of deviating from the path chosen by her for him. Iam grabbed his arm and yanked him back. Don't even fucking think about it. Trez's first impulse was to rip himself free, even if he left his own limb behind in his brother's grip. I don't know what you're talking about. Do not make me grab your hard-on to prove my point. Iam hissed. Numbly, Trez looked down at the front of himself. Well, what do you know? I'm not going to fuck her came to mind, but God, he couldn't use the F-word around that female, even in the hypothetical. You know, do anything. You actually expect me to believe that? Trez's eyes flipped over to the doorway she'd disappeared through. Shit. Talk about having no credibility on the subject of abstinence. She is not available to you. Do you understand me? Iam gritted out. That's not fair to someone like her. More to the point, if you tap that, Fury is going to come after you with a black dagger. That is his, not yours. For a split second, Trez bristled at that, except not because his inner feminist was roaring about females being treated as property, although of course that was wrong. No, it was because, mine. From somewhere deep inside of him, that word emanated outward, as if every cell in his body had suddenly found its voice and was speaking the only truth that mattered. Sorry to keep you waiting. At the sound of Rev's voice, Trez dragged his consciousness back from the cliff it had unexpectedly found itself flying off of. The Symphoth King was coming down the same stairs the Chosen had used, the male's cane steadying him, his black mink coat keeping his medicated body warm. As Iam said something and Rev replied, Trez refocused on the doorway to the kitchen. What was she doing in there, oh man? Probably bending down to look at that bread. A subtle growl percolated up his throat. Excuse me? Rev demanded, purple eyes narrowing. Another shot in the ribs brought Trez back to reality. Sorry. Indigestion. How you been? Rev cocked a brow, but then shrugged. I need your help. Anything, Trez said, meaning it. There's a council meeting tomorrow night. Wrath's going to be there. The Brotherhood will provide protection. But I want you both to come on the cutie. Trez recoiled. The council had met regularly prior to the raids of a couple of years ago, and Rev had never needed backup. What's doing? Wrath got shot back in the fall. What the fuck? Trez ground his molars. Who? After all, he liked the king. Band of bastards. You don't know them, but you may meet them tomorrow night if you agree to come. Of course we'll be there. As Iam nodded, Trez crossed his arms over his chest. Where? I'm having it at this estate in Caldwell at midnight. It's one of the few that wasn't infiltrated by the lessening society. The family was mostly wiped out nonetheless, however, because they were visiting another bloodline in town at the time the attack went down. Rev went over and sat down on the tapestry-covered sofa, twirling his cane on the floor between his legs. Let me tell you how we're going to roll. Wrath is now totally blind, but the Glimmerer don't know this. I want him seated in the morning parlor when those aristocrats arrive, so they don't see him relying on anyone to find his place. Then, As Rev continued to lay out the plan, Trez took a seat in front of the fire and nodded in the right places. In his mind, however, he was in that kitchen with that female. What was her name? He wondered. Just as important. When could he see her again? 50. Downstairs in the clinic's examination room, Quinn felt like he was up in the air, flying high, and not in a soon-to-crash Poa Cessna with a wounded brother in the back. I'm sorry, could you say that again? Doc Jane smiled as she brought a rolling table over to the bedside. Dimly, the stuff on it registered, but he was more focused on what might or might not come out of the physician's mouth. You guys are still pregnant. Her hormone levels are doubling exactly as they should. Blood pressure's perfect, heart rate's great. And still no bleeding, right? As the physician looked over at Layla, the chosen shook her head, her expression as polaxed as he sure as shit felt like. None at all. Quinn took a little walk, his hand dragging through his hair, his brain cramping. I don't understand this. I mean, this is what I want, what we want, but I don't get why she had the... After having ridden the roller coaster down into hell, it was completely disarming to hit an unexpected rise back in the direction of Earth. Doc Jane shook her head. This is probably not helpful, but Alina's never seen this before either. So I get your confusion, and more to the point, I understand better than you know how treacherous hope can be. It's hard to give yourself over to any optimism after where you both have been. Man, Schellen was so not an idiot. Quinn focused on Layla. The chosen was in a loose white robe, but not the kind she'd worn as a member of the Scribe Virgin's sacred sect of females. It was an everyday bathrobe, and underneath was a hospital Johnny that had pink and red hearts on a white background. And on that rolling table? Turned out it was a box of saltine crackers and a six-pack of Little Canada Dry Ginger Alish. Talk about your over-the-counter medications. Doc Jane opened the crackers. I know that the last thing you're thinking of is food. She handed one of the flaky, salty squares over. But if you eat this and have a little of the soda, might settle things down in there. And what do you know, it did. Layla ended up working her way through half a sleeve and 2 of the small green bottles. That really helps, huh? Quinn murmured as the chosen lay back and sighed in relief. You have no idea. Layla put her hand on her lower belly. Whatever it takes, I will do it, eat it, drink it. The nausea's that bad, huh? It's not about me. I don't care if I throw up for the next 18 months, as long as the young is all right. I'm just scared that with the heaving, I'll lose you know? Okay, anyone who thought females were the weaker sex had their head fucking wedged. He looked at Doc Jane. What do we do now? The doctor shrugged. My advice? Trust in the symptoms and in the test results, otherwise you're going to go crazy. Layla's body is and has been driving all this. If right now there are no indications of a miscarriage, but in fact every reason to believe that the pregnancy has resumed a positive course. Take a deep breath and go one night at a time. If you look forward too much, or get stuck dwelling over the past couple of days, you're not going to get through this in one piece. Word, Quinn thought. The good doctor's phone went off. Hold on a sec, shit. I have to check on that dog Jen who cut his hand last night. Layla, as far as I'm concerned, there's no medical reason to make you stay down here. I don't want you leaving the compound for the next couple of nights, though. Let's get some time under our belts. Okay? But of course. Doc Jane left a moment later, and Quinn was at a loss. He wanted to help Layla back to the main house, but she wasn't crippled, for God's sakes. Still, he felt like carrying her around for the rest of the frickin' pregnancy. He leaned back against the stainless steel cabinets. I find myself wanting to ask you how you are every 2 seconds. Layla laughed a little. That makes the both of us. You want to go back to the house? You know I actually don't. I feel she looked around. Safer down here, to be honest. Makes sense to me. You need anything? She nodded at her little tray full of anti-nausea stuff. As long as I've got this, I'm good. And you should feel free to go out and fight. Quinn frowned. I thought I'd stay in. And do what? I'm not telling you to leave by any means. But I have a feeling it's just going to be me sitting here and stewing. If something happens, I can call you and you can come right home. Quinn thought about where the Brotherhood and the fighters in the house were heading at midnight. The council meeting. If it had been a normal evening of engaging in the field, he probably would have stayed put. But with Wrath actually in the world, meeting with those assholes in the Glimmer? Okay, he said slowly. I'll keep my phone with me, and I'll make it clear to the others that if you call, I'm out of there. Layla took a sip of her ginger ale, and then stared into the cup, like she was watching the bubbles rise around the ice. He thought of where they'd been the night before at Havers, out of control, terrified, in mourning. Shit could still go back to that, he reminded himself. It was way too early to get attached again. And yet he couldn't seem to help himself. Standing in the tiled room, with the scent of Lysol disinfectant in his nose, and the lip of the counter he was leaning against biting into his ash, realized this was the moment he started to love his young. Right here, right now. As a male bonded with his female, so too did a father to his offspring, and accordingly, his heart just opened wide and let it all in. The commitment that came with choosing to try for a child, the terror of losing them that he bet never went away, the joy that there was something of you on the face of the earth after you were gone, the impatience to meet them in person, the desperate desire to hold them in your arms and look into their eyes and give them all the love you had to give. Is it okay, can I touch your stomach? He asked in a small voice. Of course. You don't have to ask. Layla lay back with a smile. What's in there is half yours, you know? Quinn rubbed nervous hands together as he approached the table. He had certainly touched Layla during the kneading, and then afterward in a solicitous manner when a situation called for it. He had never thought of touching his baby. Quinn watched from a vast distance as his dagger hand reached out. Jesus, the tips of the fingers were trembling like crazy. But they stilled the instant he made the connection. I'm right here, he said. Dad's right here. I'm going nowhere. Just gonna wait until you're ready to come out into the world. And then your mom and I are gonna take care of you. So you hang tight, we clear? Do your thing, and we'll wait for however long it takes. With his free hand, he took Layla's palm and put it over his own. Your family is right here, waiting for you, and we love you. It was totally stupid to talk to what was, no doubt, nothing but a bundle of cells. But he couldn't help it. The words, the actions, they were at once totally his, and yet coming from a place that was foreign to him. Felt right, though. Felt like what a father was supposed to do. Left hand 40. Check. Right 40. Check. Backup ammo on the waist belt. Check. Daggers 1 and 2 in the chest holster. Check. Leather jacket. As a knock sounded on Blaze's door, he leaned out of his closet. Come in. When Saxton entered, he pulled his jacket onto his shoulders and pivoted. Hey, how are you? Something was up. The other male's eyes made a quick 360 on Blaze's working wardrobe, as they'd once called it. Unease drew Sax's pale eyebrows upward. Then again, he'd never seemed entirely comfortable around the weapons. Heading out into the field, then, the male murmured. To a meeting of the council, actually. I didn't realize that required so many guns as accessories. New era. Yes, indeed. There was a long pause. How are you? Saxton's eyes went around the room. I wanted to be the one to tell you. Oh fuck. Now what? Blaze swallowed hard. About. I'm leaving the house for a little while for a vacation, as it were. He put his hand out to stop any arguing. No, it's not permanent. I've gotten everything in order for Wrath, and there's nothing he needs for the next couple of days. Naturally, if he does, I'll come right back. I'm going to be staying with an old friend. I truly need some rest and relaxation, and before you worry, I swear I am returning, and this is honestly not about us. I've been working for months straight, and I just want to have no schedule. If that makes sense. Blay took a deep breath. Yes, it does. Where are you? He stopped himself with a reminder that that was none of his business anymore. Let me know if you need anything. I promise. On impulse, Blay walked over and put his arms around his former lover, the platonic connection as unforced and natural as his previously amorous one had been. Holding onto the male, he turned his face in. Thank you, Blay said, for coming and telling me. At that moment, someone passed by in the hall, the stride faltering. It was Quinn. Blay knew by the scent even before the tall, powerful figure registered visually. And in the brief hesitation before the guy kept going, their eyes locked over Saxton's shoulder. Quinn's face became a mask instantly, the features freezing, giving nothing away. And then the fighter was gone, his long legs taking him out of the open door's frame. Blay stepped away and forced himself to lug into the goodbye. When will you be back? A couple of days at the least, no longer than a week. Okay. Saxton glanced around the room again, and as he did, it was clear he was remembering. Be well and be careful out there. Do not try to be a hero. Blay's first thought was, well, since Quinn was usually the first in line for that, it was unlikely he was going to have to put any kind of Superman outfit on. I promise. As Saxton left, Blay stared off into space. He didn't see what was in front of him, or remember what he and Saxton had shared in the room. Rather, his mind was next door with Quinn and Quinn's things and the memories he had of that session with Quinn. Shit. Glancing at the clock, he put his phone into the chest pocket of the jacket and headed out. As he jogged down to the staircase, voices from the foyer echoed through the hall, a sign that the Brotherhood had already gathered and was waiting for the departure signal. Sure enough, they were all there. Z and Fury, V and Butch, Rage, Tor, and John Matthew. As he descended, he found himself wishing that Quinn was going to come with them, but surely the male was staying home, given the Layla situation. Where was Payne? He wondered as he went to stand next to John Matthew. Tor nodded a hello in Blay's direction. Okay, we're waiting for one more, and then we'll start moving. First wave will go to the location. On the all clear, I will dematerialize with Wrath to the house with backup by. Lassiter skidded in from the billiards room, the fallen angel glowing from his black and blonde hair and white eyes, all the way down to his shitkickers. Then again, maybe the illumination wasn't his nature, but that gold he insisted on wearing. He looked like a living, breathing jewelry tree. I'm here. Where's my chauffeur hat? Here, use mine, Butch said, outing a Sock's cap and throwing it over. It'll help that hair of yours. The angel caught the thing on the fly and stared at the red S. I'm sorry, I can't. Do not tell me you're a Yankees fan, V drawled. I'll have to kill you, and frankly, tonight we need all the wingmen we've got. Lassiter tossed the cap back, whistled, looked casual. Are you serious? Butch said, like the guy had maybe volunteered for a lobotomy, or a limb amputation, or a pedicure. No fucking way, V echoed. When and where did you become a friend of the enemy? The angel held up his palms. It's not my fault you guys suck. Tor actually stepped in front of Lassiter, like he was worried that something a lot more than smack talk was going to start flying. And the sad thing was, he was right to be concerned. Apart from their shellins, V and Butch loved the Sox above almost everything else, including sanity. Okay, Tor said. We have bigger things to worry about. He has to sleep at some point, Butch muttered to his roommate. Yeah, watch yourself, Angel, V sneered. We don't like your kind. Lassiter shrugged, like the brothers were nothing more than yappy dogs circling his ankles. Is someone talking to me? Or is that just the sound of losing? Lot of shouting at that point. 2 words, bitches, Lassiter sneered. Johnny, Damon, oh wait, Kevin, Euclides, or Wade, Boggs, Roger, Clemens. Is it that the food sucks in Boston? Or just the ball game? Butch lunged at that point, clearly prepared to light the guy up like a Christmas tree. What the fuck is going on down there? The bellowing voice from above shut off the Sox versus Yankees showdown. As Tor hauled the cop out of Angel range, everyone looked over while the king was led downward by his queen. Wrath's presence tightened everyone up, the crew going professional. Even Lassiter. Well, except for Butch. But then he'd been wicked hyped up, as he'd call it, for the last 24 hours, and he had good reason to be tetchy. His shellin was going to be at the council meeting, which, from the brothers' point of view, was like having 2 Wraths there. The trouble was, Marissa was the oldest of her line, and that meant if Rev wanted full attendance, she had to be present. Poor bastard. In the lull that followed, Blay's dagger hand started to tingle, and he had an almost irresistible urge to palm a weapon. All he could think about was that this was nearly identical to the prelude to Wrath's shooting back in the Fallon that night. They had all gathered here, and Wrath had come down with Beth, and a bullet had been shot out of a rifle and ended its trajectory in the king's throat. Apparently, he wasn't the only one thinking like that. A number of hands went to holsters and stayed put. "Oh, good you're here," Tor said. Blay turned with a frown and had to swallow his reaction. It wasn't Payne who joined them. It was Quinn. And man, the male looked more than ready to fuck some shit up. His eyes grim. His body taut as a bowstring in its black leather. For a moment, a fissure of pure sexual awareness shot through Blay. To the point that a totally inappropriate fantasy occurred to him. Namely, he and Quinn ducking into the pantry for a quick, close-stay-on fuck. With a groan, he refocused on the king. Which was only appropriate. Wrath was what mattered here, not his frickin' love life. A feeling of unease replaced the lust. Were he and Quinn ever going to be together again? God, what a strange thought. It wasn't like the sex was a good idea emotionally. Arguably, it was an extremely bad one. But he wanted more of it. God help him. "All right, let's do this," Tor spoke up. "Everyone know where we're going?" It was a troubling relief to have the grave nature of the assignment in front of them clear, his brain of everything but the commitment to save Wrath's life, even if it cost him his own. That was better than worrying about the Quinn shit, though. For certain. 51. Quinn took form on a snow-covered terrace, and as everyone in the Brotherhood but Butch materialized alongside of him, he was not surprised by all the swank. The estate that the council meeting was being held at was your standard Glimmer setup. Lot of land that had been cleared and landscaped. Little cottage down by the entrance that looked like it belonged on a postcard of the Cotswolds. Big-ass mansion that, in this case, was made of brick and had dental molding, shiny shutters, and slate roofing. "Let's do this," V said, walking over to a side door. The instant he pounded on it, the thing opened, as if that, along with so much, had been prearranged. But oh man, if this was their hostess? The female who stood in the doorway was dressed in a long dark evening gown that was cut down to her navel, and she had a ring of diamonds around her throat the size of a Doberman's collar. Her perfume so heavy it was like a slap in the sinus in spite of the fact that he was still outdoors. "I'm ready for you," she said in a low, husky voice. Quinn frowned, thinking that even in that designer whatever it was, the chick came off as a tart. Not his problem, though. As he filed in with the others, the room they entered was some kind of conservatory. The oversized potted green things and grand piano suggesting many an evening with guests staring up at some opera singer yodeling in the corner. "Gag. This way," the female announced with a flourish of a hand that sparkled. In her wake, that perfume, maybe it was more than sprays from a single source, like a layering of all kinds of crap, nearly colored the air behind her, and her hips were doing double duty with every step, like she was hoping they were all looking at her ass and wanting a piece of it. Nope. As with the others, he was searching every nook and cranny, ready to shoot and ask questions after the body dropped. It wasn't until they came out to the front hall, with its oil paintings spotlit from the ceiling, and its dark red oriental rugs, and the shit, that mirror was exactly like the one that had hung in his parents' house. Same position, same floor to ceiling, same curlicue gold leafing. Yeah, he had the creeps. Bad. The whole house reminded him of the mansion he'd grown up in. Everything in its place. The decor far, far, far from middle class. Yet not anything gaudy and trumpalicious. Nah, this shit was that subtle blend of old wealth and classic sense of style that could only be bred, not taught. His eyes searched out Blay. The guy was doing his job, staying tight, checking the place out. Blay's mom and pops hadn't been quite this rich. But his home had been so much nicer on so many levels. Warmer, and that hadn't been about the HVAC systems. How were Blay's parents? He wondered abruptly. He'd spent almost more time under their roof than his own, and he missed them. The last time he'd seen them, God, long time. Maybe that night of the raids, when Blay's father had gone from Mr. Suit Accountant to serious ass-kicker. After that, the pair of them had moved out to their safe house, and then he and Blay had completely fallen apart. He hoped they were well. The image of Blay and Saxton standing chest to chest, hip to hip, in Blay's bedroom sliced into his brain. Goddamn, that had hurt. And man, karma was good at its job. Lugging into reality, he followed that double-jointed pelvis and the Brotherhood into a huge dining room that had been set up to Tor's specifications. All the drapery had been pulled across the bank of windows that overlooked the back gardens, and the flap door that he figured led into the kitchen had been barricaded by a weighty antique sideboard. Whatever table had sat in the center of the room had been removed, and 25 matching mahogany chairs with red silk seats had been lined up in rows facing a marble fireplace. Wrath was going to stand in front of the mantel to make his address, and Quinn went over and checked that the steel flue was closed. It was. On either side of the fireplace, there were 2 sets of panel doors that opened into an old-fashioned receiving salon. He and John Matthew and Rage did a walkthrough of the room, closed the thing off, and then he took up residential in front of the entrance on the left, and John Matthew did the same on the right. "I trust all is to your liking," the female said. Rev went over to the fireplace and turned to face all the empty chairs. "Where's your Helrin?" "Upstairs. Get him down here, now. Otherwise, if he moves through the house, he's liable to get shot in the chest." The female's eyes flared, and this time when she walked off, there was no exaggeration to her hips, no check-me-out toss of the hair over the shoulder. Clearly the "we're not fucking around" message had been received, and she wanted whoever her mate was to live through the night. In the wait that followed, Quinn kept his gun in his palm, his eyes on the room, his hearing fine-tuned for something, anything out of order. Nothing, which suggested their host and hostess had followed orders. A strange prickling unease tickled its way up his spine, causing him to frown and go from high alert to DEFCON I. On the far side of the fireplace, John seemed to catch the same gist, his gun lifting, his eyes narrowing. And then a cold mist hit Quinn's ankles. "I've asked a couple of special guests to join us," Rev said dryly. At that moment, 2 columns of haze pulled up from the floor, the disturbance of air molecules finding forms that Quinn instantly recognized. Thank fuck. With pain out of commission for whatever reason, he'd been feeling like they were a little light on coverage, even recognizing the skills in the Brotherhood. But as Trez and Iam appeared, he took a deep breath. Now that was a pair of straight-up killers, the kind of thing you really didn't want against you in any kind of fight. The good news was that revenge had long been aligned with the Shadows, and Rev's connection with the Brotherhood and the King meant that the 2 brothers were obviously willing to come and play a little backup. Quinn stepped up to say hello to the pair, greeting them as the others did with a palm join, a quick pull, and a clap on the back. "Hey, my man. What's doing? How you been?" After the hi-how-yes were done, Trez glanced around. "Okay, so we're just gonna stay out of sight unless you need us. But rest assured we're here." After a course of thank yous from the brothers, Rev said a couple of private words to the Shadows, and then the 2 were gone, misting out of their forms and seething around the floors, that cold draft now a reassurance. Perfect timing. Less than a minute later, the hostess came back with a diminutive older male at her side. Given the way vampires aged, with a rapid acceleration of physical decline toward the end of the lifespan, Quinn guessed the guy had 5 years left. 10 at the very most. Some introductions were made, but Quinn didn't care about that shit. He was more worried about whether the rest of the house was empty. "Any dog gen here?" Rev demanded as the female settled her geezer into one of the dining chairs. "As you have requested, they are all gone for this part of the evening." V nodded to Fury and Z. "The 3 of us'll search the premises. See if that's right." Even though Blay trusted himself, the Brotherhood, and John Matthew and Quinn, he felt a lot better knowing the Shadows were around. Trez and Iam were not just awesome fighters and inherently dangerous to anyone they declared an enemy. They had a striking advantage over the Brotherhood. Invisibility. He wasn't sure whether they could actually engage while in that state, but it didn't matter. Anyone who broke in here, like, say, the band of fucking bastards, would make an engagement assessment that included only the visible hard bodies in the room. Not those 2 brothers. So this was good. At that moment, V returned with Fury, and Z from their walk-around, and Butch was with them, suggesting the brother had just arrived via car. Clear. There was a brief pause. And then, as prearranged, Tor went to the front door and opened the way in for Wrath. Showtime? Blay thought, his eyes flicking in Quinn's direction before he snapped himself back into focus. Tor and the king entered the dining room side by side, their heads together as if they were in deep conversation about something important, the brother's hand on Wrath's forearm like the guy was trying to drive some point home. It was all an act for the host and hostess. Tor was, in fact, leading Wrath by that hold on the arm, taking him over to the fireplace, positioning him right in the middle of the mantelpiece. And that conversation, it was about where the two aristocratic hosts were sitting, where the chairs were aligned, where the brothers and the fighters were, and the two shadows as well. While Wrath nodded, the king deliberately moved his head around as if his keen eyes were taking the details of the room in. And then he acknowledged the host and hostess as they were brought forward to kiss his huge black diamond ring. After that, the creme de la creme of the Glimera began to arrive. From his assigned spot at the back of the room by the wall of windows, Blay got a good look at each one. Jesus, he could remember some of them from his life back before the raids, before he'd started living at the mansion and fighting with the brothers. His parents had not been on a par with these males and females, but rather on the periphery still. His family's bloodlines had been good ones, and they had been included in many festival celebrations at the big houses. So these folks were not unknown to him, but he sure as hell couldn't say he'd missed them. In fact, he had to laugh to himself as a number of the females frowned and looked down to their delicately clad feet, Louboutins being lifted and Shekinahs if the chill of the shadows were registering. When Havers arrived, the race's healer looked a little frazzled. No doubt he was nervous about seeing his sister again, and he had reason to be. From what Blay understood, Marissa had kicked his ass across the room at the last formal meeting of the council. Blay was sorry he'd missed that one. Marissa arrived shortly after her brother, and Butch went over to her, greeting her with a lingering kiss before leading her, with a proud and protective arm, to a seat in the corner right next to where he was stationed. After the cop helped her into her chair, he stood beside her, big, broad, and mean-looking, especially as he locked eyes with Havers and smiled with fangs bared. Blay found himself envying the couple a little. Not about the familial estrangement, for sure. But got to be able to be seen with your mate in public, show your love for them, have your relationship respected by everyone else? Heterosexual couples took that for granted because they never knew anything different. Their unions were sanctioned by the Glimera, even if the pairs were not in love, or were cheating on each other or were otherwise a fraud. Two males? Ha! Just one more reason to resent the aristocracy, he supposed. Although in reality, he had the sense he wasn't going to have to worry about being discriminated against. The male he wanted was never going to stand beside him in public, and not because Quinn gave a shit about what people thought. 1, the guy wasn't demonstrative like that, and 2, sex did not a couple make. Otherwise that bastard would be engaged to half of Caldwell FFS. Oh, what was he saying? He was long over that Quinn pipe dream thing. Really? Totally. Shut it, he muttered to himself as the last of the council arrived. Rev didn't waste any time. Every second that Wrath was in front of this group, the king was not only mortally exposed, but also running the chance that his blindness would somehow be ferreted out. The Symphoth king addressed the council, his purple gaze scanning the crowd, a sly smile on his face like maybe he was enjoying the fact that this group of know-it-alls had no clue that a sin-eater was leading them. I hereby call this meeting of the council to order. The date and time are. As the preamble continued, Blay kept his eyes busy, checking out the backs of the males and females, where the arms and hands were, whether anyone was twitchy. Naturally, the group had turned out in black tie and velvet, with jewels on the females and gold pocket watches on the males. Then again, it had been a long time since they'd been together formally, and that meant that their desire to compete with one another for the social upper hand had no doubt suffered from grossly insufficient airtime. Our leader, Wrath, son of Wrath. As polite applause sounded, and the crowd straightened in their chairs, Wrath took a single step forward. Man, blind or not, he certainly appeared to be a force of nature. Even though he wasn't dressed in some kind of ermine-trimmed robe, the king was irrefutably in charge, his massive body and long dark hair and black wraparounds making him more menace than monarch. And that was the idea. Leadership, especially when it came to the Glimera, was based in part upon perception, and no one could deny that Wrath looked like a living, breathing representation of power and authority. And that deep, commanding voice didn't hurt, either. I recognize that it has been a long time since I've seen you. The raids of nearly 2 years ago decimated a lot of your families, and I share in your pain. I, too, lost my bloodline in a lesser raid, so I know exactly what you're going through as you try to get your lives back on track. A male down in front shifted in his chair. But it was only a change in position, not the prelude to a weapon coming out. Blay eased back on his stance, as did several others. Goddamn. He couldn't wait to get through this meeting and have Wrath back home safe. Many of you knew my father well and remember his time in the old country. My sire was a wise and temperate leader, a gentle male of logical thinking and regal bearing, who occupied himself solely with the betterment of this race and its citizenry. Wrath paused, those wraparounds making a circle of the room. I share a few of my father's characteristics, but not all. In fact, I am not temperate. I am not forgiving. I am a male of war, not of peace. At this, Wrath unsheathed one of his black daggers, the dark blade flashing in the light of the crystal chandelier overhead. Out in front of the king, the crowd of highflyers reacted with a collective shiver. I am very comfortable with conflict, be it of the legal or mortal kind. My father was a mediator, a bridge maker. I am a grave maker. My father was a persuader. I am a taker. My father was a king who would willingly sit at your dinner tables and converse with you about minutiae. I am not that male. Yeah, whoa. The council had no doubt never been addressed like this. But Blay couldn't disagree with the approach. Weakness was not respected. Moreover, with this group, law alone probably wasn't going to keep Wrath's throne stable anymore. Fear, on the other hand, much better chance. My father and I do have one thing in common, however. Wrath angled his head down, as if he were staring at the black blade. My father caused the deaths of 8 of your relations. There was a collective gasp. But Wrath didn't let that slow him up. Over the course of my father's reign, there were 8 attempts on his life, and no matter how long it took, whether it was days, weeks, or even months, he made it his business to find out who was behind each, and he hunted the individuals down personally, and killed them. You may not have heard the true stories, but you will know of the deaths. The perpetrators were beheaded with the tongues removed. Surely, as you cast your mind back, you can recall members of your bloodlines who were interred that way. Fidgeting. Lot of fidgeting, which suggested memories had been jogged. You will further recall that those deaths were attributed to the lessening society. I say unto you now, I know the names, and I know where the graves are, because my father made sure I memorized them. It was the first lesson in kingship he ever taught me. My citizenry is to be honored, protected, and served well. Traitors, on the other hand, are a disease to any lawful society and need to be eradicated. Wrath smiled in a purely evil way. Say what you will about me, I studied well at the foot of my father. And let us be clear, me father, not the brotherhood, was the one who attended those deaths. I know because he beheaded 4 of them in front of me. That was how important the lesson was. Several of the females moved closer to whatever male happened to be seated beside them. Wrath continued. I will not hesitate to follow my father's lead in this. I recognize that you all have suffered. I respect your trials and I want to lead you. I will not, however, hesitate to treat any insurgency against me and mine as the act of a traitor. The king lowered his chin and appeared to glare out from behind the wraparounds, to the point that even Blay felt a frisson of adrenaline. And if you think what my father did was violent, you haven't seen a goddamn thing yet. I will make those deaths look merciful. I swear on my lineage. 52. On some level, Assail could not believe he was walking into a restaurant. For one, he didn't frequent human haunts as a rule, and 2, he had no interest in eating in the dive. The air smelled like fried food and beer, and from what he saw on the trays of the waitresses, he was uncertain whether the entrees were graded safe for non-animal consumption. Oh look. Across the way, there was a stage that had a wall of chicken wire in front of it. Classy. Well, hello, there. Someone purred at him. Assail cocked an eyebrow and glanced over his shoulder. The human woman was dressed in a tight shirt, and a pair of blue jeans that had clearly been stitched onto her legs. Hair was blonde and stick-straight. Makeup was heavy, with the lipstick shiny enough to qualify as an exterior oil paint. He'd rather spoon his own eyes out than engage in any fashion with the likes of her. He willed her to forget she'd seen him and turned back around. There was a heavy crowd, with more people than there were tables and chairs, so he had good cover as he went over to a corner and scanned. And there she was, his little burglar. Cursing under his breath, he dimly recognized the waste of time this all was, especially given that the cousins were, at this very moment, making a deal with that lesser again. Unfortunately, however, as soon as he'd gotten an alert that that black Audi of hers had gone on the move, he'd been compelled to find the thing and follow it. He had not been prepared for this. Whatever was she doing here? And why was she dressed like that? As she found one of the few empty tables and sat down alone, he found himself not approving of the way her hair was down around her shoulders, the dark weight curling about her face, or the form-fitting shirt that was revealed as she took off her coat. Orsh had makeup on, too, for God's sakes, and not like that woman who had just oiled her way up to him. His burglar had kept things light, in a way that magnified her features. She was beautiful, too beautiful. All the men in the restaurant were looking her over, and that made him want to kill each and every one of them by ripping their throats out with his teeth. As if they were in agreement with that plan, his fangs tingled and began to descend into his mouth, his body tensing. But not yet, he told himself. He needed to find out why she was here. After having followed her to Benloy's mansion, he had expected any number of destinations, although never this. What was she doing? Her head turned, and for a moment, he thought she had somehow sensed him, even though she was not a vampire. But then a very tall, very well-built human man approached her table. His burglar looked up at the guy, smiled at the guy, got to her feet and wrapped her arms around the guy's big shoulders. A sales hand went into his coat and found his gun. Indeed, he saw himself going over and putting a bullet between the man's eyes. "Hey, you ever been here before?" A sales head cranked around. A rather large human male had approached him and was staring at him with a certain aggression. "I asked you a question." There were two responses, Assail decided. He could verbally reply, thus entering into some kind of dialogue that would consume his attention, arguably not a bad idea, given that his hand remained locked on his gun, and his impulses had not shifted from those of a homicidal inclination. "I'm talking to you." Or he could. Assail bared his descended fangs and growled deep in his throat, redirecting his wrath away from the scene of his burglar with that human fool for whom she had dressed and made herself up. The guy with the questions threw up his hands and took a step back. "Hey, it's cool, whatever. My bad. Whatever." The man disappeared into the crowd, proving that, in certain circumstances, rats without tails could dematerialize as well. Assail's eyes returned to that table. The gentleman who had taken a seat across from his burglar was leaning in. His eyes locked on her face even while she examined the menu and glanced around. Something was going to have to be done about this. Sola closed the menu and laughed. "I never said that." "You did." Mark Sanchez smiled. "You told me I had nice eyes." Mark was exactly what she needed on a night like tonight. He was really easy to look at, super charming, and as long as he didn't make her drop and give him 10,000, she had nothing to worry about. As a personal trainer, he was a demon. She should know. "So, is this a way to butter me up?" He eased back as the waitress brought them both beers. "Try to get me to go light on you in the gym? I know better than that." Sola took a draw from the thick, ice-cold rim of her mug. "No quarter given. That's your policy." "Well, to be fair, you've never asked for any special treatment." There was a pause. "Not that in your case, I wouldn't be willing to cut you some slack in some areas." Sola ducked the eye contact that was flashing her way. "So you don't date clients, huh?" "No. Not usually." "Conflict of interest." "It could get messy, but in certain cases, it's worth the risk." Sola glanced around the pub. Lot of people. Lot of talk. Air that was hot and thick. She frowned and stiffened. In the far corner, someone. "You okay?" She shook herself free of the paranoia. Yes, Sorio, yes, we'd like to order, she said as the waitress returned. I'll have a cheeseburger. Assuming my personal trainer doesn't throw an embolism from disapproval. Mark laughed. Make that too, but hold the fries. On both plates. As the waitress took off, Sola tried not to look in the direction of that dark back corner. So, I didn't think you'd ever take me up on this. I asked you out how long ago? As Mark smiled, she noticed that he had fantastic teeth, straight and really white. It's been a while, I guess. I've been busy. So what do you do for a living? This and that. In what field? Ordinarily, she got pissed quick when people became nosy. But his effect was calm and easy, so this was just date conversation. I guess you could call it criminal justice. Oh, you're into the law. I'm very familiar with it, yes? That's cool. Mark cleared his throat. So you look really good. Thanks. I think it's my trainer. Oh, somehow I think you'd be doing fine without me. As they fell into an uncomplicated back and forth, she actually started to relax, and then their dinners arrived and they got another round of beer. It was so normal being in the bar, doing the one-on-one thing, getting to know somebody else. The exact opposite of what she'd played witness to the night before. Sola shivered as images came back to her, the candlelight, that black-haired man looming over the half-naked woman like he was going to devour her, the two of them unleashed and uninhibited, then those glittering eyes looking up and meeting her own through the glass as if he'd known all along that she was watching. You okay? Sola forced herself to focus. Sorry, yes. You were saying? As Mark resumed talking about his training for the Iron Man, she found herself back in the cold outside of that cottage, watching that man and that woman. Shoot, she'd engineered this date only because she'd wanted an outlet. It wasn't because she particularly cared about Mark, as nice as he was. In fact, maybe she had done this because her personal trainer happened to be really tall and really well built with very dark hair and very pale eyes. When guilt rang her bell, she thought, oh, for Christ's sakes. She was an adult. Mark was an adult. People had sex for all kinds of different reasons. Just because she didn't want to marry the guy didn't mean she was breaking some cardinal rule except crap. Her grandmother's morality aside, and his shiny, pearly whites and big shoulders to the contrary, she wasn't actually attracted to Mark. She was attracted to the man Mark reminded her of. And that was what made this wrong. 53. Even though Quinn was hardly an arbiter of taste when it came to meetings of the council, it was pretty damn clear to him that the assembled group had come to the house expecting one thing, only to get something else entirely. Wrath didn't waste or mince words and, after laying the smack down, wrapped things up within 5 or 10 minutes. This was a good thing, actually. The faster he finished, the quicker they could get him home. In closing, the king said in his bass voice, I appreciate the opportunity to address this august group. In this case, August clearly meant a-hole-ish. I have other commitments at this time, namely staying alive, so I will be departing. However, if you have any comments, please direct them to Torment, son of Harm. A blink of the eye later and the king left the building with V and Zodist. In the wake of the departure, all the fancy pants in the dining room stayed sitting in their chairs, shock and now what playing across their attractive features. Clearly, they had expected more but also less. Kind of like children who had pushed their parents too far and finally gotten a wooden spoon on the ass. From Quinn's perspective, it was pretty fucking amusing, actually. The party finally began to break up after the hostess rose to her feet and yammered on about what an honor it was to have had all the yada yada yada. Quinn cared about one and only one thing, and that was the text that came through on his phone about a minute later. Wrath was home safe. Exhaling slowly, he put his cell back in the inside pocket of his leather jacket and thought about setting off a couple of rounds into the floorboards to get this bunch of stiffs to dance a little. He'd probably get in trouble for that, though. Bummer. The crowd started to file out shortly thereafter, to the clear dissatisfaction of the hostess, as if she had gotten dressed up and rearranged her house with the expectation of a long, socially prominent evening, only to find that all she got were 2 seconds of celebrity and a bucket of KFC for eats. Sorry, lady. Torment lorded over the exodus, standing in front of the fireplace, nodding his head, saying a few words. In this delegation, Wrath had made a wise choice. The brother had the appearance of an ass-kicker with all his weapons, but he'd always been willing and internally inclined to be a peacemaker, and that was no different tonight. He was especially nice to Marissa when Butch's mate left, his face showing a flash of genuine affection as he hugged her and nodded as the cop escorted her out. That slice of real was immediately replaced by his professional mask, however. Eventually, the hostess helped her ancient Helrin to his feet and made some noise about taking him upstairs. And then there was only one. Elon, son of Larex, lingered before the bank of draped windows. Quinn had had an eye on the guy the whole time, counting exactly how many of the council members came up to him, shook his hand, murmured in his ear, each and every one. So it was not exactly a surprise that instead of leaving like a good little boy, he made his way up to the fireplace like he wanted an audience. Great. As Elon approached Tor, the closer he got, the more he had to lift his chin to keep eye contact with the brother. It was quite an honor to have an audience with your king, the gentle male said gravely. I hung on his every word. Tor murmured something in return. And I've been struggling with something, the aristocrat hedged. I was hoping to speak with him directly about this. But, yeah, don't hold your breath for that, buddy. Tor stepped in to fill the silence. Anything you tell me will go straight to the king's ears, without filter or interpretation. And the fighters in this room are sworn to secrecy. They will die before they repeat a word. Elon glanced over at Rev, clearly expecting a familiar pledge from the male. The same goes for me, Revenge muttered as he leaned into his cane. Abruptly, Elon's chest puffed up, as if this kind of personalized attention was more what he'd been hoping for out of the meeting. Well, this has lain heavily upon my heart. Certainly not your pecs, Quinn thought. You're built like a 10-year-old boy. And that is, Tor prompted. Elon crossed his arms behind the small of his back and paced a bit as if he were taking time with his words. Something told Quinn that they had been prepared beforehand. However, though, he couldn't have said what it was. I expected your king to address a certain rumor that I have heard. Which is? Tor said in an even tone. Elon stopped, turned, spoke clearly. That he was shot back in the fall. No one showed any reaction. Not Tor or Rev. Not the remaining brothers in the room. Certainly not Quinn or his boys. What is your source for this? Tor asked. Well, in all honesty, I thought he would be here tonight. Really? Tor glanced at the empty chairs and shrugged. You want to tell me what you heard? The male made reference to a visitation by the king. Similar to when Wrath came and saw me at my home over the summer. This was reported with self-importance, as if that was the highlight of Wrath's year. Right there. He said that the band of bastards shot at the king whilst on his property. Again with the no reactions. But obviously, your king survived. The pause suggested Elon was expecting details to be filled in. He's doing rather well, as a matter of fact. There was a long silence, as if both sides of the conversation were expecting the other to put the quiet to good use. Tor cocked his brows. With all due respect, you haven't told us much of anything, and gossip has been going on since the beginning of time. But here's the odd thing. He also talked to me about it before it occurred. I didn't believe him, however. Who would arrange for an assassination attempt? It seemed simply the boasting of a male otherwise dissatisfied with the way things were being handled. Except then, a week later, he said that the band of bastards had followed through, that Wrath had been shot. I didn't know what to do. I had no way of getting in touch with the king personally, and no way to verify that the individual was speaking the truth. I let it all go till this meeting was called. I wondered if maybe it was well. It clearly wasn't. But then I wondered why he wasn't here. Tor stared down at the smaller male. It would help if you gave us a proper noun. Now Elon frowned. You mean you don't know who is on the council? As Rev rolled his eyes, Tor shrugged. We have better things to do than worry about Revenge's membership. In the old world, the Brotherhood knew who we are. There's an ocean between us and the motherlands. More's the pity. That's your opinion. Quinn took a step forward with the intention of stepping in the event the brother locked hands on the SOB's skinny neck. Someone should probably catch the head before it bounced all over their host's rugs. And the dead weight of the body seemed only hospitable. "So who are you talking about?" Tor pressed. Elon looked around at the still, deadly males who were focused on him. Assail. His name is Assail. Deep in downtown Caldwell, where the darkened streets formed a rat's maze, and the sober humans were few and very far between, Ecker swung his scythe in a fat circle about 5.5 feet up from the slushy, black-stained ground. The lesser was caught in the neck, and the head, now freed from its spinal tether, flew chin over temple, through the cold, gusty wind. Black blood spiraled out from the severed arteries as the rudderless lower half of the body collapsed forward into a pratfall. And that was that. Rather disappointing, really. Spinning around, he held his beloved over his shoulder so that she curled behind him protectively, watching his back as he braced himself for whatever was coming next. The alley he had entered to chase that now incapacitated Slayer was open at the far end, and behind him, the three cousins were stationed shoulder to shoulder should more arrive from that direction. Something was coming. Something hastened a fast approach, the din of an engine growing louder and louder, and the SUV skidded into the alley, its tires finding little or no purchase on the icy roadway. As a result of the lack of traction, the vehicle slammed into the wall, its high beams blinding Ecker. Whoever was behind the wheel didn't hit the brakes. The engine roared. Ecker faced off at the vehicle and closed his eyes. No reason to keep his lids peeled, as his vision had ceased to function. No real concern who was driving, whether it was Slayer, vampire, or human. They were coming at him, and he was going to stop that, even though it was probably easier to get out of the way. He had never particularly cared for easy, however. "Ecker!" someone yelled. Grabbing a deep breath of that icy air, he let out a battle cry as he tracked the approach, his senses reaching out and positioning the SUV in space as it traveled forward. His scythe disappeared in a moment, and his guns, eager to participate, came out in both palms. He waited another 20 feet, and then he started pumping off rounds. With his silencers on, the bullets made only impact sounds as they blew out the front windshield, pinged off the grill, took out a tire, at which point those blinding headlights swung away, the back end of the vehicle hinging around, the overall trajectory unchanged thanks to that tremendous acceleration even as everything went haywire. Just before the side panel took him out, Ecker leaped off the ground, his boots springing up, the roof just barely going under their treads as 3,000 pounds plus of out-of-control streaked beneath his airborne body. As Ecker's combats landed back on the ground, the end of the car's forward momentum came at the expense of a dumpster, the trash receptacle stopping the vehicle better than any set of brakes could. Ecker wasted no time in closing in, both guns up, triggers ready. Although he had discharged a number of rounds, he knew he had at least 4 left in each gun. And his soldiers had once again fallen in behind him. Coming up to look inside, he didn't care what he found. One of his own kind, a man or a woman, a lesser, it mattered not to him. The smell of spoiled meat and treacle informed him which of his many enemies he confronted, and indeed, as he leaned in through the blown-out front windshield, 2 new recruits, who still retained their dark hair color and ruddy skin tones, were lolling in the front seat. Even with their seatbelts engaged, they were in rough shape. Aside from being riddled with bullets, their visages carried the wear and tear of their having banged around in the sedan's cabin, slammed into the dashboard, and been pelted with shattered glass. Black blood greased up their busted noses and lacerated cheeks and chins, the shit dripping onto their chests as water from faucets in the bath. "No airbagas. Mayhap a malfunction." "I dinny think ye were gonna make it," Balthazar muttered. Someone else agreed. Ecker threw off the concern as he holstered his guns, grabbed hold of the driver's side door, and yanked the thing clean off its mountings. As the squeal of metal torn asunder echoed in the alley, he tossed the panel aside, unsheathed his steel dagger, and leaned in. As with all lessers, these denizens of the Omega still moved and blinked in spite of their catastrophic injuries, and would continue to do so in perpetuity if left in this state, even as their forms decayed over time. There was one and only one way to kill them, Ecker drew his right forearm across over his left shoulder and buried the blade of his dagger square in the chest of the one who had been behind the wheel. Turning his head aside and shutting his eyes so he wasn't blinded again, he waited for the pop and flash to fade before leaning over the seat and doing the same to the passenger. Then he turned to go over and dispatch the beheaded, squirming corpse that had tire tracks across its chest, thanks to the car's path through the alley. Stalking through black-stained slush, he lifted his dagger hand again over his shoulder and buried the blade into the sternum with such power. The point of the weapon went into the asphalt. When he rose to his feet once again, his breath left his nose in locomotive puffs. Search the vehicle, and then we must needs depart. He checked the time. The Caldwell police were disappointingly responsive, even in this part of town, and the constant threat of human involvement that he lived under was, as always, a bore. But with all luck, they would be gone as if they had never been in a matter of minutes. Sheathing his blade, he glanced up to the sky, cracking his neck and loosening his shoulders. It was impossible not to think of that council meeting which had been scheduled. It had been on his mind all night long. Had wrath shown? Or had it only been revenge and representatives of the Brotherhood? If the king had in fact been in attendance, Ecker could well imagine the agenda. Show of strength, warning, then a quick departure. As mighty as the Brotherhood was, and as much as Wrath would want to flex his muscle before that group of faithless aristocratic sycophants, it was hard to imagine that a male who'd nearly been killed so recently was going to take any chances. If solely through self-interest, the Brotherhood would want him alive, as that was their seat of power, too. And that was why he'd chosen to stay away. There was no harm in letting Wrath attempt to regain some of his lost stature, and much to lose in a direct confrontation with the Brotherhood in front of that particular audience. The potential for collateral damage was too great. The last thing he wanted was to spook the Glimmerer into retreating from Heimer, kill them off altogether in the process of taking out the king. But he had in fact discovered, thanks to Throw's contacts, exactly where and when the assembly was occurring, which would be now and at that female's estate, the one from whom his soldiers had fed in that little cottage. Evidently, she was willing to allow others the use of not only her garden, but her halls as well. And soon enough, he would have a transcript of what had transpired provided to him by the mouthpiece that was Alanif for no other reason than that the male would want to enjoy the access that he'd had and show off a bit. A whistle of appreciation by the back end of the ruined car brought his head around. Zypher was standing by the open trunk door, his brows high as he bent in and brought out a cellophane-covered brick of something white. "'Tis quite a bounty they have," he said, holding it high. Ecker marched over. There were 3 more like it, just tossed into the back loose as if the pair of slayers had been more concerned with their physical safety than the disposition of the drugs. At that moment, sirens began to sound from the east, mayhap related to the crash, mayhap not. "We take the packages with us," Ecker ordered, "and depart the now." 54. All in all, the date wasn't half bad. As Sola got up from her chair and started to put her coat on, Mark came in behind her and helped settle the wool on her shoulders. The way his hands lingered suggested he was more than open to this being the end of dinner, but the beginning of the rest of the night. He wasn't pushy, though. He stepped back and smiled, indicating the way to the exit with a gallant hand. Moving in front of him, it seemed like some kind of mental health felony that he didn't make her blood boil, and yet that highly aggressive, dominating man from the night before did. She was going to have to give her libido a pep talk. Or maybe a spanking. Perhaps from that other guy, part of her suggested. "Sorry, what?" Sola shook her head. "Just talking to myself." After wending their way through the crowd, they got to the restaurant's door. And wow, what a sinus clearer when they stepped out into the night. "So," Mark said, shoving his hands into the pockets of his jeans, his well-developed torso bunching U-panned yet still not managing to get close to the size of. "Stop it. Thanks for dinner, you didn't have to pay." "Well, this was a date. You said so." He smiled again. "And I'm a traditional kind of guy." "Do it," she said to herself. "Ask him if you can go back to his house." After all, there could be no hanky-panky going on at hers. Ever. Not with her grandmother upstairs. The woman's deafness was highly selective. "Just do it. This is why you asked him." "I've got an early morning meeting," she blurted. so I have to head off. But thank you very much, and I'd like to do this again. To give Mark credit, he covered any disappointment he might have felt with another of those winning grins. Sounds good. This was cool. I'm just parked back here. She thumbed over her shoulder. So, I'll walk you to your car. Thanks. They were silent as their boots crackled through the salt that had been put down over the ice. Nice night. Yes, she said. It is. For some reason, her senses began to fire in warning, her eyes searching the darkness outside of the lit parking lot. Maybe it was Benloy's coming after her, she thought. He undoubtedly knew by now that someone had broken into his home and his safe, and had also probably noticed the shift in that statue's position. Hard to know whether he would retaliate, though. In spite of the business he was in, he had a certain code of conduct that he adhered to, and on some level, he must be aware that what he'd done in canceling that job and cutting her pay had been wrong. He would most certainly understand the message. Besides, she could have taken everything he'd locked up. Approaching her Audi, she disengaged the alarm. Then she turned around and looked up. I'll call you. Yes, please, Mark said. There was a long pause, and then she reached a hand up, slid it behind his neck, and drew his mouth down to her own. Mark immediately went with the invitation, but not in a pushy, domineering way. As she tilted her head, he did the same, and their lips met, brushing lightly, then with a little more pressure. He didn't crush her to him, or trap her against the car. There was no sense of out of control. No feeling of great passion, either. She broke the contact. I'll see you soon. Mark exhaled hard, like he'd gotten turned on. Ah yeah, I hope so. And not only in the gym. He lifted his hand, smiled one last time, and walked to his truck. With a quiet curse, Sola got behind her wheel, shut the door, and let her head fall back against the rest. In the rearview mirror, she watched his taillights come on, and saw him make a fat turn and head out of the parking lot. Closing her lids, she didn't see Mark's gleaming smile, or imagine his lips against hers, or feel his hands roaming her body. She was back to being outside of that cottage looking in, playing witness to a pair of hot, slightly evil eyes looking up at her over the exposed breast of another woman. Oh, for the love of God! Shaking herself out of the memory, she feared that, in this case, her craving for, say, chocolate was not going to be eased by a diet soda, or a Snackwell's cookie, or even one single Hershey's Kiss. At this rate, she was going to have to melt down a case of Lindt truffles and run them through and four directly into her vein. Putting her foot on the brake, she hit the button on the dash and heard the engine flare to life. As the headlights' lights came on, Sola jerked back into her seat and let out a scream. When Quinn returned to the mansion with the others, he broke rank as soon as he was through the vestibule and into the grand foyer. Moving at a quick jog, he mounted the staircase and headed directly to Layla's room. According to her texts, she decided to leave the clinic after all, and he was anxious to find out how she was doing. Knocking on the door, he started praying. Again. Nothing like pregnancy to make an agnostic religious. Come in. At the sound of her voice, he braced himself and ducked inside. How are you feeling? Layla looked up from the Us Weekly magazine she was reading on the bed. Hi. Quinn recoiled at the cheerfulness. Ahi. Glancing around, he saw Vogue, People, and Vanity Fair on the duvet around her, and across the way the TV was nattering on a commercial for underarm deodorant segueing into one for Colgate toothpaste. There were ginger Alesh and saltines on the side table next to her, and then, on the opposite stand, a cleaned-out carton of Häagen-Dazs and a couple of spoons on a silver tray. I'm feeling really nauseous, Layla said with a smile. Like that was good news. He supposed it was. Any you know. Not in the slightest. Not even a little. I'm not throwing up either. I just have to make sure I eat a little all the time. Too much, and I feel sick same if I go too long without putting something in there. Quinn eased back against the jams, his legs literally wobbling from relief. That's awesome. Do you want to sit down? As if he were looking as pale as he suddenly felt. No, I'm good. I've been really worried about you. Well, as you can see, she indicated her body. I'm just doing my thing and thank the Virgin Scribe for that. As Layla smiled over at him, He really liked the way she looked, and not from any sexual sense of the word. It was just she appeared calm and relaxed and happy. Her hair down loose over her shoulders, her coloring perfect, her hands and her eyes steady. In fact, she seemed really healthy all of a sudden, that sallow cast to her skin now noticeable for its absence. "So I guess you've had some visitors," he commented, as he nodded to the mags and the dead soldier of ice cream. "Oh, everyone's been by. Beth stayed the longest. She stretched out right next to me. We didn't talk about anything in particular. We just read and looked at pictures and watched a Deadliest Catch marathon. I love that show. It's where all these humans go out on boats into the sea. It's very exciting. Made me feel glad to be warm and on dry land." Quinn rubbed his face and prayed that his sense of balance began to return quick. Evidently, his adrenal glands were still struggling to catch up to reality. The idea that there was no drama, no emergency, no dire anything to react to curiously hard to handle. "I'm glad people are dropping in," he mumbled, feeling like he had to say something. "Oh yes, there've been." Layla looked away, a strange expression tightening her features. "Quite a number of them." Quinn frowned. "Nobody weird though, right?" He couldn't imagine that anyone in the house would be anything other than supportive. But he had to ask. "Not weird." "What?" As Layla just fingered the cover of the magazine in her lap, some brunette, bubble-headed, blank-eyed bimbo's face distorted and went back to normal, distorted and went back to normal. "Layla, tell me." So he could go lay down some motherfucking boundaries if he had to. Layla pushed her hair back. "You're going to think I'm crazier. I don't know." He went over and sat down next to her. "Okay, look, I don't know how to say this right, so I'm just going to get the words out. You and I? We're going to be facing a lot of, personal shit in connection with, oh God, he really hoped she kept the pregnancy. We might as well start being fully honest with each other now. Whatever it is. I won't judge. After all the crap I've done in my own life, I ain't judging no one over nothing." Layla took a deep breath. "All right, well, Payne came and saw me last night." He frowned again. "And? Well, she said she might be able to do something for the pregnancy. She wasn't sure whether it would work, but she didn't think it would hurt me." Quinn's chest tightened up, a stab of fear making his heart pound. V and Payne had things about them that were not of this world, and that was cool. But not around his young, for fuck's sake. V's hand was a straight-up killer. She took her hand and laid it on my belly, right where the young is. A sensation like Quinn's inner toilet had flushed all the blood out of his head hit hard. "Oh God. No." She reached for him. "It wasn't bad. Felt good, actually. I was bathed in this light. It flowed through me, strengthening me, healing me." It focused on my abdomen, but it went so much further than that. Afterward, I was so worried about her, though. She collapsed on the floor next to the bed. Layla motioned downward, to the floor. But then I lost consciousness. I must have slept for a long time. When I finally woke up, that was when I felt different. At first, I assumed it was because the miscarriage had stopped because it was over. I ran out and found Blay, and he took me down to the clinic. That's when you came and Doc Jane told us that Layla's elegant hand touched her lower abdomen, and then lingered there. That was when she told us that our young is still with us. Her voice broke at that point, and she blinked quickly. "So you see, I think she saved our pregnancy." After a long moment of shock, Quinn whispered, "Oh shit." Back in the parking lot of the restaurant, a sail loomed over the hood of his burglar's Audi, standing fully in the glare of the headlights. Much as he'd done the night before, he locked eyes with her by instinct rather than by sight. And as he stood in the cold, he was hot from his temper and so much else. As that sack of excrement on two legs had escorted her to her car and had the insanity to kiss her, a sail had been confronted anew by two choices. Track the man into the night and follow through on all that throat-tearing, or wait until the human left, and something deep inside of him had made up his mind. He had been incapable of leaving her. His burglar put down her window, and the scent of her arousal made him hard. It also made him smile. It was the first time all night he'd caught a whiff of it, and that cooled his temper more than anything else could have. Well, except perhaps skinning that man alive. "What do you want?" she snarled. Oh, wasn't that the question? He moved around to her side of the car. Did you enjoy yourself? Excuse me? I believe you heard the question. She threw open the driver's side door and jumped out. How dare you expect any explanation from me about anything? He cranked his weight forward on his hips, leaning in toward her. May I remind you that you invaded my privacy first? I didn't jump in front of your car and… Did you like what you saw last night? That clammed her up. And as the silence persisted, he smiled a little. So you admit you were watching? You goddamn knew I was, she spat. So answer the question. Did you like what you saw? He said in a voice that was husky even to his own ears. Oh yes, he thought as he inhaled deeply. She did. Never mind, he purred. You don't need to put it in words. I already know your answer. She slapped him so fast and so hard, his head actually kicked back on his spine. His first instinct was to bare his fangs and bite her, to punish her, to tantalize himself, because there was no better spice to pleasure than a little pain, or a lot of it. He righted his head and lowered his lids. That felt good. Do you want to do it again? As another bloom emanated from her, he laughed down deep in his chest, and thought, yes, indeed, this reaction from her had just ensured that that human man was going to keep living. Or at least die by the hands of another. She wanted himself, and no other. Assail eased even closer, until his lips were right next to her ear. What did you do when you got home? Or couldn't you wait that long? She took a deliberate step back. You want to know? Fine. I changed the cat litter, made myself 2 scrambled eggs and a piece of cinnamon toast, and then I put myself to bed. He took a deliberate step forward. What did you do when you were in between the sheets? As that scent of hers flared once again, he put his mouth back where it had been close. Oh, so close. I think I know what you did, but I want you to tell me. Screw you. Did you think of what you saw? As a gust of wind blew some of her hair into her eyes, he tucked the strands back. Did you imagine it was you I was fucking? Her breath began to pump in her chest, and dearest virgin in the fade that made him want to take her. How long did you stay? He breathed. Until the female finished her until I did? Her hands punched him away. Fuck off. In a quick shift, she shot around his body, jumped back into her car, and slammed the door. He moved just as fast. Surging in through the open window, he turned her head and kissed her hard. His mouth taking over, the drive to wipe clean any trace of that human male making his sex pound. She kissed him back, with equal strength. As his shoulders were too big to fit through the window, he wanted to claw through the steel. He had to stay where he was, however, and that made him even more aggressive, his blood roaring in his veins, his body straining as his tongue entered her, his hand snaking behind her neck, burying into her hair. She was slick and sweet and hot as hell, to the point that he had to break off for a deep breath or run the risk of passing out. As he separated them, he met her eyes. They were both heaving, and as her arousal thickened the air, he wanted to be inside of her, to mark her. The sound of his phone going off was exactly the wrong thing at the wrong time. The ringing from his coat seemed to snap her back to reality, her eyes flaring as they slid away, her hands locking on the steering wheel as if she were trying to ground herself. She didn't look at him as she put the window up, engaged the engine, and drove off, leaving Assail panting in the cold. 55. Quinn left Layla's room shortly thereafter, his shit-kickers carrying him fast across the narrow rug that ran down the corridor to the head of the stairs. As he kept going by Rath's study, he was vaguely aware of someone calling his name, but he paid no attention. At the far end of the Hall of Statues, past Z and Bella's suite, the room where Payne and Manny stayed had a closed door, but the sound of a television quietly murmured on the far side. Quinn took a second to collect the pieces of his blown mind, and then knocked. Enter, came the response. As he stepped inside, the room was awash in a blue glow, the TV providing the light. Payne was lying in the bed, her skin so pale it reflected the changing images projected onto it. Greetings, she said in a slurred voice. Jesus Christ. No, I am afraid not. She smiled, or at least half of her mouth did. Pardon me if I do not get up to offer greetings. He shut the door softly. What happened? Even though he sort of knew. Is she well? Payne asked. Is your female pregnant still? The tests seem to indicate so. Good. That pleases me. Are you dying? He blurted out, and then wanted to knee himself in his own nads. She laughed roughly. I do not believe so. I'm very weak, however. Quinn's feet carried him across the carpet. So had happened? Payne struggled to push herself higher on her pillows, but then gave up. I think I'm losing my gift. She groaned as she moved her legs under the duvet. When I first came here, I was able to lay hands and heal with little or no after effects. Every time I do it, however, the effort appears to drag me down further. And what I endeavored with your female and your young was, you nearly killed yourself, he filled in. She shrugged. I woke up on the floor next to her bed. I dragged myself down here. Manny got me out of bed earlier, and I did have some energy. Now it seems to have flagged once more. Is there anything I can do? I think I must needs go to my mother's sanctuary. This was said with total derision. For a recharge, as it were. It seems logical, as that may well have been the locus of my gift. I just need to get strong enough to make the trip, so to speak, well, that and gather the will to. I should much prefer to remain down here. The decision, however, appears to be making itself for me. One cannot negotiate with one's physical form, after a point. Yeah, he knew how that was. I can't, he dragged a hand through his hair. I don't know how to thank you. When she gives birth, then you may thank me. There is much unknown ahead that is still to be crossed. Not anymore, he thought. His vision, the one on the door to the fade, was once again on track to coming true. And this time it was going to stay that way. Quinn withdrew one of the daggers from his chest and streaked the sharp blade across the inside of his palm. As blood welled and started to drip, he offered himself to the female. I hereby offer the oath of my, he stopped short. He didn't have any bloodline to speak of, not with that disavowal in his background. I offer the oath of my honor to you and yours from now until the final beat of my heart and the last breath in my lungs. Anything you shall call upon me for shall be provided without question or hesitation. On one level, it seemed ridiculous to put himself out like that to the daughter of a motherfucking deity. Like Payne needed any help? Payne's dagger hand met his and latched on tight. I would rather have your honor than any bloodline upon the earth. As their eyes met, he had a thought that it was not male to female, but fighter to fighter, in spite of their sexes. I will never be able to thank you enough, he said. Would that she makes it through. Both of them, that is. I have the sense they will now. Thanks to you. It felt weird to want to bow to the female, but some things you just went with, and he did. Then he turned away, not wanting to keep her up if she was going to rest. Just as his hand locked onto the doorknob, Payne murmured, If you thank anyone, it should be Blaylock. Quinn froze, cranked back around. What did you say? A sail stayed put as that Audi skidded out of the parking lot and hit the road beyond like his burglar had planted a bomb in the restaurant and just hit the detonator. His body told him to go after her, stop that car, and drag her into the back seat. His mind, however, knew better. As he felt the surging in his body, he knew that the extent to which he lost control around her was dangerous. He was a male who defined himself by his self-possession. With that female, especially if that sex of hers was aroused, he was consumed with the need to possess her. So he needed to regather his own reins. In point of fact, he had no business wasting time stalking some human woman, hanging out in the corner of a cheap dive, watching her with a man. Also consumed with the urge to kill her cheeseburger dinner companion. What in the name of the scribe virgin had happened to him? The answer, when it came to him, was something he firmly rejected. In a bid to refocus his energies, he took out his phone to ascertain who had called and broken the spell that had well needed rupturing. Revenge. On so many levels, he had no desire to speak with the male. The last thing he was interested in was a rehash of all the reasons he had to participate in the social and political standstill that was the council. But it was better than going after his burglar. He didn't even know her name, he realized. And it would be in his best interests to never find out, he told himself. As he returned the call, he held the iPhone to his ear, and put his free hand into the pocket of his wool coat to keep it warm. "Revenge," he said as the mail picked up. "I'm talking to you more than I speak with my mommin. I thought your mother was dead. She is. You have a very low standard for communication. What may I do for you?" 'Twas not a question. No reason to encourage a response. "Actually, it's what I can do for you. With all due respect, I prefer to take care of business myself." A very good policy. And as much as I know you like your business, that isn't why I called. I thought you might like to know that the council met with wrath tonight. I believe I resigned during our last conversation, so I fail to see what this has to do with me. Your name came up at the end, after everyone had left. Sale arched a brow. "In what capacity?" "A little birdie said you set wrath up with the band of bastards at your home this past fall." Sale's grip tightened on his phone, and during the brief pause that followed, he chose his words with extreme care. "Wrath knows that isn't true. I was the one who gave him the vehicle he got away in. As I told you before, I am not, and never have been, connected with any insurgency. In fact, I removed myself from the council precisely because I do not wish to be embroiled in any drama." "Relax. He did you a favor." "In exactly what manner?" "The individual said it in front of me. And again, I inquire, how does that equate to a—" I knew he was lying. Sale became quiet. It was, of course, a good thing that Revenge knew the statement to be untrue. "But how?" "Before you ask," the male murmured darkly, "I'm not going to go into exactly why I'm so sure of it. What I will say, however, is that I'm prepared to reward your loyalty with a gift from the king." "A gift?" Wrath is a male who's aptly named. He understands, for example, how an individual would feel if he were to be wrongly accused of treason. He knows that someone who would falsely implicate another with information not widely known is likely trying to shift blame for his own actions, particularly if the person talking had a shall we say, an effect that indicated not just deceit but a certain level of scheming. As if he were paying you back for something he considered indicative of disloyalty or bad judgment. "Who is it?" Sale breathed, even though he knew. "Wrath is not asking you to do any kind of dirty work. In fact, if you choose not to take action, the individual will be dead within 24 hours. The king just feels, as I do, that your interests are not only aligned with ours, in this case they supersede them." Sale closed his eyes, vengeance boiling his blood in much the same manner in which the sexual instinct had just done. The end result, however, was going to be oh so very different. "Say the name." "Elon, son of Larex." Sale popped his lids and bared his fangs. "You tell your king I shall take care of this with alacrity." Revenge laughed darkly. "That I'll do. I promise it." 56. Blay was antsy as he paced around his room. Although he was fully dressed for fighting, he was going nowhere. None of them were. After the council meeting, Tor had ordered the Brotherhood to stay in on a just-in-case. Rev was reaching out to the council members, connecting outside of the mansion, getting a sense of where the Glimmerer were. As the guy couldn't very well show up with a six-pack of brothers on his asset list, not if he wanted to preserve some pretense of civility, they had to chill. But given the political climate, it was important that backup was ready in case the Reverend needed it. Not that he went by that name anymore. The door to his room opened wide without a knock. A hello. I hear you decent. Quinn stood in between the jams, breathing hard, like he'd run down the hall of statues. Damn, had Layla lost the pregnancy after all? Those mismatched eyes searched around. "You by yourself? Why the hell would Saxton, right?" "Yes." The male took 3 strides forward, reached up and kissed the ever-loving shit out of Blay. The kiss was the kind that you remembered all your life, the connection forged with such totality that everything from the feel of the body against your own, to the warm slide of another's lips on yours, to the power as well as the control, was etched into your mind. Blay didn't ask any questions. He just held on, slipping his arms around the other male, welcoming the tongue that entered him, kissing back even though he didn't understand what had motivated this. He probably should care, probably should pull away, shoulda, woulda, coulda, whatever. He was vaguely aware that the door was open into the hall, but he didn't care even though things were going to get pretty goddamn indiscreet pretty quick. Except Quinn abruptly put the brakes on, ending the lip lock and separating them. Sorry. This isn't why I came. The fighter was still panting, and that, as well as the burn in that incredible stare, was nearly enough for Blay to say something along the lines of, "That's fine, but can we finish what we started first?" Quinn walked back and shut the door. Then he shoved his hands into the pockets of his leathers like it was either that or he was worried they might latch on again. Fuck the pockets, Blay thought as he tried to subtly rearrange his erection. "What is it?" he asked. "I know you went to see Payne." The words were spoken clearly and slowly, and they were the one thing that Blay couldn't really handle. Breaking eye contact, he wandered around his room. "You saved the pregnancy," Quinn announced, the tone in his voice too close to awe for comfort. "So she's still okay?" "You saved the..." "Payne did." V's sister said it never would have dawned on her to try until you went and talked with her. "Payne's got some serious talent." Quinn was suddenly right in his way, a solid wall of muscle that there was no going through, especially as the male reached up and brushed Blay's cheek. "You saved my daughter." In the silence that followed, Blay knew he had something he was supposed to say. The hit was right on his tongue. It was, shit. With Quinn looking at him like that, he couldn't remember his own name. Blaysox? Blacklock? Blabberfox? Who the fuck knew? "You saved my daughter," Quinn whispered. The words that came out of Blay's mouth were ones he would later regret because it was especially important, in light of the sex that seemed to be happening from time to time, to keep a distance. But linked as they were, stare to stare, he was powerless to stop the truth. "How could I not try? It was killing you. I couldn't not try something. Anything." Quinn's lids closed briefly, and then he gathered Blay in an embrace that connected them from head to foot. "You're always there for me, aren't you?" Talk about bittersweet. The reality that the male was going to form a family with someone else, with a female, with Layla, bit into the center of Blay's chest. It was his curse in so many ways. He released his arms from Quinn's back and stepped off. "Well, I hope it." Before he could finish, Quinn was in front of him yet again, and those blue and green eyes were burning. "What?" Blay said. "I owe you everything." For some reason, that hurt. Maybe because after years of trying to give himself to the guy, the gratitude was finally earned by helping him have a kid with someone else. "Whatever, you'd have done the same for me," he said roughly. And yet, even as he put that out there, he wasn't sure. If someone attacked him? Well, sure, of course Quinn would back him up. But then again, the tough-edged SOB loved to fight and was a natural hero. That wasn't anything about Blay. Perhaps that was the point of this emptiness. Everything had always been on Quinn's terms. The friendship, the distance, even the sex. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Quinn asked. "Like how?" "As if I'm a stranger." Blay rubbed his face. "Sorry. Just been a long night." There was a long, tense moment, during which all he could feel was Quinn's stare. "I'll go," the fighter said after a pause. "I guess I just wanted ya. Anyhow." The sounds of shitkickers headed for the exit had Blay cursing. The knock on the door was a single one and very loud. "A brother." Rage's voice cut easily through the panels. "Blay? Tors called a meeting to go over tomorrow night's territory. You know where Quinn is?" Blay looked across his room at the guy. "No, I don't." "Oh, for fuck's sake," Quinn thought at the interruption. Although in reality the conversation was over, wasn't it? The good news was that at least Rage didn't come in. No doubt Blay would prefer the pair of them not got caught hanging in his room. Hollywood wrapped things up with, "If you see him, let him know if he wants to attend. We're convening in 5. Totally understand if he'd rather stay with Layla." "Roger that," Blay said in a dead voice. As Rage went next door and knocked on Z's door, Quinn rubbed his face. He had no idea what had gone through Blay's mind just now, but the way those blue eyes had stared at him had made him feel as if a ghost had passed over his grave. Then again, what did he expect? He barged into the room that the guy shared with Saxton, pulled a major lip lock, and then got all mushy over the Payne thing. This was Saxton's space, not Quinn's space. He had a habit of taking things over, though, didn't he? "I won't come in here again," Quinn said, trying to make some kind of amends. I just wanted you to know that I owe you so much. Quinn went over to the door and leaned in, listening for Rage's voice, closing his eyes, waiting for the hall of statues to be clear. Jesus, he could be a selfish prick sometimes, he really could. Quinn. His body turned on a dime, sure as if Blaze's voice was a ripcord that yanked him around. Yeah. The male walked forward. When they were eye to eye, Blaze said, I still want to fuck you. Quinn's brows popped so high, they nearly landed on the carpet. And instantly he went hard. The only trouble was, Blaze didn't seem happy about the reveal. But why would he be? He wasn't the kind of male who could two-time someone easily, although clearly Saxton's lack of monogamy had cured him of being faithful. Kind of made Quinn want to strangle his cousin again. And the only thing that stopped him from going and finding the slut was that, in this case, the situation worked for Quinn. I want to be with you too, he said. I'll come to your room after dawn. Quinn didn't want to ask. Had to. What about Saxton? He's gone on vacation. Realia. For how long? Just a couple of days. Too bad. Any chance of an extension for like a year or two? Maybe forever? Okay. Quinn stopped himself before he finished that with date. There was no sense kidding himself. Saxton was away. Blaze wanted to get laid. And Quinn was more than willing to supply the male with what he wanted. That construct was not a date. But fuck it. Come to me, he said in a growl. I'll be waiting for you. Blaze nodded, like they'd made a pact. And then he was the one who left first, his body shifting with aggression as he walked by and went through the door. Quinn watched the guy go, stayed behind, nearly shut himself in just so he could pull himself together. Suddenly, he was fucked in the head, in spite of the promise that they'd be hooking up in a matter of hours. That expression on Blaze's face haunted him, to the point where his chest started to ache. Shit. Maybe this current series of hookups was just a further evolution of the bad spots they'd been in before. A new facet of their collective unhappiness. It had never dawned on him that they weren't good for each other. That there wouldn't be, in the future, some kind of meeting of the minds now that he'd opened himself after all these years. Curling up a fist, he slammed it into the door jamb, the imprint of the molding biting back into the heel of his hand. As pain flared and then thumped, for some reason, he thought of punching that flatbed's dashboard and screaming to get out. Felt like that had been a lifetime ago. But he wasn't turning back. If sex was what he could have, he was going to take it. Besides, what Blaze had done for Layla. Surely that meant something. The guy had cared enough to change the course of Quinn's entire life. Not that Blaze hadn't done that long ago. 57. A sail took form beside a babbling brook that remained ice-free thanks to its constant movement. The house before him was one he had been to only one prior time. A brick Victorian with the period's quintessential gingerbread motifs marking its porches and doorways. So quaint. So homey. Especially with those long four-paned windows made of leaded glass, and the curls of smoke lazying out of not one, but three of its four chimneys, which seemed to indicate its owner was back home for the night. Fine timing, as it were. Dawn was coming soon, so it was logical to batten down one's personal hatches for the sun. Secure one's environment. Prepare for the hours that one needed to stay inside to protect oneself from harm. A sail stalked across the pristine snow, leaving tracks with deep tread. No loafers for this job. No business suit either. No Range Rover for his burglar to follow. Coming up the side lawn, he went over to the floor-to-ceiling windows of the very receiving room into which the master of the house had, not so very long ago, welcomed certain members of the council along with the band of bastards. A sail had been numbered among the males at that meeting. At least until it had become clear that he had to remove himself or get drawn into precisely the kind of discourse and drama he was uninterested in. At the glass, he looked inside. Elon, son of Larex, was at his desk, a landline telephone up to his ear, a brandy snifter at his elbow, a cigarette smoldering in a cut crystal ashtray beside him. As he leaned back in his leather club chair and crossed his legs at the knees, he appeared to be in a state of relaxation and self-satisfaction akin to that of postcoital bliss. A sail made a fist, the black leather of his glove creaking ever so subtly. And then he dematerialized into the very room, reforming directly behind the male's chair. On one level, he couldn't believe that Elon didn't fortify his abode with greater security of fine steel mesh over the windows and within the walls, for example. Then again, the aristocrat clearly suffered from a lack of appropriate risk assessment as well as an arrogance that would grant him a greater sense of safety than he actually possessed. And then Wrath shared a story about his father. I must confess, in person, the king is quite ferocious. Although not enough to change my course, naturally. No, a sale was going to take care of that. Elon leaned forward and reached for the cigarette. The thing was screwed onto one of those old-fashioned holders, the kind that females tended to use, and as he brought the end to his lips to take a drag, the tip extended out past the edge of the chair. Assail unsheathed a shiny steel blade that was as long as his forearm. It had eerie been his preferred weapon for this sort of thing. His heart rate was as steady as his hand. His breathing even and regular whilst he loomed behind the chair. With deliberation, he stepped to one side, positioning himself so that his reflection appeared in the window opposite the desk. I am not aware whether it was the entire Brotherhood. How many of them are left? 7 or 8. This is part of the problem. We do not know who they are anymore. Elon tapped his cigarette, the small stack of ash falling into the belly of the ashtray. Now, whilst I was at the meeting, I instructed a colleague of mine to be in touch with you. I beg your pardon. Of course I gave him your number, and I resent the tone in your yes. He was here at the meeting at my home. He is going to know I shan't do it again. Shall you cease interrupting me? I think so, yes. Elon took a drag and released the smoke in a rush. His annoyance manifested in his breath. May we move on? Thank you. As I was saying, my colleague shall be in touch with regard to a certain legal provision which may help us. He has explained it to me, but as it is rather technical, I assumed you would wish to question him yourself. There was a rather long pause, and when Elon spoke next, his tone was calmer, as if placating words had soothed the ruffled feathers of his ego. Oh, and one last thing. I took care of our little problem with a certain business-minded gentlemale. Assail deliberately curled up his fist. As that leather once again let out its quiet sound of protest, Elon straightened in his seat, his crossed foot returning to the floor, his spine stretching upward such that his head appeared over the back of the chair. He looked left, looked right. I must needs go. At that moment, Elon's eyes went to the window across from him, and he saw the reflection of his killer in the glass. As Ecker stood in an insulated room with a proper heating system, he had to admit he preferred Throw's newest choice of living quarters over that warehouse dungeon they had been in previously. Mayhap he would thank the shadow who had intruded, if their paths e'er crossed anew. Then again, perhaps the sense of warmth in his body was his temper flaring, and not a function of good operational ductwork. The aristocrat on the other end of his cellular phone was testing his last nerve. He did not want to be contacted by anybody else on the council. Managing one member of the Glimera was quite enough. Although he typically took a pacifying approach with Elon, his wrath licked out. Do not give my number to anyone else. Elon and he went back and forth a bit, the aristocrat's own ire rising. Which was, of course, no good. One wanted a usable tool in one's hands, not something with a prickly grip. My apologies, Ecker murmured after a bit. It is just that I prefer to deal with decision-makers only. That is why I contact you and you alone. I have no interest in the others. Only you. As if Elon were a female and theirs was a romantic liaison. Ecker rolled his eyes as the aristocrat fell for it, and resumed his discourse. And one last thing. I took care of our little problem with a certain business-minded gentlemale. Instantly, Ecker's attention picked up. What in fate's name had the idiot done now? In truth, this could be monstrously inconvenient. Say what one would about a sales failure to see the light around Wrath's dethroning. That particular gentlemale was not cut from Elon's fragile, rippable silk. And as much as Ecker detested dealing with the son of Larex, he had invested considerable time and resources in the relationship. 'Twould be a shame to lose the miscreant now, and have to establish yet another conduit within the council. What did you say? Ecker demanded. Elon's tone changed, wariness creeping in. I must needs go. The scream that blared through the phone was so loud and high-pitched. Ecker ripped the cell away from his ear and held it outward. At the sound, his fighters, who were lounging around the room in various positions, turned their heads in his direction, playing witness, as he did, to Elon's murder. The caterwauling went on for quite some time, but there was no begging for mercy either because his assailant was working quickly, or because it was very clear, even to a dying male, that there would be none from the attacker. Messy, Cypher remarked as yet another crescendo vibrated out of the phone. Very messy. Still has an airway, another pointed out. Not for long, another chimed in. And they were right. No more than a moment later, something hit the floor hard, and that was the end of the sounds. Assail, Ecker said sharply. Pick up the fucking phone. Assail. There was a rustling, as if the receiver Elon had been speaking into had been retrieved from wherever it had fallen to. And then there was the sound of raking breath on the line, which suggested Elon might well be in pieces. I know this is you, Assail, Ecker said, and I can only guess that Elon overstepped and the indiscretion got back to your ears. However, you have taken my partner from me, and that cannot go unavenged. It was a surprise when the male answered, his voice deep and strong. Back in the old country, provisions were made for affronts against one's reputation. Surely you not only recall them, but you shall not deny me my right of retribution in the new world. Ecker bared his fangs, though not because he was frustrated with the one he was speaking to. Fucking Elon. If the dumb bastard had just stuck to being an informant, he'd still be alive and Ecker could have had the satisfaction of killing him at the end of all of this. Assail continued. He stated unto representatives of the king that I was responsible for your rifle shot, the one that was discharged upon my property without my knowledge or permission. He cut in before Ecker could speak. You are well aware of exactly how little I had to do with that attack, are you not? Back in the Bloodletter's time, this conversation would never have occurred. Assail would have been hunted down as an obstructionist and eliminated for both purpose and sport. But Ecker had learned his lesson. As his eyes went to Throw, standing so tall and elegant among the others, he thought, he had learned that there was an appropriate place and time for certain standards. He believed the word was. I meant what I said unto you, Ecker, son of the Bloodletter. As Ecker flinched at the reference, he was glad this conversation was occurring over the phone. I have no interest in either your agenda or the king's. I am a businessman, only I am resigned from the council, and I am unaligned with you. And Elon attempted to make a traitor out of mesomething, which, as you well know, comes with a price on one's head. I took Elon's life because he tried to take mine. It is entirely lawful. Ecker cursed to himself. The male had a rather good point, and whereas Assail's rigid neutrality had at first seemed unbelievable, now Ecker was beginning to. Trust was not a word he used with anyone other than his soldiers. Tell me something, Ecker drawled. Yes. Is his piggish head still attached to that weak little body of his? Assail chuckled. No. Do you know that is among my favorite ways of killing? A warning for me, Ecker? Ecker glanced back at Throw, and thought again of the virtue of codes of behavior among even warring males. No, he declared. Just something we have in common. Fare thee well, Assail, for what is left of this night. Yourself as well. And in the words of our mutual acquaintance, I must needs go. Afore I am forced to slaughter the Doggen butler who is pounding, at this very instant, upon the door I have locked. Ecker threw his head back and laughed as he ended the call. You know, he said to his fighters, I rather like him. 58. The following evening, as the shutters rose and an alarm clock Blay didn't recognize started to chirp, he opened his eyes. This was not his room, but he knew exactly where he was. Next to him, against his back, Quinn stirred, the male's body stretching against his own, naked skin brushing against naked skin, and didn't that make his wake-up erection start to throb? Quinn reached across Blay's head, his heavy arm extending over, his hand slapping the clock into silence. Lest there be any question as to whether he'd welcome a quickie before the whole shower dress first meal thing, Blay arched, pushing his ass into the seat of Quinn's pelvis. The groan that shot into his ear made him smile a little, But things got serious as Quinn's dagger hand snaked downward and found Blay's cock. "Oh, fuck," Blay breathed as he moved his leg up and out of the way. "I've got to be inside of you." Funny, Blay was thinking the exact same thing. As Quinn mounted him, Blay eased onto his stomach, crushing Quinn's palm into that hard ridge of arousal. It didn't take long for the rhythm to get fast and furious, and as Blay's balls tightened with yet another release, he marveled that his desperation for the guy only seemed to grow. You'd think the number of times the pair of them had come together literally during the day would have taken this burn down to a rolling boil. Not the case. Giving himself over to the pleasure, Blay gritted his teeth as his release shot out at the same time Quinn's hips locked up tight and the male grunted. There was no second round. Not that Blay didn't want it and Quinn wasn't able, the clock was the problem. When Blay reopened his eyes, the digital readout told him that Quinn's alarm provided for only 15 minutes of get-ready time for a male's quick shower and arming. Nothing extra. Kind of made him wish the fighter had been more of a moose, double shave, cologne, matching outfit sort of guy. With another of his trademark erotic groans, Quinn eased them onto their sides, keeping them joined. As the guy breathed deeply, Blay realized he could have stayed like this forever, just the two of them in a silent, dim room. In this moment of peace and quiet, there was no overhang of the past, or anything that needed to be said but wasn't, or third parties, real or fabricated, between them. "At the end of the night," Quinn said in a gravelly voice, "will you come to me again?" "Yes, I will." There was no other answer that occurred to him. In fact, he wondered how he was going to wait through the 12 hours of darkness and meals and work until he could slip away and come back here. Quinn muttered something that sounded like, "Thank God." Then he moaned as he disengaged, withdrawing himself. In the aftermath, Blay stayed where he was for a brief moment, but ultimately he had no choice save to get up, go out the door, and return to where he belonged. Thank God no one saw him. He made it back to his own room without anyone playing witness to the walk of shame, and within 15 minutes he was showered, leathered, and armed. Stepping out of his door, Quinn came out of his at exactly the same moment. Both of them froze. Ordinarily, walking down together would have been marginally awkward, the kind of thing that they would have made small talk during. But now, Quinn dropped his eyes. "You go first." "Okay." Blay turned to walk away. "Thanks." Blay cast his chest holster and his leather jacket over his shoulder and strode off. By the time he hit the stairwell, it felt like years had passed since they'd lain so close together. Had the day between them even fucking happened? Jesus, he was starting to feel insane. Entering the dining room below, he took a random empty chair and hung his stuff over the back as the others did, even though Fritz hated weapons around his food. Then he thanked the dog Jen who presented him with a fully loaded plate, and began to eat. He couldn't have told you what had been served to him, or who was talking around the table. But he knew exactly when Quinn came through the jams. His core started to hum, and it was impossible not to glance over his shoulder. There was an immediate physical impact as he took in that huge body clad in black, and dripping in weapons like a car battery had been hooked up to his nervous system. As Quinn didn't meet his eyes, he supposed that was a good thing. The others around the table knew them both too well, especially John, and things were complicated enough without the benevolent peanut gallery getting a chance to weigh in on that anything would be said publicly. Privately, though, pillow talk ran rampant through the household. Something to envy. Quinn started forward, then abruptly changed direction and walked all the way around to the other side of the table, to the only chair, other than the one next to Blay, that was empty. For some reason, Blay thought of the conversation he'd had with his mother over the phone, the one where he had finally admitted to a member of his family who he really was. Unease feathered across his nape. Quinn would never do something like come out, and not because his parents were dead, or because, when that pair had been alive, they had hated their son. "I see myself with a female long-term. I can't explain it. It's just the way it's going to be." Blay pushed his plate away. "Blay? Hello?" Shaking himself, he glanced at Rage. "I'm sorry. I asked you if you were ready to play Nanook of the North." "Oh, that's right." They were going back to that stretch of forest where they'd found the cabins and the lesser with the special power for going ghost, as well as that airplane which was, at the moment, gathering snow in the backyard. He, John, and Rage were on deck for the assignment. And Quinn. Aya, absolutely. The most beautiful member of the Brotherhood frowned, his Caribbean blue eyes narrowing. You okay? Yup, just fine. When was the last time you fed? Blay opened his mouth. Shut it. Tried to do the math. Aha, I thought so. Rage leaned forward and spoke around Z's chest. Yo, Fury? Do you think one of your chosen can come here and fill in for Layla at dawn? We've got some blood needs. Great. Just what he wanted to do at the end of the night. About an hour later, Quinn took a sharp breath as he materialized in the cold. Flurries fluttered around his face, getting into his eyes and his nose. One by one, John, Rage, and Blay assumed form with him. As he faced off at the airplane hangar, the hollowed-out shell brought back memories of that fakakta Cessna, and the Hail Mary trip and the crash landing. Happy, happy, joy, joy. Good to go, he said to Rage. Let's do this. The plan was to proceed at quarter-mile clips until they came to the first few cabins they'd already been to. After that, they would locate the other buildings on the property, using the map they'd found previously as a guide. Just your typical search/recon protocol. He had no clue what they would find, but that was the point. You didn't know until you did the job. As Quinn sent himself forward, he was acutely aware of where Blay was. Yet as he reformed in front of the first cabin they came to, he didn't look over when Blay appeared about 5 feet away. Not a good idea. Even though they were on assignment, all he had to do was close his eyes and his mind was flooded with images of naked bodies intertwined in the dim light of his bedroom. Further visual confirm that the guy was hot as fuck was not a help. He was ashamed to admit it, but right now, the only thing keeping him together was the fact that Blay had promised to come to him at dawn. The aftermath awkwardness at first meal had made him crave the communion even more, to the point where he was shaken by the idea that someday, in the near future, Saxton would be back and Blay would stop walking over from next door, and then what the fuck was he going to do? What a goddamn mess. At least Layla was doing well. Still nauseated and smiling constantly. Still pregnant, thanks to Blay's intervention. East by northeast, Rage said as he consulted the map. Roger that, Quinn replied. And so they went on, going deeper into the territory, the forest fanning out all around them for hundreds and hundreds of yards, and then by a mile, and then by several miles. The cabins were largely the same, roughly 20 by 20, open-spaced in the center, no bathroom, no kitchen, just a roof and 4 walls to file down the worst of the weather's teeth. The farther in they went, the more dilapidated the structures became, and they were all empty. Logical. This was a long trek if you were on foot, and lessers, as strong as they were, couldn't dematerialize. At least, most of them couldn't. That had to have been the 4 lesser, he thought. Only explanation for how that injured slayer had gone ghost like that. The 7th cabin they came to was directly on a trail that had been used frequently enough at some point so that they could still see its path through the evergreens. This one was missing a number of panes of glass, and its door had been blown open, a snowdrift barging in like a burglar. Quinn crunched grimly through the ice pack, his shit-kickers making mincemeat of the pristine surface as he closed in on the porch. With a flashlight in his left hand and a .45 in his right, he jumped up under the eaves and leaned in. Same shit, different dead space. As he swept the interior, there was a whole lot of absolutely frickin' nothing. No furniture. Some built-in shelving that was empty. Cobwebs that waved in the breeze coming through the busted window panes. Clear, he called out. Turning away, he thought this was bullshit. He wanted to be downtown kicking ass. Not out here in the middle of nowhere, hunting and pecking and coming up with nada. Rage put a penlight between his teeth and unfolded the map once again. Making a mark with a pen, he tapped the heavy paper. Last one is about a quarter mile to the west. Thank fuck. Assuming everything was as snore as it had been, they should be out of this and engaging the enemy in the alleys within 15, maybe 20 minutes. Piece of cake. 59. You look really happy. Layla glanced over. On some level, it was unfathomable that the queen of the race was propped up next to her on the bed, reading Us Weekly and People and watching television. Then again, except for the huge blood-red Saturnine ruby that winked on her finger, she was as normal as could be. I am. Layla put aside the article on the newest season of The Bachelor and laid her hand upon her belly. I am ecstatic, especially given that pain had stopped by earlier and appeared to be back to feeling like herself. Although Layla's wish for the pregnancy to continue was nearly pathological, the idea that the blessing had come at a cost to the other female had not sat well. Do you wish to have young? Layla blurted, and then had to add, if it does not offend. Beth batted away the concern. You can ask me anything. And God, yes. I want some so badly. It's funny, back before my change, I had no interest in them at all. They were a noisy, out-of-control complication that I honestly didn't know why people bothered to bring into their lives. Then I met Wrath. She pushed her dark hair back and laughed. Needless to say, everything has changed. How many meetings have you had? I'm waiting, praying, counting down. Layla frowned and made busy work opening a new sleeve of saltines. It was hard to remember much in specific of those crazy hours with Quinn, but it had been a trial of epic proportions. Given the miracle that was still resting within her, it had all been worth it. However, she couldn't say she ever wanted to go through her fertile time again. At least not unmedicated. Well, I wish you're kneading for you soon, then. Layla bit into yet another cracker, the square splintering and melting in her mouth. And I can't believe I'm saying that. Is it as rough as I mean? I didn't get to talk to Wellesley much about hers before she passed, and Bella's never said anything about her time. Beth looked down at the Queen's ring, as if admiring the way its facets captured and reflected the light. And I don't know Autumn all that Welsh's lovely, but given everything she and Tor have just been through, it doesn't seem an appropriate topic to bring up with her. It's mostly a blur, to be honest. Probably a blessing, huh? Layla winced. I wish I could tell you otherwise, but yes, I believe it is a blessing. It's got to be worth it, though. Without a doubt, I was just thinking that very thing, as a matter of fact. Layla smiled. You know what they say about pregnant females, yes? What? If you spend time with them, they'll encourage your needing to come. Really? The Queen grinned. Then you could be the answer to my prayers. Well, I'm not sure whether it's true. On the far side, we're fertile all the time. It's only here on Earth that females are subjected to hormone fluctuations, but I have read about the effect in the library. Then let's do our own experiment, shall we? Beth offered her palm for a shake. Besides, I like being here. You're very inspirational. Layla's brows peaked as she shook what was presented to her. Inspiro, no. I cannot see that at all. Think of everything you've been through. The pregnancy has resolved itself, though. Not just that. You're the survivor of a cult. As Layla gave her a blank look, the Queen asked, You've never heard of that? I know the word's definition, but I'm not sure it applies to me. The Queen glanced away, as if she didn't want to create discord. Hey, I could be wrong, and you would certainly know better than me. Besides, you're happy now, and that's what matters. Layla focused on the television across the way. From what she understood, a cult was not a good thing, and survivor was a term usually associated with people who had been through some kind of trauma. The sanctuary had been as placid and temperate as a spring day upon the earth. All the females in the sacred place calm and at peace with their important duties to the mother of the race. No coercion, no strife. For some reason, Payne's voice entered her mind. You and I are sisters in my mother's tyranny, casualties of her grand plan for the way things must be. We were both jailed by her in different ways, you as a chosen, myself as her blooded daughter. I'm sorry, the Queen said, reaching out and touching Layla's arm. I didn't mean to upset you. I honestly don't know what the hell I'm talking about. Layla snapped herself back to attention. Oh, please, do not concern yourself. She clasped the Queen's hand. I take no offense at all. But now, let us speak of happier things such as your Helrin. He must be impatient for your time to come as well. Beth laughed tightly. That is not exactly where he's at. Surely he must want an heir? I think he'll give me one. But only because I want a child as badly as I do. Oh is right. Beth gave Layla's palm a squeeze. He just worries too much. I'm strong and healthy, and ready for it. Now, if I could just get my body to get in gear, hopefully, it will take your cue. Layla smiled and rubbed her flat belly. Did you hear that, little one? You need to help your queen. It's important for the royal family to have a young. But it's not for the throne, Beth interjected. Not on my part. I just want to be a mom, and I want to have my husband's kid. At the core, it's as simple as that. Layla fell silent. She was so glad to have Quinn with her on this journey, but it would have been wonderful to have a proper mate to lie beside her and cradle her during the day, to love her and hold her and tell her that she was precious not solely for what her body could do, but for what she inspired in his heart. An image of Ecker's harsh face flashed into her mind's eye. Shaking her head, she thought, no, she mustn't dwell on that. She needed to keep herself calm and relaxed for the young, as surely her stress was transmitted to that which her womb nurtured. Besides, she had already been blessed with much, and if this pregnancy went to term and she lived through the birth, she had been granted a true and abiding miracle. I'm sure it will work out with the king, she announced. Fate has a way of giving us what we need. Amen, sister. Amen. Sola pulled her Audi directly into the driveway of the glass house on the river, and she parked right at the rear door of the damn thing. Getting out, she planted her boots in the snow, put her hand inside her parka on the butt of her gun, and shut the door with her hip. As she marched up to that back entrance, she made eye contact with the roofline. There had to be security cameras up there. She didn't bother to ring the doorbell or knock on the door. He would know she was here, and if he wasn't home, well, then she'd think of a nice little calling card of some sort to leave him. Maybe a security alarm that went off, an open window or cupboard, or something missing from inside. The door opened and there he was, live and in person exactly as he had been the night before, and yet, as ever, somehow taller, more dangerous, and sexier than she remembered. Isn't this a bit obvious for you? He drawled. He was dressed in a dark suit of some designer variety, and the thing had to have been hand-tailored as well, given the way it fit him so perfectly. I'm here to set something straight, she said, and you appear to want to dictate terms, as if this were a quaint idea. Anything else? Did you happen to bring dinner? I'm hungry. Are you going to let me in? Or do you want to do this in the cold? Is your hand on a weapon, by any chance? Of course it is. In that case, do come in. As he stepped aside, she rolled her eyes. Why the fact that she could shoot him would encourage the man to let her into his house was a mystery. Sola froze as she looked into a modern kitchen. Standing shoulder to shoulder were two men who were identical images of each other. They were also as big as the man she'd come for, just as dangerous, and they each had a gun in their hand. They had to be the ones who'd been with him under the bridge. The door clapped shut, and even though her adrenal glands let out a burst of warning, she kept the reaction to herself. The one she had come to see smiled as he brushed past her. These are my associates. I want to speak with you alone. The man eased back against a granite counter, put a cigar between his teeth, and lit it with a gold lighter. As he clipped the top shut, he exhaled a puff of blue smoke and looked over at her. Gentlemen, will you excuse us for a moment? The twin Mr. Happies didn't look pleased with the dismissal. Then again, you could probably have tried to give them both a winning lottery ticket and they would have eaten your hand clean off your wrist. Just on principle. They did walk off, however, moving in a synchronized way that was highly unsettling. Where'd you find that pair? She asked dryly. The internet? It's amazing what one can secure on eBay. Abruptly, she cut the crap. I want you to stop following me. The man took a pull on that cigar, the fat end glowing bright orange. Do you? You've got no reason to. I'm not going to come here again in any capacity. Really? You have my word. There was nothing Sola hated more than admitting defeat and disengaging from the surveillance of this guy, and his property was a kind of quitting. But that run-in last night, while she'd been on a date with an innocent bystander, for God's sakes, had told her things were getting out of control. She was perfectly capable of playing cat and mouse. She did it all the time in her profession. With this man, however, there was no ultimate goal to be won. No payday awaiting her for information gathered. No intention for her to rob him. And the stakes were escalating. Especially if they ever kissed again, because she doubted she would stop it, and the definition of stupid was sleeping with someone like him. Your word, he said. And exactly how much is that worth? It's all I have to offer you. His eyes, those laser beams, narrowed on her mouth. I'm not so certain of that. His accent and that deep, delicious voice turned the syllables into a caress, something that she could almost feel on her skin. Which was precisely why she was doing this. You've got no reason to follow me. Effective right now. Mayhap I like the view. As his eyes traveled down her body, another shock went through her, but not the anxious kind. Yes, I find that I do. Tell me something. Did you enjoy your evening out? Food to your liking? Companionship to your liking? I'm stopping this tonight. You're not going to see me again. As that was all she had to say, she went to turn away. Do you honestly think it ends here between you and me? His dark, beautiful voice held an ominous threat in it. Sola looked over her shoulder. You asked me not to trespass or spy. I am not going to. And I say to you once again, do you honestly think it ends like this? I'm giving you what you want. Not even close, he growled. For a moment, that connection that had been forged in the cold, when their lips had locked in her car and their bodies had strained, sprang back to life. It's too late to retreat. He took another puff. Your chance to get away has come and gone. She turned to face him. Not to put too fine a point on it, but bullshit. I'm not afraid of you or anyone else, so come at me. But know that I will hurt you to defend myself. An abrupt sound vibrated through the air between them. Purring? Was the man actually purr? He took a step forward. Then another. And as a gentleman might, he held his cigar to the side, like he didn't want to burn her or get smoke in her face. Tell me your name, he said, or commanded, more like it. I find it hard to believe you don't already know it. I do not. This was said with an arch of the brow, as if information seeking was beneath him. Tell me your name, and I will let you leave here now. Got his eyes, they were moonlight and shadow intertwined, an impossible color somewhere between silver and violet and pale blue. As our paths will not be crossing, it's not relevant. Just so you know, you will give yourself to me. Excuse me, but you will beg me for it first. Sola jutted forward, her temper blowing all her let's be reasonable right out of the water. Over my dead body. Sorry, not to my taste. He dropped his chin and stared at her from beneath lowered lids. I prefer you hot and wet. Not going to happen. She pivoted away and headed for the door. And we're done. Just as she entered the anteroom, her eye caught something on the bench that ran down the squat space's far wall. Her head whipped around, and her feet faltered. It was a knife, a very long knife, so long it was nearly a sword. There was bright red blood on the blade. Rethinking your departure? He said in that dark voice from directly behind her. No, she shot over to the door and yanked it open. I'm right on target with it. Slamming the thing behind her, she wanted to run to her car, but refused to give in to panic even as she expected him to come after her. And yet the man stayed put, looming in the window of the door she had put to good use, watching her while she got in, started her engine and put the Audi into gear. As she backed out of the drive, her heart was pounding, especially as a truly terrifying thought occurred to her. Shoving her hand into her purse, she felt around for her phone, and when she found it, she went into her contact lists, selected one, and hit send. Frazzled by fear, she put the cell up to her ear even though she was Bluetooth enabled, and it was against the law in New York not to be hands-free. Ring, ring, ring. Hi, I was hoping to hear from you. Sola sagged in the driver's seat, her head falling back against the rest. Hi, Mark. God. The sound of the man's voice was a relief. Are you okay? Her trainer asked. She thought of that bloody blade. I am. Yes. Are you just getting off work? As they embarked on a pleasant enough conversation, she drove off, her foot heavy on the gas pedal, the landscape streaking by, white snow, grungy, salted road, skeletal trees, little old-fashioned cabin with a light on inside, flat, bald space over the river to the left. Every time she blinked, she saw the shape in the windows of that door, watching, planning, wanting her. And goddamn it, her body was desperate to be caught by him. 60. As Quinn rematerialized, his flashlight illuminated the final cabin. He didn't wait for the others this time, just marched forward, gunning for the door, which was intact and shut tight. His first clue that something was off came when he grabbed the rough-hewn handle. A low-level electrical charge licked into his hand and traveled up his arm. Retracting his palm, he shook things out, his instincts going on high alert. "What is it?" Rage asked as the brother stalked up onto the shallow porch. Quinn glanced around, noting that Blay and John were on the periphery. "I don't know." Rage went for the door and had the same reaction, recoiling sharply. "What the fuck?" "I know, right?" Quinn muttered as he stepped back and ran his light around the exterior. The two windows on either side of the entrance had been boarded up, and as he walked over and looked down the structure's flank, the same was true of the ones on that side as well. "Fuck this," Rage growled. The brother took 3 steps back and then rushed at the door, his heavy shoulder angled like a battering ram. And what do you know, the impact splintered the wooden panels. All at once, a blinding light seared through the night, illuminating the forest like a bomb had gone off, turning Rage getting thrown backward into a movie. As Blay and John rushed across to do a damage assessment on the fighter, Quinn lunged forward, bracing himself as he went for the jams, expecting to get nailed with a couple 100 volts worth of God only knows what. Instead, he hit nothing but air, his forward momentum so great he had to tuck into a ball and roll to keep from landing on his face. A breath later, he punched up off the floor and landed in a crouch, gun in one hand, flashlight in another. Something smelled bad. "Behind you," Blay said, as a second beam of light joined his own. The air inside the cabin was curiously warm, as if there were a heater plugged in somewhere, except that wasn't possible. No electricity and no gas tank. And no one had been here for a while, going by the undisturbed layer of dust on the floorboards and the delicate, vertical cobwebs that hung from the ceiling as motionless as heavy ropes. "What's that?" Blay demanded. As Quinn brought his beam around, he frowned. There were a number of what appeared to be oil drums up against the far wall. The grouping clustered together, as if they'd been scared by something and had circled the wagons for self-protection. Quinn walked over, all the while panning his flashlight in fat circles, and he frowned once more as he got a good look at the large-bore canisters. None of them had lids, and his light seemed to reflect off some sort of oil. "What the hell is this?" Leaning over the closest one, he took a deep breath in through his nose and got a sinus burn full of Slayer stench. Going by the way his beam didn't penetrate the surface of the liquid, he knew it could be only one thing, and you sure as shit couldn't use it to power a heater or a generator. It was the blood of the Omega. "Behind you," Rage said as the brother entered. A soft whistle announced that John had come in as well. "Is that what I think it is?" Blay muttered as he stood beside Quinn. Quinn put his flashlight between his teeth and reached forward with his bare hand. Just as he made contact with the viscous nasty, something surged within the drum. "Fuck!" he shouted, jumping back. As his flashlight landed on the floor and rolled to the side, Blay's beam illuminated what had moved. An arm. There was someone inside the drum. "Jesus Christ," Blay breathed. Behind them, Rage's voice barked loudly. "V, we need backup out here. Stat." Quinn bent down and snagged his light, returning it to the oily liquid. He watched as that forearm moved again in slow motion just under the surface, the shift bringing the outside of the wrist and the back of the hand into view. Something flashed, the passing glint catching Quinn's eye. Re-angling his beam, he bent further over the drum. The hand wasn't right, its joints deformed, all or part of each finger gone, as if put through a grinder. That glimmer broke through the cesspool of the Omega's blood once more. "It was a ring?" Wait. Quinn, you need to pull back." Quinn ignored the commentary as he leaned in even farther, getting closer. Closer. At first, he couldn't believe what he was looking at. He simply couldn't be looking at a family crest ring. But what else could it be? It was on the forefinger, the only digit that hadn't been hacked off. And it was gold even through the black oil, the yellow glow was obvious. And the ring itself had a broad face into which was pressed a. "Quinn," Rage said sharply. "Get the fuck away." The arm moved again, the pale hand breaching the surface of the liquid, appearing as a specter's might from out of the grave, reaching out. The Omega's blood retracted from the surface of the ring, revealing. Quinn, I am not playing. Noise exploded in the cabin, filling the air. He was completely unaware that it was a shout coming from his own mouth. At first, Blay thought that whatever was in the drum had grabbed onto Quinn and pulled him in, and that was why Quinn screamed. On instinct, he jumped forward and grabbed onto Quinn's waist, throwing out his anchor and yanking back. What came out of that drum would haunt Blay's nightmares for years, decades afterward. In fact, what was inside hadn't latched onto Quinn. It was the other way around. And as Blay hauled back, a male form was extracted from the tight squeeze, the Omega's blood pouring out in rivers, splashing onto the cold wooden planks of the cabin's floor, hitting Blay's shitkickers and leathers, drenching Quinn. Quinn had to scramble to keep his grip from slipping off, his gun and flashlight long forgotten, his gloved hands slapping and scratching to keep from losing contact. As they hoisted, the oil drum fell over onto its side as the male sprawled out flat at their feet. No one moved. It was as if they had all stepped in and assumed their positions in a tableau. Blay recognized who it was immediately. He couldn't believe it. The dead had returned to the living, a manner of speaking. Quinn squatted down and touched the male's shoulders. Then he spoke his brother's name roughly, Luches. The response was immediate. His brother's hands began to slowly pinwheel, his mangled legs shifting, his naked body trying to move. His skin was bruised all over, the harsh illumination from the flashlights showing every contusion and cut and black and blue, the stain of the Omega's blood gradually receding from the pale skin. Dear God, what had they done to him? One of his eyes was swollen shut, and his mouth was lopsided, as if he'd been punched there. As he grimaced, it appeared that his teeth had all been spared, but that was about the only mercy he seemed to have been given. Luches, Quinn said again. Can you talk to me? From off to the side, Rage was on his phone again. V, we've really got a situation. What's your ETA what? No, abso no, I need you now. No, you. And Payne. Hollywood glanced over and mouthed, do you guys know who he is? Blay had to clear his throat, his reply tripping and stumbling out. It's his brother. Rage blinked, shook his head, leaned in. I'm sorry, what did you? His brother, Blay repeated loudly and clearly. Jesus, Rage whispered, and then he snapped back into action. Now V. Now. Luches? Can you hear me? Quinn spoke. This house burst into the cabin a split second later. The brother was covered in lesser blood and bleeding red thanks to a gash across his face, was also breathing like a freight train and had a dripping black dagger in his hand. The instant he saw what they were all clustered around, he stopped. What the fuck is that? Rage quickly made slashing motions across his throat, shutting up any further commentary. Then he grabbed V's arm and dragged him out of earshot. When the pair came back, V was showing no emotion at all. Let me take a look at him, V said. Quinn just kept talking at his brother, the words coming out in a steady stream that didn't make much sense. Then again, as far as anyone had known, the male had been killed in the raids, along with Quinn's mother, father, and sister. So, yeah, this was enough to make even Shakespeare sport a case of the babbles. Except this wasn't possible, Blay thought. There had been 4 bodies at the house and Luches had been among them. Blay should know. He'd been the one to go in and do the identifying. He put a hand on Quinn's shoulder. Hey! Quinn's words drifted off. Then he looked up into Blay's eyes. He's not answering me. Can you let V take a quick look? We need a medic's opinion. And maybe a hell of a lot more to answer what the hell was going on here. Come on. Stand over here with me. Quinn straightened and pulled back, but he didn't go far, and his eyes never left his brother. Have they turned him? He crossed his arms and curled himself forward. Do you think they turned him? Blay shook his head and wished he could lie. I don't know. 61. As Quinn stared down at the cabin floor, his brain was firing in a series of disconnected flashes. The concrete notion that his whole family had been wiped out colliding into what appeared to be a very different reality. He kept coming back to a night long ago, when he'd walked through the front door of his parents to find his family sitting together at that dining room table, and his brother getting that ring that was on his now mangled hand. You'd think the sight of the guy tortured but alive would be all he'd concentrate on. "What's going on, V?" he demanded. "How is he?" "He's alive." The brother shifted his black dagger around and wiped the blade off on his leather-clad thigh. Son, can you look at me?" Lucius just kept staring up at Quinn, his perfectly matched pair of beautiful gray eyes bloodshot and crazy wide. His mouth was moving, but no sound was coming out. "Son, I'm going to have to cut you, okay? Son." Quinn knew exactly what V was going for. "Do it." Quinn's heart banged like a fist against his sternum as the brother took that black blade and streaked the point down the outside of Lucius's arm. The guy didn't even flinch. Then again, with what was going on for him, "Drop in the bucket. Please be red, please be red, please be." Red blood welled and seeped out, a brilliant contrast to the staining black oil that he was covered with. Everyone let out the breath they'd been holding. "Okay, son, that's good, that's good." They hadn't turned him. V got up from the floor and tipped his head to the side, motioning for a private convo. As Quinn went over, he took Blaze's arm and brought him along. It was just the most natural thing to do. This was serious shit, and he knew he wasn't tracking, and there was no one else he'd rather have with him. "I don't have a blood pressure cuff or a stethoscope, but I'll tell you right now his pulse is weak and erratic, and I'm pretty damn sure he's in shock. I don't know how long he's been in there or what they did to him, but he is alive in the conventional sense. The problem is, pain's out of commission." V's eyes glowed. "And you two know why." So he'd spoken with his sister. "She's not going to be able to work her magic," the brother continued. "And we're a million miles from everywhere." "Bottom line," Quinn said grimly. V stared him right in the eye. "He's going to die in the next couple of—" "V!" Rage barked. "Get over here." Down on the floor, Lucius's battered body was drawing up into itself, his broken hands curling into his palms, his knees cranking in tight, his spine curling toward the cabin's ceiling. Quinn jacked over and fell to his knees by his brother's head. "Stay with me, Lucius. Come on. Fight it." Those gray eyes relocked on Quinn's, and the agony in them was so shattering. Quinn was barely aware of V rushing over and taking the glove off of his glowing hand. "Quinn!" the brother shouted, like maybe he'd said Quinn's name a couple of times. He didn't look away from his brother. "What? This could kill him, but maybe it'll get his heart beating right. It's a bad shot, but it's the only one he's got." In the split second before he replied, he felt an overwhelming need for his brother to come through this some way, somehow. Even though he barely knew the guy, and had resented him for years, and then been beaten by him when Lucius had joined that honor guard, hadn't realized until they were gone how rudderless you were on the planet when there was no blood of yours walking the earth with you. Then again, that void was exactly what had spurred him on during Layla's needing, and what had made him reach for Blay instinctively. Love or hate, by blood or by heart, family was a kind of oxygen, necessary for the living. "Do it," he said once more. "Wait," Blay cut in, whipping his belt off and giving it to Quinn. For his mouth. Just one more reason to love the guy, although it wasn't like he needed yet another. Quinn angled the strap into his brother's open mouth and held it in place as he nodded to V. "Stay with me, Lucius. Come on, now stay with." Out of the corner of his eye, he tracked that bright white light closing in on his brother's sternum. Lucius's chest jerked high, his whole body spasming off the floorboards as a brilliant glow shot through him, funneling down his arms and his legs, radiating up to his head. The sound he made was inhuman, a guttural moan that went straight into Quinn's marrow. When V yanked back his hand, that glowing palm raising high, Lucius dropped like the deadweight he was, his body bouncing, his limbs flapping. He blinked rapidly, as if a stiff breeze were blowing into his face. "Hit him again," Quinn demanded. When V didn't respond, he glared. "One more time." "This is fucking nuts," Rage muttered. V measured the male for a moment, then brought that deadly hand back into range. "Once more if that's all you get," he said to Lucius. Damn straight, Rage cut in. Any more and you could make a S more out of the son of a bitch. The second shot was just as bad, that battered body contorting wildly, Luch's making that god-awful sound before landing back down in a clatter of bones. But he took a deep breath. A big, powerful, deep breath that expanded his rib cage. Quinn felt like praying, and he guessed he did as he started chanting, "Come on! Come on!" The mangled hand, the one with the ring, stretched out and grabbed onto Quinn's shirt. The hold was weak, but Quinn leaned in. "What?" he said. "Talk slow." That hand skipped over his jacket. "Talk to me." His brother's hand locked on the grip of one of his daggers. "Kill me." Quinn's eyes peeled wide. Luch's voice was nothing like it had been. Nothing but a hoarse whisper. "Kill me, bro Thermine." 62. "How you holding up?" Blay asked. Standing on the porch of the cabin, Quinn breathed in and caught a hint of smoke on the air. Blay had lit up again, and much as Quinn hated the habit, he didn't blame the guy. Hell, if he were into that kind of thing, he'd have busted out the coffin nails too. He glanced over. Blay was staring at him patiently, clearly prepared to wait for a response to the question, even if it took what was left of the night. Quinn checked his watch. 1 a.m. How long was it going to take the rest of Brotherhood to get here? And was this evac plan they were all rocking really going to work? "I feel like I'm losing my fucking mind," he replied. "I'm with you." Blay exhaled in the opposite direction. "I can't believe that he's—" Quinn stared at the trees ahead of them. "I never asked you about that night." "No. And frankly, I don't blame you." Behind them, in the cabin, Rage, V, and John were with Luch's. Everyone had taken their jackets off and wrapped them around the male in hopes of keeping him warm. Standing in his muscle shirt and his weapons, Quinn didn't feel the cold. He cleared his throat. "Did you see him?" Blay had been the one to go back to the mansion after the raids. Quinn simply hadn't had the sack to ID the bodies. "Yes, I did." "Was he dead then?" "As far as I knew, yes. He was, yeah. I didn't think there was any chance he was alive. You know, I never sold the house. So I'd heard. Technically, as a disavowed member of the family, he had had no rights to the property. But there had been so many killed that no one made any claims to the estate, and it had, according to the old laws, reverted to the king's ownership, whereupon Wrath had promptly given it in fee simple to Quinn. Whatever the hell that meant. I didn't know what to think when I was told they'd gotten slaughtered. Quinn looked up to the sky. The forecast was for more snow, so no stars were to be seen. They hated me. I guess I hated them. And then they were gone. Beside him, Blay went very still. Quinn knew why, and a sudden awkwardness had him shoving his hands into his pockets. Yes, he absolutely despised talking about emotions and crap, but there was no keeping the shit down. Not out here. In private. With Blay. Clearing his throat, he kept going. I was relieved more than anything, to be honest. I can't tell you what it was like growing up in that house. All those people looking at me like I was a walking, talking curse on them. He shook his head. I used to avoid them as much as possible, using the servants' stairs, staying in that part of the house. But then the dog gen threatened to quit. Actually, the biggest bene of my getting through the transition was that I could dematerialize out the window of my room. Then none of them had to deal with me. Even when Blay cursed softly, Quinn still didn't feel like shutting up. And you know what the real head fuck was? I saw that love was possible when my father looked at my brother. It would have been one thing if the bastard had just hated all of us, but he didn't. And that just made me realize how locked out I was. Quinn glanced over, shuffled his shit-kickers. Why are you looking at me like that? Sorry. Yeah, sorry. UVE never talked about them. Ever. Quinn frowned and measured the sky again, picturing the twinkling lights of the stars, even though he couldn't see them. I wanted to. With you, that is. Not with anyone else. Why didn't you? As if this was something the guy had wondered for a while. In the silence that followed, Quinn sifted through memories he had never dwelled on. Seeing himself. Seeing his family. Seeing Blay. I loved going to your house. I can't tell you what it meant to May. Remember the first time you invited me over. I was convinced your parents were going to kick me out. I was ready for it. Hell, I dealt with that shit at my own house all the time, so why wouldn't complete strangers do the same? But your mom, Quinn cleared his throat again. Your mom sat me down at your kitchen table and fed me. She was mortified that she made you sick. Right afterward, you ran into the bathroom and threw up for an hour. I wasn't throwing up in there. Blaze's head whipped around. But you said. I was crying. As Blaze recoiled, Quinn shrugged. Come on, what was I going to say? That I pussied out and wept next to the sink on the floor? I ran the water so no one heard and flushed the toilet every once in a while. I never knew. That was the plan. Quinn glanced over. That was always the plan. I didn't want you to know how bad it was at my house, because I didn't want you to feel sorry for me. I didn't want you or your parents to feel like you had to take me in. I wanted you to be my friend, and you were. You always have been. Blaze looked away fast, then rubbed his face with the hand he didn't have the cigarette in. You guys were what got me through it, Quinn heard himself say. I lived for the night because I could go over to your house. It was the only thing that kept me going. You were the only thing, actually. It was you. As Blaze's eyes returned to his own, he had the sense the guy was searching for words. And God help them both. If it hadn't been for Saxton, Quinn would have dropped the L word right then and there, even though the timing was stupid. You can, Blaze said finally. Talk to me. Quinn stamped his feet and bunched up his shoulders, stretching the muscles of his back. Be careful. I might take you up on that. It would help. As Quinn glanced over again, Blaze was the one shaking his head. I don't know what I'm saying. Bullshit, Quinn thought. Without warning, V emerged from the cabin, lighting up a handroll as he came out. As Quinn fell silent, he wasn't sure whether he was relieved the conversation had been forced to an end or not. On the exhale, Vishouse said, I need to make sure you understand the consequences. Quinn nodded. I already know what you're going to say. Those diamond eyes locked on his own. Well, let's just open air it anyway. Shall we? I don't sense any of the Omega in him, but if it comes out, or if I've missed something, I'm going to have to take care of him. Kill me, brother mine. Kill me. You do what you have to. He can't go into the mansion. Agreed. V put out his non-lethal hand. Swear to it. It felt strange to clasp the brother's palm and bind his word on the contact, because that was what next of kin had to do in situations like this, and Shit knew he hadn't been next to anything for anybody ever. Even before the disavowal by his family, he'd have been the last person to vouch for the bloodline. Times had changed though, hadn't they? One other thing. V tapped the tip of the handroll. It's going to be a long, hard recovery for him, and I'm not just talking about the physical shit. You need to prepare yourself. What, like they'd had a relationship before this or something? He might share some DNA with the guy, but other than that, Luches was a stranger. I know. Okay. Fair enough. In the distance, a pair of high-pitched whines cut through the darkness. Thank fuck. Quinn bit out as he went back into the cabin. Over in the corner, next to the drum that had been overturned, his brother was nothing but a pile of jackets, his twisted body covered by the makeshift blankets. Quinn stalked across the floorboards, nodding to John Matthew and Rage. Kneeling down next to his brother, he felt like he was in a dreamscape, not reality. Luches? Listen, here's what's going to happen. They're going to take you out on a sled. You're going to our clinic for treatment. Luches? Can you hear me? As the pair of snowmobiles tore up to the cabin, Blaze tracked their progress from the porch, watching their headlights get bigger and brighter, the pair of engines dimming into steady purrs as they reached their destination. Othis was good. Behind one of them, there was a covered sled, the kind of thing he'd seen on TV during the Olympics when some skier had crashed through the ropes and been evac down a mountain. Perfect. Manny and Butch dismounted and jogged over. They're right in there, Blaze said, getting out of the doctor's way. Luches? You with me? He heard Quinn murmur. Peering in, Blaze watched as Manny bent over Luches's body. Man, what a fucking night. And he'd thought the air show from a couple of evenings ago had been full of drama? It's always been you. Turning back to face the forest, Blaze rubbed his face again like that was going to help. And he wanted to light up another Dunhill, but the longer this took, the more paranoid he became. The last thing this situation needed was a squadron of lessers showing up before they could get Luches out to safety. Better to have a 40 than a cig in his hands. It's always been you. You okay? Butch asked. In the spirit of honesty, because that seemed to be tonight's theme song, he shook his head. Not in the slightest. The cop clapped him on the shoulder. So you knew him? I thought I did, yes. Oh wait, the question was about Luches. I mean, yes, I did. It's gotta be wicked tough. This whole thing. Blay glanced over his shoulder again and got another eyeful of Quinn crouching next to his brother. His old friend's face was ancient in the beams of those flashlights, to the point where Blay wondered if he had actually seen it relaxed after they'd been together or whether he'd been mistaken. You were the only thing actually. It is tough, he muttered. And strange, too. Right after his transition, he had looked for some sign that the way he felt about his friend was reciprocated, some clue as to where Quinn was at. But there had been nothing that he had been able to see, nothing other than abiding loyalty, friendship, and kick-ass fighting skills. Through the hookups they'd had with other people and the training, and then the nights out in the field, had always been on the far side of the connection he'd wanted, staring into a wall he couldn't get around. That short time on this porch? It was the first time he'd ever gotten a glimpse of what he'd longed for even more greatly than the sex. Shit, for a treacherous moment. He wondered if there had in fact been an involved when Layla had spilled the beans outside of his bedroom. They're moving him. Butch snagged Blay's arm and got him out of the way of the door. Come stand with me. Luches had been properly covered now. A silver mylar blanket wrapped around him from head to foot. Nothing but the barest hint of his face showing. They had put him onto a collapsible stretcher, with Quinn at one end and V on the other. Manny walked alongside, as if he were not sure whether he was going to need to resuscitate things at any given moment. Over at the sled, they transferred Quinn's brother and strapped him down. I'm driving him out, Quinn announced as he mounted up and gunned the snowmobile's engine. Slow and steady, Manny warned. He's a fucking mass of broken bones. Quinn glanced over at Blay. Ride with me. No reason to answer that. He marched over and got on behind the guy. Typical of Quinn, he didn't bother waiting for the others. He just nailed the accelerator and took off. He did, however, listen to the good doctor. He made a broad turn and followed the tracks that had been made, keeping the speed fast enough to make some time, but not so much so that they blendered Luches. Blay kept two guns out. As Manny and Butch rode up beside them, the other brothers and John Matthew dematerialized at regular distances, appearing at the sides of the two parallel tracks. Took 100 years. Blay literally thought they were never going to get out of there. It seemed as though the high-pitched, whining engines, and the blur of the dark forest, and the brilliant white patches of clearings were going to be the last things he saw. He prayed the entire way. When the big, boxy hangar structure finally came into view, parked right next to it was the single most beautiful thing Blay had ever seen. V and Butch's Escalade. Things moved lickety-split from there. Quinn pulling up alongside the SUV, Luches transferred into the back seat, snowmobiles reloaded onto the trailer hitched to the back, Quinn going over to the passenger seat of the vehicle. I want Blay to drive, he said before getting in. There was a heartbeat of a pause. Then Butch nodded and tossed the keys over. Manny and I will be in the back. Blay got behind the wheel, moved the seat to accommodate his legs, and powered up the engine. As Quinn settled next to him, he looked over. Put on your seatbelt. The male did as he was told, stretching the nylon strap around his chest and clicking it into place. Then he immediately cranked himself around to focus on his brother. A feeling of single-minded determination set Blay's shoulders and tightened his hands. He didn't care what he had to mow over, take down, or leave grill marks on. He was going to get Quinn and his brother to the training center and into the clinic. Hitting the gas, he didn't look back. 63. Trez frowned at the adding machine he'd been punching numbers into. Reaching out for the white tongue of paper that hung over the side of his desk, he tried to see the column of numbers he'd been making. He blinked, rubbed his eyes, reopened them. Nope. The shimmering circle in the upper right-hand quadrant of his vision was still there, and it was not a function of glare. Fuck me. Shoving the receipts he'd been totaling aside, he looked at his watch, then put his head in his hands. As he squeezed his eyes shut, The aura was still in place, the pattern of interlocking geometrics sparkling with all the colors of the rainbow. He had about 25 minutes before all hell broke loose, and he was not going to be able to dematerialize. Fumbling for his office phone, he hit the intercom. 2 seconds later, Shex's voice came out of the speaker, tinnier than usual, which meant the sensitivity to sound was kicking in. "Hey, what's up?" she said. "I'm getting a migraine. I gotta bounce." "Oh man, that sucks. Didn't you get one just a week ago?" "Whatever. Not the point. Can you take over? You need a ride home?" "Yes." "No. I can make it." He began gathering his wallet, his cell, his keys. "Call me if you need me, 'kay? You got it." Trez took a deep breath as he cut the connection and got to his feet. He felt perfectly fine for the moment. And the good news was, he was no more than 15 minutes from his apartment, even assuming he hit all red lights, which would leave him about 10 minutes to get into sweats, line up a wastepaper basket and a towel beside his bed, and prepare for total digestive collapse. 6, 7 hours from now, he was going to feel better. Unfortunately, the here-to-there was going to suck. On his way to his office's closed door, he slung his jacket onto his shoulders and braced himself for the music on the far side. When he stepped out, he walked right into the wall of IM's considerable chest. "Gimme your keys," was all his brother said. "You don't have to. Did I ask you for an opinion?" "Goddamn Shex. Right behind your brother," the female cut in. "And I know you meant that as a compliment." "I'm fine," Trez said, as he tried to angle his vision so that his head of security was out of his blind spot. "You have how many minutes before the pain hits?" Shex smiled, flashing her fangs. "Do you really want to be wasting any of them arguing with me?" Trez bitched his way out of his club, and the instant the cold air hit his sinuses, his stomach seized up like it was getting ready to go to town early. Sliding into the passenger seat of his own BMW, he closed his eyes and leaned his head back. The aura was getting larger, the original line of shimmer splitting into two and fanning outward, moving slowly toward the edge of his vision. During the trip home, he found himself feeling glad IM wasn't a talker. Although it wasn't as if he didn't know what the guy was thinking. Too much stress. Too many headaches. He probably needed to feed as well, but that was not happening for a while. As his brother drove with alacrity, Trez passed the time picturing where they were in the city, what traffic lights they were going through or stopping at, what turns they were making, where the Commodore was, its towering length looming higher and higher the closer they got. A sudden decline told him that they were going into the parking garage and that he'd fallen behind in his mental mapping. As far as he'd known, they were still a couple of blocks away. Lot of left-hand turns came next as they spiraled down 3 floors and parked in one of the 2 spots they were allotted. By the time they filed into the elevator and IM punched the 18th button, the aura had wandered off the confines of his vision, disappearing as if it had never been. Calm before the storm. "Thanks for driving me home," he said, and meant it. He hated relying on anyone else, but it was pretty damn hard not to hit anything when you had a neon sign flashing in the back of both eyeballs. "I figured it was better this way." "Yeah." He and his brother hadn't talked about the High Priest's visit since it happened, but that High Hauria from Anasli was still very much between them, but at least IM had put aside the pissed off long enough to get him back here. Trez's first clue that the headache was gearing up was the way the subtle ding that announced its destination shot through his brain like a bullet. He groaned as the doors slid open. "This is going to be bad. Didn't you have one last week?" He wondered how many more people could ask him that. IM took care of the lock on the door, and Trez dumped his jacket 3 feet into the apartment. He shed his black cashmere sweater on the way down to his bedroom, and was unbuttoning his silk shirt as he walked into. As he froze, the one and only thing that shot through his head was that scene from the movie Trading Places, when Eddie Murphy walks into his room at the fancy digs and a half-naked chick sits up in his bed and goes, "Hey, Billy Ray." The difference in this situation was that his stalker, the one with the bouncer boyfriend and the trust issues, was blonde and not wearing early 80s spandex pants. Matter of fact, she was fully motherfucking buck-ass naked. The gun that appeared over his shoulder was steady and accessorized with a suppressor. "So IM could have killed her, no problem." "I thought you'd be glad to see me," the chippa said, looking back and forth between him and his brother's muzzle. Like she wanted to make herself more appealing. She lifted one arm to fuss with her hair, but if she were hoping her breasts would sway enticingly, she was out of luck. Those rock-hard falsies of hers were as unmovable as something bolted to a wall. "How did you get in here?" Trez demanded. "Aren't you glad to see me?" When no one answered her, and that gun stayed up, she pouted. "I got friendly with the security guard, okay? What? Oh, come on, fine. I blew him. Okay? Classy. And that dumbass bastard rent-a-cop was going to be out of a job." Trez walked over to the pile of clothes by the end of the bed. "Put these back on and get out." God, he was tired. "Oh, come on," she whined as her things fluttered all around her. "I just wanted to surprise you when you got home from work. I thought this would make you happy." "Well, it doesn't. You need to get the fuck out." As she opened her mouth like she was going to go psycho on him, he shook his head and cut her off. "Don't even think about it. I'm not in the mood, and my brother over here really doesn't care whether you walk out of here or get carried out in a bag. Get dressed. Get out." The chippy looked back and forth again. "You were so nice to me the other night." Trez winced as the pain stepped up to the plate and started swinging on the right side of his head. "Honey, I'm going to be real honest here. I don't even know your name. We banged twice. 3 times. I don't care how many it was. What I do know is that you're going to let this go tonight. If you come around me or my place again, I'm going to." The shadow in him wanted to go in a more bloodthirsty direction, but he forced himself to stay on human terms she'd understand. "Call the police. And you don't want that because you're a drug addict who deals on the side. And if they search your shit, your car, your place, they're going to find more than just paraphernalia. They're going to bust you and that idiot meathead you're sleeping with for possession with intent to distribute, and you're going to fucking jail." The chippy just blinked. "Don't push me, sweetie," Trez said in an exhausted voice. "You won't like what happens. Say what you would about the kid." She was quick when she was properly motivated. A matter of moments later, after some yoga poses to get that plastic rack squeezed into a blouse that was 2 sizes too small, she was on her way, cheapy purse slung over her shoulder, her skyscraper stillies dangling from the ankle straps. Trez didn't say another word, just followed in her wake to the door, opened the way out and shut the thing in her face as she turned around to say something. He threw the lock manually. Iam put his weapon away. "We need to move. This location is compromised." His brother was right. It wasn't like they'd kept where they lived a big-ass secret, but staying at the Commodore was predicated on the idea that a security guard wouldn't be stupid enough to let a woman into someone's place without the permission of the owners. If that could happen once, it could happen again. Abruptly, the pain intensified, like the volume on his cranial concert from hell had suddenly been cranked. "I'm going to go throw up for a while," Trez mumbled as he wheeled away. "We'll start packing as soon as this migraine is over." He had no idea what Iam replied or even if the guy did. Fuck. 64. Standing outside the training center's examination room, Quinn had his hands in the pockets of his leathers, his teeth locked tight, and his brows drawn all the way together. Waiting. Medical shit was a lot like fighting, he decided. Long periods of nothing doing, interjected with bursts of life or death. It was enough to stamp you certifiable. He glanced over at the door. "How much longer do you think it will be?" Across the way, Blay crossed and uncrossed his long legs. The guy had stretched out on the floor about a half hour ago, but that had been his only concession to the wormhole of time they'd been sucked into. "It's got to be winding down now," he replied. "Yeah, only so many parts to a body, right?" After a moment, Quinn focused on the other male properly. There were dark circles under Blay's eyes, and his cheeks had hollowed out. He was also paler than usual, his face far too light. Quinn went over, leaned against the wall, and let his shit-kickers slide out until his ass hit the floor next to Blay's. Blay glanced up and smiled a little, then resumed staring at the tips of his boots. Quinn watched as his own hand reached out and brushed his friend's jaw. As Blay started and looked over, Quinn was surprised to find he wanted to do so much more and not sexually. He wanted to draw the male across his lap and have Blay put his head down. He wanted to stroke those strong shoulders and pass his fingers through that short red hair. He wanted to get some passerby to find a blanket and bring it over, so he could wrap some warmth around the powerful body that seemed to have been weakened. Quinn forced his eyes away and dropped his hand. God, he felt so fucking trapped. Even though there were no chains on him. Glancing down, he double-checked his wrists. Ankles. Yup, totally free over here. Nothing holding him back. Closing his lids, he tilted his head back against the wall. In his mind, he was touching Bland again, not sexually. Just feeling the vitality beneath the skin, the shift of the muscle, the solidity of the bone. I think you should go see Selena, he said to the guy. Blay exhaled as if he had someone sitting on his chest. Yeah, I know. We could go together, Quinn heard himself volunteer. He opened his eyes in time to see Blay's head whip around. Or you could, do it on your own. Quinn cracked his knuckles. Whatever you feel comfortable with. Shit. In light of the whole Saxton thing, that might go too far. Feeding, after all, could be seen as more intimate than sex. Yeah, Blay said softly. I'll do that. Quinn's heart started to beat hard. And again, it wasn't because he was all hopped to get it on with the guy. He just wanted to. Share, he supposed, was the right word. No, wait. It went further than that. He wanted to take care of the male. I don't think I ever thanked you, Quinn murmured. As Blay's baby blues shot over, he wanted to look away. The eye contact was almost too much. But then he thought of his brother in that hospital bed and all the ways people got robbed of time. Jesus, he'd held so much in for so many reasons, all of which had seemed perfectly valid. But how arrogant was that? That kind of reticence assumed he'd have the time to talk about stuff when he wanted. That the person he had in the back of his mind would always be around. That he himself would be. For what? Blay asked. For driving us home. Me and Luch's. He heaved a great breath in and let it out slowly. And for sitting out here with me all night. For going to Payne and getting her to help. For backing me up on the field and during training. Also, for all those beers and video games. The chips and the M&Ms. The clothes I borrowed. The floor I slept on when I stayed over. Thanks for letting me hug your mom and talk with your dad. Thank you for the 10,000 kind things you've done. From out of nowhere, he thought once again of that night when he'd walked in and witnessed his father giving that gold signet ring to his brother. Thank you for calling that night, he said gruffly. Blay's eyebrows shot up. Which night? Quinn cleared his throat. After Luch's went through his change, and my father gave him, the ring. He shook his head. I went up to my room and I was going to do something, yeah. Something really stupid. You called me. You came over. Do you remember? I do. It wasn't the only time you did something like that. As Blay looked away, Quinn knew exactly where the guy's mind had gone. Yup, that night hadn't been the only ledge he'd nearly jumped off of. I've said I was sorry, Quinn intoned. But I don't think I've ever said thank you. So, yeah, thank you. Before he knew what he was doing, he put his hand out, offering his palm. It seemed appropriate to mark this moment, right here, right now, outside of his busted-to-fuck brother's operating room, with some kind of solemn contact. Just thank you. Unbelievable. After what had felt like lifetimes with Quinn, Blay had thought that the surprises were finally over. That the male couldn't pull anything else that would leave him speechless. Wrong. Jesus off all the imaginary conversations he'd had in his head with the guy, talks when he'd pretended that Quinn opened up or said something close to the right thing. It had never been about gratitude. But this was exactly what he needed to hear, even though he hadn't known that. And that offered palm broke his damn heart. Especially given that the male's brother was on death's door in the room across from them. Blay didn't shake the hand that was offered. He reached over, took a hold of the fighter's face, and drew Quinn in for a kiss. It was supposed to be only a split-seconder, like their lips were the ones doing the handshake thing. When he went to pull back, though, Quinn captured him and held him in place. Their mouths met again and once more, their heads tilting to the sides, the contact lingering. You're welcome, Blay said roughly. Then he smiled a little. Can't say it was all a pleasure, though. Quinn laughed. Yeah, I can imagine pants were definitely not fun. The male got serious. Why the hell did you stay around? Blay opened his mouth, the truth on the tip of his tongue. Oh, shit. Excuse me, boys. Didn't mean to interrupt. Quinn jerked back so fast. He literally ripped his face out of Blaze's hold. Then he jumped up onto his feet and faced off with V, who'd come out of the oar. No problem. Nothing going on. As V's expression registered a boatload of yarite, Quinn just looked at the brother head-on, like he was daring Vishouse to have a different opinion than his own. In the silence between the two males, Blay got up more slowly and found that he was lightheaded, and not because he needed to feed. No problem, nothing going on. Sure as hell hadn't felt that way for him. Boo it once again. Quinn had snapped out of any closeness, shied away, pulled back, unplugged. Except come on. Bad time. Bad place. And V was the last person you wanted to go hearts and flowers in front of. It was, however, a good reminder. Stressful situations had a way of making even the most rigid of personalities malleable for a time. Sadness, shock, intense anxiety, it could all make someone vulnerable and liable to talk in ways they normally wouldn't simply because they had had all their defenses knocked to shit. The unusual behavior didn't signal a sea change, though. It was not indicative of some kind of religious conversion where, from that day onward, everything was forever different. Quinn was reeling from what was doing with his brother, and any revelations or heartfelt statements that came out of his mouth were undoubtedly a product of the stress the guy was under. Period. No. In love going on here. Not really. Not permanently. And he needed to fucking remember that. Bones are going to be set? Quinn asked. Blay shook himself to attention as V lit up a hand rolled and exhaled away from the two of them. He's got to be stabilized first. Selena's going to feed him again, and then we're going to open up his abdomen and do exploratory surgery to find out where the bleeding is. After we see how he's doing, we'll work on the bones. Do we have any idea what happened to him? He's not real verbal at the moment. Yeah, okay. So we need your consent. He's not capable of understanding the risks and benefits. Quinn pushed his hand through his hair. Yeah, of course. Do what you have to. V exhaled again, the scent of Turkish tobacco filling the air and reminding Blay exactly how many hours, minutes, and seconds it had been since he'd last lit up himself. You've got Jane, Manny, Elena, and myself in there. We're not going to let anything happen to him, 'kay? He clapped Quinn on the shoulder. He's going to pull through, or the four of us are going to die trying. Quinn murmured some thanks at that point, and then V glanced at Blay, looked at Quinn, cleared his throat. Yup, the brother was doing all kinds of math in his head. Great. So you guys just keep hanging here. I'll come out and update you as soon as I know anything. So, yeah. The brother's brows lifted high on his forehead, the tattoos at his temple distorting as he tamped out his barely smoked hand-rolled on the sole of his shit-kicker. Be with you in a few, he said as he ducked back inside. In the wake of the brother's departure, Quinn paced around, eyes on the concrete floor, hands on his lean hips, weapons that he'd neglected to take off catching the fluorescent light and glinting. I'm going to go have a smoke, Blay said. I'll be right back. You can light up here, Quinn cut in. There's a seal on the door. I need a little fresh air. I won't be long, though. Okay. Blay strode off in a hurry, gunning for the door at the far end of the corridor that opened into the parking garage. When he got to the thing, he punched his way out and breathed in deep. Fresh air, his ass. All he got was a noseful of dry, earthy, concrete-y stuff. At least it was cooler, though. Fuck. He'd left his cigarettes in his goddamn jacket. On the floor, outside of the oar. As he cursed and stomped around, he was tempted to hit something, but a set of busted knuckles was just one more thing he'd have to explain to people. And shit knew the Eiffel V had just gotten was more than enough. Pushing his hands into the pockets of his leathers, he frowned as the one on the right shoved into something. Saxton's lighter, the one the male had given him on his birthday. Taking the thing out, he turned it over and over in his palm, thinking about everything that had been said in that corridor. There had been a time when he would have taken those words and put them on the mantelpiece of his head and his heart, giving them pride of place that ensured their preciousness stayed with him for the rest of his living days. There had been so many years when those moments at that cabin and on that cold, hard floor just now would have been enough to clear away all the conflict, and the strife and the pain, wiping everything clean such that he could relate as a virgin would to Quinn. Fresh start. All not just forgiven, but forgotten. That was no longer the case. God, he was probably too young to be this old, but life had a way of being about experience rather than calendar days. And standing out here alone, he was positively geriatric. He was absolutely, totally, completely fresh out of the optimistic, rose-colored naivete that came with a younger person's outlook on life. When one believed that miracles were not impossible but merely unusual. Thank fuck V had come out when he had. Otherwise, 3 little words would have leaked from his mouth. And undoubtedly doomed him in ways he couldn't even guess at. Bad time. Bad place. For that kind of thing. Forever. 65. As I.M. paced around the apartment, he kept his gun on him, even though it was highly unlikely that there would be a round 2 with some naked bimbo jacking her way into his and his brother's home sweet home. God damn it, he wanted some red smoke. Just to take the edge off. Because right now, he was on the edge of violence. Off in the distance, he heard a whispering through the plumbing pipes. It was the toilet in Trez's bathroom being flushed. Again. And then came the muttered cursing, and the creak of the bed frame as Trez resettled into his bed. Poor bastard. I.M. went over to the huge windows that faced the river, and stopped to stare across the water at Caldwell's opposite side. Putting his hands on his hips, he ran through the places they could move to. Short list. Hell, one of the main benes of the Commodore had been its security. They hadn't even bothered with turning the alarm on, which had been a mistake. They needed someplace safe, secure, impregnable, especially if his brother continued with the hit it and quit it shit, and ANSLI kept doing diplomatic drive-bys. I.M. resumed his pacing. It was impossible to ignore the fact that his brother was getting worse. The sexual stuff had been going on for years, and for the longest time, I.M. had just chalked it up to a healthy male's drive for mating. Something that he had often thought he lacked. Then again, his brother had been fucking enough females for the both of them. In recent months, however, it had become clear that there was an addiction process at work, and that had been even before the high priest had started showing up. Now that things seemed to be coming to a head with ANSLI, the Hisby's machinations were just going to put more pressure on his brother, and that was going to make him act out even more. Shit. I.M. felt like he was standing in front of a train crossing, triangulating the speed of the locomotive's engine with the approach of an oncoming car and seeing the carnage that was going to result. The metaphor was also apt when it came to the helplessness he felt because he couldn't put the brakes on either force. He wasn't behind the wheel or in the engineer's seat. All he could do was sit back and watch. Or scream at the side of the road was more like it. Where the hell could they go? Frowning, he lifted his eyes up from the view, up past the molding, up to the ceiling. After a moment, he took out his cell phone and made a call. When he hung up, he went down to his brother's room. Opening the door a crack, he said into the dense, black silence, "I'm going out for a second. Won't be long." Trez's moan could have meant anything from cool to, "Oh God, not so loud," to have fun. "I'm going to hang here and hurl some more." I.M. walked fast, out of the apartment, to the elevator, inside of which, he hit the button marked P for penthouse. When the doors slid open, there were 2 choices. One direction took him to the Brother Vicious's place, the other to his old friends. He strode down and rang Revenge's bell. When the Symphoth opened up, Rev appeared as he always was, mohawked, purple-eyed, mink-clad, dangerous, little bit evil. "Hey, my man, how you be?" the male said as they embraced and clapped each other on the shoulder. "Come in." As I.M. entered the Reverend's private space for the first time in a good year or so, he found that nothing had changed, and for some reason that was a relief. Revenge went over to a leather sofa and sat down, propping his cane up next to him and crossing his legs at the knees. "What do you need?" As I.M. tried to put together the right words, Rev swore a little. "Man, I knew this wasn't a social call, but I didn't expect your emotions to be a fucking mess." Yes, the Sin-Eater way meant that there was no hiding anything from the male. Still, it was difficult to speak of it all. "I'm not sure you're aware of what's been going on with Trez?" Rev frowned, his dark brows narrowing that intense, Violet stare. I thought the Iron Mask was doing good business. You boys in trouble? I've got plenty of cash if you need. Business is great. We've got more money than we can spend. The issue is my brother's extracurricular activities. He's not into drugs, is he? Rev said darkly. Women. Rev laughed and brushed that off with the flick of a dagger hand. Oh, if that's all it is. He's completely out of control, and one of them magically appeared in his bed tonight. We got home and there she was. Rev went back to the frowning. In your apartment? How the fuck did she get in? The lowest common denominator with a security guard. I am paced around the modern room, dimly noting that the view was, in fact, better from this height. Trez has been fucking anything that moves for years, but lately he's been so reckless not wiping memories, hitting him more than once, not worrying about consequences. What the hell is wrong with him? I am turned and faced the half-breed who was the closest thing to family he had outside of his flesh and blood. Matter of fact, he trusted the guy more than 99% of his own bloodline. Trez is mated. Long silence. Excuse me? I am nodded. He's mated. Rev got up off that couch. Since when? Birth. Oh. Rev whistled softly. So it's a S. Hisby thing. He was promised to the Queen's first daughter. Rev was silent for a while. Then he shook his head. That would make him the future king, would it not? That's right. And even though we are a matriarchal society, that is not an irrelevancy. Check us out, the male murmured. He and I and Wrath. Quite the trifecta. Well, it's different for the S. Hisby, of course. The Queen is the one who dictates everything for us. So what's he still doing on the outside? With all us unknowables? He doesn't want anything to do with the S. Hisby. Has he got a choice? No, I am glanced over at the wet bar in the corner. Mind if I have a drink? Are you kidding me? I'd be getting hammered if I were you. I am wandered over, considered his options, and ended up picking a decanter that had a little necklace reading bourbon around its throat. He went straight up, and as he took a pull off the rim of a cut crystal glass, he savored the burn over his tongue. Nice. Parker's Heritage Collection, small batch, the best. I didn't think you were a big drinker. That's no excuse for not knowing what you serve your guests. Ah, so what's the plan? I am tilted his head back, emptied the glass into his mouth and swallowed hard. We need somewhere safe to stay, and not just because of the women thing. We had a visit by the high priest this past week, and given we're on the outside, that means they're getting serious back home. They're looking for him, and if they find him, I'm afraid he's going to kill the S. Hisby's representative. Then we've really got a problem. You think he'd take it that far? Yes, I do. I am poured a refill. He's not going back there, and I need time to figure out how to resolve the conflict before something disastrous happens. You guys want to move into my house up north? I am downed his second bourbon on a oneer. No, he leveled his eyes. I want us to move into the Brotherhood compound. As Rev cursed long and low, I am poured himself a third. It's the safest place for us. Ecker was covered in lesser blood and sweat as he returned to his new lair. His fighters were still downtown, engaging with the enemy, but he had had to pair off and seek shelter. Damn cut on his arm. The house that Throw had found them was located in a modest neighborhood full of modest homes with two-car garages and swing sets in their backyards. Among its advantages was that it was located at the end of a cul-de-sac, and there was an empty building lot on one side and a Caldwell Sewer Department processing unit on the other. They had it for 3 months with an option to buy. As he dematerialized through the heavily draped windows of the family room, he scoffed at the padded sofa that formed an L, its tufted cushions like rolls of fat, its color akin to beef stew. Although he appreciated working heat, the fact that the facility had come furnished was annoying to him. He feared he was alone in this, however. Over the past few days, he'd oft caught one or another of his soldiers reclining on that godforsaken monster, their heads lying back, their legs stretched out in comfort. What was next? Throw blankets? Stalking up the narrow staircase, he missed the doom and gloom of the castle they still owned back in the old country. longed for the heft of the stone that had surrounded them, and the impregnable nature of the layout, with its moat and high walls. Mourned, too, the fun they had spooking the villagers, giving physical presence to the stuff of myth. Good times, as they said here in the New World. On the second floor, he refused to look into the bedrooms. The pink of the one in front burned his eyes, and the sea-foam green of the other was another assault on the senses as well. And there was no relief to be had as he walked into the master bedroom. Flowered wallpaper everywhere, even on the bed and across the windows and all over that chair in the corner. At least his combat boots crushed the thick carpet, leaving tread prints like bruises on his way to the bath. For God's sakes, he was not even sure what color to call the scheme in here. Raspberry? Shuddering, he wanted to keep the lights over the sink off, but with the rosebud curtains drawn, the illumination from the street lamps below was drowned out completely, and he needed to see what he was doing. Oh, dearest fates, he'd forgotten about the lace shades on the sconces. Indeed, in any other environment, the twin red glows might have suggested something of a sexual nature. But not in this land of nicey-nicey. Here they were a set of gumdrops glowing on the wall. He nearly choked from the estrogen. In a fit of self-preservation, he popped both of the offenders free of their light bulbs and put them under the sink. The glare was offensive to his retinas, but it was the difference between cursing and hand-wringing. Always he would choose the former. Removing his scythe first, he placed her on the counter between the twin sinks. Next, he took off her halter, then stripped his coat, his daggers and his guns from his body. The undershirt he wore was stained from long nights of fighting, but it was cleaned regularly and would be used again. Clothes, after all, were naught but the hides vampires had not been given at birth. They were not for personal decoration, at least, not for him. Turning to the mirror, he muttered at the sight of himself. The slayer that he'd been fighting hand-to-hand had been viciously good with a knife, likely the result of its former life on the streets, and what a rush to combat with one of fine skills. He had won, of course, but it had been a bracing battle. Unfortunately, however, he'd taken home a lovely souvenir of the conflict. The gash ran up the front of his biceps and around to the side, terminating at the top of his shoulder. Quite nasty, but he'd had worse. And accordingly he knew how to treat himself. Lined up upon the counter were the various and sundry items that he and his fighters required from time to time. A bottle of CVS rubbing alcohol, a BIC lighter, several sewing needles, a spool of black nylon fishing line. Ecker grimaced as he took off his shirt, and the short sleeve that had been sliced through raked over the wound and split it wide. Gritting his teeth, he went still, the pain sharpening to the point that his stomach clenched up like a fist. Breathing deep, he waited until the sensations passed, and then went for the alcohol. Twisting off the white cap, he leaned over the sink, braced himself, and the sound that came out from his locked teeth was part growl, part groan. And as his vision checkerboard, he closed his eyes and leaned his hip into the lip of the sink. Inhaling hard, his sinuses stung from the smell, but there was no putting the cap back on yet. His fine motor skills were no doubt shot. Taking a walk to clear his head, he went back into the bedroom and gave his body a chance to recalibrate. As the pain stayed with him like he had a dog attached to his arm that was trying to eat him alive, he cursed many times, and ended up downstairs, where the liquor was. Never one for imbibing, he investigated the canvas bag of bottles that Cypher had brought with them from the warehouse. The soldier enjoyed a drink from time to time, and although Ecker did not approve, he had long ago learned that one had to make certain allowances when it came to aggressive, restless fighters. And on a night like tonight, he found himself grateful. Whiskey? Gin? Vodka? What did it matter? He picked one randomly, split the seal on the cap, and tilted his head back. Opening his throat, he poured whatever it was down, swallowing in spite of the fact that his esophagus burned like it was afire. Ecker continued to drink as he went back upstairs. Further drinking as he paced around some more and waited for the effects to kick in. Even more drinking. He wasn't sure how long it took, but eventually he was back in the bright light of the bathroom, drawing a 2-foot length of black line through the head of a thin needle. Facing the broad, rectangular mirror over the sinks, he was grateful that the lesser's blade had found his left arm. It meant that, as a right-handed male, he could handle this on his own. Had it been the other side, he would have had to get help. The booze helped greatly. He barely flinched as he pierced his own skin and made a neat knot with the help of his teeth. Indeed, alcohol was a curious substance. He thought as he began to make a row of stitches. The numbness that had come upon him made him feel as though he had been submerged in warm water. His body loosening, the pain still making an appearance, but the volume on the agony turned way down. Slow, precise, even. When he got to the top of his shoulder, he made another knot. Then he snipped the needle free, put everything back where he'd found it, and started the shower. Stripping his leathers down his legs, he kicked off his combat boots and stepped beneath the spray. This time, the groan was from relief. As the warm water blanketed his sore shoulders, stiff back, and tight thigh muscles, the sense of comfort was nearly as overwhelming as the agony had been. And for once, he allowed himself to give in to it, probably because he was drunk. Easing against the tile wall, the water hit him right in the face, but in a gentle way like rain, before it traveled down the front of his body, going over his chest and his hard belly, past his hips and his sex. From out of nowhere, he saw his chosen leaning over him, her eyes glowing green in the moonlight, the tree overhead seeming to shelter them both. She was feeding him, her slender, pale wrist at his mouth, his throat swallowing rhythmically. In the midst of his alcohol-induced haze, the sexual need came upon him, seeming to unfold in his pelvis like an open hand. He became hard. Opening his eyes, not that he'd been aware of shutting them, stared down at himself. The brilliant light over the sinks had been dimmed by the opaque curtain that kept the water from getting loose in the bathroom, but there was more than enough illumination to go by. He wished it had been completely dark, for it brought him no joy to see the arousal, that length standing out so stupid and proud from his body. He could not fathom what it was thinking. If the likes of whores had to be paid extra to accommodate his impulses, he was hard-pressed to imagine that lovely chosen doing aught but run screaming in the opposite direction. Abruptly, that struck him as depressing, especially as the throbbing between his legs grew stronger. In truth, his body was such a sad instrument, so pathetic in this desire, remaining unaware that it was unwanted by all. In particular, by the one it desired. Turning around, he tilted his head back and pushed his hands through his hair. Time to stop thinking and get clean. The soap in the dish that was mounted on the tile did its duty with alacrity upon his skin and his hair, and he was still erect when it was time to get out. The cold air would take care of that. Stepping onto the bath mat that was also done in that god-awful deep pinky red, he toweled himself off. Still erect, glancing at his fighting clothes, he found himself loath to put them upon his skin. Rough, scratchy, dirty. Mayhap the feminine environment was contaminating him. Ecker ended up in the big bed, naked, upon his back, still erect. A quick glance at the clock on the bedside table, and he knew he didn't have long before the house was inundated with fighters. This was going to have to be quick. Funneling his hand under the sheets and down his body, he gripped himself. Ecker's eyes shut hard and he moaned, his torso twisting from the heat and need that curled up from his lower body. As the pillow came up to greet the side of his face logically, it was the other way around. His supposite began to pump up and down. Delicious, especially at the top, where his blunt head ached for attention and got it on every upstroke. Faster, tighter, all the while seeing his chosen. In truth, the image of her did more for him than what he attended to down below. And as the sensations grew ever stronger, he realized for the first time why his soldiers did this so often. So good. So very, very good. Oh, his female was beautiful. To the point where, in spite of the power of what he was doing to himself, he was not distracted from her visage. Instead, she became achingly clear to him, from her pale hair to her red lips to her slender neck, all the way down that long, elegant body that was both hidden and revealed by the pristine white robing she had worn. What would it be like to be wanted by such a creature? To be held within her sacred body as a male of worth? At that very moment, the reality of her pregnancy re-landed on him like a physical weight. But at least it was too late. Even as his heart chilled and his chest began to ache with the knowledge that she had accepted another, His body continued on its joyride, the conclusion as unstoppable as the orgasm that swept through him made him cry out and thank the fates for the pillow that caught his capitulation. At that very moment, down below, he heard the first of his soldiers walk through the house, the drumbeat of combat boots and unmistakable thunder he would recognize anywhere. The aftermath of his release was wretched on too many levels to count. He had turned upon his injured shoulder. He had come all over his hand and abdomen as well as the sheets, and the vision of loveliness was gone from his head, his hard reality all that remained. The pain inside of him was raw as a fresh wound, but at least none would otherwise know of it. He was, after all, first and foremost, a soldier. 66. Yes, absolutely, you can go see him. He's groggy, but aware. As Doc Jane smiled up at Quinn, he jacked his leathers higher on his hips and tucked in his muscle shirt. He drew the line at smoothing his hair down, however, forcing his arms to stay at his sides even though his palms were itching to pull a drag through. And he's going to be okay? The doctor nodded as she began to untie the surgical mask that was hanging around the front of her neck. We removed the vampire equivalent of the human spleen, and that took care of the internal bleeding. We also went through him with a fine-toothed comb. Near as we can figure, he was in some kind of stasis in that oil drum, the Omega's blood somehow preserving him in his current state in spite of the injuries. If he'd been left out, I'm very certain he would have died. The curse that brought about a miracle, Quinn thought. And he's not contaminated? Jane shrugged. He bleeds red, and no one can sense any of the Omega in him. It was just a case of on or around him. Okay, all right. Quinn glanced at the door. Good. Time to go in, he told himself. Come on. His eyes went to blaze. During the course of the 4-hour operation, the guy had gone back and forth down the hall, taking breaks out in the parking lot for cigs. He'd always returned, though. God, he looked grim. Had ever since V had come out and found them. Yeah. Christ, what timing had that been? I'll go in now, he said. It wasn't until after Blay nodded that he actually entered the OR. Pushing his way through the door, the first thing he was greeted with was that antiseptic smell that he associated with post-fight contusions. Next was the subtle beeping by the gurney in the center of the room, and the sound of Elena typing at the computer. I'll give you some private time, she said in a kind voice as she got to her feet. Thanks, he replied quietly. As the door shut behind her, Quinn retucked his shirt even though it didn't need the help. Luches. Waiting for his brother to respond, he glanced around. The debris of the operation, the bloody gauze pads, the used instruments, the plastic tubing, was all gone, nothing but the still body under those white sheets, and a stuffed red biohazard bag to show for the hours that had passed. Luches. Quinn went over and stared down. Man, he didn't typically have problems with his blood pressure, but when he got a gander at his brother's drawn face, things went for a spin, a surge of dizziness making him realize exactly how tall he was and how far he had to fall. Luches's eyes fluttered open. Gray. They had both been gray and still were. Quinn reached behind and rolled over a little stool. As he sat down, he didn't know what to do with his arms, his hands, his voice. He had never expected to see a member of his family again. And that had been back before the raids when he'd been kicked out. How you doing? What a dumbass question that was. He kept me. Quinn leaned in close, but damn, that weak, hoarse voice didn't carry far. What? He kept May alive. Who? Because of you. Who are you talking about? Hard to imagine the Omega had a vendetta against. Lash. At the sound of the name, Quinn's upper lip peeled off his fangs. That motherfucker cousin of theirs who turned out not to be blood at all, but rather the transplanted son of the Omega. As a kid, the SOB been an obnoxious show-off. As a pre-trans in the training program, he'd made John Matthews' life a living hell. As a post-trans, his true father had welcomed him back into the fold, and utter destruction had been the result. Lash was the one who had led the raids. After centuries of the lessening society having to hunt and peck for vampire enclaves, that bastard had known exactly where to send the Slayer Sand because he had been adopted into an aristocratic family. He had decimated the upper classes. But apparently Daddy-O and the Golden Boy had had a falling out. Shit, the idea Lash had tortured his brother? just made him want to kill him all over again. As Lucius groaned and took a deep breath, Quinn raised a hand to pat him on the shoulder or something, but he didn't follow through. Listen, you don't need to talk. Those bloodshot gray eyes locked on his. He kept me alive because of what I did to you. Down on the gurney, tears welled and started to fall, his brother's emotions spilling out on his cheeks, regret mingling with what was undoubtedly physical pain, as well as the narcotics used to treat it. Because Quinn was hard-pressed to think that the guy would be showing anything like this under normal circumstances. That hadn't been the way they'd all been raised. Etiquette over emotion. Always. The honor guard. Lucius started to cry in earnest. Quinn, I am so sorry. We're not supposed to kill him. Quinn blinked and went back to that beating at the side of the road. Those males in black robes surrounding him and wailing on him as he tried to protect his head and his balls. Then it was up to the door to the fade, to meet his daughter. So strange the way things came full circle. And how some tragedies actually led to good things. Now, Quinn did touch his brother, resting his dagger hand on that thin shoulder. Shit's cool. We're good. It's cool. He wasn't sure whether that was true, but what else was he going to say while the guy cracked? He wanted to turn me. Lucius took a deep breath. He brought me back around. Woke up in the woods. His males beat meted things to mep at me in that blood. I waited for them to come back, never did. You're safe here. That was all he could think of. You don't worry about a damn thing, no one's getting anywhere near you. Where am I? The Brotherhood's training center. Those eyes widened. In truth. Yeah. Indeed, Lucius's expression shifted. Those once handsome features tightening even further. What of Mom and Papa? Solange. Quinn just shook his head back and forth. And in response, a sudden strength came into that frail voice. Are you sure they are dead? Are you certain? As if he didn't wish what he had suffered on any of them. Yeah, we're sure. Lucius sighed and closed his eyes. Shit. Quinn felt a little cheap about lying, but in spite of the fact that the machines by the bed suggested his brother was stable, if the guy tanked, he didn't want to send Lucius to the grave thinking that after what had been done with him, no one could be sure how many others had been taken or when. In the quiet, Quinn looked down at his brother's hand. That signet ring had been left unmade because the knuckle above it was so swollen, they would have had to cut it off. The crest that had been carved into the gold face carried the sacred symbols that only the founding families could mark their lineage with. And yeah, wow, it was completely deranged and grossly inappropriate to covet the goddamn thing. After everything that had happened, you'd think he'd be disgusted. Then again, maybe it was just a knee-jerk reaction. An echo from all those years of hoping against hope he'd get one of his own. Quinn. Yes. I'm sorry. Quinn shook his head, even though Lucius's lids were closed. You don't worry about anything. You're safe. You're back. It's all going to be okay. As his brother's chest rose and fell again like he was relieved, Quinn rubbed his face and didn't feel good about any of it. Not his brother's condition or his return. It wasn't that he wanted the guy dead, tortured, frozen forever. But he had closed the door on all that family dynamic stuff. Relegated it to the back of his mental file cabinet. Put it away for good, never to be looked at again. What could you do, though? Life specialized in curveballs. The unfortunate thing was that they somehow inevitably ended up catching him in the nuts. When a soft whistle sounded next to Blay, he jumped. Oh, hey, John. John Matthew lifted his hand in a wave. How are things? As Blay shrugged, he thought it might be a good idea to stand up off the floor again. His ass had gone numb, which meant it was time for another of his walkabouts. Grunting as he got to his feet, he stretched his back. I guess okay. Lucius was awake enough after surgery, so Quinn's in there now. Wow. While Blay walked things off in a tight circle, John settled against the wall. He was dressed in sweats, and the guy's hair was still wet and there was a bite mark on his neck. Blay looked away, opened his mouth to say something, ran out of gas for conversation. From the corner of his eye, he saw John's sign, so, how's Saxton? Ah, good. He's good on a little vacation. He's been working really hard. Yeah, he has. As he hoped the topic ended there, it felt odd to keep something from John. Other than Quinn, the guy had been the closest friend he had, although they had drifted during the last year, too. But he'll be back soon. You must miss him. John glanced away, like he knew it was pushing it. Made sense. Blay had always shut down any conversation about his relationship, diverting talk to other subjects. Yeah. So how's Quinn holding up? I didn't want to intrude, but Blay could only shrug again. He's been in there a while. I'm taking that as good news. And Luch's is going to make it? Time will tell, but at least they got him patched up. Blay took out his Dunhills and lit up, exhaling slowly. When there was nothing but an awkward silence, he said, "Listen, I'm sorry if I'm being weird." The truth was that bite mark was a reminder of what was going to have to happen for him, and he really didn't need that so front and center. Quinn's voice barged into his head. We could go together. What the hell had he agreed to? You're stressed? John signed as he focused on the door. We're all stressed. Everything is stressful. Blay frowned as the guy's mood registered. Hey, are you okay? After a moment, John signed, the strangest thing happened the other night. Rath called me into his office and told me that Quinn was no longer my Ostrix Notrum. I mean, that's fine, that's Kulitz actually uncomplicated things a lot. But Quinn never said anything to me, and I don't know if I should say something to him. I also didn't know that was possible. I mean, when it started, it was like, your pink slip is a double tap, and that's that. You know? Did he just quit? Is it because of the Layla thing? I thought they weren't getting mated. Blay exhaled a curse, the smoke curling up over his head. I have no clue. Shit, that mating thing probably should have occurred to him, and maybe that was why Quinn had jumped out of range when V had appeared. Could Quinn and Layla be getting hitched now that the young was okay? The door swung wide, and Quinn came out, looking like he'd been kicked in the head. Oh, hey John, what's up? As the two clapped each other on the shoulder, Quinn glanced over, but then carried on with a back and forth with John. And then he and Quinn were alone after John left a moment later. Are you okay? Quinn said. Clearly, the question of the hour wasn't it. Actually, I'm going to ask you that. How's Luch's? Blay pulled a V and stubbed his cigarette out on the tread of his shitkicker. Before Quinn could answer, Selena came out of the office, as if she had been summoned from the main house. The Chosen walked toward them gracefully, but with purpose, her traditional white robing flowing around her legs. Greetings, sires, she said as she approached. Dr. Jane indicated that I was required? As Blay exhaled, he felt like punching himself. This was the last thing he... Yeah, both of us, Quinn answered. Blay closed his eyes as a sudden surge rocked him. The idea of watching Quinn feed was like a drug in his bloodstream, loosening him up and threatening to get him hard. But really, it wasn't. Down the hall would be great, Quinn murmured. Well, it was better than a bedroom, right? More professional, yes? And he did need the feeding, and Quinn no doubt had to as well after all the drama. Blay ditched his cigarette but into a trash can and brought up the rear as Quinn led the way. Going along, he didn't track the Chosen's movements. Nope, not in the slightest. His eyes were glued to Quinn's, from those shoulders to those hips to that ass. Okay, this was going to stop. Right now. He just needed to pull himself together, do the feeding, and make an excuse to get gone. Maybe this plan would be one that actually worked. In through a doorway. Conversation. Polite smiling. Even though he didn't know what had been asked or answered of him. One of the hospital rooms, he realized. This was really good a clinical environment. Just take the vein and move along, with one biological function not necessarily leading to another. I'm sorry, the Chosen said, looking at him with an open face. Great. He'd been loose-lipping it, but there was no telling how much he'd shared. I'm sorry, he said smoothly. I'm just hungry as all get out. In that case, would you like to be first? Selena asked. Yeah, he would, Quinn replied as he settled back against the door. Well, there you go, Blay thought. Everything was settled. When Quinn started, he was going to leave. Stepping forward, he wondered how this was going to work precisely. But Selena solved that one by drawing up a chair and sitting by the hospital bed. Roger that Blay hopped up on the mattress, his weight displacing the pillow from the slightly raised head. the springs creaking. And then his mind shut down, which was a relief. As Selena stretched out her arm and drew her white sleeve back, his hunger came to the forefront, his fangs dropping down from his upper jaw, his breath deepening. "Please partake as you wish," she said placidly. "I thank you for the gift, chosen," he answered in a low voice. Leaning down, he struck deeply, but as gently as he could, and on the first swallow, he knew it had been too long. With a great howl, his stomach roared with need, his civility draining out of him, his instincts taking over. He drew hard, drinking faster and faster, the power landing in his gut and spreading out from there. His eyes went to Quinn. Dimly, he was aware that yet again, one of his plans was soon going to be out the window, gone and forgotten. In fact, this had been a very bad idea, assuming he didn't want to fuck the guy again. Logic was difficult enough when it was just a case of conflicting emotions. A full-on sexual urge, spurred by the drinking? He was an asshat of the first order. He truly was. And that was especially true as he watched Quinn's erection inflate behind the fly of the fighter's leathers. Fuck. Man, one of these days he was going to be strong enough to walk away. He really was honest. OFUCK. 67. As Quinn watched the show, his tongue parted his mouth and took a lick of his lips. Across the shallow room, Blay was up on the hospital bed, that perfect torso angled forward so he could partake of the chosen's vein. His hands, those capable, well-trained, strong hands, holding the fragile wrist to his mouth with Korea's though. Even in the throes of feeding, he was a gentle male. As he continued to drink, his torso curved around even tighter, his rib cage flexing and settling with every breath, his head subtly shifting with every swallow. It was all Quinn could do to stay where he was. He so wanted up on that mattress as well, twisting that body around so he could come in from behind. He wanted to be at the male's throat as Blay took from the chosen. He wanted to fuck the guy for 12 or 15 hours straight when they were both done. After all the drama with Luchas, the short, intense respite from the shock and pain was a glorious, guilty relief. It was just too damn good to focus on something like this. His tired mind and exhausted body ready to be refreshed so he could come back to reality fighting strong once again. God, his brother. Shaking his head, he deliberately gave his brain something erotic to play with. As Blay's hand sneaked between his legs and rearranged something at his fly, it was pretty damn clear he was fully aroused. As if that delicious scent didn't make it obvious. Just as Quinn was about to lose it, Blay lifted his head and let out a chuffing sound of satisfaction. Then the male licked at the puncture wounds he'd made. You know what Quinn thought? Fuck the feeding. All he needed was Blay. "And you, sire?" the chosen asked. Crap, he probably should do it. Besides, Blay was clearly in a post-feeding logy state, his body slow, his eyes fuzzy, and Quinn took advantage of it, pushing himself between the fighter and the chosen, his ass rubbing against the hard ridge of Blay's cock as he hopped up onto the bed. While Blay let out a groan, Quinn leaned over and took the female's other wrist. Holding it with one hand, he used his other to yank out the bottom of his muscle shirt and then shove Blay's palm down the front of his own pants. Quinn kept his own groan to himself by taking a hard pull on the chosen's vein, but Blay's hiss sounded out. Maybe the chosen would assume it. Quinn's eyes rolled back in his head as Blay stroked him, the friction threatening to make him come right then and there, which was not something he wanted to do in front of Selena. But, oh fuck, that was... He put his own hand down there, stilling that movement. So Blay just gave his balls a good squeeze. Quinn climaxed on his next swallow, the orgasm shooting out of him before he could think of any kind of boring and unattractive distraction. The pleasure cresting with such power, he sagged in his own skin. Blay's chuckle was erotic as hell. Whatever, payback was going to be a bitch, Quinn vowed to himself. And as it turned out, he couldn't wait for it. He retracted his fangs and stopped drinking before he'd had his fill because his hunger for something else had completely taken over, and it was beyond time to send Selena on her way. Getting the chosen out in a polite but expeditious manner was an autopilot maneuver. Had no clue what he was saying. But at least she was smiling and looking pleased, so he must have done the right thing. He was very conscious of locking the door, however. As he turned around, he found Blay stretched out and attending to himself, his hands stroking up and down between his legs. His fangs were still elongated from the feeding, and his eyes were glowing from under heavy lids, and holy fuck was he hot. Quinn ditched his shitkickers, his leathers, his shirt. Blay orgasmed before he even started for the bed, the male arching up and moaning as his head shot back on the thin pillow, and his hips jerked. Like Quinn buck-ass naked was too much to handle. Best compliment ever. Quinn attacked the bed, pouncing on Blay, finding that velvet mouth and taking it over. Clothes were ripped, the buttons on the fly of Blay's leathers popping free and landing like coins tossed onto the linoleum. His shirt getting torn into pieces. And then they were skin on skin, nothing separating their flesh. As they writhed against each other, Quinn knew what he wanted. And he was too desperate and hungry to ask nicely or even talk about it. All he could do was break off from that mouth, roll away from Blay and reach behind, pulling the male onto him as he stretched one leg up. What do you know, Blay took over from there, and knew exactly what to do. Quinn felt himself get positioned with rough hands before he knew it. He was up on his knees, his face in the mattress, his breath hammering out of his mouth. It was all so foreign, letting someone else take charge, and he felt vulnerable, too, even through the wanting. "Oh, fuck!" he bellowed as the possession was struck. The sensations of pain and pleasure, stretching and accommodation, mixing into a cocktail that made him come so hard he saw stars. And then Blay started moving. Quinn braced his arms and bore backward, holding his own as that whole virginity thing was done and dusted but good. Oh man, it was an incredible rush. And it only got better. As Blay's arms snaked around his chest and locked on, the angle changed, the penetrations going deeper and deeper, faster and faster, the bed beginning to rock back and forth against the wall, the panting in his ear growing harsher and harsher. The cusp was the single greatest burn he'd ever felt, the edge of not just his release, but Blay's, tightening him up all over, his thighs clenching, his pelvis tilting to receive, his great arms holding them both up off the bed. When Blay came, the thrusts locked him in so hard Quinn's head banged into the wall, not that he noticed or cared. And then that cock started jerking wildly. And Quinn felt well and truly owned for the first time in his life. It was nothing short of a miracle. Naturally, it took a while for Blay to have had his fill. And, funnily enough, Quinn was so totally fine with that. When things eventually reached a pause that lasted longer than a minute and a half, Quinn released the tension in his arms and sank down to the bed, turning onto his side. Blay was apparently exhausted as well, his body following the lead and stretching out behind him. Blay's arm stayed in place. And what mattered now, in spite of the whole experience, was the loose, heavy weight of that limb. Lying as it did, it made them not two males who'd had sex and happened to be side by side but lovers. In actuality, he'd never had a lover before, and not because he'd just bottomed for the first time in his life. He'd had plenty of sex. But there had never been someone he'd wanted to hold him afterward. Never someone he'd wanted to hold back. Blay was his first real lover. And though he'd missed out on that honor when it came to the guy, it seemed apt that Blay be his. No one could ever take away your first, and he counted himself lucky. He'd heard through the grapevine that a lot of times it was either really painful for females or just such a mad scramble, nothing registered. This he would remember forever. Behind him, Blay was still breathing deeply, the heat radiating from him, their bodies still joined. And Quinn wanted to take advantage of this quiet space. Ever so slowly, like maybe if he didn't move too fast the guy wouldn't notice he covered Blay's forearm with his own, then put his hand over his friend's. Closing his eyes, he prayed that this was okay. That they could stay like this for just a little bit. Shit, the sudden fear he felt was nothing short of torture. And it made him think about the nature of courage. Specifically, how little he'd had of it when it had come to Blay. From out of the blue, he remembered telling the guy that he only saw himself with a female long-term. That was the reason he couldn't take Blay up on what he was offering. At the time, he'd meant every word of it, but he hadn't looked very far into the conviction. He'd been a coward back then, hadn't he? God, I feel raw, he whispered. What? Came a sleepy response. I feel exposed. Like if Blay pulled away right now, he would shatter into pieces that would never fit together right again. Blay let out a snuffle and jerked his arm, pulling Quinn closer, not pushing him off. You cold? You're shaking. Warm me. There was some shuffling, and then a blanket was thrown over them both. Then the lights went off. As Blay took a deep breath and seemed content to settle in for the duration, Quinn closed his eyes and dared to thread his fingers through his best friend's, forming a seal of their hands. "You okay?" Blay asked in a muffled way, like there was nothing but a pilot light left on in his brain, but he did care. "Yeah, just cold." Quinn opened his lids against the darkness. The only thing he could see was the line of light that came under the door at floor level. As Blay drifted off, that breathing becoming ever more slower and even, Quinn stared ahead, even though he couldn't see anything in front of him. Courage. He thought he'd had all he needed, that the way he'd grown up had made him tougher and stronger than anyone else. That the way he did his job, running into burning buildings or jumping into the captain's seats of busted-up aircraft, proved it. That how he lived his life, essentially apart, meant he was strong, meant he was safe. The true measure of courage was still waiting for him, however. After way too many years, he'd finally told Blay he was sorry. And then after way too much drama, he'd finally told the guy he was grateful. But coming forward and being real about the fact that he was in love, even if Blay was with someone else, that was the true divide. And goddamn him, he was going to do it. Not to break the pair of them up, no, that wasn't it. And not to burden Blay. In this case, payback, as it turned out, was actually a pledge. Something that was made with no expectations and no reservations. It was the jump without a parachute, the leap without knowing, the trip and the fall without anything to catch you. Blay had done that not once but several times, and yeah, sure, Quinn wanted to go back to any of those moments of vulnerability and beat his earlier incarnations so badly that his head cleared, and he recognized the opportunity he'd been given. Unfortunately, shit didn't run that way. It was time for him to repay the strength and, in all likelihood, bear the pain that was going to come when he was turned down in a far more kindly manner than he'd provided for. Forcing his lids down, he brought Blay's knuckles to his mouth, brushing a kiss against them. Then he gave himself up to sleep, letting himself fall into unconsciousness, knowing that, at least for the next few hours, he was safe in the arms of his one and only. 68. The following evening, as night fell, Assail sat naked at his desk, his eyes tracing the computer screen in front of him. The monitor's imaging was split into 4 quadrants that were marked north, south, east, and west, and from time to time, he manipulated the cameras, changing their focus and direction. Or mayhap he moved to other lenses around the house. Or went back to the ones he had been watching. Having taken a shower and shaved hours ago, he knew he had to get dressed and go out. That lesser with the hearty appetite for product was up in arms, claiming he'd been cheated of a supply of cocaine. Except the twins had completed that particular transaction according to the Slayer's wishes, and they had it videotaped. Just a little precaution Assail had initiated. So he didn't know what it was all about, but he was certainly going to find out. He had sent the recording to the lesser's phone about an hour ago, and was awaiting a response. Mayhap it was going to involve another face-to-face meeting. And his disgruntled buyer was not the only thing hanging over him. It was getting to be that time of month when Benlois and he needed to do their own squaring UPA complicated transfer of funds that made everyone edgy, including Assail. Even though he did regular weekly payments, they totaled but a quarter of his actual purchases, and on the 30th he was going to have settled the balance sheet up. Lot of cash. And people could make very poor decisions when there was that much money in play. There was also the issue that, for the first time, he was going to want the twins to accompany him. He didn't imagine Benlois was going to appreciate the added company, but it was appropriate for his 2 associates to be brought further into the fold, and this payment was going to be the largest he'd ever made. A record sure to be broken if he and that lesser continued to do business together. Assail shifted the mouse, clicked on one of the quadrants, panned the security camera around, searching the backwoods behind his house. Nothing moved. No shadows darted. Not even the limbs of the pines shifted in any kind of wind. No tracks of skis. No hidden figure peering out. She could be watching him from another vantage point, he thought. Across the river. Across the road. Down the lane. With distraction, he reached out for the vial of powder he kept beside the keyboard. He had used toward the late afternoon, when the waning light of day had necessitated switching to night vision for the cameras. He had also used a couple of times since then, just to keep himself awake. He had not slept for 2 days at this point. Or was it 3? As he moved the tiny silver spoon around, drawing it in a circle at the base of the vial, all he got was the clinking of metal on glass. He looked inside. Evidently he had finished the lot of it. Irritated by simply everything in his existence, Asael threw the vial aside and leaned back in his chair. As his mind spun and the compulsion to go from image to image to image tightened like a noose around his freedom of choice, he was dimly aware his brain was buzzing in an unhealthy manner. He was locked in, however, going nowhere rather quickly. Where was his beautiful burglar? Surely she could not have meant what she said. Asael rubbed his eyes and hated the way his mind was racing, thoughts rocketing back and forth from one side of his skull to the other. He simply could not believe she meant to stay away. As his phone went off, he reached for it with reflexes that were too quick, too pent up. And when he saw who it was, he ordered his brain to pull itself together. "Did you get the video?" he demanded, in lieu of hello. "You must be aware of what your men were wearing at the time." "Then where is my product?" "That is not for me to say. Once I make the deal with your representatives, my responsibility is discharged. I delivered the requested goods at the time and place of mutual agreement, and thus fulfilled my duty to you. What happens thereafter is not my concern. If I ever catch you fucking with me, I'm going to kill you." Asael let out a bored breath. "My dear man, I wouldn't waste my time with the likes of that. How would you then get what you require? And to that end, may I remind you that there is no incentive for me to be dishonest with you or your organization. The profit you represent is what matters to me, and I shall do my level best to keep the funds flowing my way. It's business." There was a long silence, but Asael knew better than to assume that it was because the Slayer on the other side of the conversation was confused or lost. "I need another supply," the Lesser muttered after a moment, "and I shall gladly provide it. I need a loan." Now Asael frowned, but the Lesser continued before he could cut in. "You float me this next order, and I'll make sure you get paid. That is not how I do business. Here's what I know about you and yours. You have a small operation that controls a huge area. You need distributors because you killed all the ones that were here before. Without me and my organization, no offense, you're fucked. You can't begin to service all of Caldwell, and your product is worth nothing if you can't get it into the hands of users." When Asael didn't immediately reply, the Lesser laughed softly. "Or did you think you were unknown, my friend?" Asael gripped his cell phone hard. "So I'm thinking you're right," the Slayer concluded. "You and me are homies. I don't need to deal with whoever the big wholesaler is, especially not in my current incarnation." Yes, the smell alone would make Benlois shut the door in his face, Asael thought. "I need you. You need me, and that is why you're going to bring my order to me and give me 48 hours to pay for it. It's just like you said. We got shit without the other, brother." Asael bared his fangs, the reflection of his face in the glass of the monitor fearsome indeed. And yet he kept his voice even and calm. "Where would you like to meet?" As the Lesser laughed again, like he was enjoying this, Asael focused on the snarling image of himself. It would be unwise for the Slayer to get greedy or take too many liberties. The one thing that was always true about business: no one was irreplaceable. As Trez came awake, he felt as though he were floating on a cloud, and for a split second, he wondered if he was. His body felt completely weightless, to the point where he wasn't sure whether he was on his back or his stomach. A strange sound filtered in through his fog. SHHSCHT. He lifted his head, and orientation came to him in a rush. The red glow of his alarm clock told him he was on his stomach and running diagonally down the bed. That sound came again. What was it? Metal on metal? He could sense IM moving around down the hall, his brother's presence as known to him as his own. So if it was anyone else in the apartment or a threat of any kind, IM would handle that shit. Pushing himself up, he got out of bed and whoa. The room spun around. Then again, there was absolutely positively nothing in his stomach. Matter of fact, it was possible he'd thrown up his liver, kidneys, and lungs during that migraine. The good news was that the pain was gone, and the spacey aftermath wasn't bad. Kind of like being drunk with the hangover front-loaded. When he walked into the loo, he knew better than to turn on the lights. Little early for that still. The shower felt so good he nearly teared the fuck up. And he didn't bother shaving. There'd be time for that later, after he'd thrown some fuel into his gut. Robe was nice toasty, especially as he curled the lapels in and covered his throat up. Bare feet kind of sucked, especially as he stepped out of his bedroom and into the marble-floored hallway, but he needed to find out what the hell that. Trez stopped as he came to the doorway of his brother's suite of rooms. Iam was in his closet, taking out shirts that were on hangers. As he pulled another armful together on the brass rod, that shhhshht sounded again. Naturally, his brother didn't seem surprised that Trez had made an appearance. He just threw the load on his bed. Fuck. Going somewhere? Trez muttered, his voice too loud in his head. Yes. Crap. Listen, I didn't mean. I'm packing you up too. Trez blinked a couple of times. Oh. At least the guy wasn't pulling out solo. Unless he wanted the satisfaction of pitching Trez gear off the balcony? I found us somewhere more secure. Is it in Caldwell? Yes. Cue the Jeopardy theme. You want to give me a zip code? I would if I could. Trez groaned and leaned against the jamb, rubbing his eyes. You've got us somewhere to go and you don't know where it is? No, I do not. Okay, maybe it hadn't been a migraine, but a stroke. I'm sorry. I'm not following. Iam looked at his watch. 3 hours to get packed up. Clothes and personals only. So it's furnished, Trez said dryly. Yes, it is. Trez wasted some time watching his brother be extra efficient with the packing. Shirts were stripped off the hangers, folded precisely, put in black LV AP luggage. Pants same. Guns and knives went into matching steel briefcases. At this rate, the guy was going to be done with his shit in a half hour. You gotta tell me where we're going. Iam looked over. We're moving in with the Brotherhood. Trez's brain got flushed, the fog clearing in an instant. I'm sorry. What? We're moving in with them. Trez's eyes bulged. Wait. I didn't hear that right. You did. By whose authority? Wrath? Son of Wrath. How in the hell did you pull that off? Iam shrugged, like he'd done nothing more than make a reservation at a Motel 6. I talked to Revenge. Didn't know the male had that kind of pull. He doesn't. But he went to Wrath, who appreciated our backing him up at that council meeting. The king feels as though we'd be additive on the home front. He's worried about a raid, Trez said softly. Maybe he is. Maybe he isn't. But what I do know is that no one's going to find us there. Trez exhaled. So that was the why of it all. His brother didn't want him to be dragged back to the Hisby any more than he did. You are amazing, he said. Iam just shrugged again, as was his way. Can you start packing your stuff? Or should I do the first shift on that? Nah, I'm good. He knocked on the jamb and started to turn away. I owe you my brother. Trez. He glanced over his shoulder. Yeah. His brother's eyes were grim. This is not a get-out-of-jail-free thing. You can't run from the queen. I'm just buying us some time here. Trez looked down at his bare feet and wondered how far, in fact, he could go if they were covered by Nike. Pretty fucking far. His brother was the one tie he hadn't cut. The only thing he felt like he didn't want to leave behind in order to save himself from a gilded life of sexual enslavement. And in a moment like this, with the guy once again having stepped up to the plate in a big way, wondered if it was possible that he couldn't walk away from Iam. Maybe he was going to have to cave in to his destiny, after all. Fucking queen. And her goddamn daughter. The traditions made no sense. He'd never met the young princess. No one had. That was the way it worked. The next in line to the throne was as sacred as her mother, because she was the one who was going to lead them in the future. And like a rare rose, nobody was allowed to see her until she was properly mated. Purity and all that. Blah, blah, blah. Once she was hitched, however, she was free to come out to society, free to live her life within the Hisby. The sad sack motherfucker who married the bitch? He took her place inside the palace walls, doing whatever the hell she wanted, when she wanted, assuming he wasn't worshipping at her mother's feet at the moment. Yeah, that was a party. And they thought he should feel honored to strap that yoke on? Really? He'd turned his body into a garbage dump in the last decade, fucking all those humans and what was truly whacked. He wished that all those pesky Homo sapiens diseases were the kind of thing he could pick up. No go on that one. He'd had as much unsafe sex as he could with the other species, and he was still healthy as a horse. Pity. Trez? I am straightened. Trez? Talk to me. Where you at? Trez stared at his brother, memorizing that proud, intelligent face and those bottomless, penetrating eyes. I'm right here, he murmured. See. He held out his hands and did a little circle in his bare feet, in his robe, in his spacey, fuzzy post-migraine haze. What's going on in that mind of yours? I am demanded. Nothing. I think it's great what you did. I'ma go pack up and get ready. They sending a car or something? I am narrowed his stare, but he did answer. Yeah. A butler named Fred? Or was it Foster? I'll be ready. Trez walked off, the dregs of that headache draining from him as he looked into the future and really worried about this one last tie of his. But this move was a good thing. Iam was right. He had been fooling himself these last few years, aware that the princess was aging, and time was passing, and his day of reckoning was fast approaching. There were things you could put off. This was not one of them. Fucking hell, maybe he was gonna have to disappear, even if it killed him. Besides, if his brother was with Rev in the king's household, Iam was going to have the kind of support he was going to need if Trez up and got ghost. And maybe, after the way shit was going, the guy would be relieved to get rid of him. 69. Quinn's whole life took another corkscrew about 15 hours after he lost his virginity. Later, he would decide that the comes in threes thing might be true. When the shit went down, though, all he wanted to do was live through it. Sometime during the hours of the day, he and Blay had woken up, split up, gone their separate ways. Quinn would have preferred that they return to the main house together, but he'd had to stop by Lucius's room, and Blay had been anxious to get back to his place and shower. And in a way, it hadn't been all that bad, because Quinn had had a chance to check on Layla as well. When it came to his brother and the Chosen, all was quiet on both fronts. The pair of them had been asleep in their respective beds. Lucius's color was better, and for the first time, when Quinn had walked into Layla's bedroom, he had sensed the pregnancy. The hormone wave had hit him as soon as he'd entered, and he'd stopped dead. It was so strong, which had been really good. What he hadn't been so happy about had been going by Blay's door and wanting to knock and duck inside and go back to sleep. Instead, he'd ended up within his own four walls all by his lonesome. In bed, in the dark, drifting in and out of Remlandia for the 2 hours he had before first meal was served. So when his door was thrown wide and a lineup of tall males in hooded black robes came filing in, his past and his present collided, the two becoming interchangeable such that the attack by the honor guard jumped up out of the graveyard of his memory and landed right in his room at the mansion. Unsure whether he was dreaming or any of this was real, his first thought was that he was glad Blay wasn't with him. The guy had already found him dead at the side of the road once. No one needed a replay on that. His second was that he was going to take out as many as he could before they finally finished the job on him. With a battle cry, Quinn exploded out of his bed, his naked body going on the attack with such power, he actually plowed over the first two males. Spinning with his legs, he kicked and punched at anything that came at him, and there was a brief satisfaction as his targets cursed and jumped out of range. Something locked around his chest from behind and swung him around with such force, his feet popped off the ground and flew in a crazy circle. Hello, Wall. The impact was a 3-point bulletin to his fight-back bright idea. His face, torso, and hips slamming into the plaster so hard, he no doubt left a cartoon-style 3D rep of himself on the shit. Instantly, he palmed the flat plane, prepared to shove his way off. The grip that latched onto his nape and held him in place might as well have been steel. There was literally no give in the flesh and bone, even as he strained, his body refusing to be dominated. Chill, asswipe. Just fucking chill before I'm forced to hurt you. The sound of Vicious's voice made no fucking sense. And then abruptly, from out of the corner of his eye, He noticed that a ring had formed around him, all those black robes surrounding him, just like that grip on his neck. But they were not attacking. Just relax, V said into his ear. Breathe for me. Come on, now just breathe easy. No one's going to hurt you. The talking helped, that cool, calm voice reaching through the fight or flight response and turning down the volume on his panic's roar. In the aftermath, Quinn started to shake, his muscles processing the adrenaline. This house. Yup, it's me, buddy. You need to keep breathing. Who else? Rage. Butch. Fury. Zadist. Tor. The voices all matched the names, those deep, serious, noble shit tones sinking into his brain, helping to ground himself in a reality that didn't involve the past. And then the last one was the final rung of the ladder that got him out of that mental tailspin and back to what was real. Wrath. Quinn went to jerk his head toward the king, but the impulse got him nowhere. I'm going to let you go, buddy. Okay? V said. You gonna mind your manners? Yeah. On 3. 1, 2, 3-inch. This house leaped back and landed in a hand-to-hand combat pose. Arms up, fists ready, stance stable. In spite of the fact that the brother's face was covered by the hood, Quinn could just picture the expression. No doubt that if Quinn made any move, he'd be reintroduced to the Walland that acquaintance had already been well and truly made. Fuck him very much. He felt about 6 inches flatter. With a curse, Quinn turned around slowly, keeping his hands where the Brotherhood could see them. Are you kicking me out of the house? He had no clue what the hell he'd done, but with his history of pissing people off on purpose and by default, could be anything. No, you idiot, V said with a laugh. Facing the lineup of hooded, solemn figures, he searched where the faces were, making contact, reminding himself that these were the guys he had fought with side by side, that they'd always had his back, that they'd worked together. So what the hell was going? The third figure from the left lifted his arm, a long finger extending out and pointing to the dead center of Quinn's chest. Instantly, Quinn was back in the carcass of the Cessna. The in-flight drama over, Zadist alive and well, the goal reached, that male singling him out as he was now. In the old language, Wrath said, You shall be asked a question. You shall be asked it only once. Your answer shall stand the test of time, extending out from this moment unto your bloodline forevermore. Are you prepared to be asked? Quinn's heart began to thunder. Eyes bouncing around, he couldn't believe that this was. Except how was it possible? Based on his bloodlines and his defect, it wasn't legal for someone like him to. From out of nowhere, the image of Saxton working in that library for all those nights hit him. Holy fuck. So many questions. Why him? Why now? What about John Matthew, whose chest already, magically, bore the marking of the Brotherhood? As his mind raced, he knew he had to answer, but shit, he couldn't. With a sudden clarity, he thought of his daughter, picturing that image that he'd seen in the door to the Fade. Quinn looked at each of the hoods again. How ironic, he thought. Nearly 2 years ago, an honor guard of black robes had been sent to him to make sure he knew his family didn't want him. And now, here these males were, come to draw him into a different kind of fold that was every bit as strong as that of blood. Hell yeah, he said. Ask me. Blaze's first clue that something big was up was the sound of footfalls going by his room. He was in front of his mirror, shaving, when he heard them come down the hall of statues, heavy, repetitive, a lot of them. Had to be the Brotherhood. Then, as he bent over the sink to rinse the residual shaving cream off his cheeks, something hard dropped to the floor next door or was thrown at a wall. In what sure as shit seemed like Quinn's room. Cranking off the hot and cold mix, he snagged a towel and wrapped it around his hips as he jogged out of his suite and headed down to. Blaze skidded to a halt. Quinn's room was dark, but the light from the corridor shone in on a circle of black robes that surrounded the guy, as he was held face-first against the wall. Blaze's only thought was that a second honor guard had come for the fighter, even though he knew damn well that it was the Brotherhood under all those robes. Had to be, right? Vicious's voice solved that one, the male's words slow and even. Then Quinn was released. As he turned around, he was white as a sheet, shaking as he stood naked in the center of that circle of hooded figures. Wrath cut through the silence, the king's deep baritone filling the darkness. You shall be asked a question. You shall be asked it only once. Your answer shall stand for the test of time, extending out from this moment unto your bloodline forevermore. Are you prepared to be asked? Blay put his dagger hand up to his mouth as the thing fell open. This couldn't be called it? They were inducting him into the Black Dagger Brotherhood? Instantly, he put it all together. Saxton working for all those months. Quinn's acts of heroism. John getting informed that the guy was no longer his Ostrix Notrim. Wrath must have changed the old laws. Holy fucking shit. Hell yeah. Ask me. Blay had to smile as he ducked away and went back to his room. Leave it to Quinn to be blunt. As he shut his door, he stayed against it, waiting. Moments later, those heavy footsteps came again, filing past his room, going down the hall, disappearing, changing history forever. In all the eons of the Brotherhood, there had never been anyone inducted who wasn't the son of a brother and a female of chosen blood. Quinn was technically an aristocrat even with him forsaken by his family, and with his defect. His lineage was what it was. But he didn't have the kind of DNA credentials or the warrior name that the others did. And yet, assuming he lived through the ceremony, he would return to the mansion as a male among equals, forsaken no more. It was good that Luches was alive to see this. That was going to matter. Blay got dressed, and when he checked his phone, he saw the group text that had gone out from Tor, saying that no one was going out into the field tonight and that they were getting a pair of new roommates. The Shadows were coming to stay at the mansion. Cool. Given the disquiet with the aristocracy and that attempt on Wrath's life, nothing better than having those two killers under the roof. Coupled with Lassiter's antics, that meant the king had a trio of guys with extra skills protecting him. With any luck, Trez and IM would be permanent fixtures. Leaving his room, he jogged down the stairs and was not surprised to find the doggen running around, setting up a feast. How long was it going to take, he wondered. And man, he wished he had something to occupy the time. Wandering into the billiards room, because he knew better than to approach Fritz with an offer to help with the preparations, he picked up a cue and racked a set of balls. As he was chalking the tip, the bell at the vestibule's door went off. "I've got it!" he hollered out as he took his cue with him, striding over to the security check-in screen. Saxton was on the stoop, the male looking rested and healthy. Blay opened the way in. "Welcome back." There was a moment of surprise on the other male's face, but he recovered fast with a smile. "Hello." Blay wasn't sure whether they should embrace or not. Did they shake? "We need to stop this awkwardness," Saxton announced. "Come here." "I know, right?" After a quick hug, Blay grabbed the male's matching Gucci bags, and the pair of them hit the grand staircase, ascending side by side. "So how was the vacation?" Blay asked. "Wonderful. I went to my aunt's, the one who still talks to me. She has a place down in Florida. Dangerous place for vampires. Not a lot of basements. Ah, but she lives in a stone castle." Saxton nodded around at the foyer. "Not unlike this one. The evenings were warm, the ocean was wonderful, and the nightlife was..." As Saxton stopped short, Blay glanced over. "It's all right, you know. I'm glad you had a good time. Honest." Saxton regarded him steadily, and then murmured, "You've been busy yourself, haven't you? Damn red-headed coloring." Any blush had always shown, and right now, his face was on frickin' fire. As they took a left in front of Wrath's study and headed down the Hall of Statues, Saxton laughed a little. "I'm happy for you, and I'm not going to ask any questions." He knew the who, Blay thought. "Yeah. So, how about you fill me in on the gossip?" Saxton said as they went into the male's room. "I feel like I've been gone forever." "Well, brace yourself. Luches, Trez and IM, Quinn and the induction." By the time Blay was finished downloading, Saxton was sitting on his bed with his mouth hanging open. "But you knew about the Quinn thing, didn't you?" Blay said as he finally stopped reporting. "Yes, I did." Saxton straightened his bow tie, even though the tight knot was perfectly symmetrical. "And I have to say, even though I don't know as much as you do about how he is in the field, everything that I've heard suggests it is an honor well placed. I understand he played a big role in getting Wrath safe when the assassination was attempted. He's brave, that's true. Among many other things. As Blay looked out into the hall and pictured those hooded figures clustered around his friend, all he could think of was, what the hell were they going to do to him? 70. Quinn had no clue where he was. Before they'd left his room, he'd been given a black robe and instructed to put the hood up, lock his eyes on the floor and keep his hands clasped behind his back. He was not to speak unless spoken to, and it was made clear that how he acted was part of what he'd be judged on. No being an asshole or a pussy. He could do that. Next stop after getting led down the grand staircase had been V's Escalade. He knew by the tang of Turkish tobacco and the sound of the engine. Short drive, executed slowly. And then he was told to get out, cold air seeping under the hood of his robe as well as the hem. His bare feet traversed an icy cold, frozen stretch of earth, and then hit smooth, hard-packed dirt that had no snow on it. Going by the acoustics, it was clear they were heading through a corridor or maybe a cave. It wasn't long before he was jerked to a stop, heard some kind of gate was opened, and then found himself on a decline. A little later, he was yanked to a halt a second time, and then there was another whisper, as if one more barrier of some sort was being cleared. Smooth marble under his bare feet now. And the shit was warm. There was also a mellow light source candlelight. God, his heartbeat was loud in his ears. After a number of yards, he was again pulled to a stop, and then he heard shifting fabric everywhere around him. The brothers disrobing. He wanted to look up, see where they were at, find out what was doing, but he did not. As instructed, he kept his head down and his eyes on the. A heavy hand landed on the nape of his neck, and Wrath's voice boomed in the old language. You are unworthy to enter herein as you stand now. Nod your head. Quinn nodded. Say that you are unworthy. In the old language, he replied, I am unworthy. From all around him, the brothers let out an explosive shout in the old language, a disagreement that made him want to thank them for having his back. Though you are unworthy, the king continued, you desire to become as such this night. Nod your head. He nodded. Say that you wish to become worthy. I wish to become worthy. This time the tremendous shout from the brothers was one of approval and support. Wrath continued. There is only one way to become worthy, and it is the right and proper way. Flesh of our flesh. Nod your head. Quinn nodded. Say that you wish to become flesh of our flesh. I wish to become flesh of your flesh. As soon as his voice faded, a chanting started up, the deep voices of the brotherhood mingling until they formed a perfect chord and a perfect cadence. He did not join in because he had not been told to do sabbat as someone stepped in front of him, and somebody fell in line behind him, and then the whole group started weaving side by side. His body followed their lead. Moving together, they became one unit, their powerful shoulders shifting back and forth to the rhythm of the chanting, their weight tick-tocking on their hips, the lineup of them beginning to move forward. Quinn started chanting. He didn't mean to. It just happened. His lips parted, his lungs filled, and his voice joined the others. The instant it did, he started to cry. Thank fuck for the hood. All of his life he had wanted to belong, be accepted, be one among a many that he respected. He had wanted it with such a need that the denial of any and all unity had nearly killed him, and he had survived only by revolting against authority, customs, norms. He hadn't even been aware of giving up on ever finding this communion. And yet now here he was, somewhere in the earth, surrounded by males who had chosen him. The Brotherhood, the most respected fighters in the race, the most powerful soldiers, the elite of the elite had chosen him. No accident of birth, this, to have been considered a curse, but be embraced here and now. Abruptly, he felt as if he were whole in a way that he had never been before. All at once the acoustics changed, their collective chanting ricocheting around, as if they had entered a tremendous space with a lot of loft. A hand on his shoulder brought him to a halt. And then the chanting and the movement stopped, the final strains of their voices drifting away. Somebody grabbed onto his arm and drew him forward. Stairs, Z's voice said. He went up about 6 of them, and then there was a straightaway. When he was stopped, It was with his chest and his toes against what seemed to be a marble wall of the same sort of rock the floor was made of. Zadist walked off, leaving him where he was. His heart banged against his sternum. The king's voice was loud as thunder. "Who proposes this mail?" "I do," Zadist answered. "I do," Tor echoed. "I do. I do. I do. I do." Quinn had to blink repeatedly as, one by one, every single brother spoke up. Every single fucking one of the brothers proposed him. And then came the last. The voice of the king resonated loud and clear. "I do." Fuck him, he needed to blink more. Then Wrath continued, his aristocratic inflection of the old language backed up by a warrior's strength. On the basis of the testimony of the assembled members of the Black Dagger Brotherhood, and upon the proposals by Zadist and Fury, sons of the Black Dagger warrior Agony, Torment, the son of the Black Dagger warrior Harm, Butch O'Neill, blooded relation of mine own line, Rage, the son of the Black Dagger warrior Torture, Vishouse, son of the Black Dagger warrior known as the Bloodletter, and mine own as Wrath, son of Wrath, we find this male before us, Quinn, son of no one, an appropriate nomination unto the Black Dagger Brotherhood. As it is within my power and discretion to do so, and as it is suitable for the protection of the race, and further, as the laws have been reconstructed to provide that this is right and proper, I have waived all requirements of lineage. We may now begin. Turn him. Unveil him. Before anyone came over to him, Quinn squared his shoulders and managed a quick brush under his ISO. He was a male once more as he was pivoted around and the robe was taken from him. Quinn gasped. He was up on a dais, and the cave that was before him was lit with 100 black candles, the flames creating a symphony of soft, golden light that flickered over the rough-hewn walls and reflected off the glossy floor. But that was not what really got his attention. Right in front of him, between him and the tremendous illuminated space, was an altar, in the center of which was a large skull. The thing was ancient, the bone not the white of the newly dead, but carrying the darkened, pitted patina of the aged, the sacred, the revered. That was the first brother. Had to be. As his eyes shifted away from it, he was struck with awe. Down on the floor, looking up at him, were the living, breathing carriers of the great tradition. The Brotherhood stood shoulder to shoulder, the naked bodies of the fighters forming a tremendous wall of flesh and muscle, that candlelight playing across their strength and power. Tor took Wrath's arm and led the king up the stairs that Quinn himself had just surmounted. "Back up against the wall and grip the pegs," Wrath commanded in English as he was escorted to the altar. Quinn obeyed without hesitation, feeling his shoulder blades and ass hit the stone as his hands brushed a pair of stout, dowel-like protrusions. When the king brought up his arm, Quinn suddenly knew exactly how each of the brothers had gotten that star-shaped scarring on their pectoral. An aged silver glove was locked onto Wrath's hand, barbs marking the knuckles of the thing, and within the fist was the handle of a black dagger. With a minimum of fuss, Tor extended Wrath's wrist over to the skull. "My lord." As the king brought up the blade, the ritualistic tattoos that delineated his lineage caught the glowing light and then the razor-sharp edge as he scored his skin. Red blood welled and fell into a silver cup that had been inset into the crown of the skull. "My flesh," the king proclaimed. After a moment, Wrath licked the wound closed. And then the huge male, with his waist-length black hair and his widow's peak and those wraparounds, was led over to Quinn. Even without the benefit of sight, Wrath somehow knew exactly how their bodies were positioned, how tall Quinn was, where Quinn's face was, because the king snapped out a hold right on Quinn's jaw. Then, with brutal force, he shoved Quinn's head back and to the side, exposing his throat. Now he knew what the fucking pegs were for. Wrath's cruel smile exposed tremendous fangs, the likes of which Quinn had never seen before. "Your flesh." With a lightning-fast strike, the king latched on without mercy, piercing Quinn's vein in a brutal bite and then drawing in a series of ripping pulls that were swallowed one after another. When finally he retracted those canines, he drew his tongue over his lips and smiled like a warlord. And then it was time. Quinn didn't need to be told to brace the ever-loving shit out of himself. Bearing down on his hands, he locked his shoulders and his legs, ready to receive. Our flesh, Wrath growled. The king didn't hold back. With the same unerring accuracy, he curled up a fist inside that ancient glove and slammed the thing into Quinn's peck. The impact of those barbed knuckles so great, Quinn's lips flapped in the gale that blew up and out of his lungs. Vision went bye-bye birdie for a little bit, but when it came back, he got a crystal clear of Wrath's face. The king's expression was one of respect and a total lack of surprise, as if Wrath had expected Quinn to take it like a male. And on it went. Tor was next in line, accepting the glove and the dagger, saying the same words, scoring his forearm, bleeding into the skull, striking at Quinn's throat, then hitting as hard as a truck. And then rage. Vishouse. Butch. Fury. Zodist. By the end of it, Quinn was bleeding from the wounds at his throat and his chest. His body was covered from sweat, and the only reason he wasn't on the floor was the bitch grip he had on those pegs. But he didn't care what else they did to him. He was going to stay on his feet no matter what. He had no clue about the history of the Brotherhood, but he was willing to bet none of these guys had gone down like a bag of sand during their induction sand. He didn't mind being the first in some senses, but not in a sackless one. Besides, so far so good, he guessed. The other brothers were standing around and grinning from ear to ear at him, like they totally approved of how he was handling shit, and didn't that only make him even more determined? With a nod, as if he'd been given an order, Tor led the king back over to the altar and handed him the skull. Raising the collected blood high, Wrath said, "This is the first of us. Hail to him, the warrior who birthed the Brotherhood." A war cry burst forth from the brothers, their combined voices thundering in the cave, and then Wrath approached Quinn. "Drink and join us, Roger." That, with a sudden surge of strength, he grabbed that skull and looked right into the eye sockets as he brought the silver cup to his mouth. Opening the way to his gut, he poured the blood down his throat, accepting the males into him, absorbing their strength, joining them. All around, the brothers growled their approval. When he was finished, he put the skull back in Wrath's palms and wiped his mouth. The king laughed deep in his massive chest. "You're going to want to hang on to those pegs again, son." And then that was the last thing he heard for a while. Like a lightning bolt coming out of the sky and drilling him right in the head, a sudden burst of energy hit him, overtaking all of his senses. He jumped backward, finding the grips and locking on just as his body started to go into a seizure. He had every intention of staying conscious. But alas, sorry, Charlie, the maelstrom was too great. As his body shook, and his heart flickered, and his mind fizzled like a firecracker, boom, it was lights out. 71. "Sola, why you no tell me we have visitors?" Sola paused as she put her backpack down on the countertop in the kitchen. Even though her grandmother was clearly waiting for an answer, she was not going to turn around until she was sure her expression showed none of the surprise she was feeling. When she was ready, she pivoted on one boot. Her grandmother was sitting at their little table, her pink and blue housecoat coordinating with the curlers in her hair and the flowered curtains behind her. At the age of 80, she had the gracefully lined face of a woman who had lived through 13 presidents, a world war, and innumerable personal struggles. Her eyes, however, burned with the strength of an immortal. "Who came to the door, Vovo?" she asked. The man with her grandmother lifted her heavily knuckled hand and encircled her curler's dark hair. "Crap. When did he stop by?" "He was very nice." "Did he leave his name?" "So you did no expect him." Sola took a deep breath and prayed that her neutral effect stayed in place in spite of the grilling. Hell, after having lived with her grandmother for how many years, you'd think she'd be used to the fact that the woman was a one-way street when it came to questions. "I wasn't expecting anyone, no?" And the idea that someone had come a-knocking made her put her hand on her bag. There was a 9 in there with a laser sight and a silence ran. That was a very good thing. "What did he look like?" "Very big. And the dark hair. Deep-set eyes." "What color were they?" Her grandmother didn't see all that well, but surely she would remember that. "Was he like us?" "He spoke with me in the Spanish." Maybe that erotic man she'd been tracking was bilingual, make that trilingual, given his strange accent. "So did he leave his name?" Not that that would help. She didn't know what the man she'd been tracking called himself. He said you knew him, and that he would be back with you. Sola glanced at the digital readout on the microwave. It was just before 10 p.m. When did he come by? Not that long ago. Her grandmother's eyes narrowed. You been seeing him, Marisol? Why you no tell me? At that point, everything flipped into Portuguese, their staccato speech overlapping, all kinds of I'm not dating anyone interlacing with why can't you just get married. They'd had the argument so many times, they basically just reassumed their well-practiced parts in this overdone play. Well, I liked him, her grandmother announced as she got up from the table and banged the surface with her open palms. As the napkin caddy with its payload of Vanity Fair jumped, Sola wanted to curse. And I think you should bring him here for a proper dinner. I would, grandmother, but I don't know the guy, and would you feel this way if you knew he was a criminal? And a playboy? Is he Catholic? Her grandmother asked on the way out. He's a drug dealer, so if he is religious, he's got incredible powers of reconciliation. He looks like a good boy, her vovo said over her shoulder. A Catholic good boy. And that was that for now. As those slippers scuffed their way across to the stairs, undoubtedly there were all kinds of making the sign of the cross going on. She could just picture it. With a curse, Sola dropped her head and closed her eyes. On some level, she couldn't imagine that man being all warm and fuzzy just because a little old Brazilian woman opened the damn door. Catholic, her ass. Damn it. Then again, who was she to be sanctimonious? She was a criminal, too. Had been for years, and the fact that she'd had to provide for herself and her grandmother didn't justify all the breaking and entering. Who did her mystery man support? She wondered as the next-door neighbor's dog began to bark. Those twins? They'd looked really self-sufficient. Did he have kids? A wife? For some reason, that made her shudder. Crossing her arms over her chest, she stared at the you-could-eat-off-of-it floor that her grandmother cleaned every day. He had no right to come here, she thought. Then again, she had visited his place uninvited, hadn't she? Sola frowned and lifted her eyes. The window that was framed by those ruffled pink half-drapes was jet black because she hadn't turned any exterior lights on yet. But she knew someone was there. And she knew who it was. Breath going short, heart starting to beat fast. She put her hand up to the front of her throat for some reason. Turn away, she told herself. Run away. But she did not. Assail had not meant to go to his burglar's home. But the tracking device was still on her Audi, and when it had informed him that she'd returned to the address, he was incapable of not materializing there. He did not want to be seen, however, so he chose the backyard, and how fortuitous. When his burglar walked into the kitchen, he got a full view of Eros well as her housemate. The older human female was rather enchanting in an elderly kind of way, her hair in curlers, her robe bright as a spring day, her face beautiful in spite of her age. She was not happy, however, as she sat at the table and glared across at what Assail surmised had to be her granddaughter. Words were exchanged, and he smiled a little in the darkness. Much love between the pair of them, much annoyance, too. And wasn't that the way with older relatives, whether you were human or vampire? Oh, how he was eased by knowing she did not live with a male. Unless, of course, that one she had met at the restaurant also stayed in the little house. As he growled softly in the dark, the dog in the house next door began to bark, warning his human owners of that of which they were unaware. A moment later, his burglar was left alone in the kitchen, her expression one of both resignation and frustration. As she stood there, crossing her arms, shaking her head, he told himself he should go. Instead, he did what he should not. He reached through the glass with his mind and let his need unleash. Instantly, she responded, that lithe body straightening from its lean against the counter, her eyes flipping to his through the window. Come to me, he said into the cold. And she did. The back door creaked as she opened it with her hip, forcing the bottom corner to carve a pie slice in the snow of the deck. Her scent was ambrosia to him, and as he closed the distance between them, his body surged with a predatory lust. Assail didn't stop until he was mere inches from her. Up close, chest to breast, she was so much smaller than he. Yet the effect she had on him was mountainous. His hands curled up, his thighs tightened, his heart beat with hot blood. I didn't think I was going to see you again, she whispered. His cock hardened even further, just from the sound of her voice. It appears that we have unfinished business, and it did not involve money, drugs, or information. I meant what I said to you. She brushed her hair back, as if she were having difficulty standing still. No more spying on my part. I promise. Indeed, you have given me your word, but it seems that I miss having your eyes upon me. Her little hiss carried across the chilly air between their mouths. Among other things. She looked away quickly, looked back. This isn't a good idea. Why? Because of that human you were having dinner with last night. His burglar frowned, probably at the use of the word human. No, not because of him. So he does not live here. No, it's just my grandmother and me. I approve. Why would you have any opinion at all? I ask myself that daily, he muttered. But explain, if it's not because of that man, why shall we not meet? His burglar pushed her hair over her shoulder again and shook her head. Yuri trouble, says the woman who is almost always armed. She tilted up her chin. You think I didn't see that bloody blade in your back hall? Oh, that. He dismissed the comment with a flick of the hand. Just taking care of business. I thought you'd killed him. Who? Mark me friend. Friend, he heard himself growl. Is that what he is? So who did you kill? Asael took out a cigar to light, but she stopped him. My grandmother will smell it. He glanced up at the closed windows of the second floor. How? Just please don't. Not here. With an incline of his head, he acquiesced even though he couldn't remember ever declining one for anybody. Who did you kill? This was asked factually, without the hysteria one might expect from a female. It is nothing that concerns you. Better I don't know, huh? Given that he was a different species than her? Yes, indeed. 'Twas nobody you would ever know. I will tell you, however, that I had grounds. He betrayed me. So he deserved it. Not a question. More a statement of approval. He couldn't help but favor her take on things. Yes, he did. There was a period of silence, and then he had to ask, What is your name? She laughed. You mean you don't know? How would I have found out? Good point, and I'll tell you if you explain what you said to my Vovo. She hugged her torso, as if cold. You know, she liked you. Who likes me? My grandmother. However does she know me? His burglar frowned. When you came before now, she said she thought you were a good man, and she wants to invite you back for dinner. Those astonishing dark eyes returned to his. Not that I'm advocating what? Hey, ow. Asael forced his hold to loosen, unaware of having gripped her arm. I did not come by earlier. At no time have I spoken to your grandmother. His burglar opened her mouth. Shut it. Opened it again. You weren't here tonight? No. So who the hell is looking for me? As a vast protective urge came over him. His fangs elongated and his upper lip began to curl back, but he caught himself, tamping down the outer show of his inner emotions. Abruptly, he nodded in the direction of the kitchen. We go inside, now, and you will tell me more. I don't need your help. Asael stared at her from his superior height. You shall have it anyway. 72. Trez was not used to being chauffeured around. He liked driving himself, being in control, choosing the left or the right. That kind of self-determination was not on the menu tonight, however. At the moment, he was riding fat in the back of a Mercedes that was the size of a house. Up in front, Fritz, as his name was driving like a bat out of hell, not exactly something you expected from a butler who looked like he was 7,000 years old. Now, given that Trez was still a little off after the previous night's headache, he supposed he was okay with being a passenger in this instance. But if he and I.M. were going to live here, they were going to have to know where the damn property was. What the fuck? For some reason, his senses were picking up on a change in the atmosphere, something tingling on the edges of his consciousness, a warning. And what do you know? Outside the window, the moonlit landscape grew wavy, a vital distortion tweaking his vision. His eyes checked out the inside of the Mercedes. Everything was fine. The grain of the black leather, the burled walnut trim, the partition that had been raised into place all exactly as they should appear. So it wasn't his optical nerves going bad. Shifting his eyes back to the great outdoors, he knew the distortion wasn't because a fog had rolled in. Not some weird-ass sleet thing, either. No, this shit was not the weather, it was something else entirely, as if dread had crystallized in the very particles of the air, and was causing the landscape to morph out of shape. Neite protective cover, he thought. And here he'd assumed he and his brother were the only ones with tricks up their sleeves. "We're close," he said. "What is this stuff?" I murmured as he too looked out his window. "I don't know, but we need to get some of it." Abruptly, the car went into an ascent, which, given the speed of Old Man Lead Foot, resembled the launch of a roller coaster. They didn't crest and freefall at the top, though, from out of nowhere, a massive stone mansion materialized. Making such a quick appearance, Trez grabbed for the hand rest and braced himself. But their chauffeur knew exactly where they were, and how much distance was required to bring the Benz to a halt. With the expertise of a Hollywood stunt driver, the butler wrenched the wheel and nailed the brakes, bringing them to a park between a GTO. Trez had an immediate hard-on for and a Hummer that looked like an abstract sculpture rather than anything that was drivable. "Maybe he made his mistakes on that one," Trez said dryly. As the locks were released, he and IM got out at the same time. "Man, get a low out of the house," Trez thought as he tilted back his head and looked up, way up. In comparison to the giant pile of rock, he felt about the size of a thumb. Like a 2-year-old's thumb. Looming high into the cold night, with gargoyles that watched from eaves, and a pair of sinister-looking, 4-story wings that extended off on either side. The place appeared to be exactly like what you'd expect the king of the vampires to live in. Spooky, creepy, threatening. It was all that Halloween shit, except this was for real. The people in there did bite, and not just when they were asked to. "Cool," Trez said, feeling instantly at home. "Sires, why do you not proceed inside?" The butler said cheerfully. "And I shall endeavor to get your bags." "Nah," Trez countered as he headed over to the trunk. "We got a lot of shiter crap." It was kind of hard to curse in front of a guy in tails. IM nodded. "We'll take care of this for you." The butler looked back and forth between them, smile still firmly in place. "Please do go in for the festivities, sires. We shall handle these mundane things." "Oh no, we can." "Yeah, I mean it won't take." Fritz looked confused, and then slightly panicked. "But please, sires, you must join the others. I shall take care of this. This is my position within the household." The distress seemed so out of place, but it wasn't as if it could be argued with without causing more upset. Clearly, the guy was going to throw a clot if they took their own luggage through that front door. When in Rome, Trez thought, "Okay, yeah, thanks. Yes, thank you very much." That endearing, wide-open grin immediately returned. "Very well, sires. Very well indeed." As the butler indicated the way to the door, as if the purpose of that grand, cathedral-like entrance was a mystery, Trez shrugged and headed up the steps. "Do you think he'll let us wipe our own asses?" he said under his breath. "Only if he doesn't see us go to the loo." Trez barked out a laugh and looked over. "Was that a joke, IM? Huh? I think it was." After elbowing his brother, and getting a growl in response, he reached out and grabbed the heavy portal's handle. He was a little surprised to find that it wasn't locked. But then again, with that whatever it was all around, why would you need the likes of anything Schlegish? No squeak when he opened the way in, and that wasn't a surprise. The place was landscaped to within an inch of its life. Everything fully shoveled, thoroughly salted, absolutely ordered. Then again, with that butler in charge? One dust bunny was probably a national emergency. Stepping out of the cold, he found himself in a small anteroom with a mosaic floor and a tall ceiling, facing a check-in station that included a camera lens. He knew what that was for, and he shoved his mug right into its field of vision. Instantly, the inner door, which could have lapped a bank vault when it came to heft, was opened wide. "Hello," a female said. "You're here." Trez barely even noticed Elena as he took note of what was behind her. "Hey, how are you?" He didn't hear her response. "Oh wow, oh what beautiful color." Trez was unaware of walking forward, but he did into the most incredible architectural wonder he had ever seen. Great columns of malachite and marble rose to a ceiling higher than the heavens. Crystal chandeliers and golden sconces twinkled. A blood-red staircase as big as a city park rose up from a mosaic floor that seemed to depict an apple tree in full bloom. As dour as the exterior was, the interior was absolutely resplendent. "It rivals the palace," I said with wonder. "Oh, Elena, hey girl." Trez was dimly aware of his brother hugging revenge Shellen. And there were other people milling around, females mostly, but he recognized Blay and a blonde male along with John Matthew, and, of course, Rev, who was coming across the floor with the help of his cane. "The party's not for you too, but you can pretend it is." And Rev embraced, but again Trez wasn't paying any attention to them. Matter of fact, the rainbow-colored "oh my god" had completely disappeared, too. Standing in the archway of what appeared to be a formal dining room, the chosen that he'd seen up at Rev's great camp was talking to someone else who was also in a white robe. Trez's vision went tunnel and then some, his eyes latching onto her and staying put. "Look at me," he willed. "Look at me." At that moment, as if she felt the command, the chosen glanced over. Trez instantly hardened, his body swelling with the need to go over to the female, pick her up, and carry her to somewhere private, where he could mark her. Iam's voice was exactly precisely what he did not need to hear in his ear. "Still not for you, brother." Fuck that for a laugh, Trez thought as his chosen refocused on the female she had been talking with. He was going to have her, even if it killed him. And if it came down to that, well, his life wasn't really a party right now, was it? When Quinn came back around, he was lying on top of the altar. The skull was right next to his head, as if the first brother was looking after him as he recouped from the drinking. Blinking his eyes clear, he realized he was staring at a wall of names. Every square inch of the vast marble slab he'd stood against had been etched with names in the old language. Well, except for where the twin pegs were. As he sat up and swung his legs free, his back cracked loudly and his head swam. Rubbing his face, he jumped off and walked forward until he could touch the carvings. "You're down at the far end," Zadis said from behind him. Quinn wheeled around. The Brotherhood was once again standing down below, each of them smiling like a motherfucker. Butch's Bostonian accent rang out. "It's a rush to see your name up there. You gotta check it out." Quinn turned back around. Sure enough, after heading down to the right, he found the cop's name and then his own. His legs went loose and he lowered himself, going down on his knees before the precise lineup of symbols. Then he looked across the wall, the distinct names disappearing into nothing but a single, cohesive pattern across the marble. Just like the Brotherhood. No individuals in it, the group was the thing. And he was part of it. Goddamn, it was there. Quinn got ready for a transformative experience like something along the lines of a great ringing bell of "you belong" getting struck in his chest, or maybe a light-headed joy thing or shit, a big-ass load of "you demand" singing in his brain. Didn't happen. He was glad, yeah. He was proud, fuck, yeah. He was ready to get out there and fight like a Mac bastard. But as he got to his feet, he realized that in spite of that newfound wholeness, part of him remained separate and checked out. Then again, it had been a hell of a couple of dices if fate had put his life in the pulse blender and was busy making salsa out of his ass. Maybe it was more because he'd never been good at the emotion thing, and nothing was going to change that. At least he wasn't running, though. Going down to the brothers, he got so many slaps on the back and chest bumps, he knew what a lineman felt like after practice. And then it dawned on him was going home to Blay. Holy Mary, Mother of God. To borrow a saying from the cop, he was so ready to lock eyes on that guy. Maybe sneak off and tell him what it was like. Even though he probably wasn't supposed to do that. Maybe go up to his room after the party was over and yeah, for a while. Okay, now he was pumped. Rage threw his black robe at him. "So, welcome to the insane asylum, you sorry son of a bitch. You're stuck with us for life." Quinn frowned and thought of John. "What about my Ostrix Notram position?" "Gone," V said as he robed up as well. "You're a free man." So John knew. Not that you were getting this kind of promotion, no. But he was told that you couldn't be his private soldier anymore. As Quinn touched the tattoo under his eyes, V nodded. Yeah, we're going to change that. It's an honorable discharge thing, though not a death or firing. Oh cool. Better than a pink slip in the center of the chest and a shallow grave. As they filed out, Quinn spared one last look at the cave. It was so weird. Yeah, he was history happening, but this also felt like the culmination of all those nights fighting with the brothers, and internal logic making this extraordinary event seem inevitable. Retracing the trip they'd taken in, Quinn soon found himself in a hallway that was lined with shelves from floor to super-high ceiling. Jesus Christ! He breathed as he took in all the lesser jars. Everyone stopped. The jars? Wrath asked. Yeah, Tor said with a chuckle. Our boy looks impressed. Should be, Rage muttered as he jacked the belt on his robe. We are awesome. Multiple groans at that point. Rolled eyes. At least he didn't pull out the totes amazeballs, somebody muttered. That's Lassiter, came an answer. Man, that son of a bitch has got to stop watching nickel-fucking Odeon. Among other things. Focus, people, Rage cut in. Can we just have a moment here? Growls of approval replaced the bitching, the throaty sound rising up and threading through the mementos of their dead enemies. Just think, Tor said as he put an arm around Quinn's shoulders. Now you get to put your own in here. Good deal, Quinn murmured as he checked out all the different kinds of containers. Good deal. They exited through gates that were both old, and the kind of thing a blowtorch would have needed a couple of hours to get through. Then there was another obstruction that was pushed aside, one that sure as hell looked like a cave wall, and what do you know, they walked out of a shallow nook in the earth and were back at the Escalade. It took a while to drive back through the forest, and the second the mansion's lights came into view, he started to get excited, his body jerking forward in his seat, his hand searching for the door latch. The SUV had barely slowed down when he was popping shit free and leaping out. Laughter erupted from the Brotherhood as they took a more reasonable exit from things, following in his wake as he jumped up the steps. At the grand front entrance, he yanked the door open and shot into the vestibule, throwing his face into the security camera. Behind him, he heard the voices of the brothers. His brothers now, though, weren't they? His brothers were yucking it up as they joined him, and the interior door was opened by Fritz. Quinn nearly knocked the butler over as he jumped inside. Lot of smiling faces, the Shellens of the house, the Queen, Doggen everywhere Trez, and Rev with Elena. He looked for red hair, searching the dining room, then going back across to the billiards room. Where was? Quinn stopped. On the far side of the pool table, on the couch that faced the TV that was mounted over the fireplace, Blay and Saxton were sitting side by side. Their faces were turned to each other, a pair of gin and tonics in their hands, the two of them looking like they were in a deep discussion. Abruptly, Blay started to laugh, his head tilting back. At that moment, he looked over at Quinn. Instantly, his expression tightened up. Congratulations! The sound of Layla's voice scrambled him, and he turned to her blindly, his mind reeling even though it shouldn't have. He'd known all along that Saxton was returning after his vacation. I'm so happy for you. As Layla hugged him, he put his arms around her automatically. Thanks. He pulled back and rubbed his hair. So, how are you feeling? Nauseous and terrific. Quinn sagged in his own skin, trying to find joy in the pregnancy. I'm so glad. I'm really glad. 73. Sola banged into the stove as she brought the man into her house. And then, as part of her course correction, she knocked into the chair her grandmother had been in, but at least she was able to cover that one up by pulling the thing out and sitting down. You haven't told me your name, either, she murmured, even though proper nouns were the last thing on her mind. The man joined her across the little table. Between his expensive clothes and the sheer size of him, he made everything look flimsy, from the stretch of laminate that separate them, to the seats, to the kitchen. The whole house. He extended his hand across the tabletop. In that deep, heavenly accented voice, he said, I am a sail. A sail? She cautiously extended her own palm, prepared to meet him in the middle. Odd name. The instant contact was made. A lightning bolt licked up her arm and landed in her heart, speeding it up, making her flush. Do you not like it? He whispered knowingly, as if he were fully aware of her reaction. Except he was talking about his name, wasn't he? Yes, that was it. It's unexpected. Give me yours. He issued the command without letting go. Please. As he waited, as he held her hand, as they breathed together, she realized that sometimes there were things even more intimate than sex. Marisol. But people call me Sola. He purred. I shall call you Marisol. And didn't that fit? God, in that accent turned what she had been called all her life into a poem. Sola pulled her hand out of his and put it in her lap. But her eyes stayed right on him. His expression was one of arrogance, and she got the impression that that was an unconscious default, not anything to do with her. His hair seemed impossibly thick, and undoubtedly styled with product nothing merely human could keep that perfect wave off his forehead like that. And his cologne? Forget about it. Whatever the hell it was, she was nearly getting high off the incredible scent. Between those good looks, that body, and all his brains, she was willing to bet the house on the fact that his life was one big world is my oyster sport. So tell me about this visitor of yours, he said. As he waited, his chin lowered, and he stared at her from under his lids. So not a surprise he had killed someone. She shrugged. I have no idea. My grandmother just said the man had dark hair and deep-set eyes. She frowned, noticing that his irises were, as always, that moonlight color, the kind of thing that just didn't seem possible in nature. Contacts? She wondered. She didn't mention a name, but he must have been Politif. He hadn't been. I would have heard about it, and then some. Ohand, he spoke to her in Spanish. Is there anyone who would be looking for you? Sola shook her head. I don't talk about this house ever. Most people don't even know my real name. That's why I thought it was you. Who else? I mean, nobody else has ever come here but you. There is no one in your past? Exhaling, she glanced around the kitchen, then scooped the napkins out of the caddy and rearranged them. I don't know. With the life she led, could be any number of people. Do you have a security alarm here? He asked. Yes. You should assume he is dangerous until proven otherwise. I agree. As the manna sail that was reached into his coat, she shook her head. No cigars. I told you. He made an exaggerated show of extracting a gold pen and holding it up. Then he took one of the napkins she'd just fiddled with and wrote down a 7-digit phone number. You will call me if he comes again. He slid the flat square across the table, but kept his forefinger right by the numerals. And I shall take care of it. Sola got up too fast, her chair squeaking. Instantly, she froze and looked to the ceiling. When there were no sounds from above, she reminded herself to keep it down. She paced over to the stove quietly, came back again, paid a visit to the back door onto the porch, came back again. Look, I don't need your help. I appreciate it. As she turned around to take the route to the stove again, he was right in front of her. Gasping, she jumped. She hadn't even heard him move. His chair was in the same position it had been when he'd sat in it. Not like hers, pushed aside. What? She fell silent, her mind spinning. Surely she was not about to ask him what he was. As he reached out and cupped her face, she knew she would have had trouble saying no to anything he suggested. You will call me, he commanded, and I shall come to you. The words were so low they nearly warped. His voice deep, so very deep. Pride formed a protest in her brain, but her mouth refused to speak it. All right, she said. Now he smiled, his lips curling upward. God, his canines were sharp and longer than she remembered. Marisol, he purred. A beautiful name. As he started to lean into her, subtle pressure on her jaw lifted her chin. Oh no, hell no, she should not be doing this. Not in this house. Not with a man like him. Screw it. With a sigh of surrender, she closed her eyes and lifted her mouth to accept his. Sola, what you doing down there? They both froze, and instantly, Sola regressed to the age of 13. Nothing, she called out. Who is with you? No, o nights the television. Threetwin. That does not sound like no TV. Go, she whispered as she pushed against his broad chest. You have to leave now. Asail's lids dropped low. I think I want to meet her. You don't. I do. Sola. I'm coming down. Go, she hissed. Please. Asael drew his thumb across her lower lip and leaned into her, speaking directly into her ear. I have plans to pick this up where we've been interrupted. Just so that you know. Turning away, he moved with frustrating leisure to the door. And even as her grandmother's slippers closed in down the stairs, he took the time to glance across his shoulder while he opened the way out. His glowing eyes raked over her body. This is not over between you and me. And then he was gone, thank the good Lord. Her grandmother rounded the corner a split second after the exterior screen door clicked into place. Well? She said. Sola glanced over to the window by the table, reassuring herself that it was still dark as the inside of a hat out there. Yup, good. See? She said, sweeping her arms around the otherwise empty kitchen. No one's here. The television is not on. Why couldn't her grandmother have the grace to get soft in the head like so many other geriatrics? I turned it off because it was disturbing you. Oh, suspicious eyes roamed about. Shit, there was melting snow on the linoleum from where they'd tracked it in. Come on, Sola said as she steered the woman into an about-face. Enough upset for tonight. We go to bed now. I'm watching you, Sola. I know, Vovo. As they headed up the stairs together, part of her was wondering exactly who the hell had come looking for her here and why. And the other half? Well, that part was still in the kitchen, on the verge of kissing that man. Probably better that they had been interrupted. She had the unmistakable impression that her protector was also a predator. The phone call Ecker had been waiting for came at a most opportune time. He had just finished stalking and killing a lone slayer under the bridges downtown, and was cleaning his lady love, the black blood on the blade of the scythe coming off easily as he ran a chamois cloth up and down. He put his female away on his back first, and only then took out his phone. As he answered, he looked over at his fighters as they gathered together and talked of the nights fighting in the cold wind. Is this Ecker, son of the bloodletter? Ecker gritted his teeth, but didn't bother to correct the inaccuracy. The bloodletter's name was of use to his reputation. Yes. Who is this? There was a long pause. I do not know whether I should be speaking to you. The tones were aristocratic, and informed him of the caller's identity well enough. You are the associate of Elon. Another long pause and fates that tried his patience. But that was another thing he kept to himself. Yes, I am. Have you heard the news? About. When a third stretch of silence came along, he knew this was going to take a while. Whistling to his soldiers, he indicated they were all to proceed to their skyscraper, a number of blocks to the east. A moment later he was up on its roof, the gusts so much stronger at his preferred elevation. As such a gale precluded discourse, he took cover in the lee of some mechanicals. News about what? He prompted. Elon is dead. Ecker bared his teeth as he smiled. Indeed. You do not sound surprised. I am not. Ecker rolled his eyes. Although naturally, I am bereft. Which was somewhat true. It was rather like losing a handy gun. Or, more accurately, a screwdriver. But those things could be replaced. Do you know who did it? The caller demanded. Well, I believe you do, am I right? It was the Brotherhood, of course. Another misconception, but again, Ecker was prepared to let it stand. Tell me, are you expecting me to avenge him? That is not my concern. The stilted tones suggested the male was in fact worried about facing the same fate himself. His family shall go after redress, as is their right. When there was nothing further coming, Ecker knew what was awaited and required. I can assure you of two things: my confidentiality and my protection. I can guess that you were at the gathering at Elon's house in the fall. My position vis-a-vis the king has not changed, and I am surmising that this call places you in a sympathetic orientation to mine own views. Am I correct? I am not one who seeks political or social power. Bullshit. Of course not. I am worried about the future of the race. In this, Elon and I were aligned. I did not agree with the tactics he proposed, however. Assassination carries too many risks, and ultimately, it will not accomplish what is warranted. Au contraire, Ecker thought. A bullet through the brain fixed many things. The law is the way to bring down the king. Ecker frowned. I do not follow. With all due respect, the law is mightier than the sword. To paraphrase a human saying, your oblique references are a waste of words to me. Be specific if you do not mind. The old laws provide the power that wrath wields. They spell out his unilateral dominion over all manner of our lives and our society, giving him free rein to act as he chooses, with a complete lack of accountability. Which was why Ecker wanted the job. Thank you very much. Go on. There are no restrictions on what he may do, what courses he may take. In fact, he can also change the old laws if he so chooses, and alter the very fabric of our traditions and foundations. I am well aware of this. He checked his watch. Assuming he didn't get stuck on this damn phone for the next 2 hours, there was still plenty of time left to fight. Mayhap you and I should get together in person tomorrow evening. There is but one caveat. Ecker frowned. Caveat. He must needs be capable of producing, and I quote, a full-blooded heir. And this is relevant how? He is mated already, and no doubt in the future. His Shellen is a half-breed. Now Ecker was the one who fell silent, and Elon's solicitor took advantage of the quiet. Let us be clear with each other. There is human blood in the species. From time to time there have been matings outside the race. One could argue nobody is truly full-blooded. There is, however, a vital difference between a civilian straying into the human mating pool and the king producing an offspring whose very mother is a half-breed said offspring to inherit the throne upon his death. Thro leaned around the corner of the HVAC blower. All is well, he mouthed. Ecker cupped the phone. Take the others down to the streets. I shall join you apace. As you wish, Thro said with a brief bow. As his fighter ducked away, the aristocrat on the other end continued. There is disquiet among many members of the ruling class, as you are well aware, and I believe if someone comes forth with this, it will be far more effective at displacing Wrath, son of Wrath, than any attempt on his life, especially after he made such a show of strength at the council meeting the other evening. Indeed, many were frightened into a kind of submission thereafter, their wills conscripted unto his physical bearing, which was rather fierce. Ecker's mind began to turn over the possibilities. So tell me, gentlemale, in your mind, you would succeed him, no? No, came the strident response. I am a solicitor, and as such I value logic above all else. In this climate of unrest and war, only a soldier could lead the race and should. Elon was a fool for his ambitions, and you have been taking advantage of this. I know because I saw you at his house that night in the fall. You were positioning him where you wanted him, even as he thought it was the other way around. I want change, yes, and I am prepared to make it happen. But I have no illusions as to my utility, and no interest in Elon's outcome becoming my own. Ecker found himself turning in the direction of that mountaintop. No king has been dethroned in this manner. No king has e'er been dethroned. Good point. As he stared to the northeast, where that strange disturbance in the landscape was located, he thought of the king there with his queen and Ecker's pregnant chosen. There was a time when he would have much preferred the bloodier path, the one that was marked with the satisfaction of ripping the throne away from Wrath's dying hand. But this war of letters was safer. For his female, the last thing he wanted to do was raid where she ate, where she slept, where her condition was treated. Closing his eyes, he shook his head at himself. Oh, how the mighty had fallen, and yet they would rise up nonetheless, he vowed. How would you suggest proceeding? He said roughly. Quietly at first. I must needs gather precedents for the manner in which full-blooded has been construed in cases brought forth for decision. The advantage is that there has been a long-standing discrimination against humans, and it was even more pronounced in the past when Wrath's father was actually issuing proclamations and interpreting the law. That will be the key. The stronger the precedent, the more successful this will be all around. How ironic. Wrath's own sire's reading of the wording was going to be what brought the sun down. The issue for us will be the king himself. He needs to remain breathing, and he needs to not recognize the weakness inherent in his reign and fix it before we can get things in order. You will email my associate the relevant passages, and then you will meet with me. This will take a number of days. Understood. But I expect your call promptly. As names were exchanged, and Ecker gave over Throw's email address, he began to feel a certain buoyancy. If this mail was correct, Wrath's kingship was going to be over without any more bloodshed. And then Ecker would be free to determine the future of the race. As far as he knew, Wrath had no direct family, so if he were removed, there was no one with a strong claim to the throne. Although that didn't mean there wouldn't be relations coming out of the woodwork. Interlopers he could deal with, however, and with the support of the council, he was willing to bet he could become a populist leader provided everyone got in line. Wrath wasn't the only one who could change the laws. Do not waste time with this, Ecker said. You have a week. No longer. The answer that came back at him was gratifying. I shall proceed with all haste. And wasn't that a lovely way to end a phone call? 74. The tunnel that connected the mansion with the training center was cool, dim, and quiet. As Quinn walked through it, he was by himself and glad of it. Nothing worse than being surrounded by happy people when you felt like death. When he got to the door that led into the back of the office's closet, he put in the code, waited for the lock to pop, and pushed his way inside. A quick trip past the stationery and pens, and through another door, and he was going around the desk. Next thing he knew, he was in the corridor in front of the weight room, but exercise wasn't what he was looking for. After what the Brotherhood had done to him, he was stiff and achy, especially in the arms, thanks to having held himself upright on those pegs. Man, his hands were still numb, and as he flexed his fingers, he knew what arthritis felt like for the first time in his life. Moving along, he stopped again when he got to the clinic area. As he went to straighten his clothes, he realized he was still wearing only the robe. He wasn't going back to change. That was for sure. Knocking on the recovery room's door, he said, "Luchas? You up? Come in," was the hoarse reply. He had to brace himself before he entered, and he was glad he did. Lying on the bed with his head propped up, Luchas still looked as if he were on the verge of extinction. The face that Quinn had remembered as intelligent and young was lined and grim. The body was painfully thin. And those hands. Jesus Christ, the hands. And he thought his ached a little bit. He cleared his throat. "Hey. Hello. Soya. How you been?" Fucking duh on that one. The guy was staring at weeks of bed rest, and then months of Pitan was going to be lucky if he could ever hold a pen again. Luchas winced as he tried to lift his shoulders in a shrug. "I'm surprised you came." "Well, you're my—" Quinn stopped himself. Actually, the guy was not, in fact, any relation of his. "I mean, yeah." Luchas closed his eyes. "I have always, and will always, be your blood. No piece of paper can change that." Quinn's eyes went to that mangled right hand, and its signet ring. "I think Father would very much disagree with you. He's dead, so his opinion is no longer relevant." Quinn blinked. When he didn't say anything, Luchas popped his lids open. "You seem surprised. No offense, but I never expected to hear that come out of your mouth." The male indicated his broken body. "I have changed." Quinn reached over and pulled a chair out for himself. As he sat down, he rubbed his face. He had come here because seeing your previously dead estranged brother was the only remotely acceptable reason for skipping a party thrown in your honor. And spending the night watching Blay and Saxton together? Not going to happen. Except now that he was here, he didn't think he was up to any kind of conversation. "What happened with the house?" Luchas asked. "Nothing. After what happened went down, no one claimed it and I had no rights to it. When it reverted to Wrath, he gave it back to me, but listen, it's yours. I haven't been inside of it since I got kicked out. I don't want it." KOAA, another big surprise. Growing up, his brother had talked non-stop of everything he'd wanted to accomplish when he was older. The schooling, the social prominence, taking over where their father left off. Him saying no was like someone turning down a throne unfathomable. "Have you ever been tortured?" Luchas murmured. His childhood came to mind. Then the honor guard. but he sure as shit wasn't going to bust the guy's balls. "I been knocked around some. I'll bet." "What happened afterward?" "What do you mean? How did you get used to normal again?" Quinn flexed his sore hands, looking at his own fingers that were all perfectly functional and intact in spite of the aches. His brother wasn't going to be able to count to 10 anymore. Healing was one thing, regeneration another entirely. "There is no normal anymore," he heard himself say. "You kind of just keep going because that's all you got. The hardest thing is being with other peopleites like they're on a different wavelength, but only you know it. They talk about their lives and what's wrong with them, and you kind of like just let them go. It's a whole different language, and you've got to remember that you can only respond in their mother tongue. It's really hard to relate." "Yes, that's exactly right," Lucius said slowly. "That's right." Quinn scrubbed his face again. "I never expected to have anything in common with you, but they did." As Lucius looked over, those perfectly matched eyes met Quinn's fucked up ones, and the connection was there. They had both been through hell, and that lockstep was more powerful than the common DNA they shared. It was so weird. And funny, he guessed tonight was the night for him to find family everywhere. Except the one place he wanted it. As silence prevailed, with nothing but the steady beeping of the machinery by the bedside to break up the quiet, Quinn stayed for a long while. He and his brother didn't talk much, and that was okay. That was what he wanted. He wasn't ready to open up to the guy about Layla or the young, and he supposed it was telling that Lucius didn't ask if he was mated. And he sure as hell wasn't bringing up the Blay thing. It was good to sit with his brother, though. There was something about the people you grew up around, the ones you'd seen throughout your childhood, the folks you couldn't remember not knowing. Even if the past was a complicated mess, as you aged, you were just glad the sons of bitches were still on the planet. It gave you the illusion that life wasn't as fragile as it actually was, and on occasion, that was the only thing that got you through the night. "I'd better go so you can rest," he said, rubbing his knees, waking up his legs. Lucius turned his head on that hospital pillow. "Odd dress for you, isn't it?" Quinn glanced down at the black robe. "Oh, this old thing? I just threw it on. Looks ceremonial. You need anything?" Quinn stood up. "Food. I'm doing well enough. But thank you." "Well, you let me know, okay? You are a very decent fellow, Quinn. You know that?" Quinn's heart stopped, and then beat hard. That was the phrase that their father had always used to describe Gentle Milesset was the A+ of compliments, the top of the pile, the equivalent of a bear hug and a high five from a normal guy. "Thanks, man," he said roughly. "You too." "How can you say that?" Lucius cleared his throat. "How in the name of the Virgin Scribe can you say that?" Quinn exhaled hard. "You want the bottom line? Well, I'll give you it. You were the favorite. I was the curse. We were on opposite ends of the scale in that household. But neither one of us had a chance. You were no more free than I was. You had no choice about your future. It was predetermined at birth. And in a way, my eyes, they were my get out of jail because it meant he didn't care about me. Did he fuck me over? Yeah, but at least I got to decide what I wanted to do and where I wanted to go. You never had a fucking chance. You were nothing but a math equation already solved when you were conceived, all the answers predetermined." Lucius closed those lids again and shuddered. "I keep running it through my head. All those years growing up, from my first memorito, the last thing I saw that night when he coughed a little like his chest hurt or maybe his heart rhythm went wonky. I hated him. Did you know that?" "No. But I can't say it surprises me. I don't want to go back in that house again." "Then you don't have to. But if you do, I'll go with you." Lucius looked over once again. "Really?" Quinn nodded his head. Even though he was in no hurry to walk through those rooms and dance with the ghosts of the past, he would go there if Lucius did. Two survivors back to the scene of crimes that had defined them. "Yeah, really." Lucius smiled a little, the expression nothing close to what he'd used to sport. And that was okay. Quinn liked it much better. It was honest. Fragile but honest. "I'll see you soon," Quinn said. "That would be very nice." Turning away, Quinn pushed open the door, and Blay was waiting for him out in the corridor, smoking a cigarette as he sat on the floor. As Quinn came out of his brother's room, Blay got to his feet and stabbed his Dunhill out on the lip of the drink he'd been nursing. He wasn't sure what he expected the fighter to look like, but it hadn't been this. So tense and unhappy, in spite of the incredible honor he'd been paid. Then again, spending time at your brother's bedside was hardly a joyous occasion. And Blay wasn't stupid. Saxton was back in the house. "I thought I'd find you here," he said, when the other male didn't even offer a hello. In fact, Quinn's blue and green stare went around the corridor, hitting pretty much everything except him. "So, how's your brother?" he prompted. "Alive." Guess that was the best they could hope for right now. And guess that was all Quinn intended to say. Maybe he shouldn't have come down here. I wanted to say congratulations. Thanks. Okay, Quinn still wasn't looking at him. Instead, the guy was focused in the direction of the office, like in his mind he'd already walked down to the damn thing and put that closet full of paper supplies to good use. The sound of Quinn cracking his knuckles was loud as gunshots. Then he flexed his hands, spreading the fingers as if they hurt. So it's historic. Blay went to take another cigarette out of his pack and stopped himself. A real first. Been a lot firsts around here lately, Quinn said with an edge. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing. It really isn't relevant. Christ, Blay thought he shouldn't have done this. Can you look at me? I mean, would it fucking kill you to look at me? Those mismatched eyes shot around. Oh, I saw you, all right. Guess your man's home. You gonna tell him you fucked me while he was gone? Or you gonna keep that a dirty little secret? Yeah. Don't tell my cousin. Blay gritted his teeth. You sanctimonious son of a bitch. Excuse me. I'm not the one with a boyfriend. You are actually gonna stand here and pretend you were all out in the open about us? Like when Vishouse came out of that room. He jabbed his forefinger across the hall. You didn't jump up like your ass was on fire. You want to pretend that you were all proud that you were fucking a guy. Quinn seemed momentarily stunned. You think that was why? And not, oh, let me think, trying to respect the fact that you were cheating on the love of your life. By this point, they were both jacked forward on their hips, their voices careening up and down the corridor. Oh, bullshit. Blay slashed his hand through the air. That is such total bullshit. See, this has always been your problem. You've never wanted to come out. Come out? Like I'm gay. You fuck men. What the good goddamn do you think it means? That is you fuck guys. You don't like women and females. You have never been able to accept who you are, Blay bellowed. Because you're afraid of what people think. The great iconoclast, Mr. Pierced, crippled by his fucking family. The truth is, you're a pussy and you always have been. Quinn's expression was one of absolute fury, to the point that Blay was ready to get hit, and hell, he wanted to have a punch thrown at him just so he could have the pleasure of corking the guy back. Let's get this straight, Quinn barked. You keep your shit on your side of the aisle. And that includes my cousin and the fact that you fucked around on him. Blay threw up his hands and had to pace before he jumped out of his own skin. I just can't stand this anymore. I can't take this with you again. I feel like I've spent a lifetime dealing with your shit. If I'm gay, why are you the only male I've ever been with? Blay stopped dead and just stared over at the guy, images of all those men in bathrooms filtering through his brain. For the love of all that was holy, he remembered each and every one of them, even though Quinn no doubt didn't. Their faces, their bodies, their orgasms, all getting what he'd been desperate for and denied. How dare you, he said. How fucking dare you? Or do you think I don't know your sexual history? I had to watch it for far longer than I cared for. Frankly, it wasn't that interesting, and neither are you. As Quinn blanched, Blay started to shake his head. I'm so done. I'm so over this. The fact that you can't accept yourself is going to fuck up what's left of your life. But that's your issue, not mine. Quinn cursed long and low. I never thought I'd say this, but you don't know me. I don't know you? I think the shoe's on the other foot. Asshole. You don't know yourself. At that, he expected some kind of explosion, some theatrical, over-the-top, light-up-the-world emotion to roll out of the guy. He didn't get it. Quinn just set his shoulders, leveled his chin, and spoke with control. I've spent the last year trying to figure out who I am, dropping the act, getting clean. Then I say you've wasted 365 nights. But like everything about this, that's on you. With a vicious curse, Blay turned and strode away, and he didn't look back. No reason to. There wasn't anyone in the corridor he wanted to see. Man, if the definition of insanity was doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result, then he'd lost his marbles years ago. For his mental health, his emotional well-being, and his very life, he needed to put this all. Quinn hauled him around by the arm, the guy's furious face shoving into his own. Don't you walk away from me like that. Blay felt a wave of exhaustion tackle him. Why? Because you have something else to say? Some insight into yourself that's supposed to put the puzzle pieces together in a way that fits? Some big confession that's going to right the ship and make everything sunset on the beach perfect? You don't have that kind of vocabulary, and I'm not that naive anymore. I want you to remember something, Quinn growled. I tried to make this work between us. I gave us a shot. Blay's mouth dropped open. You gave us a shot? Are you fucking kidding me? You think having sex with me as a way to get back at your cousin is a relationship? You think a couple of sessions in secret is some kind of love affair? It was all I had to work with. Those mismatched eyes raked around Blay's face. I'm not saying it was a grand romance, but I showed up because I wanted to be with you any way I could. Well, congratulations. And now that we've both sampled the goods, I can solidly say that you and I are not meant to be together. As Quinn started cursing up a storm, Blay shoved a hand into his hair and wanted to rip the shit out of his head. Listen, if it helps you sleep during the day, and I can't believe this is really going to bother you for longer than a night, tell yourself you did what you could. But it didn't work out. Myself? I prefer reality. What happened between you and me is exactly what you've done with all the other randoms you've been with. Sex, just sex. And now we're done. Quinn's eyes burned. You've got me wrong on this. Then you're delusional as well as in denial. People can change. I'm not like that anymore, and certainly not with you. God, it was a sad relief to feel nothing as those words were spoken to him. You know, there was a time when I would have fallen to your feet to hear something like that, he murmured. But now all I see is you jumping up from the floor the second someone came out a door and saw us together. You say that reaction is because of Saxton's and my relationship? Fine. But I'm really Sereno. I'm totally sure that if you scratch the surface on that, you're going to discover it had much more to do with you rather than your cousin. You've hated yourself for so many years. I don't think it's possible for you to really love anybody or have any sense of who you are. I hope you figure it out sometime. But I'm not going to be part of that Lewis and Clark, I promise you. Quinn shook his head, his frown so deep it looked like a gully had grown between his brows. Guess you've got me sewn up tight. It's really not that hard. Just so you know, I was in love with you. For 3 days, Quinn. 3 days. During which there was enough drama going on to make War and Peace look like a comic book. That's not love. That's good sex as a distraction from life being a shithole. I'm not gay. Fine. You're bi. You're bi-curious. You're experimenting. Whatever. I don't care. I really don't. I know who I am, and that's how I get through my life. You've got another drill going entirely, and good luck with that. It's clearly working so fucking well for you. With that, he walked away again. And this time Quinn let him go. 75. 1 week later. Year in life resumed its normal course. Quinn thought as he pulled his leathers up his thighs, yanked a muscle shirt on over his head, and grabbed his weapons and his leather jacket. God. He couldn't believe just 7 nights ago he was inducted into the Brotherhood. Seemed like forever. Leaving his room, he stalked down past the marble statuary, went by Rath's study and knocked on Layla's door. Come in. Hey, he said. He went inside. How you doing? I'm great. Layla shoved herself up higher on her stack of pillows and then rubbed her belly. Make that, we're great. Doc Jane was just here. Levels look perfect, and I'm sticking with ginger ale and saltines, so I'm good. You should have some protein, no? Shit, he didn't want that to sound like a demand. Not that I'm telling you what to eat. Oh no, it's okay. As a matter of fact, Fritz poached some chicken breasts for me and it stayed down, so I'll be trying to do that every day too. As long as food doesn't taste like much, I can stomach it. Do you need anything? Layla's eyes narrowed. As a matter of fact, I do. Name it and it's yours. Talk to me. Quinn jacked his brows up. About you. She let out an exasperated curse, tossing the magazine she'd been reading to the side. What is going on? You're dragging around. You aren't talking to anybody. And everyone is worried. Everyone. Fantastic. Why the hell didn't he live alone? I'm fine. You're fine, right? Aha. Quinn held his hands out in quasi-submission. Hey, come on. What do you want me to say? I get up, I go to work, I come home, you're doing well, and so is the young. Luch's is slowly recovering. I'm in the brotherhood. Life is great. Then why do you look like you're in mourning, Quinn? He had to glance away. I'm not. Listen. I've got to go grab something to eat before I... Doya still went Theung. Layla's words came out so fast. His brain had to work to decipher what she'd said. And then he what? As her hands started to tangle in that way they did when she was nervous, he went over to the bed and sat beside her. Putting his jacket and his holsters full of weapons down, he stilled those twining fingers of hers. I am thrilled about the young. Matter of fact, that baby inside of her was the only thing keeping him going at the moment. I am already in love with him or her. Yup. Young were the only safe place to put your heart, as far as he was concerned. You've got to believe that, he said stridently. You really have to. All right. Okay, I do. Layla reached up and brushed the side of his face, making him jerk. But then what has broken you, my dear friend? What has happened? Just life. He smiled over at her. No big deal. But no matter what mood I'm in, you need to know I'm right with you in this. Her eyes closed in relief. I am grateful for that. And for what pain did. As well as Blaylock, he muttered. Don't forget him. How fucking ironic. The guy had stabbed him in the chest, but also given him a new heart. I'm sorry, she said. Blaylock went to pain. It was his idea. In truth, Layla whispered. He did that. Yup. Stand up, guy. Blaylock's a real gentleman. Why are you calling him that? It's his name, isn't it? He patted her arm and got to his feet, picking up his gear. I'm going out for the night. As always, I have my phone with me, and you call if you need anything. The Chosen frowned. But Beth said you were off rotation. Great. So he really was a topic of conversation. I'm going out. As she looked like she was about to argue, he leaned down and put a chaste kiss on her forehead, hoping to reassure her. Don't worry about me, Kay? He left before she could marshal another attack on his boundaries. Out in the hall, he closed the door and he stopped dead. Tor. What's doing? The brother was leaning against Wrath's doorway like he'd been waiting. I thought you and I talked about the schedule last night. We did. So what's up with all the weapons? Quinn rolled his eyes. Look, I'm not staying in this house until Dawn traps me in for a grand total of 24 hours straight. Not going to happen. No one said you had to hang here. What I am telling you, brother to brother, is that you will not be out in the field with us tonight. Oh, come on. Go see a fucking movie if you want. Hit a CVS, but remember to take your car keys in with you this time. Go to a late-night mall and give Santa your list, I don't care. But you're not fighting, and before you keep arguing, this is a rule for all of us. You're not special. You're not the only one not going out in the field. Clear? Quinn muttered under his breath, but when the brother extended his palm, he clapped his own against it and nodded. As Tor took off, jogging down the grand staircase, Quinn wanted to go on a cursing spree, a whole evening to himself. Nothing like having a date night with a depressive. Hell, maybe what he should do is go up to the movie theater, throw on some hormone replacement therapy patches, and cheer himself up by watching The Sound of Music and painting his toenails. Maybe steal magnolias like water for coconuts. Or was that chocolate, he wondered. Then again, maybe he could just shoot himself in the head. Either would work. Blaze family's safe house was out in the countryside, surrounded by snow-covered fields that undulated gently to forested boundaries. Made of cream-colored river stone, The manor wasn't grand, but rather cozy, with low-beamed ceilings, plenty of fireplaces that were always lit in the cold weather, and a state-of-the-art kitchen that was the only modern thing on the property, in which his mom cooked positive ambrosia. As he and his father emerged from the study, his mother looked over from her 8-burner stove. Her eyes were wide and worried as she stirred the cheese she was melting in a copper double boiler. Not wanting to make a big deal out of the huge deal that had just gone down in that book-lined room, Blay flashed a discreet thumbs up at her and took a seat at the rough oak table in the alcove. His mother put her hand over her mouth and closed her lids, still stirring even as the emotions welled. "Hey, hey," his father said as he came up to his Shellin. "Shhhhh." Turning her to him, he wrapped his arms around his mate and held her close, even as she kept up with that stirring. "It's okay." He kissed her head. "Hey, it's all right." His father's stare drifted over, and Blay had to blink repeatedly as their eyes met. Then he had to shield his watery eyes. "People, for the virgin scribe's sake." The older male sniffled himself. "My beautiful, healthy, smart, priceless son is gay. This is nothing to mourn." Someone started laughing. Blay joined in. "It's not like somebody died." His father tilted his mother's chin up and smiled into her face. "Right? I'm just so glad it's out and everyone's together," his mother said. The male recoiled as if any other outcome was unfathomable to him. "Our family is strong, didn't you know this, my love? But more to the point, this is no challenge. This is no tragedy. God, his parents were the best. Come here." His dad beckoned. "Blay, come over here." Blay got up and went across. As his parents wrapped their arms around him, he took a deep breath and became the child he had once been a lifetime ago. His father's aftershave smelled the same, and his mother's shampoo still reminded him of a summer night, and the scent of the baking lasagna in the oven teed off his hungry stomach, just as it always had. Time truly was relative, he thought. Even though he was taller and broader, and so many things had happened, this unit, these two people, were his foundation, his steady rock, his never perfect but never failing standard. And as he stood in the lee of their familiar, loving arms, he was able to breathe away every bit of the tension he'd felt. It had been hard to tell his father, to find the words, to break through the safety that came with not running the risk of having to recast his opinion of the male who had raised him and loved him as no other had. If the guy had not supported him, if he'd chosen the Glimmer's value system over the authentic him, Blay would have been forced to view someone he loved in a totally different light. But that hadn't happened. And now, he felt like he'd jumped off a building and landed on Wonder Bread, safe and sound. The biggest test yet of their family structure had not just been passed, but completely triumphed over. When they pulled apart from the huddle, his father put his hand on Blay's face. "Always my son, and I am always proud to call you my son." As the guy dropped his arm, the signet ring on his hand caught the glow from the overhead lighting, the gold flashing yellow. The pattern that had been stamped into the precious metal was exactly what was on Blay's ring, and as he traced the familiar lines, he recognized that the Glimmer had it so wrong. All those crests were supposed to be the symbols of this space now, of the bonds that strengthened and bettered people's intertwined lives, of the commitments that ran from mother to father, father to son, mother to young. But as was so often the case with the aristocracy, the value was misplaced, being based on the gold and the etchings, not the people. The Glimmer cared what things looked like over what was. As long as shit appeared pretty on the outside, you could have half-dead or wholly depraved going on underneath and they'd still be cool with it. As far as Blay was concerned, the communion was the thing. "I think the lasagna's ready," his mother said as she kissed them both. "Why don't you two set the table? Nice and normal." Blissfully so. As Blay and his dad moved around the kitchen, pulling out silverware and plates and cloth napkins in shades of red and green, Blay felt a little trippy. In fact, there was a total high associated with having laid it all on the line and finding out, on the far side, that everything you had hoped for was in fact what you had. And yet, when he sat down a little later, he felt the emptiness that had been riding him return. Sure, as if he had stepped briefly into a warm house, but had had to leave and go back out into the cold. "Blay!" He shook himself and reached forward to accept the plate full of home-cooked loveliness that his mother was extending to him. "Oh, this looks amazing. Best lasagna on the planet," his father said, as he unfolded his napkin and pushed his glasses up higher on his nose. "Outside piece for me, please. As if I don't know you like the crunchy parts." Blaise smiled at his parents as his mom used a spatula to get out one of the corner pieces. "Two. Yes, please." His father's eyes were riveted on the crockery pan. "Oh, that's perfect." For a while, there were no sounds except for polite eating. "So tell us, how are things at the mansion?" his mother asked after she sipped her water. "Anything exciting happening?" Blaise exhaled. Quinn was inducted into the Brotherhood. Cue the dropped jaws. "What an honor," his father breathed. "He deserves it, doesn't he?" Blaise's mother shook her head, her red hair catching the light. "You've always said he's a great fighter. And I know things have been so hard for him, like I told you the other night. That boy has been breaking my heart since the first moment I met him. Makes two of us," Blaise thought. "He's having a young too." Okay, his father actually dropped his fork and had to cough it out. His mother reached over and clapped the guy on the back. "With whom?" "A chosen." Total silence. Until his mother whispered, "Well, that's a lot." And to think he'd kept the real drama to himself. God, that fight they'd had down in the training center. He'd replayed it over and over again, going over every word that had been thrown out, every accusation, every denial. He hated some of the things he'd said, but he stood by the point he'd been trying to make. Man, his delivery could have used work, though. He truly regretted that part. No chance to apologize, however. Quinn had all but disappeared. The fighter was never down at the public meals anymore, and if he was working out, it was not during the day at the training center's gym. Maybe he was consoling himself up in Layla's room. Who knew? As Blaise took seconds, he thought of how much this time with his family, and their acceptance of him, meant and felt like an asshole all over again. God, he'd lost his temper so badly. The break finally coming after all the years of back-and-forth drama. And there was no going back, he thought. Although the truth was, there never had been. 76. "Hello." As Sola waited for her grandmother to answer from upstairs, she put one foot on the lower step and leaned into the banister. "Are you up?" "I'm finally home." She glanced at her watch. 10 p.m. What a week. She had accepted a PI job for one of Manhattan's big divorce attorneys who suspected his own wife was cheating on him. Turned out the woman was with two different people, as a matter of fact. It had taken her nights and nights of work, and when she'd finally gotten the ins and outs settled, Natch'd been gone for 6 days. The time away had been good, and her grandmother, with whom she'd spoken every day, had reported no more visitors. "You asleep?" she called up. Even though that was stupid, the woman would have answered her if she were awake. As she backed off and went into the kitchen, her eyes shot immediately to the window over the table. A sale had been on her mind nonstop, and she knew on some level that her little project in the Big Apple had been more about putting some distance between them than any pressing need to make money or further her side career as a gumshoe. After so many years of her taking care of herself and her grandmother, the out-of-control she felt when she was around him was not her friend. She had nothing but herself to go on in this world. She hadn't gone to college. She had no parents. Unless she worked, she had no money. And she was responsible for an 80-year-old with medical bills and declining mobility. When you were young and you came from a regular family, you could afford to lose your head in some fucked-up romance, because you had a safety net. In her case, Sola was the safety net. And she was just praying that after a week of no contact. The blow came from behind, clipping her on the back of the head, the impact going right to her knees and taking them out. As she hit the linoleum, she got a good look at the shoes of the guy who'd struck her. Loafers, but not fancy. "Pick her up?" a man said in a hushed voice. "First I gotta search her." Sola closed her eyes and stayed still as rough hands rolled her over and felt around, her parka rustling softly, the waistband of her pants jerking against her hips. Her gun was taken from her, along with her iPhone and her knife. "Sola?" The men working on her froze, and she fought her instinct to take advantage of the distraction and try to assume control of the situation. The issue was her grandmother. The best case was getting these men out of the house before they hurt the older woman. Sola could deal with them wherever they took her. If her vovo got involved, someone she cared about could die. "Let's get her out of here," the one on the left whispered. As they picked her up, she stayed limp, but cracked one lid. Both were wearing ski masks that had eye and mouth holes. "Sola, what are you doing? Come on, assholes," she thought as they struggled with her arms and her legs. "Move it." They bumped her into the wall, nearly knocked over a lamp, cursed loud enough to carry as they humped her deadweight through the living room. Just as she was about to come to life and help them the hell out, they made it to the front door. "Sola? I coming down." Prayers formed in her head and rolled out, the old, familiar words, ones she'd known her whole life. The difference with these recitations was that in this case they weren't rote. She desperately needed her grandmother to be slow on the dime for once, to not make it down those stairs before they were out of the house. Please God. The bitterly cold air that hit her was good news. So was the sudden speed the men gained as they carried her over to a car. So was the fact that as they put her in the trunk, they failed to tie her hands or feet. They just tossed her in and took off, the tires spinning on the ice until traction was acquired and forward momentum accomplished. She could see nothing, but she felt the turns that were made. Left, right. As she rolled around, she used her hands to search out anything she could use as a weapon. No luck, and it was cold, which would limit her physical reactions and strength if this was a long trip. Thank the good Lord she hadn't taken her parka off yet. Gritting her teeth, she reminded herself that she had been in worse situations. Really? Shit. I promise I'm not going to wreck it. As Layla stood in the mansion's kitchen and waited for Fritz to argue, she finished pulling on the wool coat that Quinn had gotten her earlier in the month. "And I won't be gone long. I shall take you then, ma'am." The old dog Jen perked up, his bushy white eyebrows rising in optimism. "I shall drive you wherever you wish." "Thank you, Fritz, but I'm just going to sightsee. I have no destination." In truth, she was stir-crazy from being holed up in the house, and after the further good news from Doc Jane's most recent blood test, she decided she needed to get out. Dematerializing wasn't an option, but Quinn had taught her to drive, and the idea of sitting in a toasty car, going nowhere in particular, being free and by herself sounded like absolute heaven. "Mayhap I shall just call." She cut him off. "The keys." "Thank you." As she put out her hand, she leveled her eyes on the butlers and kept her stare in place, making the demand as graciously but as firmly as she could. Funny, there was a time before the pregnancy when she would have caved and given in to the doggin's discomfort. No longer. She was getting quite used to standing up for herself, her young sire. Thank you very much. Going through the hell of nearly losing that which she wanted so badly had redefined her in ways she was still getting in touch with. "The keys," she repeated. "Yes, of course. Right away." Fritz scurried over to the built-in desk in the rear of the kitchen. "Here they are." As he came back and presented them with a tense smile, she put her hand on his shoulder, even though no doubt that would fluster him more and, in fact, did. "Worry not. I shan't go far. Have you your phone?" "Yes, indeed." She took it out of the central pocket of her pullover fleece. "See." After waving a goodbye, she went out into the dining room and nodded at the staff who were already setting up for last meal. Crossing through the foyer, she found herself walking faster as she approached the vestibule. And then she was free of the house entirely. Outside, standing on the front steps, her deep breath of frosty air was a benediction. And as she looked up at the starry night sky, she felt a burst of energy. Much as she wanted to leap off the front steps, however, she was cautious going down them, and also careful striding across the courtyard. As she rounded the fountain, she hit the button on the key fob, and the lights of that gigantic black car winked at her. Dearest Virgin Scribe, let her please not wreck the thing. Getting in behind the wheel, she had to move the seat back, because clearly the butler had been the last one to drive the vehicle. And then, as she put the key fob in the cup holder and hit the start button, she had a moment's pause. especially as the engine flared and settled into a purr. Was she really doing this? What if? Stopping that spiral, she flicked the right-hand toggle upward and looked to the screen on the dashboard, making sure there was nothing close behind her. This is going to be fine, she told herself. She eased off the brake, and the car smoothly moved back, which was good. Unfortunately, it went in the opposite direction than she wanted, and she had to wrench the wheel over. Shoot! Some toing and froing happened next, with her piloting the car into a series of stop-and-goes that eventually had the circular hood ornament pointed at the road that went down the mountain. One last glance at the mansion and she was off at a snail's pace, descending the hill, keeping to the right as she'd been taught. All around, the landscape was blurry thanks to the mice, and she was ready to get rid of that. Visibility was something she was desperate for. When she got to the main road, she went left, coordinating the turn of the wheel and the acceleration so that she pulled out with some semblance of order. And then, surprise, surprise, it was smooth sailing. The Mercedes, she believed it was called, was so steady and sure that it was nearly like sitting in a chair and watching a movie of the landscape going by. Of course, she was going only 5 miles an hour. The dial went up to 160. Silly humans and their speed. Then again, if that was the only way one could travel, she could see the value of haste. With every mile she went, she gathered confidence. Using the dashboard screen's map to orient herself, she stayed very far from downtown and the highways, and even the suburban parts of the city. Farmland was good, lots of room to pull over and not a lot of people, although from time to time a car would come out of the night, its headlights flaring and passing on her left. It was a while before she realized where she was going. And when she did, she told herself to turn around. She did not. In fact, she was surprised to discover that she knew where she was going at all. Her memory should have dimmed since the fall, the passage of the intervening days, but even more so events, obscuring the location she was seeking. There was no such buffering. Even the awkwardness of being in a car and having to be restricted to roads didn't mitigate what she saw in her mind's eye where her recollections were taking her. She found the meadow she sought many miles away from the compound. Pulling over at the field's base, she stared up at the gradual ascent. The great maple was precisely where it had been, its stout main trunk and smaller arterial branches bare of the leaves that had once offered a colorful canopy. Between one blink and the next, she pictured the fallen soldier who had been stretched out on the ground at its roots, recalling everything about him, from his heavy limbs to his navy blue eyes to the way he had wanted to refuse her. Bending forward, she put her head on the steering wheel, banged it once, did that a second time. It was not simply unwise to find any gallantry in that denial, but downright dangerous. Besides, sympathizing with a traitor was a violation of every standard she'd ever had for herself. And yet alone in the car, with naught but her inner thoughts to contend with, she found her heart was still with a male who by all rights and morals, she should have hated with a passion. It was a sad state of affairs, it truly was. 77. Trez won the lottery at around 10:30 that night. He and IM had been given front-facing rooms on the 3rd floor of the mansion, opposite the restricted access suite that housed the first family. The digs were super sweet, with en-suite baths and huge soft beds, and enough antiques and royalty-worthy accoutrements to give a museum a case of the omans. But what made the accommodations truly outstanding was the roof they were under. And not because there was a quarry's worth of slate keeping the elements out overhead. Leaning into the mirror over the sink, Trez checked his black silk shirt, smoothed his cheeks to make sure his careful shave job had been meticulous enough, jacked up his black slacks. Relatively satisfied, he resumed the dressing ritual. His holster was next, black so it wouldn't show, and the pair of 40s he wore under both arms were well hidden. Usually he was a leather jacket kind of guy, but for the last week he'd been breaking out the wool double-breasted overcoat IM had given him years ago. Slipping it onto his shoulders, he tugged the sleeves sharply, and shook his shoulders back and forth so the folds of black settled correctly. Stepping back, he regarded himself. No signs of the weapons, and in his fancy-ass dress, there were no clues that his business was booze and prostitutes, either. Meeting his own eyes in the mirror, he wished he was in a better field. Something classier, like political analyst or college professor or nuclear physicist. Of course, that was all human shit he didn't give a crap about. But it sure beat what he actually did for a living. Checking his Piaget watch, which was not the one he usually wore, knew he couldn't wait any longer. He walked out into his blood-red room, with its heavy velvet drapery and its damask silk walls, his footfalls making no sound across the bokhara that covered the floor. Yup, given his most recent predilection liked the way he felt in the decor, in these clothes with this mindset. Of course, the illusion was going to be shattered as soon as he reached his club, but here was where the up and up mattered. Or might matter. For fuck's sake, he hoped to goddamn hell it would finally matter. His chosen, the one he'd met up north at Rev's great camp, and had seen that first night he'd arrived, hadn't been around. So in a way, he thought as he walked out, all this wardrobe nonsense and appearances stuff had been for nothing much. He was optimistic, though. Through a series of carefully orchestrated conversations with various household members, he'd learned that the chosen Layla had been servicing the blood needs of folks who'd had them but could no longer do so, thanks to her pregnancy. Blessed event, indeed. So the chosen Selena. Selena. What a great name that was. Anywho, the chosen Selena had been coming to take care of these things, and that meant sooner or later she had to be back. This house, Rage, Blay, Quinn, and Saxton all had to feed regularly, and given the way those boys had been fighting for the past couple of nights, they were going to need a vein. Which meant she had to come. Although damn, he couldn't say he really appreciated the reason why. The idea of someone else at her vein kind of made him want to go ginsu on whoever it was. All things considered, his obsession was a little sad, particularly in its manifestations. Every night for the past week, he'd hung around after first meal, waiting, looking casual, talking to the godforsaken Lassiter, who was actually not that bad a guy when you got to know him. Matter of fact, that angel was a font of information about the house, and so into his crap TV that he didn't seem to notice how many questions were clustered around the subject of the females. The pre-male. Whether there was any hooking up going on anywhere with anybody outside of mated couples. Pausing by his computer, he turned off the Howard Stern show, cutting short another round of Baba Booey bashing. Then he left his room, stalking past the vaulted wall that retracted whenever Wrath or Beth wanted to come or go from their quarters. Hitting the carpeted stairs, he emerged at the head of the Hall of Statues. Or Hall of Buck-ass Naked Dudes, as he thought of it. Rounding to the right, he went by the King's Study, which was closed, and descended the grand staircase into that incredible foyer. On the way down, he bitched about the time, wishing he didn't have to go. Business was business, however, and he was halfway to the mosaic floor below when the female he had wanted to see emerged from the billiards room and headed in the direction of the library. "Selena," he called out, going across to the balcony and leaning on all that gold leaf. As he looked over the drop, her head lifted, and her eyes rose to his own. Pound, pound, pound. His heart got loud as a war chant in his chest, and his hands automatically went to his coat, making sure that the front stayed closed. She was a female of worth, after all, and he didn't want to frighten her with his weapons. Oh man, she was beautiful. With her dark hair twisted high off her nape, and her diaphanous robe draping her body, she was far too precious and gentle to be around anything violent, or anything like him. "Hello," she said with a slight smile. That voice. Sweet Jesus, that voice. Trez went on full hightail, doing a down and around at a dead run. "How are you?" he said as he all but skidded to a halt in front of her. She bowed a little. "Very well. That's good. That's real good. So fuck. Do you come here often?" He wanted to smack himself in the head. What, like this was a bar? Shit. When I am called, yes. Her head tilted to one side, her eyes narrowing. "You're different, aren't you?" As he glanced at the dark skin of his hands, he knew she wasn't talking about chromatics. Not that different. He had fangs, for instance, that wanted to bite. And other things that happened to be getting aroused just being in her presence. "What are you?" Her stare was steady and strong, as if she were assessing him on some level deeper than sight or hearing or scent. "I cannot place it. That is not for you." As his brother's voice checked in, Trez pushed it aside. "I'm a friend of the Brotherhood's. And the King's, or you would not be here." "That's right. Do you fight with them?" If they call on me. Now her eyes shone with respect. That is right and proper. She bowed again. Your service is laudable. Silence cropped up between them, and as he racked his brain for something, anything, he was reminded of all that fucking he'd been doing. Now, that shit he was able to tee up at a moment's notice. Polite conversation, on the other hand? Talk about your foreign languages. God, he hated thinking of any of that around her. Are you all right? The Chosen asked. And that was when she touched him. Reaching out, she put her hand on his forearm, and even though there was no skin-to-skin contact, his body felt the connection all over, his arms and legs stilling, his mind going into a kind of blankness, as if he were in a trance. You are incredibly beautiful, he heard himself say. The Chosen's eyebrows shot up. Just being honest, he murmured. And I've got to tell you, I've been waiting to see you all week. Her hand, the one that touched him, retracted and rose to the collar of her robing, closing the lapels. That is not for you. As her awkwardness tore through him, Trez dropped his lids, a sense of what the hell was he thinking hitting him hard. From what he understood about the scribe virgins chosen, they were the purest and most virtuous variety of female on the planet, the polar opposite of his partners of late. What did he think was going to happen if he started laying lines on her? She was going to hop up and throw her legs around his hips? I'm sorry, she said. No, listen, you don't have to apologize. He took a step away because although she was tall, she was a quarter of his size, and the last thing he wanted was for her to feel crowded. I just wanted you to know. Great. Anytime a female had to search her mind for appropriate words, you knew you'd really put your foot in it. I'm sorry, she said again. No, it's okay. It's cool. He lifted his hand. Don't worry about it. It's just that I'm in love with someone else. I'm taken. I'm not interested in you on any level. No, he cut her off, not wanting to hear the specifics. They were just vocabulary for the inevitable. It's all right. I understand. Selena? Came a voice from over on the left. It was Rage's. Shit. As her head turned in that direction, the light hit her cheeks and lips from a different angle, and they looked every bit as good, of course. He could so stare at her forever. Hollywood leaned out from the arches of the library. We're ready for you, oh, hey man. Hey, Trez shot back. How you been? Good. Little business to take care of. Fucker. Cocksucker. BS. Trez rubbed his face. Right. Okay. There was no room in this 5 bajillion square foot house for that kind of aggression, particularly when it was about a female who he'd met twice, who didn't want to know him, while she was doing her job. I'm heading out, he said to the brother. I'll catch you before dawn. Roger that, big guy. Trez nodded at Selena and strode off, procting through the vestibule and dematerializing off to downtown, where the hell he belonged. He couldn't believe he'd waited a week for that, and he should have guessed how it was going to go. Feeling like a fool, he reassumed form behind the iron mask, in the shadows of the parking lot. Even out in the back, he could hear the bass beat of the music, and as he approached the rear door, with its scraped paint and well-worn handle, he knew his foul mood was a complication that was going to have to be managed carefully for the next 6 or 8 hours. Humans plus alcohol x urge to kill equals body count. Not what he or his business interests needed. Inside, he went directly to his office and ditched his dumbass Halloween costume of legitimacy, removing his fancy coat, as well as the silk shirt, so that all he had on was his black wife-beater and those fine slacks. Shex wasn't in her office, so he waved a greeting at the working girls who were getting ready for their shifts in the locker room and went out into the land of the great unwashed. The club already had a critical mass of people, all of whom were wearing dark, stringy clothes and cultivated expressions of boredom, both of which would be lost for many of them as time wore on and their livers broke down the chemical makeup of the booze they were drinking and the drugs they were taking. Hi, Daddy, someone said to him. Looking over, he found a short, curvy something or other staring up at him. With eyes lined with so much black she might as well have had sunglasses on, and a bustier cinched up tight as a fist, she was like an anime character come to life. Snooze. I'm blah blah blah. Do you come here often? She took a sip from the red straw in her drink. Blah 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 college student blah blah psychology. Blah blah blah. In the corner of his eye, he saw the crowd part, as if they were getting out of the way of a bouncer or maybe a wrecking ball. It was Quinn, looking as grim as Trez felt. Trez nodded to the guy, and the fighter nodded back as he kept going toward the bar. Wow, do you know him? College student asked. Who is he? Blah blah threesome, maybe blah blah. As she teeheed like she was a very naughty girl, Trez swung his eyes back and downward. On so many levels, the plate of hors d'oeuvres being offered was totally unappetizing. Blah 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 blah. Giggle. Hip shake. Blah. Dimly, Trez was aware of his head nodding, and then they were moving into a dark corner. With every step he took, another part of him shut down, turned off, went into hibernation. But he couldn't stop himself. He was the junkie hoping that his next hit would be as good as the first had been and finally bring that relief he was fucking desperate for. Even though he knew that wasn't going to happen. Not tonight. Not with her. Not anywhere in his life. Probably never, ever. But sometimes you just had to do something or go insane. Tell me that you love me? The chick said to him, as she pressed herself against his body. Please. Yeah, he said numbly. Sure. Whatever you want. Whatever. 78. Ecker linked his hands and placed them on the glossy tabletop. Beside him, Thro was speaking in low tones. He himself had remained quiet since they had taken the weight off their feet in these matching oxblood armchairs. This certainly seems persuasive. His soldier flipped over another page in the set of documents that had been proffered. Very persuasive, indeed. Ecker looked across at their host. The Glimmer solicitor was built like a pamphlet, so thin that one wondered when he lay out flat whether he presented any verticality at all. He also spoke with an exhausting thoroughness, his verbal paragraphs of small font and crowded, complicated wording. Tell me, how comprehensive is this brief? Thro asked. Ecker's eyes went to the bookshelves. They were crammed with leather volumes, and he quite believed that the gentleman had read each and every one, mayhap twice. The solicitor launched another well-thought-out, well-articulated cruise through the English language. I would not have turned it over to you both without ensuring that all efforts were made to. In other words, yes, Ecker filled in his head. What I do not see here, Thro turned more pages, is any notation of counter-opinion. That is because I was unable to find any. The term full-blooded has been used in only two contexts, that of lineage, as in a full-blooded offspring of a given sire or a dam, and that of racial identity. Over time, there has been some minor dilution of the wider gene pool, some contamination from humans, and yet individuals with distant Homo sapiens blood ties have as yet been construed by law as being full-blooded provided they go through their transitions. Now, of course, that is not the case of the direct offspring of a human and a vampire. That is a true half-breed. And those individuals, even if they survive the change, have historically been held to a different standard by the law, with lesser rights and privileges than other civilians. The concern is Thusif the King's Shellen is a half-breed. There is a chance that any male offspring of theirs may not go through the transition. Thro frowned as if considering the implications. But within 25 years, we shall know one way or the other, and the royal couple could always attempt to have multiple young. Ecker interjected dryly. You assume we will still be on the planet in 2.5 decades. At this rate, we are nearing extinction as it is. Precisely. The solicitor inclined his head in Ecker's direction. From a practical standpoint, being a quarter human could be enough to prevent the transition from occurring. There have been documented incidences of this, and I'm sure Havers could give even more examples. Further, there is among many people of my generation a fear that an offspring with that close a nexus to the human race could in fact prefer a human mate. Go out and seek one unaffiliated with our kind. In which case, we could have a human queen, and that is, the male shook his head with distaste, absolutely untenable. So there are two issues, Ecker said as he sat back, the chair creaking under his weight, the legal precedent and the social implications. Indeed, the solicitor once again pulled a head bob, and I believe that the social fears could be properly leveraged to fill in the gray areas around the relevant portion of the law concerning the king's offspring. I concur, Thro murmured as he closed the papers. The question is how to proceed. As Ecker opened his mouth to speak, a strange vibration went through him, cutting off his thought process, his body becoming a tuning fork struck by some unseen hand. "Would you care to review the documentation?" the solicitor asked him. As if he could, Ecker thought grimly. Indeed, one had to wonder what this learned male would think if he knew the decision-maker in all this was an illiterate. "I am persuaded." He got up, thinking mayhap a stretch would cure whatever ailed him. "And I believe this information should be shared with members of the council. I have sufficient contacts to call the princeps together." Ecker went over to a window and looked out, letting his instincts roam. Was it the Brotherhood? "Do that," he said with distraction as that hum in his gut increased, creating an urgency he found impossible to ignore. His chosen had breached the compound and was close by. "I must needs go," he said in a rush as he headed for the door. You wrap up here." There was a certain commotion behind him, conversation sprouting up from the pair of males in his wake about which he cared not. Breaking out through the front entrance, he regarded the farmland around him, and located her signal. Between one heartbeat and the next, he was gone. His body and will drawn to his female sure as a dying thief to redemption. At the Iron Mask downtown, Quinn went over to the bar and parked it on one of the leather-topped stools. All around, the music was pounding, and sweat and sex were already curling into the hot air, making him feel claustrophobic. Or maybe that was just his headspace. "Haven't seen you in a while." The bartender, a nice-looking female with a rack and a half, slid a napkin in front of him. "Same as usual?" "Double." "You got it." As he waited for his Herradura Selección Suprema to arrive, he could feel the eyes of the humans in the club lingering on him. "Come out? Like I'm gay. You fuck men. What the good goddamn do you think it means?" Shaking his head, he really could have used a break. That happy little exchange had been banging around his head, just underneath the surface of his consciousness, ever since shit had gone down a week ago. On the whole, he'd done an outstanding job of sublimation. Unfortunately, that winning streak appeared to be over. As his tequila arrived and he downed one shot glass, and then the other, he knew that there were no other distractions he could bring into play, no more putting the introspection off. Oddly or maybe not so oddly thought of his brother. He still hadn't shared anything with Luches about the young. It all felt too tenuous. Even though the pregnancy was hanging in and continuing to look good, it just seemed like an extra layer of drama the guy didn't need at this point. And he most certainly hadn't mentioned anything about his sex life or blay. For one thing, his brother was still a virgin, or at least that had been Quinn's understanding. The Glimera were far more restrictive about what females could do before mating, and certainly if Luches had banged a female casually, it would have been tolerated as long as he didn't hook up with her long-term. But all of Luches's feedings after his transition had been witnessed, so there had been no opportunity there, and the guy's nights had been heavily scheduled with learning and studying and chaperoned social events. No chance there. Somehow going into all the shit Quinn had done didn't seem appropriate. It also, in Blaze's words, wasn't that interesting. Quinn scrubbed his face. "Two more," he called out. As the bartender hopped right on that, he thought, damn it, he'd assumed the sex he'd had with Blay had been really interesting. And Blay hadn't seemed bored when it was happening. Whatever. Back to Luches. In all those bedside chats he'd been having with his brother, females hadn't come. Yupan males certainly weren't on the menu. Back before the raids, Luches had been hetero like their father, which was to say strictly the female you were mated to in the missionary position on your birthday and maybe once a year after a festival. Males, females, men, women in various combinations, sometimes in public, rarely in a bed at home. Not something Luches had any frame of reference for. When Herraduras 3 and 4 were slid in front of him, he nodded a thank you. Reaching down deep, even though he hated that expression as well as what it meant, he tried to see if there was anything else in and among his reticence to talk to the remaining member of his family about his life. Any shame, embarrassment, hell, maybe a little rebellious gotcha that he didn't want to inflict on his crippled brother. Quinn squirmed in his own clothes. Well, what do you know? If he was brutally honest, yeah, he was a bit tetchy. But it was on the level of not wanting to be looked at funny for yet another Riasonas. His conservative, probably virgin of a brother would no doubt do if he was told about the males and the men. That was it. Yup, that was all. I don't know how to explain it. I just see myself with a female long-term. He'd said that to Blay a while ago, and had meant every word. Some kind of emotion curled up inside his gut, twisting things down there, rearranging his bowel and his liver. He told himself it was the hooch. The sudden fear he felt suggested otherwise. Quinn swallowed his third shot in hopes of getting rid of the sensation. And the fourth. And meanwhile, the faces and breasts and sexes of the many females and women he'd fucked flashed through his mind. No, he said out loud. Nope. No. Oh God. No. As the guy next to him gave him a weird look, he shut up. Wiping his face, he was tempted to order more to drink, but held off. Something seismic was trying desperately to break through. He could feel it trembling around the foundation of his psyche. You don't know who you are, and that's always been your problem. Fuck. If he got more tequila, if he kept swallowing, if he stayed his avoidance course, what Blay had said about him was always going to be true. The trouble was, he didn't want to know. He just really fucking didn't want to know. Jesus, not here. Not now. Not ever. Cursing under his breath, he felt the geyser of realization start to really bubble, a loud and clear from the middle of his chest threatening to break out, and he knew that once it was free, he was never going to get it back underground again. Damn it. The only person he wanted to talk to about this wasn't speaking to him. He guessed he was going to have to man up and deal with it on his own. On some level, the idea that he was, well, as his mother would have said, shouldn't have affected him. He was stronger than the Glimmer's condescension, and shit, he lived in an environment where whether you were gay or straight, it didn't matter. Long as you could handle yourself in the field and you weren't a total asshole, the Brotherhood was down with you. Look at V's sexual history, for fuck's sake. Black candles used as something other than a light source in the dark? Hell, just being into males was a cakewalk compared to that stuff. Plus, he did not live in his parents' house anymore. That was not his life. That was not his life. That was not his life. And yet, even as he told himself that over and over again, the past that no longer existed was right behind him, staring over his shoulder, judging and finding him not just wanting, not simply inferior, but utterly and completely unworthy. It was like phantom limb pain. The gangrene was gone, the infection cut out, the amputation complete, but the horrible sensations remained. Still hurt like a bitch. Still crippled him sure as a limp. All those women, all those females, what was the true nature of sexuality? He wondered suddenly. What counted as attraction? Because he'd wanted to fuck them, and he had. He'd picked them up in clubs and bars, hell, even that store in the mall where they'd gone to get John Matthew some real clothes after his transition. He'd chosen the women, singled them from the crowd, applied some kind of data screen that had weeded out some and highlighted others. He'd had them blow him. He'd sucked them off. He'd ridden them from behind, from the side, from in front. He'd grabbed their breasts. He'd done all of that by choice. Had it been different with the guys? And even if it had been, did he have to label himself at all? And if he didn't slap a definition on himself, did that mean he wasn't something that his parents, who were goddamn dead and who had hated him anyway, hadn't approved of? As the questions fired through his brain, pelting him with precisely the kind of self-analysis he had always stabbed out of his thought processes, he came to an even more shocking realization. As important as all that shit was, as Christopher Columbus as he was getting, none of it came close to the most critical issue. Not in the fucking slightest. The real problem that he discovered made all that crap look like a walk in the park. 79. Assail did not condone swearing. In his mind, it was common and unnecessary. That being said, he'd had a shitty fucking week. Down in the cellar of his house, in the vault, he and the twins had just finished organizing the haul for the last few days. Bills were stacked in bundles that had been through the counter, banded, and then sorted according to denomination, and the total was impressive, even by his standards. All told, they had about $200,000. The Four Lesser and his merry band of slayers had been doing excellent work. You'd think he'd be happy. Not so. In fact, he'd been a miserable fucking son of a bitch, and the reason for the bad humor just made him crankier. Go to Ben Loy's, he told the twins. Get the next batch of cocaine and come back here to separate it. The twins were masters at cutting the stuff with additives and parceling it out into baggies, and that was a good thing. The slayers were moving 3 times what had been sold before. Then make the delivery. Assail checked his watch. It's set for 3 a.m., so you should have enough time. Getting up from the table, he stretched his arms over his head and arched his back. His body had been stiff lately, and he knew why. Being in a constant state of low-level arousal had tightened up the muscles in his thighs and his shoulders, among other physical aspects which had been utterly resistant to self-regulation. After years of not particularly caring for tending to his own erections, he'd fallen into a rut of pleasuring himself, and all it seemed to do was underscore what he was not getting. For the last week, he'd waited for Marisol to get in touch with him, expecting the phone to ring, and not because some unknown had shown up at her door again. The woman had wanted him as much as he had her, and surely that would lead to a reunion. It had not, however, and the fact that she had exhibited the kind of restraint he was struggling with made him question not only his self-control, but his very sanity. Indeed, he feared he was going to crack before she did. Taking his leave, he went up the stairs and into the kitchen. The first thing he did was go over to his phone, in case she had called or in the event that Audi of hers had finally moved after 7 nights of going nowhere fast. The damn thing had been parked in front of that house since he'd paid his visit, as if she mayhap knew he'd put a tracer on it. Checking the screen, he saw that someone had called him, but it was a number that was not in his contact list. And there was a voicemail. He was not interested in fielding some human's misdials, but as there was a chance it was a lesser breaking protocol, he knew he had to listen to the message. As he accessed it, he walked in the direction of his humidor. He'd been smoking a lot lately, and probably doing too much coke, which was painfully counterintuitive if one was already twitchy and frustrated. Adding stimulants to that internal chemistry was gasoline to a fire. Hola, this is Sola's grandmother. I am trying to reach an Assail, please. Assail stopped dead in the middle of his living room. Please call me back now? Thank you. With a feeling of dread, he cut the message off and hit call back. 1 ring. 2 rings. Hola. Indeed, he didn't know her name. This is Assail, madam. Are you all right? No, I am not. I found your number on her bedside table, so I call. There is something wrong. He gripped his iPhone hard. Tell me. She is gone. She came home, but then she leave out the door right after she arrived. I hear her go? Except all of her things, her backpack, her car, it is all here. I was sleeping and I hear downstairs. Someone is moving. I call out her name and no one answered. Then I hear this hard noise, loud sound, and so I come down. The front door is open, and I fear she has been taken. I do not know what to do. She always told me we do not call the police. I do not know. Shoo, it is all right. You did the correct thing. I'm coming directly. Assail ran to the front door without bothering to communicate with the twins. Nothing was on his mind except getting over to that little house as fast as he could. A second was all it took to dematerialize, and as he resumed form in the front yard, he thought that of all the scenarios he'd run through in his mind for coming back, this was not it. As the grandmother reported, the Audi was parked on the street at the end of the walkway, just where it had been. But what was of note? There was a scramble of messy footfalls disturbing the snow, the trail crossing the lawn to the street in a diagonal pattern. She's been kidnapped, Assail thought. God damn it. Jogging up the squat steps, he hit the doorbell and stamped his feet. The idea that someone had taken his female. The door opened and the woman on the other side was visibly shaken. And then she seemed further taken aback as she took him in with her eyes. You are Assail? Yes. Please let me in, madam, and I shall be of aid to you. You are not the man who came before. Not that you saw, madam. Now please let me in. As Marisol's grandmother stepped aside, she lamented. Oh, I do not know where she is. Maida Deus. She is gone. He glanced around the tidy little living room, and then stalked out into the kitchen to look at the back door. Intact. Opening it wide, he leaned out. No footprints other than those he'd left a week ago. Closing things back up and locking the deadbolt, he returned to her grandmother. You were upstairs? See, in the bed. As I said, I was asleep. I hear her come in, but I was half awake. Then I hear that sound of someone falling. I say I come down. Then the front door opens. Did you see a car drive off? See. But it was very far away, and the license plate nothing. How long ago? I called you 15, maybe 20 minutes after. I went to her room and looked around. That is where I found the napkin with your number on it. Has anyone called? No one. He checked his watch, and then grew concerned about how pale the elderly woman was. Here, madam, sit down. As he settled her onto the floral couch in the living room, she took out a dainty handkerchief and pressed it to her eyes. She is my life. Assail tried to remember how humans addressed their superiors. Mrs. Carvalho. My husband was Brazilian. I am Yesenia Carvalho. Mrs. Carvalho, I need to ask you some questions. Can you help me? My granddaughter is. Look into my eyes. When the woman did, he said in a low voice, there is nothing I will not do to bring her back. Do you understand what I'm saying? As he sent his intention out into the air between him, Mrs. Carvalho's eyes narrowed. Then, after a moment, she calmed and nodded once as if she approved of his means, though there was a good chance they were going to be violent. What do you need to know? Is there anyone you can think of who would want to hurt her? She is a good girl. She works at an office nights. She keeps to herself. So Marisol hadn't told her grandmother anything about what she really did. This was good. Does she have any assets? Money, you mean? Yes. We are simple people. She eyed his handmade, tailored clothes. We have nothing but this house. Somehow he doubted that, even though he knew little of his woman's life. He found it hard to believe she hadn't made some cash doing what she did, and she certainly didn't have to pay taxes on the kind of income she'd been bringing in from the likes of Benlois. But he feared that a ransom call was not going to be forthcoming. I do not know what to do. Mrs. Carvalho, I do not want you to worry. He got to his feet. I shall handle this promptly. Her eyes narrowed again, belying an intelligence that made him think of her granddaughter. You know who did this, do you? Assail bowed low as a measure of respect. I shall bring her back to you. The question was how many people he was going to have to kill to get that done, and whether Marisol herself was going to be alive at the end of it. The mere thought of bodily harm to that woman had him growling in his throat. His fangs descending, the civilized part of him shedding as the skin from a cobra. Whilst Assail left the modest house, he had a feeling what this was all about, and if he was right, even just 20 minutes into the kidnapping, he might well be too late. In which case, a certain business associate of his was going to learn new lessons in pain. And Assail was going to be the man's teacher. Eddie. Layla stayed in the Mercedes. It was warm in the interior, and the seat was comfortable, and she felt safe within the confines of the great steel cage around her. And she had a landscape of sorts to ponder. The headlights shone brightly in front of the car, the beams reaching out into the night quite some distance before fading. After a while, flurries began to float downward through the illumination, their lazy, circuitous routes suggesting that they didn't want their descent from the clouds above to end. As she sat in silence, cycling the engine on and off as Quinn had taught her to do during cold weather, her mind was not blank. No, her mind was not empty at all. Although she stared straight ahead and took note of the silent snowfall, and the straightaway of the road, and the peaceful farmland, what she saw was that fighter, that traitor, that male who seemed always with her, especially when she was by herself. Even as she sat alone in this car out in the middle of nowhere, his presence was tangible, her memories of him so strong. She could swear he was within reach. And the yearning dearest virgin scribe, the yearning she felt was nothing she could share with any of those whom she loved. It was such a cruel fate to have a reaction like this to one who was. Layla jerked back in the seat, a shout breaching her lips and resonating through the interior of the car. At first, she was unsure whether what had materialized in the beams was in fact real. Ecker appeared to be standing with his boots planted on the road ahead, his huge, leather-clad body seeming to absorb the twin beams of light as a black hole would. No, she barked. No. She wasn't sure who she was talking to, or what she was denying. But one thing was clear as he took a step forward, and then another. She knew that the soldier was not a figment of her mind or her terrible desires, but very much real. Put the car in gear, she told herself. Put it in gear and hit the gas pedal hard. Flesh and blood, even as terrifyingly fierce as his, was no match for an impact like that. "No," she hissed as he came ever closer. His face was exactly as she had remembered, perfectly symmetrical, with high cheekbones, narrowed eyes, and a permanent frown between his straight brows. His upper lip was twisted up, such that he appeared to be snarling, and his body moved like a great animal's, his shoulders shifting with barely restrained power, his heavy thighs carrying him forward with the promise of brutal strength. And yet she was not afraid. "No," she moaned. He stopped when he was but a foot from the car's grill, his leather coat blowing out to the side of him, his weapons gleaming. His arms were down at his sides, but they did not stay that way. He reached up, moving slowly, to remove something from his back, a weapon of some kind, which he laid upon the vehicle. And then his hands, those black leather-clad hands, went to the front of his chest and he took 2 guns out from under that coat, and daggers from the holster that crossed his pectorals, and a length of chain, and something that flashed but which she didn't recognize. He put it all on the hood of the car. Then he stepped back, held his arms aloft, and turned in a slow circle. Layla breathed hard. She was not of a warring nature, never had been, but she knew instinctively that within the code of the warrior, to disarm yourself before another was a kind of vulnerability not easily taken. He remained deadly, of course. The male of his build and training was capable of killing simply with bare hands. He was offering himself to her, however, proving in the most visible way possible that he meant her no harm. Layla's hand went to the row of buttons on the side panel beside her and froze there. She was not still, however. She breathed heavily, as if she were in flight, her heart pounding, sweat dotting her upper lip. She unlocked the doors. The scribe virgin helped her, but she unlocked the doors. As the punching sound reverberated around the interior, Ecker's eyes closed briefly, his expression loosening, as if he had been given a gift he had not expected. Then he came around. When he opened the far side, cold air rushed in, and then his big body folded itself into the seat beside her own. The door shut solidly, and they turned to each other. With the interior lights glowing, she was able to get an even better look at him. He was breathing heavily, too, his broad chest pumping up and down, his mouth slightly open. He looked harsh, the thin veil of civility stripped from his features more aptly. It had likely never been there. And yet, though others would have called him ugly because of his deformity, to her was beautiful. And that was a sin. "You are real," she said to herself. "I." His voice was deep and resonant, a caress in her ears. But then it cracked as if he were in pain. "And you are with Young." "I am." He closed his eyes again, but now it was as if he'd been struck by a body blow. "I saw you." "When?" "At the clinic. Nights and nights ago. I thought they had beaten you." "The Brotherhood? Why ever?" "Because of me." His eyes opened, and there was such anguish in them. She wanted to comfort him in some way. "I would never have chosen for you to be in this position. You are not of the war, and my lieutenant should never, ever have brought you into it." His voice grew deeper and deeper. "You are an innocent. Even I, who have no honor, recognized that instantly." If he had no honor, why had he disarmed himself just now, she thought. "Are you mated?" he said roughly. "No." Abruptly, his upper lip peeled back from tremendous fangs. "If you were raped." "No. No, I chose this for myself. For the male." Her hand went to her abdomen. "I wanted a young. My needing came, and all I could think of was how much I wanted to be a mammon to something that was mine." Those narrowed eyes closed again, and he brought up a calloused hand to his face. Hiding his irregular mouth, he said, "I wish that what? I were worthy to have given you what you desired." Layla again felt an unholy need to reach out and touch him, to ease him in some way. His reaction was so raw and honest, and his suffering seemed rather like her own whenever she thought of him. "Tell me that they are treating you well in spite of your having aided me?" "Yes," she whispered. "Very well indeed." He dropped his hand and let his head fall back as if in relief. "That is good. That is good. and you must forgive me for coming here. I sensed you, and found I was unable to deny myself. As if he were attracted to her. As if he wanted her. Oh, dearest virgin scribe, she thought, as her body warmed from the inside out. His eyes appeared to latch onto the tree out in the field beyond. Do you think of that night? He said in a soft voice. Layla looked down at her hands. Yes. And it pains you, does it not? Yes. Myself as well. You are e'er on my mind, but for a different reason I venture to guess. Layla took a deep breath as her heart pounded anew in her ears. I'm not certain it is so different from your own. She heard his head snap around. What did you say? He breathed. I believe you heard me quite well. Instantly, a vital tension sprang up between them, shrinking the space they inhabited, bringing them closer even though neither of them moved. Must you be their enemy? She thought aloud. There was a long silence. It is too late now. Actions have been taken that cannot be undone through words nor vows. I wish it were not so. On this night, in this moment, I wish that as well. Now her own head turned quickly. Mayhap there is a way. He reached out and silenced her with his fingertip, laying it ever so gently upon her mouth. As his eyes focused on her lips, a nearly imperceptible growl vibrated out of him, but he didn't allow it to continue for long, shutting the sound off as if he didn't want to burden her, or mayhap frighten her. You are in my dreams, he murmured. Every day you haunt me. Your scent, your voice, your eyes, this mouth. He shifted his hand around and brushed her lower lip with his calloused thumb. Closing her lids, Layla leaned into the touch, knowing that this was all she would ever get from him. They were on opposite sides of the war, and though she knew not the particulars, she had heard enough in the household to know that he was right. He could not undo what he had done, and that meant they were going to kill him. I can't believe you let me touch you. His voice grew hoarse. I shall remember this for all my nights. Tears speared into her eyes. Dearest virgin scribe, for all her life, she had waited for a moment like this. Do not cry. His thumb went to her cheeks. Beautiful female of worth, do not cry. If any had told her someone as harsh as he was capable of such compassion, she would not have believed them. But he was. With her, he was. I shall go, he said abruptly. Her instinct was to beg him to be careful, but that would mean she was wishing wrath's dethrone her well. Lovely chosen, know this. If e'er you need me, I shall be there. He took something out of his pocket, a phone. Facing it toward her, he lit up the screen with the touch of a button. Can you read this number? Layla blinked hard and forced her eyes to focus. Yes, I can. That is me. You know how to find me. And if your conscience demands you give this information to the Brotherhood, I will understand. He couldn't read the numbers, she realized, and not for lack of visual acuity. Whatever kind of life had he led? She wondered sadly. Be well, my beautiful chosen, he said, as he stared at her with the eyes of not just a lover, but a Hellrin. And then he was gone without another word, leaving the car, picking up his weapons and arming himself. Before dematerializing into the night, Layla immediately covered her face with her hands, her shoulders beginning to quake, her head sagging, her emotions overflowing. Caught in the middle, between her mind and her soul, she was torn asunder even as she remained whole. 81. Come in. As Blaze spoke up, he glanced over the top of a confederacy of Dunsand, was surprised to find Beth walking into his room. One look at the Queen's face and he sat up from the chaise, putting the book down. Hey, what's wrong? Have you seen Layla? No, but I've just been here since I got back from my parents. He glanced at the clock. After midnight. She's not in her room? Beth shook her head, her dark hair shining as it slipped around her shoulders. She and I were going to hang out, but I can't find her. She's not in the clinic or the kitchen, and I looked for Quinn down in the training center as well as up here. He's gone as well. Maybe they were having a romantic dinner, like sharing a plate of pasta and meeting in the middle thanks to a strand of frickin' linguine. Have you tried their phones? He asked. Quinn's is in his room, and Layla isn't answering hers if it's with her. As he got to his feet and started to get a little hyped, he thought, calm down, this was not a national emergency. In fact, this was a big house with a lot of rooms, and more to the point, they were grown adults. Two people should be allowed to go off together and have it not be a crisis. Especially if they were having a young together. The sound of a vacuum off in the distance drew his attention. Come with me, he told the Queen. If there's one person in this place who'll know, he's down the hall with a Dyson. Sure enough, Fritz was working in the second-floor sitting room, and as Blay walked in, he got slapped in the face with all the memories of him and Quinn doing it up but good on the rug by the couch. Great. Just fabulous. Fritz? The Queen called out. The dog Jen stopped the back and forth and killed the machine. Well, hello, Your Majesty. Sire. Lots of bowing. Listen, Fritz, Blay said. Have you seen Layla? Instantly, the butler's face became downcast. Oh, yes, indeed. When he didn't fill anything else in, Blay prompted him with an, and? She took the car. The Mercedes. It was about 2 hours ago. What the hell, Blay thought. Unless so Quinn was with her. No, she was alone. As a boatload of hit Blay's stomach, the butler shook his head. I tried to insist that I take her, but she would not let me. Where was she going? Beth asked. She said she had no destination. I knew that Master Quinn had taught her to drive, and when she ordered me to tender upon her palm the keys, I knew not what to do. The Queen spoke up. You are not at fault here, Fritz. Not at all. We're just worried about her. Blay took out his phone. And there's GPS on the vehicle, so this is going to be fine. I'll just hit up V and he'll be able to locate her for us. After he sent the text, the Queen reassured the butler some more, and Blay hung around, waiting for a response. 10 minutes later, nada. Which meant the brother with the IT skills was in the middle of some business downtown. 15 minutes. 20. He even called and didn't get an answer, so he could only assume that someone was bleeding her that V's phone had gotten shanked during fighting. Quinn's not in the gym? He said, even though that question had already been answered. Beth shrugged. Not when I checked. Blay put in a quick call, got Elena, and a moment later was informed that the workout room was empty. Lucius was asleep, and there was no one in the pool or on the basketball court. The guy wasn't in the house, and not in the field because he was off rotation. That left only one other conceivable place. I know where he is, Blay said gruffly. I'll go get him while we wait for V to check in. After all, that female was carrying his young, so if she went AWOL into the big world by herself, he had a right to be involved in locating her. And sure, maybe Quinn knew where she was, but Blay had a feeling he didn't. Hard to believe he would have left his phone in his room if he was aware that she was going out in the car. He'd want some way for her to get in touch with him. On that note, why had he left his cell behind at all? Not like him. Unless he thought Layla was doing okay and he didn't want to be interrupted. Great. Looping back to his room, Blay picked up a gun because you never knew when you might need one and a coat that was only to cover his hardware. Then he jogged down the stairs and went out the vestibule and dematerialized into the night. He resumed form in the back parking lot of the Iron Mask, and when he got to the club's rear door, he hit the bell and showed his face to the security camera. Shex opened the way in. Hey, she said, giving him a quick hug. How you been? Long time no see around here. I'm looking for. Yeah, he's at the bar. Of course he was. Thanks. Blay nodded to the bouncers, Big Rob and Silent Tom, and pushed out of the staff area into the club proper. As he emerged on the far side, the bass drum of the music went right into his sternum, or maybe that was his heartbeat. And there he was. Even though there were 100 people crowded around the bar, Quinn was a neon sign to him, standing out from the rest. The fighter was sitting at the far end, his back to Blay, his elbows splayed on the black varnished wood, his head hanging low. Blay exhaled a curse as he thought. Here they were, back at the beginning. And yup, before he could even make it over, a woman closed in, her body sliding up to Quinn, her hand lingering on his arm, his head turning so he could get a good look at her. Blay knew what was next. A quick up and down with that mismatched stare, a slow smile, a couple of drawled words, and the pair would go off to the bathrooms. Quinn shook his head and put his palm out in a stop. And though she was inclined to make a second appeal, it just got her another round of talk to the hand. Before Blay could get moving again, a guy with hair down to his ass and a pair of sprayed-on velvet pants made an approach. His smile was brilliant white, and his lean body seemed made for acrobatics. A sudden nausea blended Blay's gut even as he reminded himself that after their last run-in, Quinn would not be looking for sex from him ever again, so why should he care who the fighter fucked? And God knew the male had a sex drive. Mr. Lounge suit with the extensions was given the heave-ho as well. After which, Quinn just refocused ahead of himself. An abrupt vibration went off in Blay's pocket, his phone letting him know there was a text. Taking the thing out, he saw that it was from Beth. All good, Layla, home safe. Just went for a joyride, and is gonna watch some tube with me. Blay texted back a thanks, and returned his cell to his inner pocket. No reason to stay and bother the fighter with what had been a non-eventful thaw. This was a chance to do a little damage control on his H-bomb delivery from a week ago. Blay walked over, wending in and out of the bodies. When he got within range, he cleared his throat and spoke up over the din. Hey, that hand shot up above Quinn's shoulder. For the love of fucking God, I'm not interested, okay? At that moment, the person on the left decided to vacate with whatever drink he'd ordered. Blay took the human's place. I told you to get the fuck. Quinn froze in mid-blow-off. What are you doing here? Okay, where to start with that? Is there something wrong? Quinn said. No. Really not anything, wrong. Blay frowned as he realized there was no alcohol in front of the guy. Did you just get here? No. I've been hanging around for a couple of hours, I guess. You're not drinking? I did when I first sat down. But then no. Blay studied that face he knew so well. It was so grim, with hollows under the cheekbones and a permafrown that suggested the guy hadn't slept in 7 days. Either. Listen, Quinn. Did you come to apologize? Blay cleared his throat again. Yeah, I did. I'm right. What? Quinn put his hands up and scrubbed his eyes, then stayed put with his palms covering himself from forehead to chin. He said something that didn't carry, and that was when Blay knew something momentous had happened. Then again, the poor bastard had probably come to the realization that Blay was in fact not a saint. Blay leaned in closer. Talk to me. Whatever it is, you can tell me. Fair, after all, was fair. He'd sure as hell unloaded everything on his mind when they'd last seen each other. You were right, Quinn said. I didn't know I was. When nothing else came, Blay's ribs tightened up hard, his brows shooting sky-high as the gist hit him. Oh my God. As shock went through his whole body, he realized he'd never expected the guy to come around. Even as he'd yelled those hardcore words, it had been more a function of finally snapping, rather than out of any expectation that they would sink in. Quinn shook his head, those hands staying in place. All those years, all that shit with them, I couldn't face another strike against me. Blay was more than aware of who the them was. I did a lot of things to make it go away, to cover crap up, because even after they kicked me out, they were still in my head. Even after they died, still in there, Always in there, with the one hand made a fist and started banging his brain. Always in there. Blay caught that thick wrist and guided the male's arm down. It's okay. Quinn didn't look at him. I didn't even know I was bending everything. I wasn't aware of the shit in my mind, that deep voice caught. I just didn't want to give them another reason to hate me, even though they didn't fucking matter. What the fuck is that, What the fuck have I been thinking? The pain that wafted out of Quinn's body was so great. It changed the air temperature around him, lowering things until the hair on Blay's forearms pricked from the chill. And at that moment, faced with the abject misery in front of him, Blay wished he could have taken what he'd said back, not because it wasn't true, but because he wasn't the one who should have ripped off that Band-Aid. Mary, raged Shellen, should have done it as part of a therapy session or something. Or maybe Quinn should have gradually become aware of it. But not like this. The devastation that was written in every line of Quinn's body, in the hoarseness of his voice, in the barely restrained scream that seemed to be just under the surface, was terrifying. I never knew how much they got to me, especially my father. That Malihi contaminated everything about me. and I didn't even know it was happening. And it ruined everything. Blay frowned, not following that part. But what he was clear on was the juxtaposition between his parents and Quinsnot, that he needed yet another reminder. All he could think of was that hug in front of the stove, his mom and dad wrapping their arms around him, their acceptance open-handed, honest, and without reservation. And here Quinn was going through this alone, in a club, with no one there to support him as he struggled with the legacy of discrimination he had been condemned to and the identity he couldn't change, and could no longer seemingly ignore. It ruined everything. Blay put his hand on that bunched-up biceps. No, nothing's ruined. Don't say that. You are where you are, and it's okay. Quinn's head cranked around, leaving its cage of the hand that had remained. His blue and green eyes red-rimmed and watery. I have loved you for years. I have been in love with you for years and years and years throughout school and training, before transitions and afterward, when you approached me, and yes, even now that you're with Saxton and you hate me. And that shit in my fucking head locked me down. Locked everything down, and it cost me you. As the sound of screeching tires roared between Blay's ears, and the world started to spin, Quinn just kept going. So you'll excuse me if I have to disagree with you. It is not okay, it will not ever be okay, and whereas I'm more than willing to live with the fact that I was a walking, talking lie for decades, the idea that it sacrificed what could have been between us is absolutely, positively not okay to me. Blay swallowed hard as Quinn went back to staring at the wall of liquor bottles behind the bar. Opening his mouth, Blay intended to say something, but instead he just ran that monologue through again from start to finish. Jesus Christ. And then something dawned on him. If I'm gay, why are you the only male I've ever been with? Suddenly, all of the blood drained out of Blay's head as he deciphered the truth in the words he'd so grossly misconstrued. That meant that night when he'd... "Oh God," he said in a low voice. "So that's where I am," the fighter said gruffly. "You want a drink?" The words jumped out of his mouth. "I'm not with Saxton anymore." 82. Quinn wrenched his head around a second time. Surely he couldn't have heard that. What? I broke up with him like 2 weeks ago. Quinn felt his lids blink a number of times. Why wait? I don't understand. It wasn't working. It hadn't been working for a long time. When he came back that night after having been with someone else. We weren't together, so he didn't cheat on me. For some insane reason, all Quinn could think of was Mike Myers saying, "Excuse me? Baking powder?" But I thought, wait, you two looked really happy. It used to kill me every night, Toya. Blay winced. I'm sorry I lied. I nearly killed him. Well, arguably you were being gallant. He knew that. Quinn frowned and shook his head. I had no idea you two weren't well. I already said that. Quinn, I have to ask you something. Ged, assuming he could focus at all. When you and I were together that night and then you said you had never Quinn waited for the guy to continue. When he didn't, he had no idea what Blay was alluding. Oh, that. Quinn couldn't believe it, but he felt his cheeks redden and warm. Yeah, that night. Well, had you never? Considering everything he'd just thrown out there, that little ditty seemed like a minor detail. Besides, the truth was the truth. You are the first and only male I've ever been with like that. Silence from the other guy. And then, oh my God. I'm so sorry Quinn jumped in, cutting off the unnecessary apology. I'm not sorry. There is no one I'd rather have had taking my virginity. The first one you always remember. Congratulations, Saxton, you lucky fucking cocksucker. Another long silence. And just as Quinn was about to check his watch and suggest they take a break from the awkwardness, Blay spoke up. Aren't you going to ask me why Saxton and I were never going to work? Quinn rolled his eyes. I know it wasn't problems in the bedroom. You're the best lover I've ever been with, and I can't imagine my cousin felt any differently. Fucking cocksucking son of a bitch, Saxton. As he realized the other guy wasn't saying anything, Quinn glanced over. Blay's blue eyes had an odd light in them. What? Oh, for God's sake. Fine. Why wouldn't it ever work out? Because I was, and I remain, utterly and completely and totally in love with you. Quinn's mouth dropped open. As his ears began to hum, He wondered if he had heard that right. He leaned in closer. I'm sorry, what did you? Hey, baby. A female voice cut in. On the right side of him, a woman with enough cleavage to fill a pair of salad bowls pressed into his body. How would you like a partner in crime? Back off, Blay barked. He's with me. Abruptly, Quinn's spine straightened. It was amply clear from the cold blue fire spitting out of Blay's eyes that the guy was prepared to tear the throat of that woman wide open if she didn't disappear quick. And that was awesome. Okay. She put her hands up in submission. I didn't know that you were together. We are, Blay hissed. As the woman with the formerly bright idea skulked off, Quinn turned to Blay, well aware that his shock was showing. Are we? He breathed to his former best friend. With the club music pounding, and a stadium full of strangers milling around them, with the bartender delivering drinks and the working girls working, with 1,000 other lives rolling onward, time stopped for both of them. Blay reached forward and took Quinn's face in his hands, that blue stare warming as it roamed around. Yes, we are. Quinn nearly jumped on the guy, closing the distance between their mouths and kissing the love of his life once, twice, 3 times, even though he had no fucking idea what was happening, or whether it was real or if his alarm was about to go off. After all the suffering, he was parched for the relief, even if it was just temporary. When he pulled back, Blay frowned. You're shaking. Was it possible he wasn't imagining this? Am I? Yes. I don't care. I love you. I love you so damned much. And I'm sorry that I wasn't male enough to admit. Blay stopped him with a kiss. You're plenty male enough now. The rest of it's in the past. God. I really am shaking, aren't I? Yeah. But it's okay, I've got you. Quinn turned his face into one of the male's palms. You always have. You've always had meaned my heart, my soul, everything. I just wish it hadn't taken this long for me to man up. That family of mine nearly killed me. And not just thanks to that honor guard of theirs. Blay's eyes drifted, and then his hands dropped. What? Quinn blurted. Did I say something wrong? Oh God, he knew this was too good to be true. There was a long moment when Blay just stared at him. But then the male held out his palm. Give me your hand. Quinn obeyed instantaneously, as if Blay's command ran his body more than his own brain did. When something slid onto his finger, he jumped and looked down. It was a signet ring. Blay's signet ring. The one the male's father had given him immediately after his transition. You are perfect the way you are. Blay's voice was strong. There is nothing wrong with who and what you have always been. I'm proud of you, and I love you, now and always. Quinn's vision got wavy. Hardcore. I'm proud of you, and I love you, Blay repeated. Always. Forget about your old family, you have me now. I am your family. All he could do was stare at the ring, seeing the crest, feeling the weight on his finger, watching how the light reflected off the precious metal. He had wanted one of these all of his life, it had seemed. And what do you know, as usual, as always, Blay was the one who had come through for him. As a sob ripped up Quinn's windpipe, he felt himself get pulled in close to a big, powerful chest, strong arms wrapping around him and holding him. And then, from out of nowhere, a dark spice wafted up, the scent Blay's bonding scent, the single most beautiful thing that had ever been in his nose. I'm proud of you and I love you, Blay said yet again, that old, familiar voice cutting through all of those years of rejection and judgment, giving him not just a rope of acceptance to hang on to, but a flesh and blood hand to lead him out of the darkness of his past, and into a future that didn't require lies or excuses, because what he was, and what they were, was both extraordinary and nothing out of the ordinary. Love, after all, was universal. Quinn closed his fist up tight, and knew he would never, ever take that ring off. Always, Blay murmured. Because family is an always kind of thing. Sweet Jesus, Quinn was sobbing like a pussy. But Blay didn't seem to mind in the slightest or judge. And that was the point, wasn't it? Always, Quinn echoed hoarsely. Always. Epilogue. 2 weeks later. Whereupon life was pretty frickin' awesome. So did you like last night? As Quinn spoke into Blay's ear, Blay rolled his eyes in the near darkness. What do you think? With their naked bodies under warm, weighty covers, Quinn was pressed in behind him, their arms linked, their legs entwined. Turned out Quinn was a snuggler. Who knew and how fabulous. I think you liked it. Quinn licked his way up the side of Blay's throat. Tell me you liked it. By way of reply, Blay flexed his spine and drove his ass right into the other male's erection. The resulting groan made Blay beam. Sounds like you were into it, Blay murmured. Fuck, yeah I was. The night before they'd both been off rotation, and after a workout in the gym and a pool game against Lassiter and Bethwich they'd lost. Blay had suggested they hit the Iron Mask for a very specific reason. As Blay remembered what had transpired after they'd gone back there, Quinn's cock got into places where it was very much welcome, and Blay once again gave himself up to the delicious penetration and the slow, riding rhythm his mate established. The things that he recalled from the club just made everything hotter. The pair of them had gone over and sat at the bar and had a couple of drinks, Herradura for Quinn, and a couple of GNTS for Blay. And then Quinn had gotten that look in his eye. And Blay had gotten down to business. He'd led the male back to one of the bathrooms, and as they'd gone inside together, it had been a fantasy come to life. The kissing, the hands in the pants, the frantic get naked from the waist down. A moan came out of Blay's mouth as what was happening, and what had happened, mixed, the erotic cocktail taking him to the brink of an orgasm, and then, thanks to Quinn's grip pumping him off, right over the edge, his cock coming hard into his lover's hand, his body jerking and sending Quinn into a release as well. After a period of recovery, and a very satisfying round 2, Quinn drawled, Any chance you were thinking about that bathroom? Maybe. We can do that any night if you like. Blay chuckled. Well, I guess we're free again this evening, so. The Brotherhood had been ordered to stay in, and as there had been no explanation in Tor's text, Blay figured it had to be a meeting with the king. The band of bastards and the Glimmerer had been quiet for 2 weeks. No emails. No troop movements downtown. No phone calls. Never a good sign. Probably an update or a strategy session about that council member's death and its implications. Although Blay really couldn't see any downside to Assails having killed the dumb son of a bitch. Bye-bye, Elon. P.S. Next time you implicate someone falsely, try to pick a pacifist. The prospect of a meeting made him think about Quinn's integration into the Brotherhood, which had been seamless, as it turned out. The fighter's behavior was no different, his attitude just the same. And that was one more reason to love the guy. Even with the elevated status he'd been given, he hadn't let shit go to his head. And that teardrop tattoo that had been changed to purple on his face? Totally hot. Just like that new star-shaped scar on his pectoral. We're defo going to be doing that again, Quinn said as he slowly retracted himself and rolled over on his back. Putting his arms above his head, he smiled and stretched, the far-off light from the bathroom illuminating things just enough so that Blay could make out the lift to those incredible lips. That was fucking hot. You are totally fucking hot. What can I say? It's been a fantasy of mine for a long time. As Quinn got serious, Blay touched the male's frown. Hey, stop that. Fresh slate. Remember? After the night of the big reveal at the mask, they'd had a number of long talks, and decided that they were going to take the relationship thing step by step, without making assumptions. They had been friends, then sort of enemies, then lovers of a kind before they'd finally gotten their shit together. And just because they'd hung out for years, and they knew each other in a lot of ways, boyfriends was a different thing. Yeah, fresh slate. As Quinn leaned in for a kiss, Blay's phone went off with a text. Naturally, Quinn wasn't interested in communications from the outside world, and continued to lick his way into Blay's mouth, even as Blay reached out for the cell. Blay had to hold it over Quinn's heavy shoulders as the guy maneuvered on top, rubbing his still hard cock on Blay's. What the hell? Blay said, breaking the lip contact. Have we been interrupted? Yebuch says he needs me in the pit for a wardrobe consult? Well, you do have perfect style. For some reason, the comment made him think of Saxton. As soon as Quinn and he had decided to make things legit, Blay had told the lawyer what was going on, and the gentlemale had been gracious beyond measure, and not at all surprised. He'd even said it was a kind of relief in a strange way, a sign that all was right in the world, even though it had sucked for him. At least Blay had gotten his true love, he'd said. Now, if only Saxton could find his. I'd better head over there, he muttered. Maybe it's date night. As he went to get out of bed, Quinn's hands locked on his hips and pulled him in for another long, lingering kiss. When Quinn eased back, his eyes were half closed. Date night's a great idea. You want to go dancing with me sometime? Dancing? Blay laughed. You would go dancing? With me? It was everything Quinn hated. Kind of schmaltzy, lot of eyes on them, and, assuming they did it in public, they had to be fully clothed. If you wanted me to, I would in a heartbeat. Blay put his hand on the male's face. Quinn was trying really hard, and Blay was more than willing to wait for the day when the guy was ready to be into the PDA. The Brotherhood and the household knew that they were together. It was kind of obvious after Quinn had moved his stuff into this room. But you didn't spend a lifetime in denial and automatically feel comfy sucking face with your boyfriend in front of God and everyone else. But he was trying. And he was talking a lot about his family and his brother, who was slowly, painfully trying to recover down in the clinic. Behind closed doors, though, it was magic without any barriers at all. Exactly what Blay had always wanted. Are you going down to first meal? Blay asked as the shutters began to rise from the windows. Maybe I'll just stay here and wait to eat you when you come back. Ah, yes, that naughty growl was in Quinn's voice again, and didn't that make Blay want to hop back in between the sheets? You are, as a groan echoed up. Blay stopped in the process of heading into the bathroom. Where is your hand? Where do you think it is? Quinn arched, one fong biting down on his lower lip. Blay thought of the text that he didn't intend to ignore. You suck. Yes, I do, don't I? Quinn licked his lips. And you like me too. Blay cursed and marched into the bath. At this rate, he was never going to get out of their room. And sure enough, one hot shower and a shave later, Quinn was still in bed, lounging like a lion. His black hair tousled from Blay's hands, his half-lidded, mismatched eyes promising all kinds of pneumatics when Blay returned. Horny motherfucker. You're just going to lie there? Blay chided from over at the exit. Oh, I don't know, might get some exercise in while you're gone. A hiss was followed by another one of those groans, and what do you know, under the sheets and duvet, the up and down motion of his arm made Blay remember all kinds of messy, sweaty, marvelous things. Working out is so important, you know? Blay gritted his molars and wrenched the door open. I'll be back. Take your time. Anticipation just makes me harder. Yeah, like you need help with that. Shutting things firmly, he rearranged himself in his loose nylon track pants and cursed again. Butch had better have a good fucking reason for needing Blay's opinion. And a problem that could be solved quickly. The second Blay was out of Dodge, Quinn threw back the covers and leaped out of bed. Grabbing his phone off his bedside table, he hit send on the text that he'd pre-typed and then beelined for the shower. Fortunately, the water was already warm. Soap at a dead run. Shampoo in a New York minute. Shave. Ow! He barked as he cut himself on the chin. Closing his eyes, he forced himself to slow the fuck down before he sliced off his nose. Razor on the cheek, moving carefully, going around the jawline, down the neck. Repeat. Repeat. Why the hell did he insist on doing this in the shower? On a night like tonight, he should be in front of a mirror. Yo, beauty queen, you ready? Rage's voice cut through into the bathroom. Or do you want to wax your eyebrows? Quinn did a quick whisker check with his hand. Clear. Fuck off, Hollywood, he yelled over the spray. Cutting the water, he stepped out and dried off on his way into the bedroom. Standing next to a smiling Tor, Rage had his arms behind his back. That's a hell of a way to talk to your frickin' stylist. Quinn leveled a glare at the brothers. If that shit is a Hawaiian print, I'm going to kill you. Rage looked over at Tor and grinned. When the other brother nodded, Hollywood brought forward what he was hiding behind his big body. Quinn stopped dead. Wait a minute, that's Tuxedo, I believe is the name. Rage cut in. Tuxedo. It's in your size, Tor said. And Butch says the designer is the best there is. Named after a car, Rage muttered. You'd think a highfalutin. Hey, have you been watching Honey Boo Boo, too? Lassiter demanded as he barged in. Whoa, Nice tux. Only because you insist on putting that godforsaken traffic accident of a show on in the billiards room. Hollywood glanced over as V came in behind the angel. He didn't even know what it was, this house. The tux. V lit a hand rolled. Of course he didn't. He's a real male. That makes Butch a girl then, Rage pointed out. Because he bought it. Hey, it's a party already, Trez called out as he and Iam arrived. Oh, nice tux. Isn't that Tom Ford? Or was it Dick Chrysler? Rage interjected. Harry Jeemwait. That sounds dirty. Better get dressed, Rapunzel. V checked his watch. We don't have a lot of time. That is a beautiful tuxedo, Fury announced as he and Z pushed the door wide. I have one just like it. Fritz has the candles lit, Rev said from behind the twins. Hey, nice tux. I have one just like it. Me too, Fury agreed. The fit is fantastic, isn't it? The shoulders, right? Tom Ford is the best. Total. Fucking. Pandemonium. And as Quinn took it in, all of the males talking over one another, slapping hands, slapping asses, he had a moment of breathlessness. Then he looked down at the ring Blay had given him. Having a family was really, incredibly wonderful. Thank you, he said softly. Everyone froze, all those faces turning and locking on him. Those bodies stilling, the din settling. Z was the one who spoke up, his yellow eyes shining. Put the zoot suit on. We'll meet you downstairs, lover boy. Lot of shoulder claps as all the fighters checked in on their way out the door. And then he was alone with the tux. Let's do this, he said to the thing. The shirt went on fine, but the buttons weren't regular ones. They were cuff-link-like and took forever. Then he faced off with the slacks and decided to keep it real and go commando. Finally, a pair of shiny shoes had been dropped on the messy bed by one of that cast of the Sans as well as a set of black silk socks that were just this side of being panty-frickin' hose. But he was going to do this right. When he finally put the jacket on, he braced himself for feeling constricted. But Fury and Rev were right, the material went over his bulk like a dream. Heading into the bathroom, he took the strip of black silk off the top of the hanger and confronted himself in the mirror. Manha looked pretty hot, actually. Popping the starched collar, he wound the bow tie around the back of his neck and pulled it left and right a couple of times to make sure that it was in the right place. And then he did what he'd seen his father and his brother do when they hadn't been aware he was watching, tied a perfect knot at the front of his throat. Probably would have been easier if he'd taken the suit jacket off. And if his hands weren't shaking so badly. But whatever, he got the job done. Stepping back, he checked himself from the left and the right. From behind. Yeah, he was totally spank. The trouble was, he just didn't look like himself. At all. That was a problem for him. Authentic had recently become totally important to him. Thanks to a lack of attention, his hair had settled flat and smooth, and on impulse, he went for the product Blay and he shared, slicking up his palms and running them through the nap, spiking things up. Better. Made him feel less like a tool. But something still wasn't right. As he tried to figure out what was so off, he thought about how things had been rolling. After he and Blay had had their big talk at the Iron Mask, he'd been amazed at how light he felt, the burden he'd been unaware of carrying freed from his shoulders. It was so weird, but he'd caught himself taking these random deep breaths from time to time, his chest rising slowly and sinking back into place on an easy fall. On some level, he continued to expect that he'd wake up and find out that it was all a dream. But every night, he came to with his arms around Blay, the guy's bonding scent in his nose, that warm body right beside his own. I love you. You're perfect, just the way you are. Always. As Blay's voice rebounded in his head, he closed his eyes and swayed. Abruptly, he popped his lids and looked at the cupboard under the sinks. Yes, he thought. That was what he needed. A couple minutes later, he left their bedroom feeling exactly as he should. Tux and all. When he came to the head of the grand staircase, the votives that had been lined up on either side all the way down glowed and flickered. There were more below in the foyer, on the mantelpieces, on the floor, mounted up and around the archways that led into the other rooms. You look good, son. Quinn turned and glanced over his shoulder. Hey, M-Lord. Wrath came out of the study with his queen on one arm, and his dog on the other side. I don't need my eyes to tell me you do the penguin duds justice. Thanks for letting me do this. Wrath smiled, flashing those huge white fangs. Tugging his female in for a quick kiss, he laughed. I'm a fucking romantic at heart. Don't you know that? Beth laughed and reached out to squeeze Quinn's arm. Good luck, but you don't need it. He wasn't so sure about that. In fact, as he let the first family go down alone, he struggled to pull his shit together. Rubbing his face, he wondered why in the hell he'd thought this was a good idea. Do not be a pussy, he told himself. Starting on the descent, he pulled the two halves of the jacket together and buttoned them, just like a gentleman should. He was halfway down when the vestibule's inner door opened wide, the draft causing all the votives to shimmer. Quinn stopped as Fritz escorted two figures in, the pair of them stamping their feet to warm up. On cue, both looked over at him. Blaze's parents were dressed formally, his father in a tuxedo, his mother in the most beautiful blue velvet gown Quinn had ever seen. Quinn, she called out, picking up her skirting and rushing across the mosaic floor. Look at you. Feeling his cheeks burn, he ducked his head and shuffled down to her. Even though she was a whole foot shorter, even in her heels, he felt about 12 as she took his hands and held them out wide. Oh, you are the most handsome thing I've ever seen. Thanks. He cleared his throat. I wanted to look nice. You do, doesn't he, my Hellrin? Blaze's father came over and stuck out his hand. Well done, son. It's a Ford. Thingy. God, way to sound stupid. Or something. As he and Blaze's father shook, and then embraced, Blaze's dad said, I couldn't be happier for you both. Blaze's mom started sniffling and took out a white handkerchief. This is so wonderful. I have another son, 2 sons. Come here, I have to hug you. 2 sons. Quinn gave in immediately, as he was categorically incapable of denying the female anything, most certainly not one of her hugs. They were even better than her lasagna. God, he loved Blaze's parents. He and Blaze had gone to see them a couple of nights after they'd decided to make a go of it, and although Quinn had been pants-shitting terrified, the pair of them had been nothing but gracious, relaxed, and normal. But Blaze hadn't been aware of the visit Quinn had paid the night before, just after nightfall, before they'd hit the club. As Quinn eased back, he caught sight of Layla standing just outside the dining room. Motioning her over, he put his arm around her shoulders, because he could tell she was feeling awkward. This is the chosen Layla. Just Layla, she murmured as she extended her hand. In response, Blaze's father bowed deeply, and his mother curtsied. Please, that's not necessary, the chosen started, only to relax when the couple immediately dropped the formality. My dear, Quinn has told us the blessed news. Blaze's mom beamed. However are you feeling? Score number 2 for Blaze Rents. Quinn couldn't believe how cool they'd been when he'd shared the news of the pregnancy, and they were just as easygoing as ever as they put Layla at ease. Man, they had been like this for as long as Quinn had known them, uncontaminated by all the glimmer's bullshit, unconcerned by the judgment of the aristocracy, ready to do the right thing at the drop of a hat. No wonder Blaze had come out so well. He's heading over, V yelled from the pitch black of the billiards room. We've got to scatter, people, right now. Come with us, Blaze's mom said as she tucked Layla's arm into her own. You need to make sure we don't hit any furniture. As they headed off, Layla glanced over her shoulder and beamed. I'm so excited for you. Quinn smiled back. Thanks. Cue a moment of nausea, he thought, as he turned and faced the entrance into the mansion. With the house quiet and the candles still, he waited, feeling numb all over. Showtime. Okay. This made no sense, Blaze thought as he hot-footed it across the courtyard. You look great, Butch called out from the pit's front door. He still didn't understand how he'd ended up in a tuxedo. Butch had laid out some kind of story about needing Blaze to model the damn thing for Vishouse in hopes of getting the guy to buy one. But that was crazy. Butch could have just thrown on one of the 4 he owned and paraded around himself. Besides, nobody talked V into anything. The brother was as unpersuadable as a rock. Whatever, just wanted to get this over with so he could head back upstairs and hopefully find Quinn still in bed. As he bounded up the stairs to the grand entrance of the mansion, his slick shoes made the salt crackle like a fire, and as soon as he got inside the vestibule, he stamped his feet so the glossy leather didn't get ruined. Putting his face into the security camera, the door opened, and at first he didn't know what he was looking at. Everything was dark. No, that wasn't true. There was candlelight glowing in every corner of the foyer, reflecting off the gold of the balustrade, and the chandeliers and the mirrors. Quinn was standing in the middle of the great space, alone. Blay walked through the threshold on feet that he couldn't feel. His lover and his best friend was dressed in the most beautiful tuxedo Blay had ever seen. Then again, that was less about the garment, more about the male who was wearing it. The black jacket set off his spiked hair, the white of the shirt made the male's tan skin look luminous, and the cut was a reminder of how perfect that warrior body was. But that wasn't what really got to him. It was those mismatched eyes, the blue and the green, that glowed so beautifully they put the votives to shame. Quinn seemed nervous, though, his hands fidgeting, his weight going back and forth in a pair of shiny shoes. Blay walked forward, stopping when he was in front of the fighter. And even as his brain started to churn over what all this meant, and began to come to some crazy conclusions, he had to grin like crazy. "You put your piercings back in." "Yeah. I wanted to make sure you knew this was me, you know?" As Quinn fingered the neat row of gunmetal gray hoops that ran up his ear, Blay leaned in and kissed those lips and the hoop that was once again in the lower one. "Oh, I know it's you. It's all you, but I'm glad they're back. I love them. Then they're never getting taken out." In the beat of silence that followed, Blay thought, "Oh God, was this really?" Maybe he'd misconstrued. Quinn got down on one knee, just dropped right onto the depiction of an apple tree in full bloom. "I don't have a ring. I don't have anything fancy in my mind or on my tongue." Quinn swallowed hard. "I know this is too early, and that it's out of the blue, but I love you and I want us to." For once in his life, Blay had to agree with the guy enough with the fucking talking. With a decisive shift of his body, he leaned down and kissed all that conversation right into silence. Then he pulled back and nodded. "Yes, yes, absolutely, yes." With an explosive curse, Quinn came up off the floor and they wrapped their arms around each other. "Thank fuck. Oh man, I've been having a heart attack for days." All at once, the sound of clapping erupted, filling the foyer's 3-story space, echoing around. People streamed out of the darkness, all kinds of smiling faces and happy. "Mom? Dad?" Blay laughed. "What are you? Hey, how are you?" As he embraced his parents, his father said, "He did it properly. He asked me first." Blay's head whipped around to his mate. "Really? You asked my dad?" Quinn nodded, then started to smile like a motherfucker. "It's my one and only shot, so I wanted to follow protocol. Can we cue the music?" Instantly, everyone backed away, their collective bodies forming a circle on the edges of the light, and as they settled in, strains of something very familiar bled out into Journey's "Don't Stop Believing." Quinn held his hand out. "Dance with me?" In front of every Anib mine, and dance with me. Blay started to blink fast. On some level, this gesture seemed like a bigger deal than the mating proposal. In front of God and everybody, the two of them, linked heart to heart. "Like I'm going to say no?" he whispered hoarsely. Except just as their bodies met, he hesitated. "Wait, who leads?" Quinn smiled. "That's easy. We both do." On that note, they held each other close, started moving together in perfect harmony, and lived happily ever after.